When it came to the Heavenly Note sect and Profound Valley, they had a good relationship with each other. One was proficient in music Dao and had a huge background, while the other was proficient in spiritual runes and could forge artifacts. That white-dressed lady is the chief disciple of the Heavenly Note sect, Lin Wan. She grasped the pinnacle noble tune, and her cultivation is in the fourth pulse dragon pulse realm. The chief disciple of the Profound Valley's name is Zhang Yuan, and he has high attainment in spiritual runes. It is rumored that he has reached the 8th grade Saint Spiritualist. But he's capable of creating a 9th grade Saint diagram and grasp thousands of different Saint runes. Mu Shuiqin introduced. Lin Yun scratched his head when he heard that. It had been a long since he used his music Dao. He had only stopped at the initial noble tune, so he had a long way to go when compared to the pinnacle noble tune. As for his attainment in spiritual runes, he could barely be considered a Saint Spiritualist, but he didn't know how to create Saint diagrams. They might have a close relationship with our sword sect, but we're competitors in the ancient barren battlefield. We won't kill each other if we fight, which is a rapport between our 3 sections. Do keep that in mind if you run into them. Mu Shuiqin continued. Lin Yun nodded upon hearing that because everyone came to the ancient barren battlefield for interest. Unless one of them was the subsidiary, it was unrealistic for everyone to maintain their alliances before priceless treasures. But it was acceptable for them to hold back and not take each other's lives if they clashed. Sweeping his gaze, Lin Yun turned towards another direction. Over there was a group of monks with robust figures, and the veins on their arms were like intertwining dragons, emitting terrifying vitalities. They all looked like living arhats, and even Lin Yun was surprised by their powerful physiques. This surprised Lin Yun because Chun Tao obtained his glazed treasure physique by reaching a high level in the divine phaseless art. In the entire Emerald Jade Manor, only he had achieved that. Although the physiques of those monks were incomparable to Chun Tao, the gap wasn't far. But they won in quantity rather than quality. The chief disciple of that party was a robust figure carrying a Buddhism blade with a bizarre design, and he didn't look like a monk at all. This contrast shocked Lin Yun, and he sighed. That person is an expert of the Vajra monastery, right? His foundation is a little terrifying. Nodding her head, Mu Shuiqin replied. The Vajra monastery is the most mysterious sect in the ancient barren domain. They might be a Buddhism sect, but they can be good or evil. They also have a huge origin because they're able to maintain being at the top 3 in the past ancient barren battlefields. Mu Shuiqin's tone contained her unhappiness. After all, the Sword Sect and Profound Sky Sect fought ferociously while the Vajra Monastery kept growing for the past few hundred years. The one carrying a blade is the chief disciple of the Vajra Monastery, Shen Feng. But don't be fooled by his identity as a monk. He's a blade wielder in the Vajra Monastery. He has the authority to slay disciples who violate the rules in the sect, and he can slay demonic cultivators outside. Not only does he have a terrifying physique, his demon-subduing blade technique has reached a terrifying height. In terms of blade techniques alone, he's no weaker than the Heavenly Blade Pavilion's Xiao Kuei. Looks like none of them are pushovers. Lin Yun smiled with faint fighting spirits blazing within his pupils. This ancient barren domain was a grand event, and anyone who could lead their sect's disciples in the ancient barren domain wasn't a pushover. Right then, lightning bolts streaked across the horizon as a group of people enveloped in flames descended from the sky. When they appeared, they instantly became the center of attention. They're the disciples of the Thunder Sect. An hour later, Gu Ruochen finally spoke. The Profound Sky Sect is here. When all the Sword Sect's disciples heard Gu Ruochen's voice, their faces sank as they raised their heads and looked in a direction. Under everyone's gazes, a group of people was streaking across the horizon, emitting a terrifying aura as they landed in the location closest to the ancient barren battlefield. When they appeared, Lin Yun's gaze fell on the leaders of the Profound Sky Sect's disciples. 3 people were standing in front of the Profound Sky Sect's party, emitting a terrifying aura that left many people stunned. They were naturally the top 3 on the Profound Sky Sect's inner ranking. They were the most outstanding batch of geniuses amongst the ancient barren domain's golden generation. Just one of them was enough to face the chief disciple of the other sects. Everyone reached the pinnacle of the 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, and each one could kill 5th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm cultivators. Everyone in the ancient barren domain had long heard of their legends. They were like 3 towering mountains, and no one dared to directly look at them. But the powerful sect's disciples were gathered over there, especially the chief disciple of their sections. If they wanted to have a massive harvest in the ancient barren battlefield, the profound sky sect was someone they had to face, and those 3 were mountains that they had to cross. Typically speaking, this was a threshold no one could pass, and it wasn't an exaggeration to call it Hell's Gate. The 2 on the sides are Yen Kong and Lu Su, ranked 2nd and 3rd. Their strength is pretty much the same, and the strongest is Qin Tian, the one in the middle, Mu Shuiqin said with a grave expression. Aside from that, it is rumored that the 3 of them have grasped a unison technique that was personally taught to them by Tian Xuanzi to prevent them from fail in the ancient barren battlefield. Even 6 Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm experts won't be able to take their attack head-on. Nodding his head, Lin Yun looked at Yen Kong and Lu Yu. One was like a pure, flawless moon, while the other was dazzling, like a blazing sun. Anyone could tell the vast difference in their temperaments. Their robust dragon origins was their only similarity. As for the one in the middle, Lin Yun couldn't find a word to describe this person. But it would be unfathomable if he had to use a word to describe him. Just this alone was enough to prove that this person wasn't simple. Lu Su and Yen Kong could be called the sun and moon, but Qin Tian outshone the 2 of them. He was like heaven. Even the sun and moon had to exist beneath him. Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient barren, the profound Sky Sect's disciples chanted. The profound Sky Sect had always maintained a high profile, chanting that for many years. In the beginning, no one placed them in their eyes, but now no one dared to laugh at them anymore. Right then, multiple sects swiftly gathered around the profound Sky Sect. They were the Flame Phoenix Sect, Myriad Beast Gate, and Flame Dragon Sect, all the big sects in the ancient barren domain, and they weren't any weaker than the powerful sects in terms of their strength. They had a long inheritance and were just lacking in their foundations when compared to the powerful sections. They were only second to the powerful sects in the ancient barren domain. When they gathered together, they cupped their hands together. Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient barren. This was a sign that these big sects had taken sides with the profound Sky Sect, which made all the sect's disciple faces change. But they weren't too surprised. After all, Tian Xuanzi's prestige had reached an unprecedented height during these recent years. It was so much so that the powerhouses from other domains had to give Tian Xuanzi some respect, and it was long acknowledged that Tian Xuanzi possessed the strength to confront the Radiant Sword Saint. Not to mention that there were rumors that the Radiant Sword Saint was running out of lifespan. The moment the Radiant Sword Saint dies, Tian Xuanzi would be able to unite the entire ancient barren domain, and these sects were only joining the profound Sky Sect early. My master said that our profound Sky Sect will take care of you guys in the ancient barren domain. So you guys can return now, Qin Tian said, waving his hand at the big sect's disciples. One must know that the chief disciples of those big sects was at the 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, and they could be considered to be in the golden generation. But they were highly respectful when they faced Qin Tian. Qin Tian? What's his relationship with Qin Tsang? Lin Yun asked. They're from the Nether Divinity clan, Mu Shuiqin replied. When she spoke, Qin Tian's gaze fell onto the sword sect's party, and he smiled. Gu Ruochen and Yi Qingxian. It has been a long time since we last met. Gu Ruochen and Yi Qingxuan's faces sank when they heard that, because Qin Tian's smile was cold. They suffered quite a loss the last time, especially Yi Qingxian, who barely survived. You're Lin Yun, right? The Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, who slew the realm son of my Nether Divinity clan in the heavenly path. Qin Tian smiled with his eyes squinted. But who gave an ant like you the guts to come to the ancient barren battlefield? With someone of your cultivation? It looks like the Radiant Sword Saint is old to belittle my master. His words instantly made the faces of the sword sect's disciples change. Although Qin Tian was wearing a smile, anyone could tell that he was mocking the Radiant Sword Saint for being old. His tone might not contain any killing intent, but his words were arrogant. Don't be so sure about who's the ant. Lin Yun winked. Your words might sound uncouth, but you're right. My master didn't place Tian Xuanzi in his eyes. His words immediately made Lu Su and Yen Kong furious as killing intent radiated from their pupils. A piece of trash like you dares to be arrogant? It looks like the Sword Sect forgot how our profound Sky Sect taught you a lesson 2 decades ago. Yen Kong said with mockery filled in his pupils. 2 decades ago, Jian Jingtian was known to be first on the 3 rankings. But isn't he imprisoned in the fleeting Cloud Sword Sect like a dog? Now? If it's not for our master's mercy, he wouldn't be alive now, Lu Su said. When he mentioned the incident 2 decades ago, the Sword Sect's disciples almost completely lost it. Even the corner of Gu Ruochen's lip twitched, but Lin Yun smiled right then. My senior brother killed 1,000 of your profound Sky Sect disciples like livestock. In the end, Tian Xuanzi can't even take my senior brother's life. The profound Sky Sword Saint, invincible in the ancient Baron? I don't know where you got the guts to say that. Lin Yun was smiling, but his pupils radiated a terrifying chill. Lin Yun's words immediately made Lu Su and Yen Kong lose their composure, and their smiles froze on their faces. Although the Sword Sect suffered terribly 2 decades ago, the profound Sky Sect didn't have it easy either because Jian Jingtian slaughtered thousands of their inner disciples, and many elders were disabled. It was a fact that the profound Sky Sect was greatly humiliated at that time. No matter how Lu Su and Yen Kong tried to mock them, it was undeniable that Jian Jingtian was protected by the Radiant Sword Saint back then. When the two nearly lost it, Qin Tian stopped them and smiled. Looks like the Sword Sect hasn't learned their lesson from what happened 2 decades ago. But it doesn't matter because we'll let you guys know the true meaning of cruelty in this ancient barren battlefield. His voice was calm without a hint of killing intent. But the meaning of his words made everyone feel a chill run down their spines because the profound Sky Sect wasn't planning to let the Sword Sect go this time. We will see then. Gu Ruochen took a step forth beside Lin Yun. Qin Tian pursed his lips together as he walked over, which made all the Sword Sect's disciples nervous. Even Chun Lei and Mu Chuan had their brows furrowed together. This made them wonder if Qin Tian was planning to make a move before entering the ancient barren battlefield. When Qin Tian walked to Gu Ruochen's side, he whispered, I know what you're thinking, but don't worry because you won't be able to protect any of them. Jian Jingtian couldn't protect everyone back then, and now neither can you. I will kill Lin Yun before you. Even if he's the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, he will still die. His words made Gu Ruochen's face ugly. But Qin Tian stepped back when he was done and looked at the Sword Sect's disciples. You guys don't have to be nervous because I'm just having a friendly chat with Brother Gu. Let's go. When the profound Sky Sect left, the surrounding tension calmed down, but everyone knew that the Sword Sect was doomed. Ha! The Radiant Sword Saint is already old, and they're still not obedient. They're really not afraid of death. They haven't learned their lesson from 2 decades ago. Who knows what these people are thinking? Did they really think that they could confront the profound Sky Sect? Once the Radiant Sword Saint dies, the Sword Sect will be finished. Many sects with a good relationship with the profound Sky Sect whispered, mocking the Sword Sect. What did he say? Lin Yun asked Gu Ruochen. You don't need to care about what he said. He's just an enemy. Gu Ruochen smiled, but Lin Yun knew that Qin Tian definitely didn't say anything good. After all, Gu Ruochen's mentality was affected by Qin Tian's earlier words. The ancient barren battlefield is starting, Mu Shuoqin suddenly said. When everyone raised their heads, the distant vortex had become thin, and the surrounding barrier also began to weaken. The eyes of everyone on the plain became heated when they saw this scene because the ancient barren battlefield was about to start. The ancient barren battlefield was famous in not only the ancient barren domain, but even in the whole Eastern Desolation. The powerhouses from the Saint Alliance had sealed it. Initially, the spiritual array would loosen once every 100 years from the erosion of time. Now, the spiritual array would loosen every 2 decades, and that was the battlefield among deities. The Saint Palace left behind by the Dragon Gate was located there. Countless experts fell on that battlefield, and there were innumerable treasures and techniques of the Dragon Gate. So the moment the seal loosened, No one would give up on this opportunity. But this opportunity was controlled by the 8 powerful sects, and the forces from the other domains didn't have many chances. Even Holy Lands wouldn't dare to act recklessly because of the Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng's name. As for the other powerhouses, no one dared to make a move as long as the Radiant Sword Saint was still alive. It's finally going to begin. Lin Yun's pupils were curious as he looked at the vortex. He was really curious about the battlefield, the battle between deities, the Dragon Gate, the 9 emperors, and the fiends. Regardless of the Kunlun realm or the profound Amber realm, all the ruins he experienced were practically related to the Dragon Gate and fiends. It was so much so that even the Iris Sword Saint had a close connection to the Dragon Gate. When we enter the ancient barren battlefield, we will be randomly teleported. Remain calm and use your metal to search for fellow disciples near you and gather together. Only release the rescue signal at a crucial time, Gu Ruochen said with a grave expression. Remember, don't release the signal too soon because the other sects will be able to see it as well, and you guys might run into enemies before allies. Yes, the Sword Sect's disciples said nervously. Even without the other powerful sects, the ancient barren battlefield was dangerous, and they would die if they weren't careful. Gu Ruochen continued to give them instructions. In the depths of the ancient barren battlefield, there was an altar. They could only stay in the ancient barren battlefield for 2 months at best, and they would have to be teleported out through the altar after 2 months because the demonic aura lingering on the battlefield could kill them should the demonic aura accumulate within their bodies. While everyone was talking amongst themselves, the vortex finally became dim, and one could see into the ancient barren battlefield. Shortly after, everyone flew towards the vortex. Since there were over 100,000 people gathered here, the phenomena caused by them was terrifying. Let's go! Gu Ruochen walked forth, seeing this with the Sword Sect's disciples following behind him. As waves of powerful dragon origin spread, they all flew towards the vortex. When they entered the vortex, Lin Yun immediately felt that he had lost control of his body, with the surroundings blurring and spinning. The vortex was like an ocean. Everyone was instantly, forcefully separated when they passed through it. On the plain outside, Chun Lei and the other peak masters watched as the Sword Sect's disciples disappeared into the vortex. When they exchanged glances, they could see the anxiety in each other's eyes. Qin Tian's aura is a little strong. He can suppress even Gu Ruochen. Chun Lei said softly. He's not old, but his mentality far exceeds his peers. He's a little terrifying. The other peak masters nodded and weren't too optimistic about this ancient barren battlefield. We still have Lin Yun. I feel that Lin Yun isn't intimidated by him. Mu Chuan said. That lad is pretty good, but his cultivation is on the lower side. As long as he can obtain some opportunities in this ancient barren battlefield and survive, he might be able to reach Martial Uncle Radiant's height. Chun Lei smiled. As they spoke, they would never have expected that the uproar caused by this ancient barren battlefield would far exceed everyone's expectations. A long time later, after Lin Yun's vision returned to normal, he discovered that he was hovering in the air and many people were descending like rain. The ground was black but gave off a terrifying aura, as if the earth was alive. The sky was also pitch black, and nothing could be seen. There were no clouds or stars. This was the most bizarre place that Lin Yun had seen. There wasn't a strand of vitality in this place, and he could even hear the occasional terrifying roar. This is the deity's battlefield from back then? Lin Yun landed on the ground and looked around. There were many people in the area who were curious about their surroundings. Everyone was randomly teleported when they entered the ancient barren battlefield, and Lin Yun immediately took out the metal to see if there were any Sword Sect's disciples near him. Since he didn't know anyone there, he naturally wanted to gather with someone by instinct. We must be careful here because we might be in danger at any moment. That's right, but there won't be any treasures at the boundary of the ancient barren battlefield. We don't have to fight here. We can talk about it after heading out. I heard that the boundary will be a completely different scenery. You can find divine springs, herbal fields, and various treasures. Someone said, trying to prevent everyone from fighting amongst themselves. Lin Yun naturally had no opinion, but he furrowed his brows and soared to the sky. That was his heavenly dome sword intent warning him, and his body reacted by instinct before his thoughts could follow. Watch out! But his warning was already too late. The ground rumbled, and a terrifying ravine opened up. 10 odd demonic beasts crawled out of the ground. They were black and swiftly merged into the surroundings. Only their crimson pupils could be seen. When the ground crumbled, the demonic beasts began slaughtering anyone they saw. This caught many people by surprise, and the demonic beasts tore them apart. It's the ancient barren demonic scorpion. Flee! Someone recognized the demonic beasts and immediately fled. This person didn't even think about trying to retaliate. Everyone who was thinking of joining hands earlier instantly became a mess. 10 odd people died terribly in just a few breaths, and only a few managed to flee, relying on saint artifacts. Lin Yun wanted to make a move, but he was too late. Just when his thoughts were uneasy, the ancient barren demonic scorpion's shells broke apart, and a pair of wings appeared. Since Lin Yun didn't move, this made him an easy target, and the scorpions flew towards him. Their wings produced terrifying buzzing noises with faint fluctuations rippling out in the air. Lin Yun furrowed his brow because he had never expected to run into such a troublesome demonic beast when he had just entered the ancient barren battlefield. This was only the beginning, and this made him frown even further. If he had already encountered such troublesome opponents the moment he entered, what about the other sword sect's disciples? Empress? Lin Yun yelled by habit, but he soon realized Lil Purple and Lil Red weren't around. The three of them had always stuck together, but he was all alone now. Before he could reminisce further, several ancient barren demonic scorpions already flew over. Since these demonic beasts wanted a fight, he would give them a fight. As killing intent flashed across his pupils, he circulated his divine firmament sword sutra and dashed forth. When the demonic scorpions were about to get close, Lin Yun executed his movement technique and rained down his punches on the shells of the demonic scorpions. When he threw his punches out, he used his full strength in this attack, pouring 30,000 dragon runes into it. Matched with his dragon origin ocean that reached nearly 100,000 feet. Each of his punches was accompanied by a terrifying thunderstorm, and his fists were like dragon claws. In that split second, Lin Yun had sent the demonic scorpions flying before they could even get close to him. But weirdly enough, the shell of the demonic scorpions was comparable to iron. Not only were there no traces left behind, but the rebound force hurt Lin Yun's hands. How tough! Lin Yun was surprised. The defenses of the demonic scorpion's shells weren't at all inferior to the infant heavenly profound tortoise. This was why those people were so easily killed. Their attacks couldn't deal any damage to the demonic scorpions. After Lin Yun sent the demonic scorpions flying, they soon returned. They had a fast speed, and their pincers were like scissors that could tear space apart. But it was ultimately too slow. Lin Yun didn't even need to take any special precautions and relied on his heavenly dome sword intent, which had a keen sense of danger to react. Despite being besieged by the 10-odd demonic scorpions, they couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. In the fight, Lin Yun became increasingly proficient in the heavenly dome sword intent's instincts, and he could even retaliate beforehand. Lin Yun forcibly controlled himself when he wanted to duck to the right by instinct, executing the divine sun-chasing art to throw a punch out. The demonic scorpions were a little stumped, but before they could unleash their attacks, they took a blow to their heads. This made their heads cave in, with fine cracks spreading throughout their bodies, and their tough shells suddenly became fragile. Looks a little weak, Lin Yun smiled. He now knew how to deal with them. Since he suddenly became serious, his hands joined together, and a 7-colored light bloomed with a dragon-shaped mark appearing. With the sovereign dragon seal empowering his attack, Lin Yun shuttled back and forth, unleashing countless attacks. As the demonic scorpions fell from the sky, it didn't take long for there to be only one demonic scorpion left. Executing his heavenly dome sword intent, a hole appeared in the black sky as a boundless sword aura soared to the sky. When the black sky was torn apart, it didn't take long for the black clouds in the sky to be torn into pieces by this sword intent. As Lin Yun charged forth, He didn't aim at the demonic scorpion's weakness but at its shell. His heavenly dome sword intent penetrated the demonic scorpion's shell, and 100 sword rays shot out, piercing the demonic scorpion. It didn't take long for the demonic scorpion's tough shell to be reduced to smithereens. Stow! Lin Yun retracted his sword intent back into his body. The black clouds swiftly closed up and returned to before. The heavenly dome sword intent can really destroy the shell, Lin Yun muttered, but the commotion caused by his heavenly dome sword intent was a little too striking. This was still because he held back. If he went at full force, the phenomenon caused by his heavenly dome sword intent would only become even more terrifying, and his sword intent would manifest into the sky. Furthermore, he could sense that the keen sense from his sword intent still had room for improvement. After comprehending the heavenly dome sword intent, he should have visited his master because he still had much more to learn. Let's get familiar with each other first. I wonder how the others are right now. Lin Yun took out his sword sex metal and injected his dragon origin into it, but he couldn't sense any of the sword sex disciples around. When he traveled by himself at the boundary of the ancient barren battlefield, his movement speed wasn't fast, and he could tell that this place was weird. There was no sign of life on this land, but he could sense the dense spiritual energy in the atmosphere. It was so much so that the density of spiritual energy even formed into a light pillar phenomenon. He could even see some mysterious palaces at the far end of his sight. The palaces were gorgeous, and looked like someone was still living in them. Lin Yun had a firm heart, so he wouldn't step into those palaces without confirming that they were real. He felt that there was a high possibility that those palaces were illusions and he would be in danger if he stepped in. While walking around without aim on the barren land, Lin Yun could occasionally smell a dense stench of blood. Many corpses were on the ground, proving that someone was once there. But Lin Yun discovered that most of the demonic beasts weren't as strong as the demonic scorpions he had faced earlier. The demonic scorpions could be considered a special exemption. Facing the other demonic beasts, it wasn't a problem for them to escape, even if they couldn't defeat those demonic beasts. One could only say that the people who entered with Lin Yun were too unlucky. The deeper he went into the ancient barren battlefield, the surrounding spiritual energy gradually became denser, and he could occasionally see people fighting for saint elixirs. But Lin Yun was calm because he was already used to it. Saint elixirs were precious, but ordinary saint elixirs couldn't enter his eyes. To attract his attention, they had to be 10,000-year saint elixirs at the very least. His greatest hope was to find some ruins, to retrieve the incomplete ancient records, secret techniques, and ancient saint elixirs. If he could find a complete saint palace, there was a high possibility that he could obtain saint elixirs or even the Dragon Gate's inheritance. But the utmost importance right now was to find enough resources to reach the third pulse dragon pulse realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to confront the other sect's top-tier geniuses. Simultaneously, 3 people descended from another boundary of the ancient barren battlefield, with several hundred people behind them. They all wore a unified uniform, and they were emitting a terrifying aura. The weakest among them was at the second pulse dragon pulse realm, and many were at the pinnacle third pulse dragon pulse realm. The leaders of this party were even more unfathomable. They were the top 3 in the profound sky sect. When Yen Kong spread his hands apart and revealed a black rock, he smiled. This origin magnet stone refined by Master is really useful, preventing us from being separated. When the other disciples opened their palms, every last one of them was holding onto an origin magnet stone. Lu Su, you bring a group of people to search for ancient records and saint elixirs. Kill anyone who dares to stand in your way, Qin Tian said. Roger that, Master. Lu Su nodded. Yen Kong, I'm here. Gather the other sect's disciples to search for the sword sect's location, and get rid of them the moment they gather together. Qin Tian continued to give out instructions. Roger that. Yen Kong smiled sinisterly and continued. I love this task. I already wanted to teach them a lesson outside the ancient barren battlefield. They're all arrogant, and they're really forgetful. The peace in the ancient barren battlefield had been utterly disrupted. In just a day, nearly 200,000 people came in, and the slaughter had never stopped. Demonic beasts killed some, but more were killed by their own kind. A massacre would be unavoidable whenever a treasure was found in the ancient barren battlefield. Many people lost their lives before they reached the depths of the ancient barren battlefield. There were no rules on this battlefield, and anyone could be killed if they weren't from the same sect as you. This was completely different from the usual competitions between sects in the outside world. 10 days later, Lin Yun finally left the boundary of the ancient barren battlefield. His fortune was a little terrible. He ran into a group of bloodlusty demonic wasps just when he was about to walk out of the ancient barren battlefield's boundary. There were many of them, and he couldn't face them head-on. The Wasp King was extremely cunning and equivalent to a fifth pulse dragon pulse realm. Even if he released his heavenly dome sword intent, he couldn't do anything to the Wasp King hidden deep in the flock of wasps. The other bloodlusty demonic wasps weren't afraid of death. Even if Lin Yun chose to run, they pursued him for 7 whole days before he finally managed to shake them off. My luck is too bad. Lin Yun shook his head and continued forth. After leaving the boundary of the ancient barren battlefield, the entire region was enveloped in an aurora light and had a high density of spiritual energy. While saint elixirs were occasionally born, various phenomena would descend. Passing through the boundary could be considered an end to his suffering. The death of many experts also gave birth to many treasured places created by their blood. Many people took this opportunity to undergo their tribulations and make a breakthrough. In just this short period, second pulse dragon pulse realm geniuses could no longer be seen because all the geniuses were at least at the third pulse dragon pulse realm, and there were still some who managed to reach the fourth pulse dragon pulse realm. But most people died a terrible death because the third pulse dragon pulse realm's tribulation was more terrifying than the first two, and it could be futile even with the help of saint elixirs. But a few people succeeded, and those people had incredible talent. So it could be considered a total transformation for them after reaching the fourth pulse dragon pulse realm. When Lin Yun left the boundary, his cultivation in the second pulse dragon pulse realm instantly became striking, and his face became grave after hearing some information. He knew he had to swiftly reach the third pulse dragon pulse realm. But because he spent too much time, the gap between him and the top-tiered golden generation geniuses widened. While Lin Yun walked around, he occasionally activated his divine dragon eyes to push his vision to the limit. But he couldn't obtain any harvest and could only take it one step at a time. There were many places where powerful spiritual energy lingered, including corpses. But the moment saint elixirs were born, they were swiftly plucked. For 7 days, Lin Yun had no harvest and could only smell the fragrance of saint elixirs. This was a terrible feeling, and even the usually calm Lin Yun couldn't help feeling anxious. This day, Lin Yun's sword box suddenly trembled, and he came to a stop. Light shone in his pupils, and he swiftly activated the divine dragon eyes. A bizarre flower is born? At the far end of his vision, he could see an explosion of an aurora holy light covering the sky. This surprised Lin Yun because he had never seen such a shocking phenomenon. He didn't hesitate to execute the divine sun-chasing art and rushed over. This commotion is a little too big. He didn't want to miss this, or he would throw out a mouthful of blood from the depression. Before Lin Yun rushed over, he could see people shuttling across the sky. Countless geniuses were charging over. I can't be wrong. Lin Yun smiled, seeing this scene. In the past, when he noticed the explosion of spiritual energy or phenomena, he didn't see anyone charging over. There was only an aroma lingering behind when he rushed over. Since so many people were rushing over, this proved that this place hadn't been discovered yet. In the end, Lin Yun arrived at where there was a group of people and saw a mountain. There was a saint flower on the cliff, emitting a holy light, and the boundless spiritual energy in the air formed into 7 colored snowflakes that were descending. The golden lotus! Lin Yun's pupils flashed with joy. This was a saint flower of the Buddhism sect. It was rare and would only be born at the top of a cliff, enveloped in 9 golden lights. One could even hear the Buddhist mantra in the surroundings, and the scriptures were profound, containing unrivaled wisdom. Lin Yun arrived, covered in dust, but couldn't be bothered and squeezed through the crowd. The people in front of him were weird and didn't hinder him, allowing him to squeeze his way through. Where did this piece of trash come from? Get lost. My myriad beast gate already occupies this place. Are you courting death? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Where did this piece of trash come from? Before Lin Yun could stabilize his footing, 10 odd figures soared from the cliff below and blocked Lin Yun's path. When they saw Lin Yun's dirt-covered state and his cultivation at the second pulse dragon pulse realm, they couldn't help laughing. There were countless opportunities in the ancient barren battlefield, even at the boundary. Ancient records and Saint pellets might be hard to find because one would have to go underground or to Saint palaces. Those places were dangerous, but natural treasures weren't that hard to find. Over the past 10 odd days, everyone had practically reached the third pulse dragon pulse realm. Everyone had undergone a great boost in strength, and it was hard to imagine that someone in the second pulse dragon pulse realm dared to stand out. Not to mention that Lin Yun's hair was unkempt, and his clothes were tattered because of the wasps. This was why the myriad beast gate's disciples were no longer furious after they took a closer look at Lin Yun. Meanwhile, Lin Yun's face was covered in excitement, looking at the golden lotus. He could sense a strong desire from the flower burial sword that had just become a radiant saint artifact. The sword was vibrating violently within the sword box. Judging from the 9 light rays, this further proved that this golden lotus seemed to have a huge origin. This made Lin Yun's pupils shine brightly. The myriad beast gate's disciples and everyone else were also curiously looking at Lin Yun. Not only was Lin Yun still around, but he was also still staring at the golden lotus. Ha ha! Where did this country bumpkin come from? He's nearly drooling. Ha ha ha! Get lost. I'll dig your eyes out if you still dare to look. The myriad beast gate's disciples roared. One of them was donned in black clothes, and their eyes flickered coldly. The myriad beast gate might be a big sect, but they had the profound sky sect backing them up in the ancient barren battlefield. So they were fearless and didn't even place the other powerful sects in their eyes. But a mere ant at the second pulse dragon pulse realm dared to eye something that belonged to them? Brat, leave quickly. We don't want to kill you. You idiot. Someone must have pushed you out. But you're too weak for us to even kill. The myriad beast gate's disciples were prideful and didn't put Lin Yun in their eyes and turned to coldly look at those behind Lin Yun. This instantly made those people panic as they took several steps back. But weirdly enough, Lin Yun's attention was on the golden lotus. It was as if he was isolated from the outside world. Most importantly, Lin Yun started drooling and used his sleeves to clean the saliva dripping down. This made the lips of the myriad beast gate's disciples twitch with loathe flashing in their pupils. These people didn't seem to have noticed that this golden lotus contains an origin saint rune. It might only be a 10,000-year saint elixir, but the golden lotus is a rare flower. Since it has 9 golden lights, this golden lotus is of the highest grade. Lin Yun's heart was blazing with flames, and he was only thinking about the golden lotus. This instantly gave him the confidence to reach the third pulse dragon pulse realm, and he could even use this opportunity to feed the flower burial sword. This would further strengthen the power of the flower burial sword as a radiant saint artifact. It looks like he was pretty lucky to run into the golden lotus when he didn't have any harvest for so long. This person is disgusting, a black-clothed lady coldly said with loathing on her face. Senior Sister Lu, you don't have to dirty your hands on a piece of trash like him. Let me do it. Another myriad beast gate disciple wore a fawning smile as he spoke to that lady before his face became cold upon turning to Lin Yun. Trash. Why don't you take a look at yourself? As that disciple waved his hand, a blood arrow emitting a terrifyingly baleful aura was condensed and shot toward Lin Yun. But when the arrow landed on Lin Yun, it only produced a metallic collision, and this instantly made the smiles on the faces of the other myriad beast gates disciples freeze. There's something weird about this brat, the black-clothed lady said coldly. Kill him quickly. Don't let him disrupt our senior brother's comprehension. All the myriad beast gates disciples simultaneously made a move, unleashing their attacks. They were all at the third pulse dragon pulse realm, and their vitalities boiled when they circulated their 3 pulses. 3 crimson lights were formed into a beast tide that charged at Lin Yun. Those beasts looked like they were alive, radiating terrifying demonic auras. But Lin Yun didn't move. He was still looking at the golden lotus. He could hear some sounds in his ears, like an arhat sharing Buddhism scripture. Even his sword intent within his brows had entered a form of comprehension and became ethereal. When the beast tide charged over, Lin Yun only waved his hand, and the demonic beasts were reduced to a puddle of blood. But the blood was like a blazing volcano that instantly melted the ground when they fell, leaving the myriad beast gates disciples dumbfounded. They had a tough time maintaining their composure and couldn't imagine what had just happened. When they looked at Lin Yun again, they no longer had disdain and mockery in their pupils, and this surprised all the geniuses who had backed off earlier. Could this dirt-covered swordsman be a genius of the golden generation? The myriad beast gate? Lin Yun came to his senses and squinted his eyes. "Ha! Isn't that obvious?" that black-clothed lady said coldly, with killing intent brewing in her pupils. "Your eyes are disgusting." When she was done speaking, she appeared before Lin Yun with a flash. Her 2 fingers were aimed at Lin Yun's eyes. Lu Feng made her move. She's a golden generation genius, only second to Lu Chun. Her cultivation is already at the 3rd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm before entering the ancient barren battlefield. It looks like this swordsman is doomed. This person is a little dumb. The audience shook their heads with pity in their eyes. As the black-clothed lady's nails streaked across the air, everyone's heart sank because this woman was really ruthless, wanting to blind someone the moment she made a move. But Lin Yun only took a step back to avoid this attack, making the black-clothed lady snort coldly. She naturally wouldn't let Lin Yun go so easily and formed a claw with her hand that made her look like a terrifying demonic beast, and her hands were comparable to saint artifacts. Since Lin Yun couldn't avoid in time, her claw swiped across his chest and left behind several wounds. After Lin Yun took 10-odd steps back, he kept his smile on while looking at the wounds on his chest. What speed! His heart might have been dug out if he didn't react fast enough. "Aren't you a little too ruthless when I only took a few more glances at the golden lotus?" Lin Yun said indifferently. "Who allowed you to see it?" Lu Feng's pupils were radiating with killing intent. "My senior brother is comprehending the golden lotus, and your life isn't enough to compensate if you disrupt his cultivation." What a fiery temper! Lin Yun wore a playful smile. Seeing this, loathsomeness rose within Lu Feng's heart again, and she said, "You have 2 choices. Either you dig your eyes out yourself, or I'll help you. Otherwise, you can dream only about leaving." She loathed Lin Yun and wanted to use him as an example to warn everyone else. If she allowed any random person to jump out, her senior brother might as well give up on cultivating. The moment she spoke, several figures dashed forth and blocked Lin Yun's path of retreat. "Kill!" Lu Feng gave an order and the 10-odd disciples charged at Lin Yun. They were all at the 3rd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. But Lin Yun showed no signs of panic and dodged their attacks as though he was just taking a stroll. Relying on his heavenly dome sword intent, he merely relied on his instincts to dodge and didn't even have to do anything. In the end, he even closed his eyes. As the myriad beast gates disciples grew increasingly anxious, Lin Yun dodged their attacks more easily. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded because their attacks couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Yun's clothes. The audience behind them was also stumped, and they couldn't comprehend what was happening before them. Lu Feng's gaze was on Lin Yun. She then suddenly made a move. With her 5 fingers aimed at Lin Yun's heart, she turned into a streak of light, and she wore a sinister smile. "Die!" But just when she wanted to circulate her dragon origin to dig out Lin Yun's heart, she was shocked to discover that Lin Yun's body was comparable to a myriad rune saint artifact. Not only did her nails fail to pierce through his defense, but she even broke her nails, and the pain made her widen her mouth with shock. "Get lost!" Lin Yun suddenly widened his eyes. Accompanied by a dragon roar, his dragon aura exploded, and everyone who was attacking him was sent flying away, throwing out blood when they fell to the ground. When they raised their heads, they could see the dragon runes on the surface of Lin Yun's body. Lin Yun had activated his Azure Dragon Saint physique. "Who the hell are you?" The black-clothed lady finally panicked. "Is there a need for me to tell you that? Your dog eyes are really disgusting." Lin Yun snickered. This made the black-clothed lady furious because of what she had said to Lin Yun previously. This made Lu Feng's heart sink as panic swept over her. She instantly knew that Lin Yun wanted to dig her eyes out. So she roared, "You dare! Ha ha ha! Why don't I dare?" Lin Yun laughed and activated the divine dragon eyes. When the glory moon and glory sun spirits appeared within his eyes, the blue dragon seal, golden dragon seal, and silver dragon seal appeared. Before the black-clothed lady could even respond, her eyeballs burst apart, leaving behind 2 holes with blood rolling down her cheeks. This startled everyone in the surroundings, and they quickly retreated with their backs covered in a cold sweat. Right then, a figure slowly stood up from the cliff. Enveloped in a golden light, a voice rumbled that caused this entire region to tremble. "Lu Chun is here. Who the hell are you? Name yourself." Lu Chun was the Myriad Beast Gate's chief disciple, and was at the 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm before entering the ancient barren battlefield. A genuine golden generation genius. Lu Chen's voice wasn't loud, but the commotion caused was startling because his voice rumbled like thunder. This shocked many people within 100 miles, wondering who was bold enough to provoke the Myriad Beast Gate and even Lu Chun. After all, everyone in the ancient barren battlefield knew that the Myriad Beast Gate had already submitted to the Profound Sky Sect, and no one dared to provoke them. In that split second, countless people swiftly flew over when they heard the commotion. "I go by the surname Lin, and my name is Yun. Since the Myriad Beast Gate has submitted to the Profound Sky Sect, you guys shouldn't be unfamiliar with my name, right?" Lin Yun smiled. When he was done, he took a deep breath before blowing out, sweeping away all the dust on him, revealing his actual appearance. "It's you!" Lu Chun exclaimed as he stood behind the 9 golden light rays. "Lin Yun, the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, Lin Yun. Flower burial?" All the Myriad Beast Gate's disciples were briefly stumped before their faces became ugly. After all, wasn't Lin Yun a little too bold? He confronted Qin Tian outside the ancient barren battlefield and dared to provoke them. He was only at the 2nd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. Was he tired of living? "Senior brother, kill him. Take revenge for me." Lu Feng screamed, covering her eyes. "Senior brother, please deal with him." The Myriad Beast Gate's disciples that were previously sent flying away looked at Lin Yun with flames of rage blazing in their pupils. If they could have killed Lin Yun, they would have already slaughtered him thousands of times. "Interesting. You guys make it sound like I'm a demon. But weren't you the ones who wanted to dig my eyes out first?" Lin Yun said indifferently. Judging from these people's appearances, this would only make others misunderstand that he was bullying the Myriad Beast Gate. But Lin Yun soon wore a smile. So what if he was bullying the Myriad Beast Gate? No matter what, the Golden Lotus was his. "Who the hell do you think you are? You only learned some secret techniques by relying on your identity as the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. With your cultivation, you're no different from an ant in our eyes. Do you really think that the old geezer can make a breakthrough? The ancient barren domain should have changed a long time ago. The ancient barren domain has no spot for the Radiant Sword Saint." The Myriad Beast Gate's disciples looked at Lin Yun coldly, with disdain reflected in their pupils. Standing on the cliff, Lu Chun smiled. "Lin Yun, since you dare to provoke my Myriad Beast Gate alone, I'll be taking your head. Then, I believe young Master Qin Tian will be happy. Senior brother, don't kill him so easily. Let him suffer worse than death." Lu Feng said with hatred filled in her voice. "You want my head? I'm afraid that you guys will be disappointed." Lin Yun grinned with a cold light flashing in his pupils. When Lu Feng sensed his killing intent, her face changed, and the other disciples wanted to stop him. But it was too late. They were too slow. Lin Yun swiftly crushed Lu Feng's skull. 2 of the Myriad Beast Gate's disciples who rushed over to help took a slap to their faces and were sent flying away. The 2 could feel their eardrums buzzing. They couldn't comprehend what happened. Even though they were at the 3rd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, they were like children before Lin Yun. This was too shocking. Not only were the Myriad Beast Gate's disciples shocked, so was everyone else. They still thought Lin Yun was too bold. but they were instantly slapped the next second. Myriad Beast Gate doesn't seem so impressive after all. Lin Yun smiled as he looked at Lu Chun. He was smiling, but his smile was terrifyingly cold. "Why don't you come at me instead?" "Stop him," Lu Chun said after a brief pause. When the Myriad Beast Gate's disciples summoned their constellations, there were nearly 20 of them, and they released their third pulse dragon pulse realm cultivations. Their auras were linked together, and their constellations were also terrifying. They were of various demonic beasts. As boundless dragon origin mixed with demonic aura that spread out, the demonic beasts came out of their constellations. "Death to anyone who dares to stand in my way." Lin Yun had no intention of holding back. Circulating the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra and Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. As a terrifying demonic cauldron appeared from the dragon origin ocean, Lin Yun's pupils became red, and a massive, ominous aura spread out. As the destructive aura from the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron spread throughout his body, Lin Yun's strength boosted significantly, and a golden light spread out from him. He was alone, but his aura efficiently suppressed all the Myriad Beast Gate's disciples, leaving the audience stumped. Stomping his foot on the ground, Lin Yun dashed forth, causing everyone whom he passed through to suffocate from the immense pressure. All of the Myriad Beast Gate's disciples were easily killed by Lin Yun after several exchanges. How is this possible? Everyone's jaws nearly fell off because this was too terrifying. Lin Yun was like a living demonic god, killing all the Myriad Beast Gate's disciples in just a few breaths. Those people were still saying they wanted to take Lin Yun's head and offer it to Qin Tian, but they were all dead. Lin Yun easily made it to the cliff without any hindrance. When his foot landed on the ridge, the entire world began to tremble as countless rocks fell from the cliff, and those rocks were like falling snow. This made everyone's lips twitch as their faces became unnatural because Lin Yun's vitality was too terrifying. He was like a ferocious beast. Right then, golden light shone out from the cliff, catching everyone by surprise as they swiftly retreated even further. "What's going on?" This also surprised Lin Yun. A massive golden Buddha statue appeared before them when the entire cliff crumbled. The Buddha statue was seated with a smile, giving off a holy aura. This shocked Lin Yun because he never expected that there would be a Buddha statue on the cliff. This meant that this Buddha statue probably had a huge secret, and there was a possibility that this might be an expert on the Buddhism path who died in ancient times. This expert probably became a saint by relying on his physique but died in that ancient battle. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw Lu Chen's dark expression and wasn't too surprised. He smiled because this meant Lu Chen knew about the cliff's secret. "You're fortunate. You're courting death." Lu Chen's face distorted with killing intent brewing in his pupils. This was initially a massive opportunity for him, but it was now exposed. Even if he killed Lin Yun, it's practically impossible for him to monopolize it now. He instantly made his move. As he let out a ferocious roar, a black mist appeared from his pupils, and 2 dragon horns grew out from his head, with scales appearing on his face. He had taken a semi-human and dragon form, possessing the bloodline of the dragon clan. But everyone could tell that his dragon clan's bloodline wasn't pure. At the very least, this was nothing compared to Tian Xuanzi. Even so, this made him look terrifying, and his roar sounded like an actual dragon roar, and a painting unfolded behind him. It was a demonic dragon that had reached nearly 100 feet, enveloped in black flames. Sky incinerating demonic dragon. Lu Chun opened his mouth and breathed out black flames. The flames were mixed with poison, instantly enveloping Lin Yun. This was a secret technique, and the power could even melt an ordinary saint artifact. Even if geniuses in the same cultivation as him could withstand the flames using their dragon origin, there was no way they could block the poison in the flames. Not to mention that the power of the dragon flames was extremely terrifying, and it was comparable to the strongest attack of a cultivator at the pinnacle 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. At such a close distance, Lu Chun didn't think Lin Yun could survive. The black flames even burnt through space. Lin Yun finally couldn't withstand it and was forced to circulate his blue dragon bone. When the surface of his body was covered in dragon runes, the flames couldn't threaten him. As for the poison, it was too tender before the blue dragon bone. "You're still too tender to fight me," Lu Chen said coldly. Everyone still hadn't come to their senses after seeing Lin Yun being enveloped by the torrential dragon flames. Lin Yun, who was invincible just a moment ago, was killed just like that? This made everyone feel terrible. But this was the reality. The demonic dragon from the painting made Lu Chen look like a majestic demonic deity. Ha ha ha. The Radiant Sword Saint's disciple isn't so impressive after all. Almighty senior brother. Flower burial is nothing. The remaining Myriad Beast Gate disciples were briefly stunned before they rejoiced upon seeing this scene. But suddenly a bizarre scene occurred. The flames began to revolve into a vortex. When everyone was wondering what was happening, the dragon flames swiftly disappeared into Lin Yun's mouth, leaving everyone dumbfounded. After Lin Yun devoured the dragon flames, he radiated with a purple-golden radiance and wasn't injured. This made Lu Chen widen his mouth with his eyes bulging out. "Here, you can have it back." Lin Yun smiled. Taking a deep breath, the blood flame divine runes spat out the dragon flames he devoured, and the blazing flames instantly burnt through half the sky. The dragon flames swiftly enveloped the painting behind Lu Chen, and this scene shocked everyone else even more. It was already bizarre enough that Lin Yun could devour the dragon flames, but he could even spat them out. Lin Yun was clearly only at the second pulse dragon pulse realm. So how did he manage to do it? Was the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple really that strong? Anyone could guess that Lin Yun wasn't weak, since he's the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. But no one expected that he would be so heaven-defying, not to mention that his opponent was a genius of the Golden Generation at the fourth pulse dragon pulse realm and the chief disciple of a prominent sect. As Lu Chen flew out from the sea of flames, his hair was unkempt, giving off a burnt smell, and his face was black. "Lin Yun, I won't let you off so easily." Lu Chen felt greatly humiliated and dashed at Lin Yun. A grand battle occurred as the two exchanged 10-odd moves in mid-air, with flames covering the entire sky and dragon origin radiating violently. As heaven and earth shook, dragon roars echoed. Lu Chen had a more significant advantage with his cultivation, but he couldn't gain any advantage in the fight. With a flash, Lin Yun descended from the sky. Lu Chen's face was dark, and he wore a sinister smile. "Can't block it anymore?" Lin Yun was strong, but it was a pity that he was only at the second pulse dragon pulse realm and had reached his limit after 10-odd moves. When Lu Chen turned his head and looked at the golden lotus in mid-air, he descended towards the Buddha's palm, wanting to obtain it before anything else. But who knew that when Lin Yun landed on the ground, he began slaughtering the Myriad Beast Gate disciples in the surroundings. "You bastard!" Lu Chen cussed and immediately gave up on the golden lotus before charging at Lin Yun. But he was too late. The ground was covered in blood from the deaths of 10-odd Myriad Beast Gate disciples when he arrived. "Senior brother, save us." The remaining disciples ran toward Lu Chen with despair on their faces. "Lin Yun, fight me if you have the guts." Lu Chen was furious upon seeing so many disciples killed by Lin Yun, and his pupils had turned red. The audience's faces were complicated after seeing the death of so many of Myriad Beast Gate's disciples. It was too unreal for one person to slaughter an entire sect. Although this wasn't the whole party of the Myriad Beast Gate, there were dozens of them, but they were powerless before Lin Yun. How pitiful! They were still cheering earlier, but they're all dead now. Lin Yun is ruthless. Not a single one of them was spared. Why keep them alive? That group of people was just saying they wanted to offer Lin Yun's head to Qin Tian. Well done. The Myriad Beast Gate's disciples are a bunch of bastards. They're too overbearing just because they allied with the profound Sky sect. Someone should have taught them a lesson long ago. None of the audience members had a favorable opinion of the Myriad Beast Gate, and they would only rejoice at the Myriad Beast Gate's misfortune. None of them had sympathy for the Myriad Beast Gate, and it didn't take long for almost all of the Myriad Beast Gate's disciples to be slaughtered by Lin Yun. Lu Chen went insane when he saw this scene. His dragon claw descended at Lin Yun, with his dragon origin sweeping out, easily destroying a mountain. "Demonic Dragon Bell!" Lu Chen roared, and an ancient bell with dragon runes engraved on it appeared above him. When the bell echoed, the fluctuation spread out and put pressure on Lin Yun. The sound wave easily severed many people who couldn't avoid in time into two. This is a secret treasure of the Dragon Clan. Lin Yun, just wait till I refine you. Lu Chen's pupils flashed with ferocity and charged forth. But Lin Yun's hands joined together, forming the sovereign dragon seal. As a seven-colored light bloomed, an unrivaled dragon aura swept out, and Lin Yun's aura began to rise under the empowerment of the seal. This made the terrifying bell start to sway under the power of the sovereign dragon seal. As Lin Yun soared to the sky, he collided with Lu Chun. They were so fast that they looked like they were teleporting around. Lin Yun, I'll retrieve your head today, Lu Chun roared, executing his ghost spirit martial technique. 100 flaming mountains gathered around him and condensed into a terrifying Saint Mountain with dragons gathered above the mountain. This terrifying phenomenon looked like a descending Saint Mountain of the Dragon Clan. As the dragons released a ferocious roar, a boundless dragon aura swept out that felt like it wanted to devour Lin Yun. Heaven and earth unite. Lin Yun executed the divine solar lunar fist with the sovereign dragon seal. The sky within 1,000 miles turned into a golden ocean, and the ground manifested into a silver lake that looked like a mirror. As Lin Yun reached out, the golden ocean and silver lake gathered in his palm before flying towards Lu Chen's attack. Under the empowerment of the sovereign dragon fist, Lin Yun was enveloped in a golden light, and it didn't take long for an outcome to emerge. Lu Chun threw out a mouthful of blood as Lin Yun's attack, empowered with the sovereign dragon seal, wreaked havoc within his body. On the other hand, Lin Yun's outer robe was torn, and he only suffered some light injuries thanks to the dragon rune. Fourth Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm doesn't seem so impressive after all. If you're in the powerful sex, I'm afraid you wouldn't even make it into the top 3 rankings. Lin Yun said. How dare you? Lu Chun roared. He felt humiliated by those words. The two stood on the head of the Buddha with a wild wind blowing around them. Lu Chun naturally wouldn't admit defeat so easily. The bell that was sent flying descended from the sky with a beam of light shooting out of it, enveloping him. I've not lost yet. There seemed to be a power in the unsealed bell, and Lu Chen's aura began to rise under the light beam. You're starting to get on my nerves. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with annoyance. Drawing the flower burial sword, Lin Yun swung it out. When Lin Yun sheathed his sword, everyone still had no idea what Lin Yun did because everything happened too quickly. But in that brief moment, everyone could feel a great horror, as if an ominous beast was eyeing them as a chill ran down their spines. It gave them the feeling that they would lose their heads if they dared to move, but because everything happened too quickly, this gave everyone a misperception. It's a sharp sword. But why did you sheath it? Lu Chun asked coldly. He was terrified earlier but felt relieved after seeing no injuries on him. He continued, It's already too late for you now. This demonic dragon bell has a true dragon's remnant soul sealed within it, and I am now comparable to a 5th Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm. If you kneel before me, I can consider. You're already dead, Lin Yun said indifferently. What did you say? Lu Chun was surprised that he was interrupted halfway. I said that you're already dead, Lin Yun said. When he was done, a cut streaked across Lu Chen's neck, making the latter's face change. Even when Lu Chun held onto his neck, it didn't stop his blood from flowing out and he panicked. No, I have the demonic dragon bell. How can I die like this? Whenever he said a word, blood spewed even more from his neck. His neck eventually flew off before he could finish. Lin Yun held onto his sword and fell to one knee, his face becoming pale. He looked at Lu Chen's decapitated head with mockery in his pupils. Did Lu Chun think that he was the only one with treasures? The flower burial sword was a glory saint artifact. He just couldn't be bothered with drawing it before. The power of the glory saint artifact far exceeded his imagination. Or rather, the power of the flower burial sword after it became a glory saint artifact. The exhaustion of his vitality and dragon origin was a little terrifying. He swiftly swallowed a pellet and briefly sat down before opening his eyes. The myriad Beastgate's disciples might all be dead, but there were still others around, and he couldn't afford to spend too much time resting. This was why he used the flower burial sword earlier. He wanted to intimidate them. They might be unhappy with the myriad Beastgate, but they would be more ruthless when a treasure was involved, once the myriad Beastgate's disciples were taken care of. He couldn't put his faith in the fact that they would behave, and he would rather rely on the sword in his hand. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he saw several people dashing over. They didn't give off any killing intent, but carefully approached Lin Yun with friendly expressions. Still, Lin Yun knew that they were probably scheming something because even an idiot could tell he was injured in the previous battle. But it was a question of how injured he was. Most importantly, Lin Yun was the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. So they felt that Lin Yun wouldn't kill them like demonic cultivators. If Lin Yun could still put up a fight, they would show their concern for his injuries. But if Lin Yun wasn't in a good state, it was a question of who the Golden Lotus belonged to. They were startled when they saw Lin Yun opening his eyes, and their gazes changed. The party leader smiled. "Brother Lin, we've admired you for a long time. How are your injuries? Are you still all right?" But Lin Yun simply grabbed onto the flower burial sword and swung it down, instantly severing them into two. When he sheathed his sword, he stood up and looked around. Death to anyone who dares to approach. Did they think he was stupid? They should have helped out a long time ago if they admired him. When 10-odd corpses fell from the sky, this instantly dispelled everyone's thoughts, and many people reluctantly left. After soaring into the sky, Lin Yun landed on the Buddha statue's palm, waiting for the Golden Lotus to descend. How slow! Lin Yun placed his sword to the side and closed his eyes to readjust his condition while waiting for the Golden Lotus to descend. Lil Purple and Lil Red might not be with him, but he still had the flower burial sword. The ground beneath the Golden Buddha was covered in blood and corpses. Only Lin Yun, the one who remained. All the myriad Beastgate's disciples had died without exception, including those who had ulterior motives by approaching him earlier. That attack shocked everyone, and they now realized that it wasn't a lie that they had just brushed past death. The name of that sword is Flower Burial? He's like a fiend god, taking lives the moment he draws his sword. If he had drawn his sword earlier, Lu Chun might have been unable to withstand 10 moves. Don't be so sure about that. After all, Lu Chun was already at his wit's end when Lin Yun drew his sword. The moment Flower Burial is unsheathed, who can compete with him? Let's go. With Flower Burial here, no one can obtain the Golden Lotus. Aside from the chief disciples of powerful sects, anyone who goes there will die. Sighs echoed from the surroundings as they left. Nothing good or bad existed in the ancient barren battlefield since everyone came here with a desire. If they didn't compete, they wouldn't be able to stand out. After all, who wouldn't want the Golden Lotus? But they knew that they wouldn't have any chances. They initially wanted to try it, but they dispelled that thought after Lin Yun drew the flower burial sword twice. They were intimidated by that sword, and they were also terrified by Lin Yun's decisiveness. The 10 people who went up were all killed before they could even say another word. Knowing that they couldn't do anything to Lin Yun, they would not need to stay any longer since it would only be a waste of time. Very quickly, this place became empty, with Lin Yun being left behind. After Lin Yun closed his eyes, the Golden Lotus finally landed on the palm of that Buddha. It was 1,000 meters away from him. As a dazzling golden light gushed out from the Golden Lotus, it was accompanied by a boundless fragrance that had condensed into a golden liquid that was seeping from the petals. A colossal palm descended on the golden spiritual lake. Sitting by the lakeside, Lin Yun drew out the flower burial sword, and the sword began to devour the aroma that the Golden Lotus was giving off. What dense spiritual energy! No wonder it's a priceless treasure of the Buddhism path. Lin Yun's eyes blazed with flames as he took out a seed from his interspatial pouch, the Bodhi seed. He won this from Xiahou Yan's younger brother during the sword sex test. It contained an origin saint rune within it. If he completely refined it, aside from increasing his comprehension, it could even subdue the demon in his heart and be used to defend against various evil tricks. Furthermore, this also made him immune to poison. He couldn't find an opportunity in the past, but this was an excellent opportunity. After making up his mind, Lin Yun shut his eyes while holding onto the Bodhi seed and began circulating the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Canon and Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. He refined the Bodhi seed with the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra and refined the Golden Lotus with the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Canon, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When he refined them, he could hear a Buddhist chant within his ears, and the light he was giving off suddenly became pure and majestic. The Buddhist light from the Bodhi seed and Golden Lotus flowed into his body, and the Buddhist light from the Bodhi seed formed into various runes that entered his profound palace. As the runes intertwined, they developed into a saint rune, the origin saint rune from the Bodhi seed. The Golden Lotus also possessed an origin saint rune, and the spiritual energy contained within it converged. The saint rune then flew towards the golden crow wings that sprouted behind him. Meanwhile, the flower burial sword quietly absorbed the fragrance, and the aroma constantly reforged the sword. Simultaneously, in a serene valley located deep in the ancient barren battlefield, there was a saint elixir in bloom, and a majestic phenomenon was blooming in the sky in the form of aurora lights. This place wasn't only a treasured land, but also gave birth to a highly precious treasure. Yen Kong, tasked with pursuing the sword sect's disciples, was cultivating before the saint elixir, and his cultivation had reached a terrifying height with signs of making a breakthrough. He was also at the 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, but the aura he gave off was much stronger than Lu Chen's. The former was like an ocean, while the latter couldn't even be considered a lake. Multiple figures streaked across the horizon and appeared before Yen Kong. Some of them were the profound Sky Sect's disciples, but most were the Big Sect's disciples and were respectfully standing before Yen Kong. When Yen Kong opened his eyes, a cold light flashed within his pupils. How did it go? Reporting back to Senior Brother, the Sword Sect's disciples have more or less gathered, and we can make a move anytime. Oh! Yen Kong's interest was piqued with excitement on his face. He naturally didn't dare to treat the task given to him by Qin Tian lightly, but it was too slow to kill them one by one. It was more efficient to wait for them to gather before killing them. What about Lin Yun? Any news about him? Yen Kong asked. Nothing about him. It's like he suddenly disappeared. Maybe he died somewhere. A disciple replied. Lin Yun had just made an appearance that same day, so there wasn't enough time for the news of his appearance to spread. But Yen Kong denied. That's impossible. That fellow's luck isn't that terrible. Not to mention that he won't die so easily since he's the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. That means he hid somewhere, then, a disciple said. Nodding his head, Yen Kong replied. There's a possibility, but he's cautious, and he won't reveal himself if he's not strong enough. But that doesn't matter because I don't believe he'll still continue to hide when all the Sword Sect's disciples are dead. Summon the other sect's disciples together. Roger that, a disciple replied and swiftly left this valley. Half a day later, the Golden Lotus had already withered, and the Bodhi seed in Lin Yun's palm was also gone. The runes in his profound palace had condensed into a saint rune, emitting a holy and peaceful aura. When the saint runes intertwined, they formed a 7-layered pagoda, emitting a domineering aura. This meant that the Bodhi seed had been entirely refined and was condensed into a pagoda in his sea of consciousness. Sovereign pagoda, invulnerable to all evil. The 6 words appeared in Lin Yun's mind. The Bodhi seed contained a pagoda saint rune, emitting an ancient aura and profound Buddhist mantra. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, his pupils shone brightly, making him look like an arhat. Simultaneously, a powerful aura surged within his body, and the dragon origin ocean grew from 100,000 feet to 130,000 feet. His cultivation had also increased smoothly from lesser to greater second pulse dragon pulse realm. He initially thought the Golden Lotus could push his cultivation to the pinnacle, but it only stopped at greater. Licking his lips, Lin Yun still wasn't satisfied. But it didn't matter because he had already obtained enough harvest, and he felt that his comprehension had reached an unprecedented height. His photogenic comprehension took another step further with the help of the Bodhi seed. Right then, the flower burial sword began to tremble in midair. The The sword was basked in tens of thousands of petals, and every petal gave off a blazing golden light that looked like flames. When he opened his eyes through the flower burial sword, Lin Yun could see himself, and he turned into a streak flying over as the flower burial sword summoned him. When Lin Yun held onto the flower burial sword, he was enveloped in the golden flames. Countless petals then converged to form a golden flaming dragon that poured into the flower burial sword. The flower burial sword gradually became heavy in Lin Yun's hand, and the patterns on the sword glowed like flames. As the flower burial sword trembled, a faint Buddhist aura was being emitted from it. Lin Yun sheathed his sword before summoning the golden crow wings. When the golden crow wings unfolded, all the feathers began to blaze. The origin Saint Rune in the golden lotus was a fire-attributed Saint Rune. After it was engraved on the golden crow wings, it bestowed the golden crow wings the fire attribute. When he flapped the wings, everything within his sight was instantly covered in flames, and the black clouds in the sky dissipated. The power of the flames shocked Lin Yun because he had previously used his heavenly dome sword intent to disperse the black clouds in the sky, but now he could do the same thing with fire alone. He wasn't sure if the sacred flames were too powerful or the golden lotus Buddhist trait was what curbed the demonic clouds. The fire blazed for an hour before it finally calmed down. Aside from the Buddha statue, everything within his sight became wrecked under the flames. Just when Lin Yun fell into deep thought, the Buddha statue's palm that he was standing on began to tremble, and waves of Buddhist aura swept out from the statue, distorting the surrounding space. "I must leave." Lin Yun's face changed. Flapping the golden crow wings behind him, he soared to the sky like a sun. When Lin Yun hovered in the sky, he was shocked to see the Buddha statue flipping over its hand, and that space instantly became distorted. If Lin Yun was a step slower, he might have been suppressed in that space. When the Buddha statue's palm fell to the ground cracked with countless rocks hovering in the sky. As that region continued to collapse, the floor caved in, and this made Lin Yun's face change. He realized that this wasn't a statue, but an expert on the Buddhist path who became a saint by relying on his physique alone. When Lin Yun felt uncertain, the Buddha statue moved again and a golden light radiated from its palm, descending towards Lin Yun. The surrounding space stopped, and Lin Yun couldn't circulate his dragon origin or vitality. It was as though everything had been sealed under that Buddhist aura. This made Lin Yun's scalp go numb because this was the aura of a saint. He felt his bones were about to collapse under that palm, which made his face ugly. But in the critical moment, the pagoda Saint Rune in his profound palace emitted a feeble light. As golden light exploded from the pagoda Saint Rune in Lin Yun's profound palace, it formed a 7-layered pagoda. The 7-layered pagoda in his profound palace could be considered a Buddhist pagoda, and the pagoda was meant to praise merit in Buddhism. Aside from that, it could also subdue demons and vanquish evil. The pagoda Saint Rune was rare, even amongst Saint Runes, and many powerhouses of the Buddhist cult might be unable to grasp it. When the 7-layered pagoda appeared before him, the gigantic palm that could easily take his life stopped. After the golden flames were extinguished from the golden crow wings, Lin Yun could circulate his vitality and dragon origin since the previous restriction had been resolved. That was dangerous, Lin Yun said with lingering fear as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. He realized that he couldn't be careless in the ancient barren battlefield, or he might lose his life if he wasn't careful. He shouldn't have used the flames to burn the Buddha statue earlier. When that Buddha statue slowly retracted its hand, it sank into the ground. The statue was too heavy and soon plunged into the ground after losing its support. It fell through the underground flame vein in a brief moment and fell into magma. That region was terrifying. Many corpses were floating on the magma, but the golden statue was quietly seated in it. When a Buddhist mantra echoed, the corpses were released from their suffering, and a majestic scene appeared before Lin Yun. Multiple souls of ancient experts flew out from the ground. They had suffered for a long time and were finally released today. This made Lin Yun widen his mouth because the Buddhist cult's expert exorcised the dead even after his death. This filled him with respect for this expert, and he bowed. "Senior, I apologize for what I did earlier." He flapped the golden crow wings and left after bowing. A long time later, he turned back. He didn't know if it was his misperception, but he felt that the Buddha statue had raised its head and was looking at him even from a few thousand miles away. It won't be another lingering will, right? Lin Yun muttered before he retracted his gaze. 3 days later, Lin Yun opened his eyes and let out a breath on a snowy mountain. He had utterly refined the golden lotus over the past 3 days, and his cultivation had reached the pinnacle second pulse dragon pulse realm. Aside from that, he was also more proficient at controlling the golden lotus sacred flames and the pagoda. Is there no one from the sword sect here as well? Lin Yun furrowed his brows after taking out the medal. There was no reaction from it. But the ancient barren battlefield was massive, and the scale was that of a few capitals. So it wasn't weird that he didn't run into anyone from the sword sect. A black pillar of light soared to the sky and pierced through the demonic clouds. When the demonic clouds exploded, sunlight shone down. It looked like a golden pillar was descending from the sky. The mountain that was enveloped under the light shone, revealing all the buildings on the mountain. When the demonic clouds gathered again, the palaces swiftly disappeared. Ruins? Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Those were ancient ruins. Ordinary treasures, such as Saint Elixirs, weren't rare on the ancient barren battlefield and could be found everywhere. But there weren't many complete ancient ruins. As Lin Yun's heart throbbed, flames began to blaze within his pupils. An ancient ruin was equivalent to ancient Saint Pellets, secret techniques, and ancient treasures. Saint Elixirs were nothing compared to them because they would strengthen a sect's foundation. This was one of the reasons why the profound sky sect could rise so quickly, and the other was Tian Xuanzi. Without a heaven-defying existence like Tian Xuanzi, the profound sky sect wouldn't be able to patch the incomplete ancient martial techniques so quickly. Let's go! Lin Yun didn't hesitate to turn into a streak of light and charged over. When he got close, he realized that the region was covered in darkness. If it weren't for the Dragon Pulse Realm experts being able to see through the darkness, he would be no different from a blind man in this region. There was a majestic mountain before him that made humans look tiny in comparison. I should be in the right place, Lin Yun muttered as he descended from the sky and sensed the saint aura coming from the mountain. If it weren't for this aura, this mountain would be no different from a barren mountain. But this also meant that there must be an inheritance to release such pressure. What power? Who's that person? He's only at the second pulse dragon pulse realm, but his vitality is powerful. Lin Yun. Lin Yun attracted much attention when he descended. He had no intention of hiding his cultivation when he flew over. His vitality was boiling and was even more potent than those at the pinnacle third pulse dragon pulse realm. With such a robust vitality, he was like a light in the darkness, and his arrival naturally attracted many people's attention. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, Flower Burial. It's him. He slaughtered nearly 100 people from the myriad beast gate by himself. That fellow is a little arrogant. Many gazes fell on Lin Yun, giving off the feeling that he had become a target. Amongst the gazes, many powerful auras far exceeded Lu Chun. This meant they were either the top geniuses of the powerful sects, experts from other domains, or demonic cultivators. Lin Yun quietly circulated the black tortoise breathing and changed his location multiple times. It didn't take long for him to disappear within the crowd, and all the gazes on him also disappeared. This was because Lin Yun had learned his lesson from the Buddha statue. I should be careful. He could sense that those people who came here weren't only strong but also cautious, and most of them had fear lingering within their pupils. This was simple to understand. Everyone who came here was a disciple of the powerful sections. The 8 powerful sects paid more importance to ancient inheritances, which wasn't something that Saint Elixirs could be compared to. After Lin Yun avoided the surrounding gazes, he climbed the mountain. This black mountain was mysterious, and he could only see a faint light. Along the way, he saw many damaged paths and mutilated corpses. This meant that someone was a step ahead of him, and the structure of the mountain was complicated like a maze. Those complete buildings were empty without anything valuable. So Lin Yun used his heavenly dome sword intent to briefly sense, and realized that the Saint aura came from the mountain summit. The pressure is coming from the summit of the mountain. Not wasting any time, Lin Yun headed straight to the mountain summit. But the higher he went, the more terrifying the surrounding pressure became. There were even signs of battles in many palaces, but nothing was valuable. Lin Yun wished Lil Red was with him at times like this. Lin Yun was unhappy because he couldn't see anyone after climbing the mountain, not to mention any treasures. If Lil Red were here, it probably wouldn't leave anything behind, based on its temperament. Right then, a terrifying aura swept out from the mountain summit. The location he was standing in emitted a dazzling light that swept out from the mountain and was accompanied by a terrifyingly deadly aura. This made Lin Yun furrow his brow once more because it was this aura again, the aura that had broken through the demonic clouds earlier. But since he was too far away before, he didn't detect the terrifyingly deadly aura. This made him curious about this black mountain. It gave Lin Yun the feeling that it was a dead mountain. There was no sign of life in the surroundings and no bones of ancient experts. This was unlike the ancient inheritance that he expected. He knew he had to reach the summit to find out what was wrong. Just like that, Lin Yun spent an hour flying before arriving at his destination, where the deadly aura exploded. There was a platform with a towering wall at the far end. The top of the wall was the summit of this mountain, and the wall had a layer of mist flowing down that made it look like a waterfall. As for the origin of the black waterfall, it came from a sword plunged at the mountain summit. He instantly knew that the sword was a treasure. After all, for such a terrifyingly deadly aura to exist even after so many years have passed, even a fool could tell that the sword was an ancient treasure. There were many damaged pillars on the platform, including collapsed palaces. The surroundings were filled with people who came from various forces. No one wanted to let anyone reach the summit, so a fight naturally took place. The deadly aura swept out earlier because the fight here was too intense. Lin Yun hid within the darkness and raised his head to look at the sword. A few thousand feet wasn't far, but the deadly aura was like a fog enveloping the sword. Thus, no one could catch a clear glimpse of that sword. Nether energy? Lin Yun was greatly shocked. He wasn't sure before, but he was sure now that the deadly aura was pure nether energy. The nether energy within the sword was a few hundred times above the nether flower he refined in the past, so what did that mean? A nether flower allowed him to reach the 5th stage in the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. But this sword was sufficient for the entire Divine Firmament peak. The Divine Firmament Sword Sutra declined because the nether sea was destroyed, and it was hard to find nether energy in this world. But if he could bring this sword back to the Divine Firmament peak, it would allow it to rise again. So Lin Yun was determined to obtain this sword, no matter what. One must know that the Divine Firmament Peak possessed one of the 6 strongest sword sutras in the sword sect. Since the platform was spacious, there were many experts fighting. There were at least 7 or 8 at the 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, but they weren't any stronger than Lu Chun. Even so, Lin Yun decided to continue to watch. He was sure there must be experts on this mountain because his sense of danger from the Heavenly Dome Sword intent wouldn't lie to him. But no one showed up, even after half of the people on the platform had been killed. Just when Lin Yun was starting to lose his patience, the golden human in his sword ocean trembled, and he could sense a wisp of fear. In the next second, a blade ray flew out. The blade ray was highly condensed, and countless scriptures were engraved on it. Behind the blade ray was the illusion of a Buddha that lit up the entire platform. When that sword ray flew, aside from the few at the 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, everyone's weapons and constellations were severed into 2. The demon subduing blade. The few 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm geniuses' faces changed because they immediately knew who it was. It had to be the Vajra Monastery's blade wielder, Xian Feng. The fight immediately stopped when they saw Xian Feng. There were no rules in the ancient barren battlefield, aside from the strong preying on the weak. The big sect's golden generation geniuses could regard others as ants to slaughter. But before the chief disciples of the powerful sects, they were nothing in comparison. The 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm geniuses on the platform didn't even dare to look at Xian Feng. They were afraid that they would die if they offended him. After all, Xian Feng wasn't a kind person to begin with, As the Vajra Monastery's blade wielder, he could kill as he wished, and that blade had a huge origin. It was rumored to be a glory saint artifact that had been passed down in the Vajra Monastery for thousands of years, from generation to generation. A group of people appeared behind Xianfeng. There were a few whose cultivation reached the pinnacle of the fourth pulse dragon pulse realm. They were all radiating with a robust vitality. Upon reaching the third pulse dragon pulse realm, one would transform their vitality. On the fourth pulse dragon pulse realm, one would transform their bones. So even if they didn't practice any body refining techniques, cultivators at the fourth pulse dragon pulse realm generally had a powerful physique, and even saint artifacts would have difficulty breaking their defenses. If they had practiced a body refining technique before, their physique would reach an even more terrifying height. After reaching the pinnacle fourth pulse dragon pulse realm, jade marrow would be born in the bone. Not only could it nourish the cultivator's vitality, it could even strengthen the cultivator's dragon origin. The third pulse dragon pulse realm was a threshold, and anyone who could cross it would experience an explosive boost in strength. If Lin Yun didn't have a terrifying foundation and the flower burial sword, it would be hard for him to kill Lu Chan. Then again, that was on the prerequisite that his opponent had no intention of running, or it would be even more challenging for him to kill them. Then again, it was different now. He grasped the Pagoda Saint Rune and Golden Lotus Sacred Flames after refining the Golden Lotus and Bodhi Seed, and reached the pinnacle second pulse dragon pulse realm. Even if he didn't draw his sword, it wouldn't be a problem for him to defeat Lu Chan. The faces of everyone on the platform became ugly when they saw Xianfeng. They were all at the fourth pulse dragon pulse realm, but the gap between them and Xianfeng was too significant. Xianfeng's dragon origin was like a bright sun, while they were no different from fireflies. "Get lost," Xianfeng said indifferently. "Thank you, Lord Xianfeng, for not killing us." Everyone on the platform breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Xianfeng before leaving. "Senior brother, we should have made them leave something behind before letting them leave. This mountain might be dead, but there must be ancient inheritances. I bet those people have obtained quite a bit since they can come here." The second strongest genius of the Vajra Monastery, Xian Jian, said with cold killing intent flashing within his pupils. This person was mysterious because he wore a mask covering half of his face. "That's right. It's too easy on them. Why don't I chase after them and give them a beating?" Song Yun echoed along. He was a Song generation disciple of the Vajra Monastery, one generation lower than Xianfeng and Xianjian, but he quickly grew strong. Since he had various encounters in the ancient barren battlefield, he took a risk a few days ago and reached the fourth pulse dragon pulse realm. In this party, his position was only second to Feng Xian and Feng Jian. As Xianfeng raised his head, he said, "No need. Their harvest is nothing compared to the Nether Saint sword." Before those people on the platform could leave, they were all slaughtered. Looking from afar, anyone could tell that this group of people wasn't simple. Judging from their clothes, you couldn't find any sect in the ancient barren domain with such flashy clothes, aside from the Emerald Jade Manor. "Xianfeng, it has been a long time." The one who spoke was the chief disciple of the Emerald Jade Manor, Chan Tao, who obtained the glazed treasure physique. "You're not slow yourself." Xianfeng wasn't surprised by Chun Tao's arrival. But there was only one Nether Saint sword, which meant that everyone else aside from him were enemies. "Not bad, I guess," Chun Tao said, glancing around. When he saw the Saint's sword plunged into the wall, his eyes became straight, and he muttered, "This is probably a Sovereign Saint artifact." Sovereign Saint artifacts were only second to divine artifacts. Aside from being engraved with all 7 glory spirits, the glory spirits engraved on it even formed a sovereign constellation. This meant that Sovereign Saint artifacts would draw the power of sovereign constellations at full power. This was why Sovereign Saint artifacts were known to be invincible beneath divine artifacts. But Xianfeng was indifferent. He had long recognized that the Nether Saint sword was a Sovereign Saint artifact. It's just that it was heavily damaged. The deadly aura flowing on the wall was the essence of the Nether Saint sword, and it was no longer as powerful as before after so many years. But even so, this wouldn't change the fact that this Nether Saint sword was a priceless treasure. But even if there was a 1 in 10,000th chance of repairing it, It was enough for people like the Radiant Sword Saint and Tian Xuanzi to fight over it. Even if it wasn't possible to repair it, it was still attractive to a saint. So there was no way Chen Tao and Xian Feng could let this sword fall into the hands of others. Ha! Why don't I join in on the fun for this sovereign saint artifact? A cold voice resounded when the Emerald Jade Manor and Vajra Monastery faced off. Not long later, a group of bladesmen appeared in this region, and the leader was Xiao Kuei, the chief disciple of the Heavenly Blade Pavilion. They also had a huge formation not any weaker than the Vajra Monastery. As the three parties faced off, no one dared to move, making everyone's hearts throb. They were rejoicing that they didn't join in on the competition. After all, Xian Feng, Chen Tao, and Xiao Kuei were all prideful people and had become golden generation geniuses long ago. They were already at the top of the pyramid amongst the younger generations in the ancient barren domain. But no one dared to make a move. They knew they would be ganged upon by the other two if their stance was too strong. First come, first serve. Since your Vajra Monastery is first, why don't you guys go ahead? Chen Tao said with his eyes squinted while looking at Xian Feng. Sounds good. Xiao Kuei raised his brow. The nether waterfall is deadly, and one will die if they're not careful. I bet you guys can deal with it as disciples of the Buddhist cult. You think my senior brother is stupid? No one knows what's up there. Not to mention that you guys might stab us in the back. Song Yun cussed. Xian Feng squinted his eyes and didn't refute those words. He was arrogant as the Vajra Monastery's blade wielder, but he wasn't stupid. There's no first come, first serve in this world. I only heard before that the stronger one is first. Brother Xiao, I bet you can cut this nether waterfall into two with your heavenly origin blade technique. Xian Feng said, looking at Xiao Kuei. It was rumored that Xiao Kuei had reached the 9th stage in the heavenly origin blade technique, and his most potent attack was comparable to a dragon spirit martial technique. Chen Tao's gaze fell onto Xiao Kuei when he heard that. Compared to Xian Feng, Xiao Kuei's blade technique was more terrifying, with his firmament blade intent reaching an alarming height. Ha! Xiao Kuei snorted. You make it sound like Brother Chen's glazed treasure physique is afraid of nether energy. Upon reaching the 9th stage in the divine phaseless art, one would achieve the glazed treasure physique, invulnerable to saint artifacts and elements. In a nutshell, none of the three were pushovers. Since the three of you are so humble, why don't I go first? A voice resounded from the darkness that changed Chen Tao, Xiao Kuei, and Xian Feng's faces. They were confident in their strength. So how was it possible that someone managed to hide his existence from them? When their gazes fell onto the newcomer, they saw a youth donned in an azure robe. As he slowly approached them, the ugly expressions on their faces gradually receded. Lin Yun! Before they could say a word, the disciples beside them exclaimed. Chen Tao, Xiao Kuei, and Xian Feng had never interacted with Lin Yun before, but their fellow disciples naturally saw Lin Yun at the Heavenly Pool gathering. As for Zhang Yun, he even had a relationship with Lin Yun, but they had shock and disbelief on their faces. Lin Yun's age was no different from theirs. He was a nobody a year or two ago, but now he could actually speak with the chief disciples face to face. Song Yun's lips twitched, and he wondered if Lin Yun was insane. The chief disciples of the three powerful sects didn't dare to make a move, but Lin Yun dared to be so arrogant when he was only at the second pulse dragon pulse realm. Didn't he know how death was spelled? It's me, Lin Yun said while walking towards the wall. His arrogance left the three sects disciples dumbfounded. Did Lin Yun just ignore them? The faces of Chen Tao, Xian Feng, and Xiao Kuei sank because not even Gu Ruochen dared to be so arrogant before them. Two blade rays flew towards him in the next second, coming from Xian Feng and Xiao Kuei. The two bladesmen had fiery tempers and drew their blades without hesitation. They might have reservations about touching Lin Yun when they were outside, but no one would care about Lin Yun's identity as the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple while in the ancient barren battlefield. The two blade rays they unleashed were like two ferocious beasts that were charging at Lin Yun, and their blade rays could be seen even from 100 miles away. Undoubtedly, the chief disciples of each powerful sect were strong. Their blade rays made the entire mountain tremble, and the two blade rays quickly tore the platform apart, and Lin Yun's figure disappeared. That was only a casual attack from Xianfeng and Xiao Kuei, but it was still terrifying to cause such destruction. This made everyone on the mountain stumped with their mouths wide open, and they finally knew what it was to be a genius of the Golden Generation. Nothing so impressive about the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, after all. Xiao Kuei sheathed his blade with disdain flashing across his pupils. He deserved it. A mere fly at the second Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm dare to interfere in our affairs? It would have been better if Gu Ruochen came. Xianfeng commented indifferently. They might not be friendly with each other, but they acknowledged each other's strengths. Only Gu Ruochen was on the same level as them, and anyone else who dared to look at them alone was a sinner. As the mountain trembled, the blade rays turned many corpses on the ground into ashes, and the commotion on the platform lasted for a long time. "Aren't you two a little too much?" A voice resounded from the cloud of dust, and a blurred silhouette gradually appeared before everyone. When Lin Yun waved his hand, a gale blew the cloud of dust away. The platform was messy, but it had all cleaned up when Lin Yun waved his hand. When Lin Yun appeared before everyone unscathed, they saw the dragon runes that were glowing on the surface of his body, surprising Xianfeng and Chen Tao. Their fellow disciples were also shocked because Lin Yun was actually fine under the attack of two Pinnacle 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm experts. But how was this possible? When everyone felt uncertain, Xian Jian suddenly pushed his palm out, executing the Divine Monument Palm. When he was enveloped in a Buddhist light, a green monument appeared above him, and a gigantic palm descended from the sky. Azure Dragon Grasp. Lin Yun didn't panic when facing the incoming attack. It's as though he had already predicted it. As thunderstorms gathered, a dragon claw descended from the sky, destroying that gigantic palm before landing on Xian Jian's chest. This made blood drip out of Xian Jian's lips as he took several steps back with shock reflected in his pupils. He was at the pinnacle of the 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm, and his bones were comparable to saint artifacts. That attack still couldn't injure his internal organs, and he only suffered some light injuries. But it made no sense because he shouldn't be injured at all with the massive gap in their cultivations. "You're starting to get on my nerves." Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly, and he drew his sword, executing the heavenly sword form. When Lin Yun executed the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra and Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon, 36 figures appeared behind him, swinging out a sword, each like a layer of heaven. As the 36 layers of heaven overlapped, a majestic sword ray flew out. This made Chun Tao, Xianfeng, and Xiao Kuei's faces change as they quickly moved. When the attacks clashed, the three took a step back with their eyes squinting. The three exchanged a glance and couldn't comprehend what was going on. He was clearly at the second Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm, which made no sense. Although they didn't use their full strength, they were forced to take a step back against Lin Yun. This was simply too unbelievable. The audience on the mountain was dumbfounded because they never expected Lin Yun to be able to make the three take a step back. Was the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple so terrifying? "What are you guys doing? You guys aren't going up, and yet you don't let anyone else go up." Lin Yun smiled, looking at the three with mockery in his eyes. "Lin Yun, are you an idiot? Or are you pretending to be one?" Xiao Kuei said coldly. "You feel that you're qualified to stand on the same level as us? Gu Ruochen is more likely to do that if he comes here. Even if my senior brother was here, you wouldn't have let him have the sword." Lin Yun looked at Xiao Kuei with a playful smile. When he was done, Chun Tao from the Emerald Jade Manor finally made a move. But he didn't make a move against Lin Yun, but dashed towards the wall. He activated his glazed treasure physique along the way, and the deadly aura couldn't threaten him. "I'll be taking a step first." Chun Tao smiled. Lin Yun was a nobody. The Nether Saint's sword was of utmost importance. "This bastard!" Xianfeng and Xiao Kuei cursed because Chun Tao took this opportunity to take the lead. They immediately ignored Lin Yun and chased after Chun Tao. They both knew Lin Yun offending them was nothing compared to a Sovereign Saint's sword. After they obtained the Sovereign Saint's sword, they would have plenty of time to deal with him. After they moved, the disciples who came with them also charged over. Xianxia, who took a palm from Lin Yun, glared at the latter and said, "I'll deal with you later. Song Yun, you stay behind and watch him." He naturally couldn't swallow it when he suffered in Lin Yun's hand earlier. Song Yun was briefly stunned. When he came to his senses, Xianxia had already left him behind with Lin Yun. All the other disciples bolted towards the summit of the mountain. When Song Yun turned his head, his pupils flashed with envy because there must be other treasures aside from the Sovereign Saint's sword. He didn't dare to think about the Sovereign Saint's sword, but obtaining a saint artifact or saint pellets would be good. There's no need to be envious. There might not be anything good on the summit, Lin Yun said. Song Yun was unhappy and turned around. "What do you know? That's a Sovereign Saint's sword. There must be other remains, and I might not have to risk my life in the ancient barren battlefield anymore." "You really think so?" Lin Yun wore a profound smile. "You're really impressive. Not only did you become first on the Elysium core ranking, but you dared to face my senior brother head-on." Song Yun looked at Lin Yun with a playful gaze. Glancing at him, Lin Yun turned to look at the mountain summit. "What did you mean by those words earlier?" Song Yun was a chatterbox, so he started asking questions, seeing that Lin Yun wasn't paying any attention to him. "Haven't you wondered why this mountain is a dead mountain? Since there must be remains at the summit, why can't there be demonic corpses?" Lin Yun asked. Those words made Song Yun's eyelid twitch. The ancient barren battlefield might be dangerous, but demonic corpses were even more dangerous. They weren't corpses corroded by demonic aura but fiends who turned into demonic corpses. They would have no chance if they ran into those demonic corpses. If there are demonic corpses, they should have come out earlier when the commotion was so huge. Song Yun's lip twitched. The commotion earlier was huge, but no one touched that sword. But if someone touched that sword, haha. Lin Yun sighed. Song Yun's face changed, feeling that what Lin Yun said earlier made sense. But there was something that didn't seem right, for some reason. A brief moment later, he asked, "Don't try and fool me. If there are demonic corpses, why did you try to charge over earlier? I don't even fear your senior brother. So why would I be afraid of demonic corpses?" Lin Yun smiled. After he said that, Song Yun smiled. "You nearly fooled me. With my senior brother's strength, what can the demonic corpses do to him?" But Lin Yun didn't bother with Song Yun and headed towards the wall. But when he took 2 steps out, Song Yun appeared before him. "Lin Yun, we might have some relationship, but you better not move since senior brother Xianxia told me to watch you." Song Yun smiled. "Get out of my way. I don't wish to make a move against you," Lin Yun said. What he said was true since Lin Yun tricked Song Yun back at Profound Wither Island. So he didn't want to injure Song Yun. "Sorry about that." Song Yun shook his head. "Your senior brother can't stop me." "Are you sure that you can stop me?" Lin Yun asked. When Song Yun heard that, his eyes flashed with sympathy. "Lin Yun, you're too naive. My senior brother is stronger than you, but he wasn't serious earlier. You should rejoice that you're still alive. I'll honestly tell you, the two of them possess a Glory Saint artifact. It's not an issue for them to kill you." Glory Saint artifacts? Well, he also had 2 of them, so he didn't bother with Song Yun and continued forth. But when he took a step out, Song Yun suddenly made a move with a dragon roar echoing from within his body. The next moment, he was enveloped with a golden light as thunderstorms roared. Dragon runes began to appear on his body, and he was like an actual azure dragon at this moment, emitting a boundless draconic aura. When his palm landed on Lin Yun, he was like an azure dragon that shoved Lin Yun away. When the huge force slammed over, Lin Yun was surprised and took 3 steps back before stabilizing himself. When he raised his head, Song Yun's dragon runes gathered and formed an azure dragon. "You succeeded?" Lin Yun was surprised. "You're not the only one in this world who's a genius. I already said that we might have some relationship, so don't make it hard. You might have been able to suppress me on the Profound Wither Island and the Heavenly Pool Gathering, but that was the past. You're no longer my opponent," Song Yun said. Lin Yun examined Song Yun and noticed his dragon runes were purer than when he obtained the blue dragon bone. His azure dragon aura was also genuine. He initially planned to trick Song Yun by giving him the azure dragon saint art because this required a strong talent in body refining techniques and a dragon bone. So he thought that even if Song Yun had the azure dragon saint art, it would be hard for him to practice it. But since Song Yun succeeded, Lin Yun no longer had any reservations about making a move against Song Yun. "You're a genius," Lin Yun smiled. "Likewise, likewise," Song Yun smiled. "You're not bad yourself, and I have a deep impression of when you defeated Huang Xuani back at the Heavenly Pool gathering. But you better go back now. Don't force me because it'll sound bad if the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple kneels before me." For dragon pulses appeared behind Song Yun as he circulated his dragon origin. As the aura of the dragon pulses combined with the azure dragon aura, he slowly walked toward Lin Yun. He was planning to intimidate Lin Yun with his aura. The azure dragon formed by Song Yun's dragon runes was vivid. Paired with his 4 dragon pulses, the azure dragon released a terrifying dragon aura. As the dragon's roar echoed, a violent gale broke apart the demonic clouds with lightning lighting up the Black Mountain. "True dragon aura?" Lin Yun was surprised as he muttered to himself. "Not bad for you to realize it. I'm not afraid to tell you. In the entire ancient barren domain, 80% of the true dragon saint liquids are in the hands of the Vajra monastery, and we even have genuine dragon blood." Song Yun smiled. "To practice this azure dragon saint art, I spent 60,000 kilograms of true dragon saint liquid, 600 kilograms of dragon blood, and an azure dragon true bone. Aside from the azure dragon true bone that took me trouble, I can easily gather the rest." Lin Yun finally understood how Song Yun managed to grasp the azure dragon saint art. With an azure dragon true bone, dragon blood, and 60,000 kilograms of true dragon saint liquid, it wasn't weird that Song Yun could reach such a level in the azure dragon saint art. "You're distracted by your sword path, but I'm not distracted by anything, so you don't have to find it weird." Song Yun smiled. He had no ill intentions against Lin Yun, he was just trying to show off. He was satisfied with Lin Yun's current expression, since was determined to shock Lin Yun 2 years ago. "Don't even think about the Nether Saint's sword. Just obediently stay here." Song Yun laughed. Since he was already close to Lin Yun, he suddenly made a move, and his hand enveloped him. When the azure dragon fused into his palm, it manifested into a dragon claw clad in thunderstorms that tugged the sky down. But Lin Yun didn't panic. He circulated the blue dragon bone to execute the divine dragon eyes. In a split second, the glory sun and glory moon spirits hidden within his pupils shone brightly with the blue dragon seal, white dragon seal, and golden dragon seal activated. The seals formed into flames that revolved around the glory sun and glory moon spirits before they started to rotate even faster. As a divine dragon's aura swept out, Song Yun's true dragon aura was instantly suppressed, and his attack gradually collapsed. How is this possible? Song Yun was shocked because he clearly never expected this scene. As alarms rang in his heart, he swiftly retreated. Too late. Lin Yun smiled, circulating the azure dragon saint art that reached the pinnacle of complete mastery. The 40,000 dragon runes within the blue dragon bone were all activated and poured into his palm. Gritting his teeth, Song Yun could only face Lin Yun head-on while retreating. In just a split second, they exchanged 10-odd moves, and each collision was like 2 dragons clashing together. As Song Yun's dragon runes continued to shatter, Lin Yun's dragon runes continued to appear on his body. In the end, Lin Yun's palm landed on Song Yun's chest, destroying all the dragon runes he had on him. Throwing a mouthful of blood, Song Yun fell to his knees, and his face became pale. Just when he was about to get up, a boundless thunderstorm descended from the sky, and Lin Yun's speed was so fast that Song Yun couldn't avoid it in time. The dragon claw hovered above his head, making Song Yun feel suffocating. As he maintained one knee on the ground, his face was distorted by the pain. Even if the azure dragon bone is strong, it's nothing compared to a divine dragon bone, Lin Yun said, looking at Song Yun. He then slowly walked over, If it was the Azure Dragon King bone that was left behind by the Azure Dragon King, it would make sense if he lost in terms of physique. But since it was only an Azure Dragon bone, it was a little too lacking. What do you want? Song Yun's lips trembled with fear rising in his heart. To dig out your dragon bone, Lin Yun said as he increased his speed and disappeared. This made Song Yun tremble in fear, his face becoming pale. Song Yun felt despair when thinking of the terrifying consequences of his dragon bone being dug out. He wanted to beg for mercy but couldn't even utter a word. When Lin Yun reappeared before Song Yun, his hand swiftly stretched out. But he didn't dig Song Yun's dragon bone. Instead, his finger pointed at Song Yun's brows as a light shot into the latter's mind. A brief moment later, Song Yun widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Lin Yun. He was deeply shocked and couldn't believe it because Lin Yun passed him the Azure Dragon grasp. He asked in a trembling tone, "You're not here to dig out my dragon bone?" Song Yun was shocked that Lin Yun would hand over such a powerful secret technique to him, and he couldn't believe that this was all real. "I'm just joking." Lin Yun smiled. "In the beginning, I thought I tricked you, but I never expected that you would succeed. So I might give this to you as well. Consider it a sign of goodwill." "Why?" Song Yun asked. He still couldn't believe that this was all real. "I already said, a sign of goodwill. You showed no killing intent toward me, or you would already be dead," Lin Yun said casually. "You're not afraid I'll come after you after learning it?" "Oh." Lin Yun gave Song Yun an eye for him to comprehend himself, which made Song Yun's lips twitch because he was being disregarded. With a smile, Lin Yun continued, "You don't believe me? I'll be honest with you then. You can't stop my sword, no matter how powerful your physique becomes. You have already reforged your bones with the fourth pulse dragon pulse realm. You can easily block most saint artifacts paired with your Azure Dragon saint physique." "That's for sure." Song Yun nodded. When he was done, Lin Yun suddenly moved and tapped on Song Yun's chest. As his sword ray shone on his finger, it instantly drilled a hole in Song Yun's chest, and blood flowed out. Despite the pain distorting Song Yun's face became ugly. "You!" Lin Yun was simply too ruthless. "This is to tell you not to make things difficult for my sword sex disciples, since I can kill you anytime I want. Secondly, we must make it look real even if we're acting. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble if your senior brother comes after you." Lin Yun smiled and winked. But Song Yun naturally wouldn't believe it as the corner of his lips twitched. He felt that Lin Yun was taking revenge on him because he was too arrogant earlier. "Find a place and hide. You're too lazy, so it's best if you don't get involved with the ancient barren battlefields affair. The Azure Dragon grasp is enough for you to comprehend for a long time," Lin Yun said. Song Yun wasn't stupid, and he knew Lin Yun was secretly telling him to leave because Lin Yun would clash with the Vajra monastery later over the Nether Saint sword. "You're already so strong without drawing your sword. So how strong are you after drawing your sword?" Song Yun said with lingering fear, looking at the sword box behind Lin Yun. "Don't be curious about something you shouldn't know. Oh, remember to find an Azure Dragon King's true bone," Lin Yun urged. Song Yun flung his lip and went down the mountain while clutching his chest. But just when he was about to step off the platform, he was surprised because he noticed that Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to climb the summit. He sat down beneath the waterfall, allowing the deadly aura to sweep through him, and a nether flower slowly appeared behind him. But Song Yun soon shook his head because he couldn't comprehend what Lin Yun was trying to do. Beneath the waterfall, Lin Yun circulated the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra to absorb the nether energy within the waterfall. He knew it would take some time for the competition for the Nether Saint sword to be determined. It wasn't an excellent choice to clash with the three sects head-on either. He didn't have to clash with them so quickly, so he would take this opportunity to push his Divine Firmament Sword Sutra to the 6th stage. As nether energy poured into his body, the nether flower within Lin Yun's body received great nourishment, and the nether flower's petals started to emit a dazzling radiance. As the powerful nether energy filled his body, it swiftly gathered on the nether sword. What speed! Lin Yun was inwardly shocked because the nether energy here was too massive. It was 10 odd times more than the nether flower he had previously refined, and he could only endure facing such terrifying nether energy for an hour. An hour should be enough for me to reach the 6th stage. Lin Yun inwardly muttered before speeding up the circulation of the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. At the summit of Black Mountain, Chun Tao was startled since he was the first to reach the summit. The ground was covered with dried-up corpses, which were extremely old. Their foreheads had traces of caving in, looking like a vertical eye on the foreheads. The Demon Spirit Clan. Chun Tao's face changed. He was the chief disciple of the Emerald Jade Manor, and he naturally recognized the Demon Spirit Clan's origins. They were fiends, the cause of the chaos in the darkest era. Looking ahead, he could see a Demon Spirit Clan's expert stabbed into the ground by that Nether Saint sword. The waves of nether energy passed through the chest of that Demon Spirit Clan's corpse before flowing onto the ground. Without a second thought, Chun Tao dashed at the Nether Saint sword. After all, it was a sovereign saint artifact. But when he took several steps forth, he felt an immense obstruction. Looking at the Nether Saint sword, Chun Tao's eyes blazed with flames, and his glazed treasure physique became even more brilliant. He pushed his pinnacle Fourth Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm to the limit and emitted a dazzling glow that tore the demonic clouds apart. Xian Feng and Xiao Kuei followed right behind him, and they were both briefly stunned before they chased after Chun Tao. "You guys are fast." Chun Tao turned back and smiled, but he wasn't too affected. The three's strengths were similar, and he was faster than them. This meant it would be impossible for those two to catch up to him. "Damn it!" Xiao Kuei cursed. His aura was like a blade suppressing the Nether Saint sword. Xiao Kuei and Xian Jian tried their best, but no matter how they tried, they were behind Chun Tao. 15 minutes later, when Chun Tao arrived before the Nether Saint sword, he lowered his head to look at the Demon Spirit Clan's corpse that was plunged into the ground by the sword. The caved-in portion on its forehead looked silver, and it emitted a noble aura. Silver-eyed demon spirit? Chun Tao's face changed. He felt that this Demon Spirit Clan's corpse wasn't ordinary when it was alive. Anyone could figure out that if it wasn't powerful when it was alive, it wouldn't be suppressed when using a Sovereign Saint artifact. But this Demon Spirit Clan's corpse looked young. Chun Tao looked at the face of the Demon Spirit Clan's corpse. This corpse had dried up, but he could roughly tell that this Demon Spirit Clan's expert was pretty young before it died. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Chun Tao's mind that made him suspect that this Demon Spirit Clan's corpse wasn't completely dead. "Stop!" Xian Feng and Xiao Kuei's voices resounded while they emitted terrifying auras. Seeing that Chun Tao was going to take the Nether Saint sword, the two naturally became anxious. Chun Tao soon tossed that thought to the back of his mind. Even if it could come back alive, it would be just a remnant of will, and nothing was terrifying about that. Chun Tao was decisive and grabbed onto the Nether Saint sword without hesitation. A deadly aura began to gush out when he grabbed onto the Nether Saint sword. The deadly aura was like a tide sweeping out, and Chun Tao's glazed treasure physique became increasingly brilliant under it. As emerald light shone from his body, the deadly aura couldn't erode him, no matter how it tried. This was because the glazed treasure physique granted him immunity to the elements. But when Chun Tao tried to pull the sword out, something unexpected happened. A terrifying sword aura exploded, and he couldn't pull it out no matter how he tried. "What's going on?" Chun Tao was surprised. The Nether Saint sword might be a Sovereign Saint sword, but it shouldn't be so powerful after so many years. Not to mention that it was damaged and could only be considered a Glory Saint artifact now. With his strength, it made no sense that he couldn't pull this sword out. Suddenly, Chun Tao's face changed upon sensing a terrifying power coming from the Nether Saint sword, rejecting him. He knew that if he continued to pull this sword, he would suffer a frightening backlash. At that moment, Xian Feng and Xiao Kuei both arrived. Despite the unwillingness in Chun Tao's pupils, he had no choice but to release the sword and swiftly retreat while pushing a palm out. His palm collided with the two blade rays, and Chun Tao flickered before he landed where the Emerald Jade Manor's party was located. The Vajra Monastery and Heavenly Blade Pavilion's disciples also arrived, so the three forces fell into a stalemate. "Chun Tao, Aren't you a little too despicable? Xiao Kuei looked at Chun Tao unhappily. Xian Feng's face was dark, and his face was also ugly while looking at Chun Tao. After all, Chun Tao was one step away from taking that sovereign saint's sword. Humph! Chun Tao snorted. Stop pretending. Why do we need our face in the ancient barren battlefield? If you want your face, why don't you let me have this sovereign saint's sword? Xian Feng and Xiao Kuei were stumped upon hearing what Chun Tao said, and they couldn't say a word. This was because what Chun Tao said wasn't wrong, and anyone who still wanted their face would be gobbled up by others in the ancient barren battlefield. There's only one sovereign saint's sword, and we're as strong as each other. So we won't be able to come to an outcome even if we fight, and the consequences of us fighting seriously isn't something we can accept. After all, the Blue Dragon Saint Palace hasn't appeared yet, Xian Feng said after a brief pondering. Chun Tao and Xiao Kuei's gazes fell on him when they heard that, and Chun Tao asked, "What do you suggest?" It's not worth fighting over a saint's sword when the Saint Palace hasn't appeared yet. Anyone who obtains this saint's sword will have to give something to the two other parties. Xian Feng soon came out with a solution. But that's a sovereign saint's sword, Xiao Kuei said. The value of a sovereign saint artifact was tremendous, and the price of it wasn't something they could fork up even if they gave up all of their harvests. You two are bladesmen, right? Chun Tao suddenly smiled. Let me have this sword, and I can take out 10 myriad year saint elixirs. Aside from that, if dragon spirit martial techniques exist in the Saint Palace, I'm willing to share a copy with you guys. Even if incomplete, dragon spirit martial techniques were precious, and Chun Tao was sincere in his offer. Oh, it's not easy to pull the sword out. You guys can try it if you don't believe me, so there's no need for us to waste our time here. Let me have this opportunity, since this is the best choice, Chun Tao said calmly. Let me give it a try. Xiao Kuei looked at Chun Tao doubtfully before he tried to pull the sword out, and the outcome was just as what Chun Tao said. He was also scared and quickly released the sword when he sensed the rebound force coming from the saint's sword. What's going on? Xiao Kuei was stumped because he couldn't pull the sword out, even with his pinnacle firmament blade intent. Xian Feng also tried it, and the outcome was the same as Xiao Kuei. See? Believe me now. Chun Tao smiled. Since everyone can't pull it out, where did you get the confidence to draw it? Are you sure that you can obtain this sword? Xiao Kuei looked at Chun Tao. You guys don't have to care about that. I naturally have my ways. So, what do you guys think about my suggestion? Chun Tao smiled. Xian Feng and Xiao Kuei fell into deep thought because the consequences of them fighting amongst themselves weren't something any of them could accept. Not to mention that they couldn't pull out the sword and should agree with Chun Tao by rights. I have no opinion against that, Xiao Kuei said. With a satisfied expression, Chun Tao looked at Xian Feng. What about you? Let me look at the saint elixirs first, Xian Feng said. Ha ha ha. All right. Chun Tao laughed as he retrieved several saint elixirs from the interspatial bracelet. Right then, the demon spirit clan's corpse suddenly opened its eyes and spat out a mouthful of demonic aura. When the demonic aura fused into the surroundings, the dried-up corpses on the ground began to move. The silver-eyed demon spirit laughed and emitted a terrifying aura. It was as though he was coming back to life. Ha ha ha! The Nether Saint's sword suddenly released an intense light. The demonic clouds in the sky were pierced, and the Sovereign Saint's sword's tattered sword aura tried to suppress the silver-eyed demon spirit. The silver-eyed demon spirit had a lingering will that had remained, but the Saint's sword also had a lingering will. As the two clashed, the entire mountain lit up, making the eyes of Xiao Kuei and others widen their eyes with disbelief. They could feel a chill run down their spines. They were shocked that the silver-eyed demon spirit's corpse could come back to life. But before they could respond, the dried-up corpses on the ground turned into demonic corpses as they wriggled. They then charged at the surrounding disciples. Quick! Leave! Everyone's faces changed, and they quickly commanded their fellow disciples to leave. But the demonic corpses were too ferocious, instantly surrounding them. Not only that, but the demonic corpses weren't invulnerable to saint artifacts, and they weren't afraid of them either. Or rather, they were already dead to begin with. As for the silver-eyed demon spirit, it was resisting the Nether Saint's sword. In the end, the Nether Saint's sword was stronger, and the demonic light in the silver-eyed demon spirit's eyes gradually began to dim as time passed. Right then, the silver-eyed demon spirit grabbed a hold of a Vajra monastery's disciple. When that disciple was grabbed by the silver-eyed demon spirit, he suddenly couldn't move and his blood began to flow toward the silver-eyed demon spirit. "Senior brother, save me." That person fell into despair as he looked at Xianfeng with his face distorted from the pain. Xianfeng was decisive and immediately charged over. But just when he was about to approach, the silver-eyed demon spirit seemed to sense his arrival and released that disciple. That Vajra monastery's disciple flew out like a cannonball and exploded in midair. The terrifying explosion forced Xianfeng to retreat. "Ha!" The silver-eyed demon spirit's eyes flashed with mockery before grabbing a hold of an Emerald Jade Manor's disciple. Chen Tao rushed over, trying to save that disciple, but the silver-eyed demon spirit repeated what it did to Xianfeng. As that disciple exploded, it forced Chen Tao to retreat as well. Just like that, the silver-eyed demon spirit kept repeating this process, grabbing one disciple after another to devour their blood. As it gradually consumed more blood, its dried-up body swelled as if it were returning to life. Only the deadly aura that manifested into a nether flower suppressed the silver-eyed demon spirit like a shackle. "Jian Qingkong!" The silver-eyed demon spirit roared, and a terrifying killing intent exploded. The killing intent enveloped Chen Tao, Xianfeng, and Xiao Kuei in fear because they knew things were about to get out of control. They could tell that the silver-eyed demon spirit was gradually reviving and becoming even more terrifying. "Stop holding back and deal with this silver-eyed demon spirit first. Otherwise, we will all die here." Chen Tao's face changed while taking out his Glory Saint artifact. An ancient tablet appeared in his hand. It was like a jade while emitting a terrifying dragon aura the moment it appeared. Xianfeng also drew out a golden blade that was enveloped in a holy aura, and one could hear mantras being recited. On the other hand, Xiao Kuei took out a demonic, crimson blade. All three were Glory Saint artifacts: the Dragon Manipulation Tablet, the Demon Blood Blade, and the Golden Vajra. They were also Chen Tao, Xiao Kuei, and Xianfeng's trump cards, but they never expected that they would have to use them before the Saint Palace. But fiends were shrouded in a terrifying legend in the ancient barren battlefield, and they didn't dare to hold back because they knew that they would die if they held back. "Let's go!" The three unleashed an attack with their Glory Saint artifacts at the silver-eyed demon spirit, lighting up the mountain once more. The three Glory Spirit artifacts also created three phenomena: a soaring dragon, a descending demon, and a descending Buddha. This attack from the three could even destroy the entire mountain, making everyone on the mountain tremble as they wondered what was going on. But just when the three attacks were about to land, the silver-eyed demon spirit finally pulled the Nether Saint's sword out of its chest before soaring to the sky, blocking the three attacks with the Nether Saint's sword. Wielding the Nether Saint's sword, the silver-eyed demon spirit's vertical eye on its forehead opened, and it snorted, "Kneel!" With shocked expressions, Chen Tao, Xiao Kuei, and Xianfeng were falling to their knees as the silver-eyed demon spirit came to life. They even started to tremble when a demonic aura descended on them. But just when the three were about to go down on their knees, a silver moon soared up the cliff. "You three are elites of my human race. It's too unsightly for you guys to go down on your knees so easily." Laughter echoed as a silver moon rose into the sky. When they turned their heads back, they saw a person carrying a sword box on the moon. Lin Yun. Everyone was surprised when they heard Lin Yun's voice and turned around. But before they could react, Lin Yun had landed on the summit under the silver moon. The silver-eyed demon spirit wielded the Nether Saint's sword while emitting a terrifying demonic aura that enveloped the entire sky. Xianfeng, Chen Tao, and Xiao Kuei were surprised by the Nether Saint's sword's power. This was why they were in such a pathetic state under the demonic aura. Humph! Seeing Lin Yun's appearance, the trio snorted and executed their Glory Saint artifacts. A jade dragon flew out from the Dragon Manifestation Monument, coiling around Chen Tao. This was a perfect complement to his glazed treasure physique. Xian Feng's golden vajra emitted a faint Buddhist aura that made him look like an arhat. Xiao Kuei's demon blood blade was enveloped in demonic light that manifested into an ominous beast, Zhu Yan. But even so, they were still having great difficulties withstanding the demonic aura, and they only ensured they wouldn't go down on their knees under it. On the other hand, Lin Yun was calm and composed and didn't seem to be having any difficulty. This made the three surprised with disbelief. They couldn't comprehend how Lin Yun managed to maintain his composure while facing the demonic aura. The Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, Xiao Kuei suddenly said. This made Chun Tao and Xianfeng's eyes light up as they looked at a black flower beneath Lin Yun's feet. This nether flower had 48 petals. They instantly understood Lin Yun was using the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra's nether energy to defend against the demonic aura. This silver-eyed demon spirit isn't that terrifying. It's mainly because of that nether saint sword rendering us helpless. But Lin Yun cultivated the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, so he's not feeling any pressure. Chan Tao said coldly, Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. The silver-eyed demon spirit's eyes lit up when he looked at Lin Yun. It might seem mighty, but it had no joy on its face at all. Deep within its pupils was a nether flower that was like a shackle that was sealing it. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free at all. So the more it struggled, the more helpless it felt. This was why the silver-eyed demon spirit had excitement when it saw Lin Yun. Ha ha ha! The heaven didn't give up on me. Murong Ku. I have come back to life, destined to reach the summit. At that time, my divine blood clan will return to the Kunlun realm once more. The silver-eyed demon spirit's eyes blazed with flames while looking at Lin Yun. The demonic corpses attacking the three sects stopped and slowly surrounded Lin Yun. This alleviated Xian Feng, Chun Tao, and Xiao Kuei's pressure. They fell into deep thoughts and exchanged glances. The three immediately had an idea, and they retracted the aura of their Glory Saint artifacts from the silver-eyed demon spirit. Go! After they stowed their Glory Saint artifacts, they swiftly led their disciples out of this place. Anyone could tell that the demonic spirits weren't easy to deal with, and they would have to pay a great price if they stayed here, even if they could make it out alive. The silver-eyed demon spirit's attention was on Lin Yun, which was a golden opportunity for them to leave. After leaving the summit, they regathered and looked at the summit. The mountain's summit was enveloped in demonic clouds, and the clouds were so dense that not even moonlight could shine through. Are we going to leave just like that? Xiao Kuei still wasn't willing to leave. With our strength, we might have a chance if we fight that silver-eyed demon spirit. They came from powerful sects and had other trump cards besides their Glory Saint artifacts. Haha, this is the best situation, Chun Tao smiled. Lin Yun has trump cards of his own, and he's probably planning to wait for us to die before obtaining all of the harvests. But I bet he never expected that the silver-eyed demon spirit would turn his attention from us to him. Anyhow, this allowed us to watch them fight. That's right, even if the silver-eyed demon spirit managed to deal with Lin Yun, he won't come out unscathed. At the very least, the Nether Saint Sword's power will decrease greatly. At that time, we will have a bigger advantage. Xian Feng analyzed. They have already reached the pinnacle Fourth Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, and they could bring out 30 to 50% of their Glory Saint artifacts' powers. The silver-eyed demon spirit wasn't fully resurrected and would be significantly weakened without the Nether Saint Sword. But that silver-eyed demon spirit seems to have other intentions. Xiao Kuei had an ill premonition. The silver-eyed demon spirit might have been terrifying earlier, but he didn't give him this ill premonition. But when its attention turned to Lin Yun, this instantly gave Xiao Kuei an ill premonition. Ha! We'll just wait and react accordingly. Xian Feng and Chun Tao smiled. They weren't fools. They could tell that something wasn't right, but they chose to ignore it. They both planned to probe the silver-eyed demon spirit after he fought Lin Yun. At the mountain summit, the silver-eyed demon spirit didn't stop the three sects from leaving, but controlled the remaining demonic corpses to surround Lin Yun. They're really fast at running. Lin Yun revealed a mocking smile. He wouldn't have shown up so quickly if those three weren't on the verge of going down on their knees. Since the nether energy was too massive, His divine firmament sword sutra quickly reached the 6th stage in just half an incense's time. He initially planned to deal with the silver-eyed demon spirit together with them, but he never expected that they would leave him behind. Then again, there was a reason why they were the chief disciples of their sects. Your divine firmament sword sutra isn't complete, and you won't be able to reach complete mastery. If you're willing to help me, I can grant you a genuine king-grade martial technique, equivalent to dragon spirit martial techniques, according to your world's terms, the silver-eyed demon spirit said, looking at Lin Yun. Oh, Lin Yun smiled. He knew the divine firmament sword sutra wasn't complete because the complete version was in the Great Profound Sword Canon in the Great Profound Palace. What do you think? Are you interested? Morongku squinted his eyes with a smile. You're not from the Jian clan, so there's no need for you to maintain your loyalty, and many forces in the Kunlun realm have submitted to my divine blood clan. How do you want me to help you? Lin Yun asked, seemingly interested in Morongku's offer. Use your divine firmament sword sutra to undo the restriction left in my body by Jian Qingkong. Not even great saints can undo this seal, but you can because you cultivated the divine firmament sword sutra. If the restriction loosens, I can come back to life. Morongku opened his eyes with a dazzling light shining in his pupils. But just when his pupils shone brightly, 2 netherflower in his pupils suppressed it. It was as though a terrifying beast was hidden within his pupils, and his body was a cage that caged him in. But that beast was greatly restricted by the netherflower, and this made the silver-eyed demon spirit's face distorted with pain as fine cracks appeared on its body. Lin Yun was surprised by that bizarre nether energy. The silver-eyed demon spirit had a powerful origin energy, but he couldn't use it. The moment he tried to activate it, he would instantly be suppressed, and blood would drip down the silver-eyed demon spirit's fingers. That was the blood that he had devoured, and it was slowly flowing out. This was because the silver-eyed demon spirit's body was already dead, and the blood couldn't fuse with his body. If he wanted to restore his vitality, he would have to break the restriction. What dragon spirit martial technique are you planning to give me? Lin Yun seemed to have fallen for it. You're a swordsman, so you naturally need a sword sutra. My divine blood clan has an unrivaled sword technique called the Heavenly Desolation 9 Swords. Every sword will manifest into a set of 7 glory spirits. One glory spirit has 10 odd sword astrals. After the 9th sword, the glory spirits can manifest into a sovereign constellation. Paired with the Heavenly Desolation Sword Sutra, you can form a sword universe within your body after reaching the 9th sword. The silver-eyed demon spirit said in a tempting voice and continued, after your sword intent manifests into a universe, even a deity won't be able to take your sword. With a glance, you can destroy millions of stars and kill a great saint. Lin Yun's heart started to throb because no swordsman could restrain their emotions upon hearing that. Most importantly, this was the same as the Profound Sky Sect's Profound Sky Canon. It was shocking, regardless of using sword intent to manifest a sovereign constellation or create a universe. How is it? The silver-eyed demon spirit smiled. Have you cultivated this sword technique? Lin Yun asked, falling into deep thought. I naturally did. How am I going to teach you otherwise? The silver-eyed demon spirit said pridefully. Since that's the case, why were you defeated and landed in this state? Lin Yun asked. The silver-eyed demon spirit's lips began to twitch because Lin Yun was starting to get on his nerves to rub salt in his wound. Suppressing his anger, the silver-eyed demon spirit said in an unconfident tone, how could I lose? I was only unlucky to run into someone from the Jian clan on this ancient battlefield. Since the silver-eyed demon spirit called this place an ancient battlefield, he wasn't an ancient demon spirit, but from the darkest era 3 millennials ago. This place belonged to the Dragon Gate and wasn't called an ancient battlefield in ancient times. Only after that battle among deities was this place called an ancient battlefield. So, do you want the Heavenly Desolation 9 Swords? The silver-eyed demon spirit didn't want to spend more time on Lin Yun and asked, your friends have fled. Even if you don't cooperate with me, that doesn't mean I can't force you to help me. Give me the technique first, said Lin Yun. Ha! Come over if you dare, and I'll grant it to you, the silver-eyed demon spirit said. This provocation method was flawed, but Lin Yun took several steps toward the silver-eyed demon spirit. This made the silver-eyed demon spirit comment in a mocking tone, "You really dare to come?" As the surrounding demonic corpses approached, they sealed off Lin Yun's path of retreat. The demonic clouds in the sky also became denser, making Lin Yun's face change. As the demonic aura restricted the surrounding space, he couldn't unleash his sword intent. "Haha, you tried to pretend to fall for it to numb me, but it's a pity that this is nothing but pitiful tricks before a genuine expert. I'll give you the heavenly desolation 9 swords." Then, Moronka laughed. His eyes flashed with mockery as his vertical eye slowly opened as he reached out. When his finger fell onto Lin Yun's brow, his vertical eye opened, and a silver demonic light enveloped him. A domineering mental energy poured into Lin Yun's sea of consciousness. Lin Yun suddenly lost control of his body, and a massive shadow slowly began to shatter his soul. The silver-eyed demon spirit wore a mocking smile and said, "Ha! You people from the Divine Dragon era are just a bunch of lowlifes meant to be enslaved for eternity, and you want my Divine Blood Clan sword technique? What a fool!" As he spoke, he grew increasingly excited as he poured more mental energy into Lin Yun's sea of consciousness. He wanted to control Lin Yun's body to undo the restriction on him. Thinking about it, Moronku began to laugh because his mental energy was deep in Lin Yun's profound palace, and it wouldn't take long before he gained control of Lin Yun's body. "Haha! Come and be my slave for eternity." But something unexpected occurred when Moronku tried to erase Lin Yun from this world. Countless golden runes started intertwining within Lin Yun's profound palace, and those runes were engraved with scriptures. Each scripture emitted an ancient and divine aura, with the golden runes forming an ancient saint rune. Sovereign pagoda, invulnerable to evil. When the saint rune formed into a 7-layered pagoda, it emitted a majestic brilliance that instantly forced Moronku's mental energy out. As Moronku threw out a mouthful of blood, his pupils were filled with disbelief. "Pagoda light, how is this possible? This is an extremely rare saint rune of the Buddhist cult, even in ancient times." Lin Yun's eyes became clear, and mockery appeared on his face. "If I didn't have any trump cards, why would I dare to get close to you? Demon spirits like you dare to claim to be of the god race. My Kunlun realm never lost, and never will we lose, even in the future. As for you, die." Executing the earth sword form, 72 shadows appeared from his body, each swinging a sword to form an ancient earth word. As the surrounding gravity multiplied by 9 times, Moronku was shocked to discover that he couldn't even move his fingers. "The carefree 9 swords? You're the heir of the Southern Emperor." Moronku's facial expression was replaced by fear as a light shone from his vertical eye, destroying the surrounding gravity layer by layer. But Lin Yun was long prepared, executing the heaven sword form before pushing his palm out. As 36 layers of heaven pressed down, the demonic clouds in the sky were torn apart, and Moronku's chest slowly caved in before it was pierced through. When Moronku was sent flying, his retaliation also arrived. He shot a beam from his vertical eye towards Lin Yun. As the silver beam streaked through the air, Lin Yun crossed his hands before his chest, and a pair of golden wings unfolded behind him with the Golden Crow divine rune within them quickly activated. The Golden Crow wings enveloped Lin Yun. When the divine rune was activated, the saint runes engraved on each feather turned the Golden Crow wings into a myriad rune saint artifact with a total of 30,000 saint runes. When the silver beam came in contact with the Golden Crow wings, it released a dazzling radiance that enveloped the surrounding 10-odd miles. Wisps of black miasma rose from the spot where the silver beam struck the wings. The silver beam itself contained terrifying corrosive energy. If Lin Yun took this attack head-on with his body, there was no way he could resist the corrosive poison. As Lin Yun let out a roar, the Golden Crow wings opened up, raising a violent gale that swept away all the rocks on the ground, and the heat wave contained in the gale forced the silver-eyed demon spirit to take a few steps back. "Kill him!" The silver-eyed demon spirit barely regained his footing as he charged at Lin Yun. But Lin Yun formed a seal and flapped the Golden Crow wings, unleashing the Golden Crow's sacred flames. 10-odd demonic corpses ignited when they came in contact with the flames. As their demonic auras were swiftly being dispelled, it didn't take long for them to turn to ash. Even after the demonic corpses turned to ashes, the flames continued to burn, and the golden flames looked sacred as chants of the reincarnation scripture were being heard. As a sacred light enveloped this entire region, the demonic aura was swiftly dispelled, and Lin Yun looked like a sun emitting intense pressure. "You bastard! I don't believe that I can't control you." Morong Ku wielded the Nether Saint's sword. Using it with demonic aura, the Nether Saint's sword emitted wisps of terrifying sovereign aura. This was a damaged Sovereign Saint artifact, but the power wasn't something that just anyone could withstand when it was forcibly used. Morong Ku charged over. He had gone insane and wanted to swiftly get rid of Lin Yun. With Lin Yun's strength, even if he used the Flower Burial Sword, he wouldn't be able to withstand the power of a Sovereign Saint artifact, just like Chun Tao, Xianfeng, and Xiao Kuei. After all, the three were powerful with their Glory Saint artifacts, but they were nothing before the Nether Saint's sword. But Lin Yun was lucky because he cultivated the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra and could withstand the Nether Saint's sword since they were of similar origins. After all, Lin Yun wouldn't have stood out if the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra had been useless. "Looks like I can't underestimate this fellow," Lin Yun pondered as he fended off Morong Ku's attacks. Fortunately, he tricked the latter once, or he might be dead now. "Die!" Morong Ku flew over and swung his sword down. His sword was fast, and not even Lin Yun's heavenly dome sword intent could warn him in time. But just when the Nether Saint's sword was about to land, it suddenly paused in mid-air. This made Lin Yun puzzled, but he quickly avoided that attack. When that attack continued to descend, it only managed to destroy Lin Yun's afterimage. This repeated a few times where the Nether Saint's sword would briefly pause in mid-air whenever it was about to hit him. Morong Ku and Lin Yun soon discovered something wasn't right, and the former retreated a few steps with a killing aura in his pupils. As wisps of silver demonic light emitted from his hand, it was like blood trying to fuse with the Nether Saint's sword. "Ha! I admire your courage. You had many chances to escape, but you remained before me." Morong Ku looked at Lin Yun. "You're only a remnant will, so you'll die sooner or later as long as you can't break the restriction. So why do I have to be afraid of you?" Lin Yun replied, "I might be a remnant will, but it's more than enough for me to kill an ant like you." Morong Ku said as the silver light from his hand finally fused with the sword and he charged over. He was fast and left behind an afterimage when he dashed forth. "Sword!" Lin Yun didn't dare to belittle this attack, and his hand reached out. As he circulated the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, the nether flower within his body opened up, revealing the nether sword. When Morong Ku appeared before Lin Yun, wanting to cut him into two, Morong Ku was shocked to discover that the Nether Saint's sword in his hand flew towards Lin Yun's right hand. When Lin Yun held onto the Nether Saint's sword, he could sense a massive amount of nether energy pouring into his body, and the Nether Saint's sword shone even brighter. With a ruthless light flashing within Lin Yun's pupils, he swung the sword. Die! Sovereign artifacts were invincible beneath divine artifacts. He easily sliced Morong Ku into two. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and it looked as though Morong Ku charged over to be cut into half by Lin Yun. Wielding the Nether Saint's sword, Lin Yun fell onto one knee and breathed out. He felt exhausted with the world spinning and had exhausted most of his dragon origin. As for the nether energy within his body, there wasn't a wisp remaining. The Nether Saint's sword immediately became dim in his hand because the last attack had exhausted all the Saint aura that was left within the sword. When Lin Yun observed the sword, fine cracks began to appear, which made Lin Yun quickly let go of the sword. This was because the effects of his broken sword physique were still around. Even if the ominous beasts had become constellations, his broken sword physique was still around. It was just that the Nether Saint's sword's grade was too high. This was why it could last for so long. But now that its Saint aura had been exhausted, it could no longer withstand his grasp. Morong Ku's corpse turned to ashes, revealing a jade. The jade had nether engraved on it, filled with pure nether energy. Looking at it, Lin Yun briefly hesitated before grabbing it and turning it over to see that it was imprinted with nether shackle. He instantly figured out that this must be the item that Jian Qingkong used to seal Moronko. If it wasn't for this seal, this silver-eyed demon spirit would definitely come back to life. I can't stay here for too long. Lin Yun took a pellet and briefly rested before swiftly leaving this place with the Nether Saint's sword. The moment he had left, Xian Feng, Chun Tao and Xiao Kuei arrived. When they looked at the surroundings, they were incredibly shocked. The silver-eyed demon spirit is dead. They all turned to ashes? How is this possible? Lin Yun is gone. The Sovereign Saint's sword is also gone. The three exchanged a gaze, and their faces changed when they thought of a possibility. That direction. He hasn't gone far. Chun Tao said before activating his glazed treasure physique with his pupils shining brightly. He could see a golden figure 100 miles away. That fellow is actually still alive? Chase after him. The three didn't hesitate to chase after Lin Yun. The battle between Lin Yun and the demonic corpses had caused considerable commotion, and the radiance of the Sovereign Saint artifact attracted many people's attention. As thunderclouds rumbled, bolts of lightning streaked across the horizon, simultaneously making everyone feel afraid and excited. What's going on? What a terrifying pressure. Is this a sign that a treasure is about to be born? That saint artifact's power is too terrifying. I've never seen something like that in the ancient barren battlefield. All the experts who had gathered on the mountain looked at the summit with curiosity and grave expressions. Their eyes were flickering, and they were curious about what had happened at the mountain's summit. After all, anyone who could make it here wasn't weak, and most of them were at the pinnacle third pulse dragon pulse realm. There were even some at the fourth pulse dragon pulse realm. Just when everyone felt uncertain, a figure flew past their heads like a dazzling sun. Someone's here. Everyone exclaimed and raised their heads to see a person carrying a sword box, and the sun made that person look like a deity. Before everyone could take a closer look at that person, 3 people flew past, chasing after the first person. That's Chun Tao of the Emerald Jade Manor. That's the Vajra Monastery's Xian Feng. There's Xiao Kuei of the Heavenly Blade Pavilion, as well. Everyone's faces changed with shock upon seeing the appearance of the 3. The 8 powerful sects were prominent in the ancient barren domain, and the appearance of a chief disciple would cause a huge commotion. So how could they not be shocked when 3 powerful sects' chief disciples appeared simultaneously? This also made them wonder what happened at the mountain summit. Who's that gray-clothed swordsman? This is weird. Can it be that that swordsman took the treasure that was on the mountain? He's really arrogant to dare to face 3 chief disciples. Everyone was shocked. The powerful sects could be considered taboo in the ancient barren battlefield, and no one was willing to offend them. The ancient barren battlefield had all the elites in the ancient barren domain gathered, but everyone knew that the true overlords were the 8 powerful sections. As for the other forces, none of them dared to face the 8 powerful sects, no matter how arrogant they were. Lin Yun, hand over the saint's sword, and we'll spare your life. You dare to leave after obtaining the sovereign saint's sword? Do you think that the 3 of us don't exist? When everyone felt doubtful, a rumbling voice echoed, containing cold killing intent. The 3 chief disciples were enveloped in torrential killing intents that soared to the sky along with their boiling vitalities and boundless dragon origins. Facing this terrifying pressure, no one dared to look at them head-on. But they were first stumped before their faces changed. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. There was a sovereign saint artifact at the mountain's summit. Lin Yun stopped after he arrived at the foot of the mountain. 3 auras were chasing after him, and more disciples from the 3 sects were gathering from afar. The 3 of them were starting to get on his nerves. They fled earlier, then chased after him when the silver-eyed demon spirit died. It's no wonder why they were at the top of the pyramid amongst the golden generation. Those people had already gotten on his nerves when they suddenly made a move against him, but they were fortunate that they quickly fled. And yet, they dared to show up after the silver-eyed demon spirit died. Did they think that he was afraid of them? When he turned around, his gaze was cold and filled with a killing aura. His hair began to flutter in the wind, and he emitted a radiance while facing the three who caught up to him. "Ha! You're afraid now?" Chun Tao's eyes flashed with mockery when he saw Lin Yun stop. "Hand over the sovereign saint's sword." Xiao Kuei was direct with his words. "Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. Let me see what you can do in this position," Xian Feng said. The three separated and hovered in the sky while releasing a massive aura that sealed off this entire region. This was terrifying, and time seemed to have stopped under the three's pressure. Their auras also made the sword ray on Lin Yun dim down. 1 against 3? Lin Yun smiled as his killing intent began to brew. "You're overthinking it. There's no need for all three of us to deal with you. We're only preventing you from escaping. Just one of us is enough to deal with you." Chun Tao snickered. The Heavenly Blade Pavilion and Sword Sect have a good relationship with each other. "For Gu Ruochen's sake, I won't make things difficult for you. Hand over the Sovereign Saint's sword and you can leave. I won't take advantage of you. I can even give you a myriad-year Saint elixir as compensation," Xiao Kuei said. He was indifferent and he also seemed irritated. After all, the Nether Saint's sword was obtained by Lin Yun right before their eyes, and this matter even caused a huge fuss, attracting the attention of the entire mountain. There were thousands to tens of thousands of people here, which naturally made him feel embarrassed to gang up on Lin Yun. But he couldn't be bothered about that right now. Lin Yun had to hand over the Sovereign Saint artifact, regardless of whether he liked it or not. This was the ancient barren battlefield, and one's face was worth nothing. A Saint elixir for a Sovereign Saint artifact? Lin Yun's eyes flashed with mockery. "And yet you dare to say that you're not taking advantage of me? You want me to hand over a Sovereign Saint artifact? Don't even dream about it without 100 Saint elixirs." Lin Yun's words changed Chun Tao, Xiao Kuei, and Xian Feng's faces. "Humph!" Chun Tao snorted. "Don't take it too far. Let me..." Chun Tao, the chief disciple of the Emerald Jade Manor. See what ability the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple has. He was determined to obtain the Sovereign Saint artifact, so he immediately brought out his glazed treasure physique. As his body began to glow, the clouds in the sky started to rumble as he charged at Lin Yun. When he got close, he threw a punch that contained a terrifying power. His punch contained pure power that looked like a bright star. "You're courting death." Lin Yun didn't give him any face and threw his punch out. He also made use of the blue dragon bone, unleashing a purple-golden light that soared to the sky when he brought out the full power of his Azure Dragon Saint physique. His punch was like an azure dragon containing a boundless dragon aura that swept out, causing heaven and earth to tremble. When their punches collided, it created a massive shockwave, circulating the Azure Dragon Saint art. Lin Yun's boundless vitality filled his body, and it multiplied through the empowerment of the blue dragon bone. His bones crackled, and his muscles swelled with his eyes filled with golden light. It was as though his vitality was about to blow him apart. Upon reaching the limit, Lin Yun let out a roar that sounded like a divine dragon. On the other hand, Chun Tao took 10 odd steps back with a fine crack on his palm that looked like cracked porcelain. He even had blood dripping down from his lip as he looked at Lin Yun in shock. "How dare you act with such impudence since you know my identity? Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your sex elders. This Radiant Sword Saint still decides the ancient barren domain's fate. A mere chief disciple of the Emerald Jade Manor like you dares to stand before me." Lin Yun roared, and everyone in the mountain could hear his words. When they raised their heads to look at Lin Yun, they could no longer contain their shock. Was this the grace of Radiant Sword Saint's disciple? Lin Yun rarely called himself the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, but since he could no longer endure it, there was no need for him to keep enduring it. Then, these three people kept saying that the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple wasn't qualified to speak with them. Not only did they belittle him, but they even looked down on the Radiant Sword Saint. They probably wouldn't even dare to let out a fart if he was a disciple of the profound Sky Sect. Today, he would let these people know who made the decisions in the ancient barren domain. When Chun Tao heard what Lin Yun said, his face became green, and he roared, "So what if you're the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple?" The two clashed once more, one using his glazed treasure physique and the other using his azure dragon saint physique, empowered by the blue dragon bone. Whenever they attacked, each strike would unleash a terrifying radiance that would tear the demonic clouds apart. The two had terrifying physiques. They were like two ancient beasts when they clashed. Ultimately, their vitalities were like boiling magma oceans, and the shockwaves from their intense collision made it challenging for others to bear. Some people began to bleed from their 7 orifices under the shockwaves, with their faces becoming pale. Azure Dragon Grasp. Divine Phaseless Monument. The two unleashed their ultimate moves, circulating their vitalities and physiques to an unbelievable height. The phenomena created by their attacks were shocking as an azure dragon and a jade tablet collided. The two were evenly matched, but Lin Yun's attack was more long-lasting because the blue dragon bone could keep producing dragon runes. In the end, Chun Tao finally couldn't hold on any longer and threw out a mouthful of blood while he retreated. As Lin Yun let out a roar, his hair fluttered in the wind with golden light shining from his pupils. The azure dragon in the sky also let out a roar. This azure dragon was condensed with 40,000 dragon runes, and Lin Yun was standing on it while chasing after Chun Tao. This scene startled many people, but they all had a thought: who could compete with the current Lin Yun? The azure dragon was fast. When Lin Yun fused his sword aura into the azure dragon, it manifested into an azure dragon sword aura that shot out like a sword. This scene left Xian Feng and Xiao Kuei stumped. Was this the power someone at the second Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm was supposed to possess? Lin Yun rode on the azure dragon to chase after Chun Tao. This scene shocked many people because no one expected Lin Yun would show such a strong stance. Not to mention that he was chasing after Chun Tao now. Was this the power of the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple? Everyone was deeply shocked because Lin Yun was only at the second Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm, while Chun Tao was at the fourth Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm. Isn't it a little too terrifying? The Radiant Sword Saint's disciple is rather terrifying. I initially thought he was boasting, but he's really arrogant now. What he said isn't wrong. If Lin Yun were Tian Xuanzi's disciple, those three wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Isn't that bullshit? Who doesn't know that the Radiant Sword Saint doesn't have long to live? Lin Yun is furious because of his master this time. Everyone on the mountain could feel their blood boiling. You're asking to be humiliated. Chun Tao threw out a mouthful of blood with his face dark and raged. The Radiant Sword Saint is nothing in my eyes, and I will make you kneel today. In the blink of an eye, Chun Tao and Lin Yun exchanged 10-odd moves in midair. Flames radiated while fluctuating with boundless dragon origin, and the draconic roar made everyone's internal organs tremble. Another 10 moves later, a person was sent flying away. Is this the best you can do? The chief disciple of the Emerald Jade Manor is too disappointing. I've yet to warm up. Lin Yun sneered while standing on the azure dragon, and his words made Chun Tao's face ugly. When are you two planning to stop watching? Don't you guys want the Sovereign Saint's sword? Lin Yun coldly looked at Xiao Kuei and Xian Feng, who had sealed his path. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the flower burial sword from his sword box. When the sword fell into his hand, the sword began to vibrate. Today, I'll let you guys know why only I am qualified to hold the Sovereign Saint's sword. Lin Yun didn't waste time talking and charged at the three. This time, he even used his divine sun-chasing art, leaving faint ripples in the surrounding space. Xiao Kuei was shocked by Lin Yun's speed as a smear of golden light appeared behind him. He didn't hesitate to draw his blade and swung it. What speed? What the hell? When the sword and blade collided, Xiao Kuei could feel his palm becoming numb, and he took several steps back. He nearly lost grip of his blade, surprising Xiao Kuei. After all, there was a massive gap in their cultivations, so how could Lin Yun make him retreat? As Lin Yun retreated, a black nether flower flew from his body. The 48 petals manifested into a sword ocean shrouded in nether energy, and the dragon phoenix world annihilating cauldron within his body began to rumble. With the nether flower and cauldron empowering him, Lin Yun's dragon origin wasn't at all inferior to those three. Standing in the black ocean, Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind, his sword intent going berserk, making him look like a demonic god. Turning back, Lin Yun executed the Heaven Sword form, and the power of this sword made Xianfeng take several steps back with his face drastically changing. Since Lin Yun's sword aura was shrouding his sword, it easily corroded the crimson aura enveloping Xiao Kuei's blade. Divine Firmament Sword Sutra? Xiao Kuei responded and looked at his blade. He noticed that the crimson light enveloping his blade had become dim. This was because nether energy could erode everything, phenomena, intents, and even dragon origin. Not many people could practice the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, and not many could reach the same level as Lin Yun. After all, even Jian Jingtian didn't practice the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra back then. After the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra reached the 6th stage, the erosion ability was strengthened. This was why Xiao Kuei had some trouble, even if his cultivation was higher. More accurately, it wasn't erosion but death, the absorption and destruction of life. It only looked like erosion and looked similar in terms of nature. As the light enveloping Lin Yun exploded, he pushed his sword intent to quasi-heavenly dome sword intent, making him look like a death god, and clashed with Xiao Kuei once more. Not long later, Xiao Kuei's crimson blade aura was devoured by Lin Yun's black sword aura. How is this possible? Xiao Kuei began to feel afraid because this could no longer be explained as the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. Lin Yun's sword intent was stronger than his blade intent, so he gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Could it be that Lin Yun had reached the threshold of the heavenly dome sword intent? Wasn't this a little too terrifying? When Xiao Kuei executed the heavenly origin blade technique, wanting to break open Lin Yun's sword aura, Lin Yun snorted, distorting the surrounding space. Before swinging his sword, he avoided Xianfeng and Chun Tao's attacks. This time, Xiao Kuei was sent flying away while throwing out a mouthful of blood. "I'm injured." Xiao Kuei's lips twitched with disbelief on his face. "Die!" Chun Tao charged over, but Lin Yun merely snorted before unleashing a violent storm of sword rays. But Chun Tao's body glowed, using the glazed treasure physique to withstand Lin Yun's attacks. Even so, he kept retreating whenever he took an attack from Lin Yun. Carefree 9 swords, Desolation sword form. As countless sword rays enveloped, Lin Yun merged the Desolation sword form with nether energy. His sword was like a world-destroying demonic dragon that emitted a terrifying aura. In the next second, the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron became excited, and his sword intent perfectly fused with this destructive aura. This time, the glazed light on Chun Tao's body completely exploded like porcelain, revealing his actual body. The glazed treasure physique broke. Everyone watching this battle was shocked because that was the famous glazed treasure physique of the Emerald Jade Manor. As Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind, he turned around and swung his sword once more. This time, an ancient, profound word merged with the body, and it looked like a door had opened in mid-air. The door easily bounced Xianfeng's attack back at him. This was Xianfeng's first time seeing something so bizarre. An Arhat wielding a blade was hacking towards him, and the killing aura in this attack caused immense mental pressure on him. Damn it! Xianfeng instantly lost his composure. Wasn't that his attack? This caught him by surprise. When he was sent flying by this attack, he threw out a mouthful of blood, his face turning black. What the hell was that? His own attack injured him? Initially, he found this blade technique to be familiar. He finally understood that this was a trick from Lin Yun. Just who the hell was Lin Yun? As the three clashed with Lin Yun, they no longer looked down on him. But this left everyone on the mountain dumbfounded. Lin Yun was so strong, even when he was facing 3 enemies. The entire fight wasn't long, but it was surprising because Lin Yun easily suppressed Chun Tao, Xiao Kuei, and Xianfeng. "Stop holding back. Let's use our Glory Saint artifacts," Xiao Kuei said. Aside from Chun Tao, the other 2 could still put up a fight. Or rather, their injuries weren't serious. After reaching the 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, their bones would be strengthened to the point that they would be comparable to ordinary Saint artifacts. It wasn't easy for them to be heavily injured, but they weren't confident and didn't want to keep tangling with Lin Yun. Turning to look at Lin Yun, Chun Tao said, "I admit that the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple is impressive. You even managed to cultivate the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, which is considered a forbidden technique. But this is the ancient barren battlefield, and nothing is fair here. You can admit defeat now. Don't force us to use our glory saint artifacts. He was no longer as arrogant as he was before and no longer demanded Lin Yun to beg for mercy but to admit defeat. Looking at Chun Tao, Xian Feng, and Xiao Kuei, Lin Yun shook his head disappointedly. After he refined the Golden Lotus, Bodhi Seed, and Nether Energy, his strength reached a terrifying height. He initially wanted to fight them before making a breakthrough, but the three had cowered when the fight had just started. Then again, why would they want to put their lives on the line since they had Glory Saint artifacts? He realized that even the three powerful sect's chief disciples were nothing impressive. Their Glory Saint artifacts had considerably worn down their fighting spirits, and he now realized that he was right not to casually rely on external items. Looking at the three, Lin Yun said, "I suggest you guys not use your Glory Saint artifacts. After all, Glory Saint artifacts aren't invincible. Don't forget what happened on the mountain." The three tried to use their Glory Saint artifacts to suppress the silver-eyed demon spirit, but they suffered greatly instead. Still trying to put on a strong front even when facing death, Chun Tao snorted and took out his Glory Saint artifact first. The other two took out theirs when he took out his Glory Saint artifact. When three Glory Saint artifacts emitted their terrifying pressure, they instantly sealed off the surrounding space. It was as if time had stopped. Under the empowerment of their Glory Saint artifacts, their auras exploded as they hovered in mid-air, looking down on Lin Yun. But looking at them, Lin Yun squinted his eyes and sheathed his sword. "You want to sheath your sword now? Too late." Chun Tao suffered the greatest in the fight with Lin Yun and was determined to teach Lin Yun a lesson. So he instantly used his Glory Saint artifact when he saw Lin Yun sheathing his sword. The empowerment of the Glory Saint artifact significantly boosted his confidence. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, kneel and beg for death. Xiao Kuei and Xian Feng furrowed their brows when they heard that, but they quickly followed behind him, fearing an accident might occur. When three Glory Saint artifacts flew over, the surrounding space around Lin Yun began to distort. Just when everyone felt Lin Yun would lose, a dragon's roar echoed, and an umbrella appeared in his hand. When the dragon manipulation tablet was about to reach him, Lin Yun indifferently looked at Chun Tao. "You're not the only one with a Glory Saint artifact." The surrounding air was suppressed and distorted when the ancient dragon flew out from the dragon manipulation monument and flew towards Lin Yun. Everyone could only see starlight shining in the sky and heard an echoing dragon's roar. Under the power of the Glory Saint artifact, anyone at the same cultivation would die on the spot. If Lin Yun had taken this blow head-on, he would be heavily injured, despite his powerful physique. He had yet to reach the fourth Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, so there was no way he could withstand this attack, even with the Blue Dragon Bone. This was the power of the Glory Saint artifact. If that silver-eyed demon spirit didn't wield the Nether Saint sword, it would be killed with a single blow from the Glory Saint artifact. Right then, Lin Yun opened the umbrella in his hand, which gave off the feeling that a volcano had erupted, and the sky turned into a sea of flames. This terrifying phenomenon covered the entire sky, making the three Glory Saint artifacts pale in comparison. The dragon manipulation monument was sent flying back, and Chun Tao could feel his soul tremble before throwing out a mouthful of blood. The golden Vajra and the demon blood blade were also sent flying back by the barrier created by the umbrella. How is this possible? Chun Tao was dumbfounded, and his pupils nearly bulged. He couldn't comprehend how Lin Yun obtained such a mighty Glory Saint artifact. Even if the Sword Sect had won, it should be in the hands of geniuses like Gu Ruochen. They had never seen that umbrella before. So where did it come from? How could someone at the second Pulse Dragon Pulse realm wield such a mighty Glory Saint artifact? Folding the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella, Lin Yun wielded it like a spear and charged at Chun Tao. "Save me!" Chun Tao quickly retreated with his face pale. He was injured once more, and even if his bones were comparable to a saint artifact, there was no way he could withstand another attack. He panicked and recalled his Glory Saint artifact to above his head with unprecedented fear filling in his pupils. Lin Yun opened the umbrella when their Glory Saint artifacts collided and sent Chun Tao's attack back. Not only did Chun Tao fail to obtain any advantage, the backlash had injured him even further, making his face even paler. "Get lost!" Lin Yun roared, pouring 40,000 dragon runes into the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. The umbrella shone brightly, and a constellation beyond the 36 layers of heaven seemed to have sensed the existence of the umbrella. The demonic clouds in the sky were torn apart, and Lin Yun's hair fluttered while wielding the umbrella. The starlight shining from the sky was like two rivers that manifested into two azure dragons when Lin Yun swung the umbrella before flying toward Xiao Kuei and Xian Feng. Shit! The two's faces changed because they had never seen such a formation. They quickly used their Glory Saint artifacts to fend off the descending azure dragons. When the golden crow wings unfolded behind Lin Yun, this made him look like a bright sun that instantly appeared before Chun Tao. "Radiant Sword Saint's disciple is here to see how strong you guys are," Lin Yun roared, and his voice made the blood of everyone who was on the mountain boil. Everyone on the mountain could hear his words clearly, and they were extremely shocked. Lin Yun wielded the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella and used it like a hammer to slam against the dragon manipulation tablet. Fine cracks appeared on the dragon coiling around the tablet under Lin Yun's ferocious attacks, and Chen Tao threw out a mouthful of blood whenever Lin Yun slammed the umbrella against it. In the end, Chun Tao quickly called out, "Stop! I admit defeat. There's no hold back in the ancient barren battlefield." Lin Yun's face was cold as he returned Chun Tao's words to him. When the tablet dimmed, Lin Yun smashed the umbrella on Chun Tao, causing fine cracks in Chen Tao's bone. When another blow landed, Chun Tao's bones were shattered, and he fell to the ground. "I admit defeat," Chun Tao yelled in pain. "No one can humiliate the Radiant Sword Saint." Lin Yun's eyes flashed with killing intent as he swung the umbrella again. This time, Chun Tao pushed his glazed treasure physique to the limit, and his body emitted a dazzling brilliance. But it was useless because Lin Yun wouldn't go easy on him. "Die!" Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind, and the purple diamond mark on his forehead made him look devilish. When his umbrella landed, Chun Tao only lasted for a split second before he burst apart like a smashed rock. "No! No! No!" The faces of the Emerald Jade Manor's disciples changed before they collapsed onto the ground. "This? Lin Yun killed him." Everyone on the mountain was dumbfounded that Lin Yun killed Chun Tao. "Lin Yun, how dare you!" Xiao Kuei and Xian Feng were shocked before they furiously roared. After all, Chun Tao was the chief disciple of the Emerald Jade Manor. Lin Yun turned back and said, "So what? He deserves to die since he dared to humiliate my master. What's the matter? You guys have an opinion about it?" This scene made Xiao Kuei and Xian Feng's hearts tremble with fear filling their hearts. Lin Yun's voice wasn't loud, and his tone was calm, but he had suppressed Xiao Kuei and Xian Feng based on his aura alone. When they came to their senses, they were extremely unhappy. Who the hell was Lin Yun to speak to them in this manner? "Kneel!" But just when they were about to say anything, Lin Yun roared, and the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella in his hand opened up, pouring his dragon runes into the umbrella. It was like a bright sun soaring to the sky when he opened it up. The sun instantly enveloped this entire region, dazzling Xiao Kuei and Xian Feng. Under the umbrella, Lin Yun was like a deity, with his aura suppressing them. This aura was something that they couldn't withstand, and they fell to their knees before they could even respond. "How is this possible?" Xiao Kuei and Xian Feng were shocked because the Glory Saint artifacts in their hands were pale in comparison, and they couldn't unleash any of the power of their Glory Saint artifacts. Wielding the umbrella, Lin Yun teleported and appeared before the two of them. Closing the umbrella, Lin Yun thrust it at Xian Feng's chest. This instantly destroyed Xian Feng's saint armor, and it didn't take long for the umbrella to pierce through Xian Feng's heart. This made Xian Feng widen his eyes in disbelief, looking at his chest before turning to Lin Yun with shock in his pupils. "Why you dare to kill me?" Xian Feng muttered with disbelief. "Why don't I dare?" Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly. Since you didn't put the radiant sword saint in your eyes and dared to make a move against me, why don't I dare to kill you? But Xian Feng, the Vajra monastery's blade wielder, was still in disbelief and roared. How dare you? I'm the Vajra monastery's blade wielder. So what if I dare to make a move against you? Your sword sect is on the verge of destruction, and you still dare to make more enemies for your sect. The radiant sword saint is a dead person. So what if I don't put him in my eyes? He was still in disbelief. Did Lin Yun really think that the sword sect was first in the ancient barren domain? But Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with him and circulated the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella once more. Xian Feng's body exploded with blood splashing around. This caught Xiao Kuei by surprise. Before he came to his senses, Xian Feng's blood splattered on his face. Xian Feng is also dead. Everyone on the mountain was shocked, and their jaws nearly fell off. After all, Lin Yun didn't hesitate to kill Xian Feng and Chen Tao. When Song Yun saw this scene from afar, he was shocked and could feel a chill run down his spine. Recalling what he had previously said to Lin Yun, he felt he had brushed past death. Fortunately, he didn't have any killing intent against Lin Yun earlier, or he would be dead by now. He is a really weird fellow. Song Yun's lip twitched. After all, Lin Yun had given him the Azure Dragon grasp earlier, but he didn't even hesitate to kill Xian Feng. Was this what it meant to be a swordsman? He didn't care what others thought of him. He just did not need to let his sword down. You madman! Xiao Kuei stood up after he came to his senses. But Lin Yun opened the umbrella and Xiao Kuei fell to his knees again. Throwing out a mouthful of blood, he raised his head to look at Lin Yun with despair. But Lin Yun didn't waste time with him and closed the umbrella before using it as a spear to stab at Xiao Kuei's chest. This made Xiao Kuei throw out a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying 100 meters back. He felt uneasy before he came to his senses and realized that he was still alive. Lowering his head to look at his chest, he was shocked that his chest wasn't pierced through. Xiao Kuei naturally wouldn't think Lin Yun couldn't accomplish it, so he muttered, You? My senior sister said that if we run into disciples of the Heavenly Blade Pavilion and Heavenly Note sect, we can go easy on them. You might have forgotten about that agreement, but I still remember it. You can get lost now, Lin Yun said. He didn't take Xiao Kuei's life, but he also didn't want to look at Xiao Kuei for a second longer. Stowing the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella, Lin Yun walked toward the two corpses and took their interspatial bracelets. The Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella is really useful. Lin Yun looked at his umbrella with flames blazing in the depths of his pupils. The flower burial sword was also a glory saint artifact, but it would exhaust more of his dragon origin if he used it. Meanwhile, he only needed to use his dragon runes on the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella, and he could still flee even if he couldn't suppress the 3 chief disciples. His cultivation was still too low, and he would have no path of retreat if he failed to suppress the 3 chief disciples after using the flower burial sword. But reality proved that his choice wasn't wrong. In that earlier battle, he nearly broke the first restriction on the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella. Lin Yun then disappeared, leaving behind all the shocked disciples, and what Lin Yun said earlier still echoed in their ears. Lin Yun protected the Radiant Sword Saint's prestige with 1 person and 1 sword, granting death to those who humiliated his master. Even if everyone in the world felt that the Radiant Sword Saint would die, the sword in his hand would prove who made the decisions in the ancient barren domain. If anyone dared to humiliate his master, he would grant death to them, and this was his sword path. After killing Xian Feng and Chen Tao, Lin Yun felt relaxed and serene. His sword Dao became even more apparent, and his will became tougher. His sword Dao had never been so clear before. After leaving that region, Lin Yun came to a mountain and sat down. Is this my sword Dao? His sword Dao wasn't meant to kill but to protect. It was meant to protect those who were significant to him, protecting the righteousness and fairness in his heart. Take this incident, for example. He defended the sword sect and his master's prestige, which was his sword Dao. After figuring that out, Lin Yun's thoughts became apparent, and a faint smile rose. He then turned to the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella and sighed. This umbrella is really powerful. The Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella had restrictions on it. It was a Glory Saint artifact of the Dragon Clan, and there was a possibility that the Mo clan produced it. After all, it had two Glory spirits, the Glory Sun and Glory Moon spirits. But there were a lot of Glory spirits. Take the Glory Sun spirit, for example. There were at least 1,000 engraved on the umbrella. He only used half of the Glory Sun spirits previously, or barely even half. But as he gradually unlocks the restrictions, the Glory spirits in it would continue to increase. Then again, this was only Lin Yun's speculation, and he still wasn't too sure about it. There were 3 restrictions. If he wanted to undo the first restriction, he may even have to activate the Glory Moon spirits. If there were only Glory Sun spirits and no Glory Moon spirits, he might not be able to see the actual appearance of this umbrella. This is pretty good. My flower burial sword is engraved with Glory Gold spirits, and I have to use my sword intent and dragon origin to activate it. On the other hand, the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella has Glory Sun and Glory Moon spirits, and I only needed dragon runes to use it. Dragon runes are vitality, which means I could use 2 Glory Saint spirits myself. Lin Yun muttered with his eyes flickering. The 2 might be different, but he couldn't be sure which one was stronger. This was because he had never fully activated the Glory spirits on the flower burial sword. After all, he would exhaust all his dragon origin before pushing it to the limit. Let's not care about that for now and reach the 3rd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, Lin Yun said, recollecting his thoughts. Everyone was making swift progress in their cultivation after coming to the ancient barren battlefield, and he now knew why this place was so important. If the profound sky sect could return with a considerable harvest every time, it wasn't surprising that they would become so powerful. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with determination. He couldn't be bothered about that so much. His improvement in the ancient barren battlefield wasn't significant, and he had been relying on his current strength so far. This brought him a great sense of danger because who knew if there were any monsters in the ancient barren battlefield. The top 3 on the profound sky sect's inner ranking put him under tremendous pressure. With the Golden Lotus Foundation along with the Saint Elixirs in Chen Tao and Xian Feng's interspatial bracelets, it shouldn't be an issue for me to reach the 3rd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. But the tribulation. Lin Yun furrowed his brows. The Black Turtle ancestor once told him that his tribulation would be much more terrifying than others because of his frightening foundation. The Dragon Pulse realm's tribulations were troublesome to begin with, but Lin Yun's tribulation would be even more terrifying. If it really doesn't work, I can use the Profound Wither Key. Lin Yun made up his mind. He could still use the Profound Wither Key 6 times, and it shouldn't be an issue for the Profound Wither Great Saint's Saint Origin to help him withstand the 3rd tribulation. But he appeared to be increasingly bound to his identity as the Southern Emperor's successor. He recalled what the Heavenly Pool Saint Lord told him back then. The Heavenly Pool Saint Lord said he was the Southern Emperor's successor, but he neither denied nor admitted to it back then. But he now cultivated the Southern Emperor's sword technique, and the Profound Wither Key came from his disciple. So it would be hard for him, even if he didn't want to admit that he was the Southern Emperor's successor. While Lin Yun was making preparations to make a breakthrough in the 3rd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, the Sword Sect's disciples entered a valley covered in snowflakes under Mu Shuichin and the Saint disciples' lead. The Sword Sect's disciples were lucky because they gathered a month after stepping into the ancient barren battlefield and searched the valley. This valley had Saint Elixirs, and they could faintly see ancient ruins. If they were lucky, they might be able to find an extraordinary inheritance ground. At the front of the group, Mu Shuichin, Yi Xiling, and Zhao Yan opened the path while the other Saint disciples were responsible for reinforcements. But Gu Ruochen and Yi Qingxian were nowhere to be seen. They had a critical mission to search for the legendary Blue Dragon Saint Palace. To a sect, Saint Palaces were extremely tempting and important. Since Gu Ruochen and Yi Qingxian weren't around, the strongest in this party were Mu Shuichin and Yi Xiling. But even Mu Shuichin couldn't see through Yi Xiling completely, which made the Divine Dragon Sword physique and Radiant Snow bloodline unfathomable, especially the Divine Dragon Sword physique. After reaching the 3rd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, the feeling that Yi Xiling gave her was even more terrifying. She still had the White Dragon Saint sword that Lin Yun obtained at the Heavenly Pool Gathering. This was a terrifying Glory Saint artifact, and her true strength far exceeded everyone's imagination. It was so much so that in Mu Shuichin's senses, Yi Ziling's talent wasn't inferior to Lin Yun's, and her future achievements wouldn't be any lower than his. Lin Yun was too dazzling, making everyone neglect Yi Ziling's existence. But this wasn't exactly bad. As for Zhao Yan, Mu Shuichin glanced at him with a bitter smile. She even wondered if he was watching the path or aimlessly walking, relying on his senses. An hour later, everyone's scope suddenly expanded, and a gorgeous flower garden appeared before them. This was bizarre because this valley was so terrifyingly cold that they had difficulty withstanding it, even if they were at the Dragon Pulse realm. Everyone wouldn't be surprised if snow-attributed saint elixirs were grown here. But the garden was blooming with various flowers, and those flowers shouldn't be growing in this snow valley. When snowflakes landed on the flowers, they melted. How bizarre! What's with this valley? Can it be that we really ran into an opportunity? Can it be that an expert died here and used his saint origin to nourish these flowers? There's a high possibility of that. Otherwise, these flowers would have died a long time ago. The sword sect's disciples looked at this valley with excitement. However, none of them moved, but looked at the three standing in front of the party, including Jin Shuani and Ji Shuxian. The sword sect's disciples were united, and Mu Shuichin had a high prestige. No one would dare to move without her command, even if this place was filled with saint elixirs. Junior sister Yi, what do you think? Mu Shuichin turned to look at Yi Ziling. The latter grasped ice and thunder intent, so she would understand the situation here better than her. The snow here is a little weird. Yi Ziling reached out and caught a snowflake. The snowflake slowly melted when it fell on her palm, and it emitted a faint light that lasted for a split second. Mu Shuichin was surprised. Could it be that an ancient expert really died here? The snowflakes from before aren't so weird. Perhaps there might be more to this valley. Mu Shuichin said. We'll know after we take a look, Yi Ziling said. Nodding her head, Mu Shuichin turned around. Junior brother Zhao, I will go in with junior sister Yi to take a look. You look after the other disciples. Okay, Zhao Yan replied softly. Junior brother Zhao? Mu Shuichin called out to him once more. Zhao Yan came to his senses and exclaimed, Senior sister, you called me? Mu Shuichin smiled bitterly and wasn't surprised by this. She replied, Look at me when you speak. She couldn't do anything about it because she wasn't sure if Zhao Yan was listening if he wasn't looking at her. Among the saint disciples, Zhao Yan was the second strongest, aside from Yi Ziling. This place is a little weird. I'll go with junior sister Yi to take a look. You stay here to look after the other disciples. Don't daze off, Mu Shuichin said. What thing is weird? Zhao Yan was briefly stunned before he came to his senses and wore an embarrassed expression. He quickly corrected his words. Senior sister, don't worry about it. I'll take good care of the others. He had been comprehending the 4 swords of the carefree 9 swords that Lin Yun gave him, which was why he had dazed off. You fool, Mu Shuichin smiled. Let's go. Mu Shuichin and Yi Ziling then walked into the valley, and the entire journey was smooth. Mu Shuichin said, I wonder how junior brother Lin is doing now. He won't die. That fellow has a lot of trump cards, so he probably lost his way. Yi Ziling replied calmly. Lost his way. Mu Shuichin was briefly stunned before she smiled. I never expected that junior sister Yi could be so humorous. I'm not being humorous. This isn't his first time losing his way, Yi Ziling said. An hour later, a towering tree appeared before them, an extremely ancient tree. The crown was covered in a mist, and if they looked at it carefully, they could see lightning within the mist. The surface of the tree had complicated patterns, and the tree was emitting a dangerous aura. There was an old man seated under the tree, still emitting a terrifying saint aura, even after having died long ago. Seeing this, Mu Shuichin exclaimed, Someone died here. Furrowing her brows, Yi Ziling fell into deep thought. I'm afraid this isn't simple. Senior sister. Look, Yi Xiling pointed ahead of the old man. 10 odd corpses were lying before that old man. They were all corpses of ancient demon spirits. Even after those demon spirits died, they still emitted a faint demonic aura from their corpses, and a silver line on their foreheads made them look noble. The 10 of them were all silver-eyed demon spirits. Yi Xiling and Mu Shuiqin's faces gradually became solemn. Demonic corpses were extremely dangerous in the ancient barren battlefield, more hazardous than ordinary demonic beasts, so no one practically dared to provoke them. After all, when they slay demonic beasts, it's because their beast cores were precious, and some of their values might surpass saint elixirs. On the other hand, demonic corpses were pure trouble because they might lose their lives if they weren't careful, not to mention that there wouldn't be any harvest in slaying the demonic corpses. So no one would face demonic corpses if they had a choice. These demonic corpses don't seem ordinary. The vertical eye on their forehead is silver. Yi Xiling spoke out. Nodding her head, Mu Shuiqin replied, "They're silver-eyed demon spirits, and they can be considered nobles among the demon spirit clan in terms of their bloodlines. They're also far stronger than ordinary demon spirits. We can't stay here for long or we might alarm them. We have to leave immediately." She was cautious and didn't want the sword sex disciples to be in danger. "Wait." Yi Xiling's eyes were on the towering tree behind the old man, and she said, "This might not be a saint tree. What can it possibly be then? Constellation. Or rather, a saint constellation," Yi Xiling said after a brief pondering. After reaching the saint realm, one's constellation would transform into a saint constellation. Saint constellations were terrifying with unimaginable power. Anyone beneath the saint realm was considered an ant before a saint constellation. They wouldn't even be able to look at a saint constellation straight. If it's a saint constellation, how can we get so close to it? Mu Shuiqin didn't believe it. Not to mention, can a saint constellation exist for thousands of years? I don't sense any vitality in that tree, Yi Xiling replied, and her words alarmed Mu Shuiqin. Now that Mu Shuiqin looked at it again, she also couldn't sense any vitality in the tree. A saint tree could be considered a life and should possess boundless vitality comparable to saints. But they couldn't feel any vitality coming from this saint tree. "Weird," Mu Shuiqin muttered. "Let's check it. If the demon spirits come to life, I'll use my white dragon saint's sword to lure them away. But if that really is a saint constellation, this place might contain the inheritance of an ancient great saint," Yi Xiling emphasized. Even Mu Shuiqin was tempted when she heard that. After all, a saint constellation's value was much more significant than any saint elixir or incomplete dragon spirit martial technique. But Mu Shuiqin still hesitated. "I don't deny the risk, but it's worth it for us to do it either way. I can protect myself with the white dragon saint's sword." Yi Xiling had long weighed the pros and cons. Even if it was dangerous for her to lure the 10 demon spirits away, it was still worth it for them to try it. Seeing this, Mu Shuiqin knew that Yi Xiling had already made up her mind, and she realized that the latter was more decisive than her. Mu Shuiqin could see Lin Yun's silhouette on Yi Xiling. "We'll go with that, then. Be careful." Mu Shuiqin ultimately nodded before she carefully approached that towering tree with Yi Xiling. Lin Yun was still making preparations for his breakthrough. The boundless energy from 9 saint elixirs rampaged within his meridians with lightning bolts descending from the thunderclouds in the sky. But it wasn't the end after the lightning fell, because the flames from the lightning were incinerating Lin Yun's body, causing a series of explosions within him. The pain was unbearable and even more horrible than his previous tribulation. What the Black Turtle ancestor said wasn't wrong, but there was nothing he could do about it. Even if he could fight those at the 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm when he was only at the 2nd Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, he would still have to pay a price. There was no shortcut in this world. Iris Sword Saint and Southern Emperor's inheritance allowed him to forge an unimaginable foundation. But everything came with a price in the world since everything was fair. Since his foundation made him more potent than others, his tribulation would be even more terrifying. If he made it through this tribulation, the rest of his journey would be smooth, and he would be invincible amongst the same generation. He would lose his life here if he couldn't make it through. Since ancient times, this was the heaven-defying path that countless geniuses took, and many died along the way. As a faint light enveloped Lin Yun's body, blood seeped out from his pores, and he was in a hazardous condition. The massive power accumulated within his body went out of control and started devouring him. But fortunately, Lin Yun maintained his composure right from the start. He already predicted that the various energies within his body would go into chaos, but he maintained his composure to control the sword ocean in his brows. As long as he stayed calm and his sword intent was under his control, he would still have a chance, no matter what. His right hand suddenly exploded with his blood flowing down, and it didn't take long for the dragon origin in his blood to start burning. "Looks like I won't be able to last for long," Lin Yun muttered to himself as fine cracks appeared on his arm. Raising his head to look at the thunderclouds with crimson lightning flickering about, he saw that each of the crimson bolts was covered with saint runes. As the crimson lightning intertwined, they manifested into a ferocious beast covered with runes. A brief moment later, a pair of crimson pupils appeared within the thunderclouds. When that pair of eyes appeared, the surroundings became terrifyingly quiet, with the ground still trembling. Lin Yun could feel his heart beating. This scene was weird, and Lin Yun didn't hesitate to release a seal on the profound wither key. As his heart started pumping, the power left behind by the profound wither great saint poured out of his chest. As white energy covered his body, all his injuries were recovered in a split second, and his aura began rising with waves of white energy that shot out and suppressed the surrounding flames. The golden human in his brow also began accumulating power, causing the entire sword ocean to tremble. "It's coming!" Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes. When that pair of crimson eyes descended, the crimson lightning manifested into a demonic python that emitted a terrifying aura and fell towards Lin Yun. When the crimson python fell, the surrounding air was crushed, and the ground collapsed with cracks spreading out. Lin Yun could feel his dragon origin being suppressed, and he couldn't move as his blood was being frozen. The demonic python's power was too terrifying. It was so mighty that it could suppress everything else. As the white energy from the profound wither key began to accumulate, it swiftly formed into an old man. "Sword!" That old man roared and extracted the golden human and golden azure dragon from Lin Yun's sword ocean. The two sword souls swiftly merged into a gigantic golden sword before that old man swung his sword down. His sword severed the demonic python into two. When the third dragon pulse swiftly formed within his body, it swiftly expanded the dragon origin in his violet palace by twofold. The power from the profound wither key swiftly allowed Lin Yun to reach the pinnacle third pulse dragon pulse realm. When Lin Yun activated his 3 dragon pulses, he could sense his strength rapidly rising. But his eyes shone as he looked at the old man who was slowly disappearing. This was the remnant will of the profound wither great saint. The profound wither great saint was still helping him even after his death. "I'll help you if you ask me. It's a tribulation, and one sword is required to cut it apart." The profound wither great saint smiled before he released his grip on the golden sword. The golden sword divided, returning to a golden azure dragon with a golden human before returning to Lin Yun's sword ocean. As Lin Yun's body trembled, he finally returned to his top state with his sword intent and cultivation perfectly merged together. "Thank you, Senior Profound Wither." Lin Yun cupped his hands together. When the profound wither great saint disappeared, Lin Yun felt that he had never existed and yet never left in the first place. This was a complicated feeling. Letting out a breath, Lin Yun found his tribulation a little weird because there was a demonic python at the end. It was clearly formed with lightning, but it gave him the feeling that the python was alive. If it wasn't for the profound wither great saint at the end, he might not have been able to deal with that python alone. "Only 5 seals left on the profound wither key," Lin Yun muttered. "Looks like I have to bear the other tribulations myself. I have to cherish the remaining 5 times. He had finally reached the third pulse dragon pulse realm, which meant he could start practicing the divine tortoise transformation. This also meant that he should be able to reach complete mastery of the first form of the sovereign dragon fist, soaring divine dragon. He had to stabilize his cultivation before practicing the Sovereign Dragon Fist's first form. Last but not least, he had to meet up with the other sword sect's disciples. If I had run into Xian Feng, Chun Tao, and Xiao Kuei again, it should be easy for me to win even if the three joined hands. Lin Yun's eyes flushed with confidence. Previously, when he fought those three, he still had to resort to the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron. But he was confident that he didn't need it now. After spending half a day to stabilize his cultivation, Lin Yun then practiced the Sovereign Dragon Fist. He first formed the Sovereign Dragon Seal, then the Blue Dragon Seal, Golden Dragon Seal, and Silver Dragon Seal, unleashing 3 dazzling lights. At the same time, he also circulated the Azure Dragon Saint Art, Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, and Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon at the same time. When all the energies gathered in his fingers, a boundless vitality would appear whenever he formed a seal, and a massive dragon aura would empower him. Lin Yun's hands made a total of 18 changes. Even after his dragon aura multiplied by 18 times, his vitality wasn't fully exhausted. This brought joy to Lin Yun's face and made him excited. His vitality had indeed transformed after reaching the third Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. In the past, he would reach his limit after 10-fold. But now, it still wasn't the end after 18-fold. Sovereign Dragon Seal. After his dragon aura reached a limit, Lin Yun's hands joined together, and a profound seal appeared in his hand. In the next second, Lin Yun's pupils became golden, and an oppressive dragon aura swept out from him. Enveloped in a dazzling light, Lin Yun's face became grave. Letting out a roar, the seal in his palm was fully released, manifesting into a dazzling sun that shone within a 100-mile radius. This is too powerful. Lin Yun was stumped, looking at the might. He now knew why this martial technique had a sovereign at the front. He was now looking forward to witnessing the power of the soaring divine dragon and seeing if he could unleash the 1,000 soaring dragons that was recorded on the stone monument. After stabilizing his cultivation, Lin Yun started practicing the Sovereign Dragon Fist. Regardless of the intent contained within the Sovereign Dragon Fist or the magnifying lethality, it required a boundless vitality to support it. In the past, Lin Yun could only reach lesser mastery, no matter how much he practiced. After all, this was a dragon spirit martial technique. Even if it was incomplete, it wasn't something he could practice at the second Pulse Dragon Pulse realm without a corresponding cultivation technique. But it was better now after reaching the third Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. He had a terrifying vitality to begin with, and the transformation of his vitality after his breakthrough was even more frightening. Ordinary people's vitality would be comparable to a dragon after reaching the pinnacle third Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. But Lin Yun's vitality was already comparable to a dragon before reaching the third Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, and his vitality now was equivalent to 10 dragons. On the first day, Lin Yun tried 50,000 times before his vitality and dragon origin was utterly exhausted. On the second day, he attempted 60,000 times, and the first form of the Sovereign Dragon Fist managed to unleash 300 dragons. When he thoroughly exhausted his vitality, he refined the saint elixirs left behind by Xian Feng and Chun Tao to recover. On the third day, Lin Yun attempted 80,000 times and was utterly exhausted. But his first form of the Sovereign Dragon Fist managed to unleash 600 dragons, and he worked hard in his cultivation. Every time he finished, he would overexhaust himself, and his entire body would ache. He often wanted to sleep immediately, but he knew he couldn't stop or all his hard work would go down the drain. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and endured for 6 days before he unleashed 1,000 dragons. Soaring divine dragon, hovering in the air, Lin Yun unleashed countless dragons from his body after forming the Sovereign Dragon Seal. Every dragon was shrouded in azure light, and 1,000 dragons immediately dove down from the sky with a boundless dragon aura spreading out. With the dragons encircling him, Lin Yun's aura reached a terrifying height, and the aura he gave off instantly grew from the third Pulse Dragon Pulse realm to the fifth Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. The breakthrough in a martial technique of this level allowed Lin Yun's aura to break through the restriction of cultivation and reach a terrifying height. Each of the dragons was infused with his vitality, and each dragon looked vivid, emitting a divine dragon aura. "Come back!" Lin Yun roared after his aura reached its peak. The vitality in his body was utterly incinerated as 1,000 dragons shrouded his arm before manifesting into a massive dragon claw. The claws were sharp, and he clenched his fist before throwing a punch, destroying a barren mountain a few hundred miles away. What power! Beads of sweat rolled down Lin Yun's forehead, but he inwardly rejoiced. The sovereign dragon fist finally looked like a dragon spirit martial technique, and he succeeded. It should be at greater mastery now, Lin Yun muttered to himself. If he took a step further and reached complete mastery, it would be a terrifying phenomenon of myriad soaring dragons. With this trump card, he wouldn't fear anyone in the profound sky sect. In addition to the heavenly dome sword intent, even if he had a disadvantage in his cultivation, the number of people who could fight him on the ancient barren battlefield wouldn't exceed the fingers on one hand. The only possible threat would be Qin Tian. Qin Tian was ranked first on profound sky sect's inner ranking, and Tian Xuanzi personally taught him. Time to gather with the rest. I wonder how senior sisters and the others are doing. Lin Yun smiled and looked forward to gathering with the party. The ancient barren battlefield was massive. As a battlefield for deities, many forbidden zones were impossible for Dragon Pulse realm experts to enter. After 1 month of searching, many people had a harvest, but they still weren't satisfied. Countless geniuses were still searching around, wanting to obtain more benefits before leaving. There were many saint elixirs in the ancient barren battlefield that were rare in the outside world. Still, the most significant opportunity was inheritances left behind by great saints, which weren't easy to find. He could sense that many people were wandering in the depths of the ancient barren battlefield. This was because ordinary saint elixirs could no longer satisfy them, and the competition there was also more intense. As for inheritance-related treasures, the competition over them was even fiercer. When Lin Yun reached the depths, he could see phenomena occasionally appearing, and the competition here was insane. But he didn't stop and swiftly left. He had no interest in those treasures because a nether saint sword was sufficient for the divine firmament peak to rise and increase the sword sect's foundation. He only wanted to gather with the other disciples now, and he wouldn't stop if there weren't any priceless treasures. Right then, he could sense a faint tremble from the metal on his waist, and he stopped. A fellow disciple? Since there was a commotion from his metal, there was another disciple of the sword sect within a 100-mile radius. It should be over there. Lin Yun briefly sensed it before bolting over. It didn't take long for him to appear on a damaged pavilion looking ahead. Meanwhile, everyone who saw Lin Yun was surprised by his speed because they couldn't even sense a faint breeze. Lin Yun was like a shadow streaking forth. For people were ganging up on one person on a pavilion 1,000 meters away. They were strong, and they were practically at the pinnacle third pulse dragon pulse realm. The strongest one was at the fourth pulse dragon pulse realm, and the aura this person gave off wasn't any weaker than Shen Feng or Xiao Kuei. Lin Yun could instantly tell that they were disciples of the profound sky sect, and this person should be ranked in the top 10 on the inner ranking. The sword sect's disciple being besieged wasn't weak, but he wasn't the opponent of the profound sky sect's disciples. Every time he wanted to charge out, the black-clothed youth would sneer and heavily injure the sword sect's disciple. As this process repeated several times, the aura of the sword sect's disciple was no longer as powerful as before. Gong Sun Yen. Lin Yun was surprised because he recognized the sword sect's disciple. But why would the profound sky sect gang up on Gong Sun Yen? Why would someone ranked in the top 10 in the profound sky sect make a move against Gong Sun Yen? Was it over a treasure? But he wasn't in a hurry since Gong Sun Yan's life wasn't in danger, and he wanted to observe the situation before moving. The profound sky sect only knows how to gang up on someone? Gong Sun Yen roared, looking at the black-clothed youth while wiping the blood off his lips. Do you think you're qualified? The black-clothed youth smirked. He stretched out his hand and released a golden flame on his palm. As the flame swiftly expanded, it formed into a sun. The sun became gigantic when he raised his hand and rose to the sky. Profound sky cannon. Lesser heavenly sun. Lin Yun instantly recognized the black-clothed youth's technique. which meant that this person probably reached a high level in the profound sky canon. He shattered Gong Sun Yan's sword aura with just one move, causing the latter to throw out a mouthful of blood. "You're not my opponent, even if I only use one hand. Where did you get the guts to fight me from?" The black-clothed youth snorted. "If our senior brother didn't say to capture any sword sex disciple, do you think I'd make a move on someone like you?" Gong Sun Yan's face changed, and he gritted his teeth. "Kill me if you want. No need to humiliate me like this." "So what if I'm humiliating you?" The black-clothed youth smirked. "You're just a piece of trash. Let me see how tough your bones are." As his face became cold, he glowed with golden light, and a massive pressure enveloped Gong Sun Yan. Gong Sun Yan tried to gather his sword aura, but his attempts were futile before this enormous pressure. "Kneel!" The black-clothed youth roared and pressed down with his palm. Right then, an azure dragon roar echoed, which stopped the black-clothed youth. He no longer suppressed Gong Sun Yan and shifted to face the palm coming at him. "You're courting death." When the two palms collided, the black-clothed youth, who went by the name Zhao Sun, was surprised. The dragon origin contained in this attacker's palm was more substantial than he had imagined. This caught him by surprise and took 3 steps back. "Who is it?" The faces of the other profound sky sex disciple changed. They started looking around. "No need to look for me, for I am here." Lin Yun shook his arm and instantly flew over, pulling Gong Sun Yan from the ground. "Senior brother Lin." Gong Sun Yan exclaimed when he saw Lin Yun before his face changed. "Leave quickly! It's really Lin Yun." When the profound sky sex disciples saw Lin Yun, they were briefly stunned before they rejoiced. "Third Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm?" The black-clothed youth was briefly stunned before he wore a disdainful expression. "And here, I thought the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple that my senior brother was looking for was strong. I never expected that you're just a piece of trash at the Third Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm." "Looking for me?" Lin Yun was surprised to hear that, but he soon sensed something wasn't right. "Senior brother, leave quickly. Senior sister and the others are trapped in the Snow Valley by the 8 big sects summoned by Yen Kong. Lu Su didn't see you, so he's sending disciples to look for you now." Gong Sun Yan said quickly. "How did you make it out?" "Zhao Yan made a move several times, trying to let us break free from the encirclement. I was fortunate to charge out, but they still caught up to me," Gong Sun Yan said helplessly. "What about Yi Xiling and senior sister Mu?" "I don't know." Lin Yun's face drastically changed, with killing intent filling his pupils. "Let's go." "Go? You think you can leave?" Zhao Sun sneered. "Surround them. Don't let either of them escape." The black-clothed youth coldly looked at Lin Yun and Gong Sun Yan. The nearby profound sky sex disciples drew their saint artifacts, each of which was 1,000 rune saint artifact. Several saint artifacts reached the height of myriad runes, proving that the profound sky sect was so rich that even an ordinary disciple of theirs wielded myriad rune saint artifacts. This was unimaginable in the other sects. As for that black-clothed youth, Zhao Sun, the aura he gave off was even more terrifying. He cultivated the profound sky canon and reached a high stage in the lesser heavenly Sunday. Even without using his saint artifact, the aura he gave off far exceeded the other disciples. "Who allowed you to leave?" Zhao Sun said, looking at Lin Yun indifferently. Zhao Sun, ranked in the top 10 on the profound sky sect's inner ranking. Lin Yun briefly pondered, recalling the information on Zhao Sunday. He said, "You're right. I shouldn't leave because your head is pretty valuable." Hearing that, Zhao Sun was briefly stunned before he laughed. "Ha ha ha. Kill me? With that puny ability of yours? Or are you going to call the Radiant Sword Saint over? Don't think that no one dares to do anything to you just because you're the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. No one cares about that in the ancient barren battlefield." Zhao Sun laughed, roaring, "Today, I'll be killing the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple." The other profound sky sect's disciples laughed because this scene was really hilarious. Lin Yun really didn't know his current position. Everyone from the profound sky sect was searching for him, and they initially thought Lin Yun would hide somewhere to cultivate. But they never expected that he would be so arrogant as to come to them and even declare that he would take senior brother Zhao's head. What's so funny? Lin Yun asked indifferently. The profound sky sex disciples weren't initially bothered, but they soon discovered something wasn't right. A faint dragon aura was being emitted from Lin Yun. As Lin Yun's blood began to boil, he was like a divine dragon as he slowly opened his eyes. Sweeping his gaze out, everyone from the profound sky sect felt suffocating, and their faces became ugly. What's going on? The hands of the profound sky sect's disciples began to tremble. Lin Yun was only at the third pulse dragon pulse realm, so why did he give off the feeling that he was even more terrifying than senior brother Zhao? He's just putting on a strong front. Kill him, Zhao Sun said coldly, sensing that something wasn't right. Lin Yun, Gong Sun Yen panicked. Come close to me. Lower your head and close your eyes, Lin Yun said. His words baffled Gong Sun Yen, but he still did as he was told and lowered his head before closing his eyes. When he dropped his hand, Lin Yun started forming a seal, and his dragon aura began to multiply. In a split second, the dragon aura had multiplied by 20-fold. He had executed the blue dragon seal, golden dragon seal, silver dragon seal, and sovereign dragon seal. With 3 divine seals empowering the sovereign dragon seal, the power was multiplied 20-fold, and an ancient seal swiftly formed within Lin Yun's palm. The profound sky sex disciples flying over were caught by surprise and exploded into a blood mist when they took the attack head-on. As they exploded like fireworks, the sovereign dragon seal's radiance enveloped every corner within a 10-mile radius. The saint artifacts fell onto the ground, their owners dead. How's this possible? Zhao Sun's face changed, and his jaw nearly fell off. He sensed that something wasn't right with Lin Yun, so he let the other disciples probe him. But he never imagined that they wouldn't even be able to last one round. They even died before they could summon their constellations. Before he could even ponder it, Zhao Sun swiftly executed the lesser heavenly Sunday. This was the reason why he was able to suppress Gong Sun Yen earlier. As the sun rose from his palm, the sunlight and dragon seal's light clashed within a 10-mile radius. The next moment, Lin Yun's sovereign dragon seal and Zhao Sun's lesser heavenly sun collided. The next second, a draconic roar echoed that pierced through the sun. As Lin Yun's aura swept out, the dragon seal's radiance enveloped the surroundings. This caught Zhao Sun by surprise, and he threw out a mouthful of blood. In the next second, Lin Yun already appeared before him. Zhao Sun quickly summoned his constellation but could only use his fists to face Lin Yun because he didn't have the time to bring out his saint artifact. He swiftly poured his dragon origin into his arms. Even if he only did it in a hurry, the dragon origin contained in his arms was terrifying with his cultivation at the 4th pulse dragon pulse realm. But when his attack landed on Lin Yun, it only caused a faint fluctuation. His punches failed to even shatter the dragon runes on the surface of Lin Yun's body. In other words, he failed to even harm a strand of hair on Lin Yun. But how was this possible? Zhao Sun directly collapsed. He was dumbfounded, and his mind went blank. With such unfathomable strength, even the top 3 on the profound sky sex inner rankings wouldn't be inferior to him. But they definitely weren't so terrifying when they were at the 3rd pulse dragon pulse realm. Your physique. How did you manage to do it? Zhao Sun muttered to himself as he looked at Lin Yun in disbelief. Is there a need for me to explain to you? Lin Yun coldly replied. He suffered a lot to obtain the blue dragon bone and perfect his azure dragon saint art. So how could his dragon runes possibly be destroyed by someone who was merely ranked in the top 10 on the profound sky sex inner ranking? Suddenly, Lin Yun pushed his palm forth. His aura began to rise when he pushed his palm forth, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. All the dragon runes on his body flew out, forming a massive dragon. This might seem like an ordinary palm, but his arm had utterly fused with the divine dragon. Taking his attack head-on, Zhao Sun's armor began to shatter, and a terrifying shockwave swept out. His internal organs began to break, and he would have died now if Lin Yun didn't go easy on him. As Zhao Sun knelt before Lin Yun, he couldn't muster any strength. When Gong Sun Yen opened his eyes and saw this scene, he was utterly dumbfounded. What did he just see? A genius in the top 10 on the profound SkySec's inner ranking couldn't even take a single move against Lin Yun and was kneeling before the latter. As for the surroundings, there were only individual saint artifacts and a puddle of blood. The other profound SkySec's disciples had died, and this scene made Gong Sun Yan's eyes bulge. He only closed his eyes for a breath or two, and the situation completely changed when he opened them. Gong Sun Yen, where's senior sister and the others? Lin Yun asked. There at the Saint Constellation Snow Valley, Gong Sun Yen said after coming to his senses. The Saint Constellation Snow Valley? Lin Yun asked with his brows furrowed. That valley doesn't have any name, but we discovered a saint constellation from an ancient powerhouse. So it's called the Saint Constellation Snow Valley now. Yen Kong has led the 8 big sects to seal off that valley. Aside from that, many people are trying to sneak their way in for the Saint Constellation in the valley. Gong Sun Yen said. Do you know where it is? I do. Gong Sun Yen said quickly with his eyes lit. Bring me there. Okay. Gong Sun Yen said with excitement and flames blazing in his pupils. He previously didn't want to bring Lin Yun over because the enemies were too strong, and Yen Kong alone could suppress the other saint disciples. Without Gu Ruochen or Yi Qingxian, Lin Yun would be courting death if he had gone there. But it was different now because Lin Yun's strength far exceeded his imagination, not to mention that Lin Yun didn't even draw his sword, merely used his body-refining technique to suppress Zhao Sunday. Lin Yun, go save Zhao Yan and others quickly. They're too pitiful. Gong Sun Yen said. Calm down and tell me slowly. What's the matter? Lin Yun asked as he calmed down. Okay. So? After hearing what Gong Sun Yen said, Lin Yun's eyes flickered and fell into deep thoughts. According to Gong Sun Yen, the sword sect suffered a sneak attack when Yi Xiling and Mu Shuoqin went to check the Saint Constellation. Countless people covered the sky. They were the big sects that submitted to the profound sky sect, catching the sword sect by surprise. They were fortunate that the sword sect had set up a spiritual array beforehand. In addition to Zhao Yan's help, they barely managed to bear it to this point. Zhao Yan. Yeah. Brother Zhao can face the big sect's chief disciples after practicing your sword technique. But it was a problem after Yen Kong made a move. Now that I think of it, Brother Zhao purposely forced Yen Kong to make a move and created an opportunity for me to escape. Gong Sun Yen said in a vexed tone. Otherwise, no one would have been able to flee with that person around. Ha ha! While Zhao Sun's face was covered in blood, and he laughed sinisterly. You piece of trash. Do you think that you escaped on your own? If senior brother didn't want to go easy on you guys, none of you would have been able to escape. Ha ha ha. Lin Yun, don't cower if you have the guts. My senior brother. Letting this guy out to inform you that the sword sect is in danger. Gong Sun Yan's face changed, and quickly stepped forth to give Zhao Sun several slaps. Those slaps left Zhao Sun dumbfounded, and he raged, You piece of trash. I can suppress you with just one hand, and yet you dare to slap me. He had no idea of Gong Sun Yan's temper. When he said those words, Gong Sun Yen gave him several more slaps. Gong Sun Yen looked at Lin Yun and asked, Lin Yun, what should we do with this fellow? He's still so stubborn after kneeling on the ground. Ha ha ha. Lin Yun, kill me. Zhao Sun's expression became fanatical. Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient Baron. The sword sect will be destroyed sooner or later, and you can't do anything to change it, no matter how you try, even if you kill me. You're courting death. Gong Sun Yen wanted to kill him immediately, but Lin Yun suddenly stopped him before turning to Zhao Sun. Stop. You mentioned that Yen Kong is waiting for me? That's right. Zhao Sun sneered. Senior Brother Qin said that everyone in the sword sect will die, including the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. If Senior Brother Yen doesn't bring your head over, Senior Brother Qin will take his head. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly because Qin Tian was another member of the Nether Divinity clan. Haha, don't cower. Zhao Sun snickered, and his gaze was vicious. This made Gongsun Yen furious because Zhao Sun was still provocating Lin Yun even after coming so far. Lin Yun. His words do make some sense. Ha ha ha. Lin Yun. I'm not afraid to tell you honestly. The profound Sky Saint Sovereign wants to use your head to have the Radiant Sword Saint die before his lifespan ends. You better hide, or your master's death tribulation might come beforehand. Once he knows you died in the ancient barren battlefield. Zhao Sun's eyes flashed with mockery, and he snickered. But if you don't go, everyone from the sword sect will die because of you. You talk a lot, Lin Yun said, looking at Zhao Sunday. Ha. Am I not right? Zhao Sun slowly stood up and continued. Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient barren. He'll dominate the entire ancient barren domain sooner or later. Who allowed you to get up on your feet? Lin Yun said, turning to look at Zhao Sun. And this gaze alone was enough to make Zhao Sun's legs tremble. Waving his hand, Lin Yun created a hole in Zhao Sun's chest. When Zhao Sun's heart shattered, he instantly lost his life. Lin Yun initially wanted to spare Zhao Sun's life and see if he still had any value left, but Zhao Sun was getting on his nerves. The sudden death of Zhao Sun left Gongsun Yen dumbfounded. Lead the way, Lin Yun said. Gongsun Yen didn't know what he was thinking, but it was clear that Zhao Sun's words affected Lin Yun greatly. Senior brother, what should we do now? Is what that fellow said true? Gongsun Yen asked in a concerned tone. What else? Kill them all, Lin Yun said, and his words left Gongsun Yen shocked. Lead the way, Lin Yun said, executing the divine sun-chasing art and soaring to the sky with Gongsun Yen. As a violent wind blew, they swiftly made their way to the Saint Constellation Snow Valley. Lin Yun, are you serious about this? Gongsun Yen asked after a long silence. What else? Lin Yun said indifferently. I spent an unimaginable time to reach the best I can in my movement technique, sword technique, fist technique, and physique just so that I don't have to suck it up when others provoke me. At the Saint Constellation Snow Valley, Yi Xiling was at the towering tree, refining the Saint Constellation, while Mu Shuiqin and Zhao Yan led the sword sect's disciples to guard the valley. Outside the valley, there was a group of people gathered together. They were all from the 8 big sects, only second to the powerful sects, and they were attacking this valley under the leadership of the Profound Sky Sect. The valley was enveloped in a blizzard with blood splashing and swords vibrating. The sword sect's disciples were fending off the big sect's assault under layers of arrays. At the heart of the array was a ball of scarlet flames that looked like a bright sun. With the empowerment of the scarlet light, everyone who charged over was sent flying back. But the big sect's chief disciples weren't in a hurry and gathered around Yen Kong. As chief disciples of their respective big sects, their saint artifacts were comparable to 20,000 rune saint artifacts, and some even had glory saint artifacts. In the sky, there were various phenomena, such as roaring flame dragons, rumbling azure lightning, phoenixes soaring to the sky, silver blood rivers, and even terrifying demonic beasts. Saint artifacts created all these phenomena, and such a massive scale was rare in the ancient barren battlefield. The sword sect is being trapped? This is weird. Why is the Profound Sky sect in such a hurry to deal with the sword sect when the Saint Palace has yet to appear? Ha! What is there to be curious about? The big sects already submitted to the Profound Sky sect, so it'd be weird if the Profound Sky sect doesn't use them. This formation is a little terrifying. The big sect's full force is here, and Yen Kong is also around. No powerful sect will be able to take them head-on. Not to mention that I heard Gu Ruochen and Yi Qingxian aren't around. The audience members were shocked when they saw this scene. Senior brother Yen, why hasn't Lin Yun shown up? Gu Ruochen and Yi Qingxian aren't around, either. Are we still going to wait? Asked the Azure Thunder sect's chief disciple, Yu Zhe. The other chief disciples were a mixture of men and women, and they turned their attention over when they heard what Yu Zhe asked. Turning back to take a few glances, Yen Kong said, "Looks like that brat won't be showing up. Let's end this game quickly, then. If we don't make a move now, who knows if there will be a change in the situation after the sword sect refines the sovereign constellation." Ha ha ha! Senior brother Yen, you're too humble. With you around, what incident can there be? The Saint constellation is already in your pocket. Someone immediately flattered Yen Kong. Yen Kong laughed when he heard that, and he was satisfied when he heard those words. As a cold light flashed across his pupils, he commanded, "End this pitiful game. If anyone dares to interfere, consider them to be with the sword sect and kill them." Half a day later, a golden beam streaked across the sky and arrived before a snowy mountain range. When Lin Yun and Gong Sun Yen landed on a mountain peak, Gong Sun Yen immediately told Lin Yun, "This is the place. This place is covered in a blizzard, and the Saint constellation is at the valley's center. That place is covered in blooming flowers, filled with boundless vitality." They could smell a faint blood stench which made Gong Sun Yan's face change. This was because the stench of blood was too obvious, even from so far away. This meant that the profound sky sect probably started a massacre. They already made a move? Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly, and a terrifying killing aura swept out from him. Compared to when he had just entered the ancient barren battlefield, Lin Yun had undergone a drastic transformation after reaching the third Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. His vitality and martial techniques had also undergone a transformation, especially the explosive increment in his vitality. This further strengthened his Blue Dragon Bone and Sovereign Dragon Fist. "Those bastards," Gong Sun Yen said, trembling from the anger he was feeling. "Are we going to slaughter our way over?" Gong Sun Yen was furious, and he was also afraid. After all, the 8 big sects were there, including Yen Kong. Cultivators at the 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm were seen everywhere, and the number of experts far exceeded his imagination. "I'm here to kill," Lin Yun said indifferently. The sword sect was Lin Yun's bottom line, and he would kill anyone who dared to touch his bottom line. Since they already fell out, there was no need for them to keep enduring it, and he could also take revenge for what happened 18 years ago. Stepping forth, Lin Yun's footsteps might seem slow, but Gong Sun Yen couldn't even catch up to him, even when he pushed his movement technique to the limit. Suddenly, Lin Yun felt a chill sweeping over him, and this made Lin Yun stop his footsteps. At the entrance of the Saint Constellation Snow Valley, there were many disciples there, and 2 people were kneeling on the ground. When Gong Sun Yen raised his head, he was instantly dumbfounded because those 2 were Jin Xuani and Ji Shuxian. They were once the twin stars of the Earth ranking, but they were now covered in blood, kneeling on the ground. Taking a step out, Lin Yun instantly arrived before the valley entrance. "Stop! Senior Brother Yen has orders to kill anyone who dares to approach." Those guarding the entrance of the valley barked. Their faces were cold, and their eyes were filled with killing intent when they looked at Lin Yun. "Which Senior Brother Yen?" Lin Yun asked. "What nonsense! Is there another Senior Brother Yen in the ancient barren battlefield? I'm naturally talking about the Profound Sky Saint Sovereign's disciple. Ranked 3rd on the Profound Sky Sect's inner ranking, Senior Brother Yen Kong." Their eyes flashed with mockery and annoyance when they looked at Lin Yun. When Ji Shuxian and Jin Xuani, kneeling on the ground, heard that familiar voice, they both raised their heads. "J Junior Brother Lin." Their eyes shone when they saw Lin Yun, but they soon helplessly urged, "Junior Brother Lin, flee quickly." Lin Yun. Those guarding the entrance of the valleys had a change on their faces when they saw Lin Yun, and they couldn't help retreating. At the same time, someone yelled out, "Quick! Inform the Senior Brothers that the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple has arrived." "You guys think you can run?" Lin Yun raised his head, and a sun and a moon revolved within his pupils, executing the divine dragon eyes. When an even more terrifying divine dragon's aura exploded from Lin Yun, the pressure emitted from his pupils became immense. 2 people who took a step back were killed before they could even turn their heads around. At the next moment, Lin Yun swiftly began to move through this region, raising his hand to push out a palm. When he raised his palm, Lin Yun activated his Blue Dragon Bone, pouring all his dragon runes into his palm, looking like a divine dragon that came to life. Under that claw, anyone who came in contact with it instantly died. Seeing this scene, Gong Sun Yen took a deep breath and could feel his scalp going numb. Just what did Lin Yun obtain in the ancient barren battlefield to become so powerful? This was simply too terrifying. In the past, he knew Lin Yun had a strong physique, but he never expected Lin Yun to become so terrifying. After reaching the third Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, he looked like he had undergone a drastic transformation. The vitality he gave off was even more frightening than a true dragon. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun returned to his original position and helped Jin Xuani and Ji Shuxian to their feet, leaving behind multiple corpses on the ground with holes in their chests. It was just as he said, he was here to kill today. The Sword Sect was his bottom line. As the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, Lin Yun naturally wouldn't take this lying down. After saving Jin Xuani and Ji Shuxian, Lin Yun continued forth. He learned from those two that Mu Shuiqin and the others had retreated to where the Saint Constellation was located to put on a final resistance. Yi Xiling was refining the Saint Constellation, and everyone in the Sword Sect was protecting her. Let's go, then. Lin Yun continued forth without saying another word. This made Jin Xuani, Ji Shuxian, and Gong Sun Yen feel their hearts pumping violently. They were inwardly shocked by the power that Lin Yun displayed. Lin Yun! It didn't take the group of four to run into another juncture. The myriad beast sect's disciples were guarding this junction and were briefly stunned before they immediately recognized Lin Yun. Ha ha ha! Quick! Tell Senior Brother and the others that Lin Yun is here. The Radiant Sword Saint's disciple is here. Ha ha ha! He came at the right time. Senior Brother Yen will definitely rejoice upon hearing this news. They were briefly stunned before they laughed, and their pupils were shining, wondering if they wanted to capture Lin Yun now. After all, there was no doubt that it would be a massive contribution if they managed to capture Lin Yun. Die! But before they could make a decision, Lin Yun's vitality surged, and a crack appeared on the ground beneath his foot. When he charged forth, he pushed the divine sun-chasing art to the limit, leaving behind so many faint ripples in the surroundings that others couldn't see him clearly, even his afterimages. His black hair fluttered violently, making him look like a death god crawling out from hell. Activating the blue dragon bone, a draconic roar echoed within his body, which summoned a violent storm as his dragon aura merged with his sword ray. The disciples guarding the junction exclaimed and quickly retrieved their saint artifacts before charging at Lin Yun. As sparks flew, none of the saint artifacts managed to harm Lin Yun. On the contrary, nicks appeared on their saint artifacts when they landed on Lin Yun. His body is even tougher than saint artifacts? How is this possible? This fellow is simply a monster. Wait, what are those purple golden runes? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief when they looked at Lin Yun. Die! Lin Yun roared and dashed over, starting a massacre without anyone capable of even withstanding an attack from him. He had pushed the Azure Dragon Saint Art and Blue Dragon Bone to the limit, along with the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, making his pupils turn black. With a powerful physique, in addition to his nether energy at the pinnacle 6th stage, no ordinary genius could withstand an attack from him. Death to anyone who dares to stand in my way. Lin Yun proceeded forth, killing anyone who dared to stand in his way. After he started a massacre, he no longer had any sympathy in his heart, displaying a terrifying efficiency in killing. Lin Yun is here. Be careful. Lin Yun is here. Half an hour later, the news of Lin Yun's appearance spread with countless figures soaring to the sky. When they saw Lin Yun, they could see the blood that looked like a long river extending from behind Lin Yun that stood out in the white snow. Looking at Lin Yun again, everyone had fear and shock in their pupils because all the disciples responsible for guarding the junctions were dead, without one spared. Lin Yun, you're courting death. How dare you? Kill him! Countless figures flew out from the mountain range that were at the 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. There was no exception that they were geniuses of the Golden Generation, and there were a lot of them. This scene made Jin Xuani, Ji Shuxian, and Gong Sun Yan's faces paled because the number of enemies was too much. With a rough estimation, there were at least 30-odd people at the 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. I already said, death to anyone who dares to stand in my way. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly without showing any signs of cowering. Just as Jin Xuani, Ji Shuxian, and Gong Sun Yan were dumbfounded, Lin Yun soared to the sky with the azure dragon merging with his sword aura. In the next second, a boundless killing intent exploded from him like a violent hurricane. As boundless killing intent exploded from Lin Yun, it instantly dyed the entire sky red. Lin Yun's pupils also turned red, and the chill in his pupils reached an unprecedented height. He had killed more than 10,000 people since he started cultivating, and God knows how many people he slew on the heavenly path. Did they really think that he didn't have any temper? Back on the heavenly path, he was called a demon. Today, the demon would be back. His torrential killing intent instantly attracted many people's attention, and they were shocked while looking at Lin Yun. At this moment, Lin Yun gave off the feeling that he was a fiend god who crawled out of hell. When the big sex golden generation geniuses looked at Lin Yun, they all felt a chill run down their spines. What's going on? Why does that fellow give off a weird feeling? And my hands are actually trembling? Calm down. This fellow is just a dead man. Our senior brothers have yet to come, and we have senior brother Yen Kong around. There's no need to be afraid of him, even if he's the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. That's right. So what if he's the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple? Everyone soon calmed their fears. They were all Fourth Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm geniuses, releasing their dragon origin and summoning their constellations. The phenomenon they created was shocking, and such a scale was rare in the ancient barren battlefield. With a thought, Lin Yun pushed the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra to the limit. The nether flower in his body bloomed with 48 petals, and the sword at the flower bud emitted pitch-black nether energy. The flower petals flew out from his body in the next second and mixed into the surrounding blizzard. Standing deep in the flower petals, Lin Yun looked graceful despite the killing intent that he released, giving off a different yet complicated aura. Charging forth, Lin Yun released a pinnacle firmament sword intent and started a massacre. Simultaneously, he poured his dragon runes into his hand. Under the empowerment of his firmament sword intent and nether energy, the dragon runes emitted an unprecedented crimson radiance. As a dragon roar echoed in the blizzard, the various attacks were significantly corroded before they could even get close to him. When those attacks landed on him, it only caused a faint ripple on the dragon runes. As for his attacks, his fists were like swords tearing across space. Along with a series of explosions, people started falling from the sky like broken kites as they threw out blood. It didn't take long for the number of people in the sky to be halved. Under the 48 layers of petals, Lin Yun flicked his finger and unleashed pitch-black nether sword rays, piercing through the chests of those who fell before they could get up. Like that, the black sword rays were like spears pinning more people down to the ground. No! 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 Some people roared, and miserable shrieks could be heard. They were horrified to discover that their dragon origin and vitality were being devoured by the black sword rays that pierced through their chests, and there was nothing they could do about it. They were heavily injured to begin with, and they could only watch as their vitality swiftly seeped from them. It didn't take long for those who were pierced by the black sword rays to turn into dried-up corpses. As Lin Yun let out a roar, the blue dragon bone shone again, with countless dragon runes blooming. Hovering in the sky, Lin Yun's pupils were filled with killing intent as sword rays shone, making him look like a deity. The surroundings soon became quiet, and only the howling of the blizzard could be heard. Lin Yun's pupils had become red, filled with killing intent that made his handsome face sinister. Quick, run! This madman! Quick, leave! Go and invite senior brother over. Those who remained were utterly dumbfounded and trembled when they saw this scene. They had seen ruthless people but had never seen someone as cruel as Lin Yun. It didn't take long for everyone who was left to be significantly terrified by Lin Yun. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, Lin Yun, is here. Who dares to fight me? Lin Yun roared, and his voice was even more terrifying than a demonic beast's roar, piercing the blizzard. When he shouted, he blew apart the head of a myriad beast gate's disciple. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, Lin Yun, is here. Lin Yun roared, and a female disciple of the Flame Phoenix sex blood splattered on Lin Yun's face from the massive hole in her chest. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, Lin Yun, is here. Who dares to fight me? Lin Yun would roar whenever he killed a person, and his killing intent kept accumulating, instantly reaching a terrifying height. Crimson light began to gather around him that shot to the sky, piercing through the demonic clouds. This scene made Jin Xuani, Ji Shuxian, and Gong Sun Yen feel a chill run down their spines, and they couldn't say a word. Was Lin Yun planning to sweep his way over, killing everyone in his path by himself? This was a little too unbelievable, and they widened their mouths in disbelief. This was completely different from what they knew about Lin Yun. He might be a decisive person from their impression of him, but he wouldn't take another innocent life, not to mention becoming insane like this. Junior brother has lost it, Jin Xuani said painfully. But Gong Sun Yen wore a grave expression and said, "Lost it? No, he's trying to attract everyone who is deep in the valley. The bigger the commotion he creates, the safer Yi Xiling and others will be." Jin Xuani and Ji Shuxian were both alarmed, but they soon came to their senses because that was really the case. Breathing out a sigh, Ji Shuxian said, "But this means that junior brother Lin will have to carry a lot of lives on his shoulders." Gong Sun Yen opened his mouth, but he ultimately didn't say a word. Lin Yun was the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint, so who would bear the responsibility if he didn't? Before entering the ancient barren battlefield, Lin Yun probably planned to resolve the sword sect's danger alone with his sword and was determined not to let what happened 2 decades ago to be reenacted. Let's quickly go over and save our fellow disciples. Don't let Lin Yun's effort go to waste, Gong Sun Yen said, quickening up his speed. As Jin Xuani and Ji Shuxian exchanged a glance, they swiftly chased after Gong Sun Yen. They believed there must be people who had survived, and Lin Yun's efforts wouldn't be in vain, even if they could save only one person. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, Lin Yun, is here. Who dares to fight me? Another roar echoed as Lin Yun killed the last person. Standing at the mountain peak, Lin Yun's gaze pierced through the mountain range and fell onto the ancient towering tree. The ancient tree was so high that it pierced into the sky, and a white dragon could be faintly seen under the snowflakes. Lin Yun's face changed, and he clenched his fists because that was Yi Xiling. That was senior brother Jian's daughter, and he could faintly hear weapons clashing under the tree. Right then, a figure soared to the sky, and the sneer they had could be seen even from 1,000 miles away. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple? Where is he? Why can't I see him? When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw that it was Yen Kong, the right-hand man of Qin Tian, ranked in the top 3 on the Profound Sky sect and the mastermind behind this assault. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, I, Yen Kong, am here. Why aren't you coming to die? A few hundred miles away, the silver moonlight had condensed into a moon on a mountain, and a person was standing on the moon that stood out. This person was enveloped by the silver moonlight that made him look graceful. It's Yen Kong. Yen Kong is really here. The Radiant Sword Saint's disciple is doomed now. I'm afraid that he didn't expect that Yen Kong was really here after being so high-profile earlier. Yen Kong's appearance instantly caused a commotion amongst the spectators who were paying attention to this battle. After all, who in the ancient barren battlefield wouldn't know the top 3 in the Profound Sky sect? They weren't only the top 3 in the Profound Sky sect but also the top 3 in the ancient barren battlefield. The strength of the Golden Generation geniuses taught personally by Tian Xuanzi far exceeded everyone's imagination, and Yen Kong's appearance attracted everyone's attention. Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient barren. Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient barren. The Profound Sky sect's disciples roared, making Yen Kong look extraordinary at the top of the snow mountain. Yen Kong is here. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. Come and receive your death. Yen Kong roared. Waving his hand, he grabbed a hold of a sword sect's disciple. Ha ha ha. Lin Yun, aren't you arrogant? Beg me, and I'll release them. The sword sect's disciple grabbed by Yen Kong was in pain as he struggled. My sword sect's disciple can lose, but none of us are afraid of death. Yen Kong, don't even think about using my life to threaten senior brother Lin. That sword sect's disciple struggled, and he circulated his dragon origin, which made his body start to heat up. Yen Kong instantly realized that this sword sect's disciple wanted to self-destruct. But just when he wanted to respond, it was already too late. Senior brother Lin, take revenge for me. That sword sect's disciple exploded, and a terrifying sword ray ferociously blazed like a bright sun. But that radiance only lasted for a split second before it was extinguished. It was like a firework that bloomed for a moment. Ha! The sword sect's disciple is really stubborn. Yen Kong sneered, but there was no fluctuation on his face. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish then. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly. Waving his hand, he charged over at Yen Kong. This scene made the hearts of Gong Sun Yen, Ji Shuxian, and Jin Xuani sink. That was the depths of the Saint Constellation Snow Valley, and Yen Kong was purposely trying to attract Lin Yun. Ha ha ha! Yen Kong laughed with mockery within his pupils before disappearing in a flash. Lin Yun's speed was fast, and he landed on this empty ground in a few flashes. The ground was covered in snow, and many corpses were on the ground. Among the bodies were disciples of the Sword Sect and Profound Sky Sect. Yen Kong landed on the mountain not too far away and coldly looked at Lin Yun. The Saint Constellation Snow Valley wasn't far from him, and an intense battle was still ongoing. This relieved Lin Yun because most of the Sword Sect's disciples were still around. Suddenly, several streaks flew over, and 7 figures appeared behind Yen Kong. They were the chief disciples of the various big sects, and they were geniuses of the Golden Generation. They were talented and considered elites on the ancient barren battlefield. They hovered in the air and gave off a terrifying pressure like a mountain with light shining brightly on their bodies. They were like ancient divine generals, possessing top-tiered saint artifacts, 30,000 rune saint artifacts, or saint artifacts that were engraved with glory spirits. Ha! You really dare to come? Yen Kong smiled coldly. I should have killed you with a slap outside the ancient barren battlefield. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple? Ha! Ha ha ha! Senior brother Yen, you're being too polite with him. The Radiant Sword Saint is already a dead person. So who will recognize him now? In the current ancient barren domain, who doesn't know that the Profound Sky Saint Sovereign is the strongest? Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient barren. He'll dominate the entire ancient barren domain sooner or later. Does the Sword Sect want to return to becoming a holy land? Dream on. I've seen foolish people, but I've never seen such a foolish person. Since he dares to come and court death, we'll take that fellow's head. Then, the big sect's chief disciples had long joined the Profound Sky Sect, and they looked at Lin Yun with killing intent filled in their pupils like Yen Kong. What a huge formation, Lin Yun said indifferently. Ha, you're afraid now? It's a pity that it's useless even if you go down on your knees to beg for mercy. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, you must die today, no matter what, Yen Kong said coldly, standing at the mountain summit. Beg for mercy? I'm here to kill. Today, none of you can leave unscathed. Lin Yun said calmly. Ha ha ha. The group was briefly stunned before they started laughing. A chief disciple laughed. Senior brother Yen, he said that none of us can escape? Ha ha ha. His words caused everyone in the surroundings to laugh out loud. Yen Kong snickered. You better be more worried about yourself and your fellow disciples trapped in the valley. Mu Shuiqin is pretty good, and I heard that Jian Jingtian's daughter is a great beauty. Ha ha ha. Those words made Lin Yun's pupils flash with a cold light as he glared at Yen Kong. Seeing Lin Yun's gaze, Yen Kong said coldly, None of you are allowed to move. I'll suppress him today. When he finished, the demonic clouds in the sky broke apart and silver moonlight shone on him. The outline of a moon had appeared behind him. Yen Kong was confident that he could quickly deal with Lin Yun alone. Even if Lin Yun wanted to escape, it was impossible with the big sect's chief disciples here. The Radiant Sword Saint's disciple was destined to die today, and no one could save him. Lin Yun, I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Yen Kong's face became sinister and appeared before Lin Yun. As his constellation opened up, a silver moon flew out. That was his constellation, a moon that looked like it was created with mercury. He wanted to use his constellation to suppress the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple and repeat the sword sex tragedy that happened 2 decades ago. Pushing his palm out, white clouds flew out from behind the silver moon, and the white clouds were like a curtain that instantly suppressed Lin Yun's firmament sword intent. Kneel! Yen Kong roared, his palm reaching for Lin Yun's head. The next moment, a huge collision occurred, and the ground started to tremble violently. Too weak. Yen Kong hasn't even pushed his profound sky cannon to the limit, and his sword intent is already suppressed. Lin Yun is only capable of bullying ordinary people. That's right. His cultivation is nothing before a true genius. His firmament sword intent is suppressed now. Let me see what he can do now. Everyone mocked, shaking their heads when they saw Lin Yun's sword aura being suppressed. But the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded as Lin Yun raised his head and pushed his palm forth. Lin Yun didn't take a step back when the two palms collided. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked, and their faces changed. Kneel! Yen Kong flew into a rage upon seeing this, and silver flames started to blaze behind him that soon condensed into a pair of wings. When he flapped his wings, cold flames swept down. It was surprising that Yen Kong grasped the rare frostfire intent. But Lin Yun's performance wasn't inferior. A pair of golden crow wings unfolded behind him. Sacred flames blazed on every feather, making him look like a massive sun hovering in the air, and the aura he was giving off also began to increase. As the golden crow wings flapped, the golden lotus sacred flame swept out and collided with the chill frost sacred flame. When the two different flames collided, the surroundings within a 100-mile radius was enveloped in flames. Under the sea of flames, their palms collided, and they unleashed terrifying auras. This was too terrifying because the radiance released by them could be seen even from a few 100 miles away. This left the geniuses from the other forces dumbfounded. How was this possible? Yen Kong, who grasped the 5th-grade Frostfire intent and was at the pinnacle 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, couldn't take down Lin Yun after suppressing his sword intent. This was simply too unbelievable. But Lin Yun inwardly roared and summoned the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron from his Dragon Origin Ocean. As a demonic cauldron broke out from his Dragon Origin Ocean in his Violet Palace, his body was filled with a boundless demonic aura that made his pupils black. His aura instantly broke through multiple restrictions and reached the height of the 5th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, sending Yen Kong flying under unbelievable gazes. How dare you! Yen Kong's heart sank when he retreated. As he hovered in the air, he pushed his left palm out. 9 heavenly falling moons. Under his palm, 8 beams of moonlight descended from the sky, which made this palm look terrifying. But when his palm was about to fall, Lin Yun folded his golden crow wings, circulating the golden crow Saint rune. The high-grade ghost spirit martial technique from Yen Kong felt like it had struck a mountain. On the other hand, Lin Yun didn't move his wings. When he unfolded them, Yen Kong was quickly sent flying away. As blood dripped from Yen Kong's lips, Lin Yun raised his hand and pressed down before the former could respond, executing the Azure Dragon Grasp. As a massive dragon claw broke out from the clouds, it flew out with Lin Yun's palm. Yen Kong clasped his palms together, wanting to fold his silver wings. But before he could, the golden crow wings were like 2 blades that sliced off Yen Kong's wings, causing Yen Kong to let out a miserable scream. His wings had become 2 bloody halves. When that dragon claw descended from the sky, the ground cracked, and snow flew around. The scene of Yen Kong being suppressed left everyone dumbfounded. How is this possible? The big sect's chief disciples were shocked. I already said that all of you will die today. Lin Yun hovered in the air, looking around. As Yen Kong struggled to soar back to the sky, his face was sinister, and he roared, "What are you guys waiting for? Kill him!" The 7 chief disciples came to their senses and summoned their constellations, pressing down on Lin Yun. As various phenomena appeared in the sky, the phenomena and saint artifacts emitted a terrifying pressure as the 7 appeared before Lin Yun. It's futile, no matter who comes. Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind as he took a step forth. When he stepped forth, The 40,000 dragon runes on his body converged into an azure dragon. The azure dragon was shrouded in thunderstorms with an immense dragon aura that enveloped this entire region, instantly suppressing their constellations. Circulating his blue dragon bone, Lin Yun produced another 20,000 dragon runes that formed into an azure dragon saint armor. This scene shocked everyone, and their eyeballs nearly fell out. The dragon runes clearly formed into an azure dragon, so why were more dragon runes being produced? Everyone was stumped until they looked at Lin Yun's chest. A blue light was being emitted from Lin Yun's chest, containing boundless vitality. Dragon bone. Divine dragon bone. It's definitely a divine dragon bone. Qinsong also had a divine dragon bone back then, but Lin Yun's divine dragon bone seems even stronger than Qinsong's. How is that possible? How did he manage to obtain one? The audience was shocked, looking at Lin Yun's chest with disbelief. It was a massive matter for one to possess a divine dragon bone, not to mention that Lin Yun's divine dragon bone looked stronger than Qinsong's golden dragon bone. So the shock it brought to everyone was naturally great. How is this possible? How can he possibly obtain a divine dragon bone? Yan Kong's pupils flashed with disbelief. As the azure dragon roared, the clouds in the sky started to change. Lin Yun would hide it when he used the blue dragon bone before, not wanting to reveal it. But he couldn't be bothered and wanted to start a massacre. A chief disciple slashed a blade towards Lin Yun, causing the sparks to fly and the dragon runes to shatter. His attack was terrifying, and that attack broke 300 dragon runes. Divine dragon bone? Doesn't seem so impressive after all. A chief disciple grinned, but his smile froze the next moment. When the 300 dragon runes disappeared, 500 grew back. That blade was strong, injuring Lin Yun's ribs, and the pain made his brows furrow, but that was all it did. That attack didn't even manage to injure his internal organs. But Lin Yun didn't even take a look at where he was hit and slapped that chief disciple to death before he could respond. Spinning in midair, Lin Yun's hair was like a waterfall draping down, and his killing intent manifested into a crimson light that soared to the sky. As he avoided multiple attacks by strolling past them, he appeared before the Silver Blood Elysium's chief disciple. This left everyone shocked, with their pupils squinting, and they quickly pushed their saint artifacts to the limit. When Lin Yun charged through, his dragon runes shattered like snowflakes, and he was soon covered in blood. He paid some price by taking their attacks head-on, but he managed to reach the Silver Blood Elysium's chief disciple. He moved swiftly, and his right hand grabbed onto the Silver Blood Elysium's chief disciple like a dragon claw. With a cold light flashing across his pupils, he tightened his grip. His grip was strong, and his hand looked like a dragon claw. Die! The Silver Blood Elysium's chief disciple mustered all his dragon origin to struggle. Still, he only lasted for a moment before his head flew off, landing on a snow mountain and causing that mountain to collapse. You're courting death. This left the remaining people in a fury, and 3 of them charged over. As 3 saint artifacts stabbed at Lin Yun, the dragon runes on his body began to fall like fish scales. The 3 saint artifacts had at least 30,000 dragon runes, and each had an ominous beast's remnant soul engraved in it. The saint runes were like tidal waves spreading apart, and the ominous beasts engraved in the saint artifacts appeared. They were a demon dragon, a ghastly crane, and a white goose. When the 3 beasts appeared, they roared and charged at Lin Yun. But Lin Yun calmly circulated his divine firmament sword sutra, and a nether flower bloomed. His nether energy started spreading out like black miasma. The nether energy was swiftly corroding the saint artifacts that landed on him, and their power was swiftly dropping. Pushing the blue dragon bone to the limit, a boundless vitality was released from it. Lin Yun's injuries had been swiftly recovered along with the dragon runes. This immediately caused their auras to change, and Lin Yun's aura instantly suppressed those 3. Along with a dragon roar, 3 divine seals revolved in his pupils. Executing the divine dragon eyes, Lin Yun clasped his hands together and executed the sovereign dragon seal. The 3 ominous beasts instantly shattered into fragments, and the 3 flew away. Die! Using his fingers as a sword, Lin Yun stabbed and killed those three, leaving behind a blood streak across their necks. No! 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 Those three panicked as they held onto their necks in fear while they fell from the sky. But their attempts were futile, as blood gushed out from their necks and their corpses fell to the ground. Only two remained out of the 7 big sect's chief disciples. They were the chief disciple of the Flame Phoenix sect and the Azure Thunder sect. They were fighting with the Azure Dragon summoned by Lin Yun with their Glory Saint artifacts. Lin Yun might be arrogant, but he wasn't foolish. He first used the Azure Dragon to hold them back before killing the 5 as quickly as possible. Undoubtedly, the entire process was dangerous, and he couldn't afford any failure. If the Blue Dragon Bone couldn't withstand the attacks of 3 Saint artifacts, Lin Yun would have been in grave danger. But his master was humiliated, and his fellow disciples were trapped. So it was nothing for him to take some risk since he wanted to start a massacre. What's going on? The Flame Phoenix sect and Azure Thunder sect's chief disciples were dumbfounded, and they quickly used their Glory Saint artifacts to subdue the Azure Dragon. But they were too late because they lost their remaining companions. Everything happened too quickly. Lin Yun merely took several steps out, and Golden Generation geniuses were nothing before him. No one expected this scene, making the two feel a chill run down their spines as they retreated to Yen Kong's side. Senior brother Yen Kong, what should we do now? The Flame Phoenix sect's chief disciple asked. She had a mirror hovering beside her, and the scene inside the mirror was a sea of flames with phoenix cries that could be heard. She was nervous, and she no longer had her arrogance and disdain from before. At this moment, she was feeling uneasy, and this was the same for the Azure Thunder sect's chief disciple. Help me by 15 minutes. I'll be invincible 15 minutes later. Yen Kong's eyes flashed with arrogance as he swallowed a pellet. I want to reach the 9th stage in the Profound Sky Cannon. If I succeed, I'll be able to unleash the full power of the Heavenly Moon, and I can easily suppress him at that time. Those words made the two chief disciples' eyes light up. The Profound Sky Cannon was famous, and they had long heard of the Heavenly Moon. But they were still uneasy when facing Lin Yun. Humph! It's too late for you guys to retreat now. Yen Kong glared. Even if he's strong, you think he can compete with senior brother Qin? Not to mention that my senior brother isn't needed. Believe me, give me 15 minutes, and I'll become invincible later. The two chief disciples exchanged a glance and gritted their teeth. They both possessed a Glory Saint artifact, and it shouldn't be a problem for them to buy 15 minutes. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, Lin Yun, is here. Who dares to fight me? A roar echoed in the sky as lightning flashed behind that azure-robed figure, making him look like a fiend god. As Lin Yun hovered in the air, his hair fluttered violently in the wind, and his roar made many people's hearts beat wildly. Lin Yun's roar was like an azure dragon as hundreds of lightning bolts flashed across the sky. Lin Yun landed on the head of the azure dragon. His body was like a sword that perfectly fused with the azure dragon and emitted a terrifying azure dragon sword aura. This fellow is too much. The two chief disciples' gazes were cold. I don't believe that he still dares to be so arrogant after 15 minutes. The Flame Phoenix sect's chief disciple lifted the mirror, and the flames in the mirror instantly became dazzling. The Azure Thunder sect's chief disciple also brought out his Glory Saint artifact, a 9-segment Lightning Emperor whip. Executing the 2 Glory Saint artifacts, a Flame Phoenix flew out from the mirror, and the 9-segment Lightning Emperor whip also released a purple dragon before they flew toward Lin Yun. They just had to buy 15 minutes. I'll let you live for another 15 minutes. Yen Kong gritted his teeth, looking at Lin Yun. The commotion caused by the 2 Glory Saint artifacts was great, and the remnant souls engraved in the 2 Glory Saint artifacts came to life under the Saint runes. The Flame Phoenix and Lightning Dragon came to life as they streaked across the sky, charging at Lin Yun like scissors aimed at the Azure Dragon's head. Before the 2 attacks arrived, the surrounding space was like a painting that shattered with cracks spreading out while the Flame Phoenix and Lightning Dragon aimed at the Azure Dragon's neck. Die! The Flame Phoenix sect and Azure Thunder sect's chief disciples roared as they formed a seal together. The might of the Glory Saint artifacts in their hands grew, catching everyone by surprise. Lin Yun had long expected this and rode the Azure Dragon like he was wielding a sword. The Azure Dragon coiled around before it shot out like a cannonball, avoiding the attacks of the two Glory Saint artifacts and heading towards Yen Kong. Return! The two didn't panic, but recalled their Glory Saint artifacts. When they wielded their Glory Saint artifacts, the Flame Phoenix and Lightning Dragon became more vivid as they dashed over and enveloped Lin Yun in their might. Just when Lin Yun wanted to get close to Yen Kong, he was forced to retreat by those two. As the three fought in mid-air, Yen Kong emitted silver light from his body, and the demonic clouds in the sky became thin under the silver light. There was a silver moon hiding behind the thin clouds, shining silver moonlight down on Yen Kong. The profound sky cannon. Yen Kong is planning to make a breakthrough on the spot. Judging from this phenomenon, he'll probably become invincible when he makes a breakthrough. The profound sky cannon will become increasingly terrifying the further one reaches for it. Looks like Flower Burial is doomed. Everyone was surprised, looking at the silver moon in the clouds. This was because the silver moon was too bewitching. Even if it was hidden behind the demonic clouds, it didn't look like anything that existed in the world. The moonlight that shone down from it emitted terrifying spiritual energy, and the surrounding spiritual energy became dense when the moonlight shone down. Yen Kong's temperament also became increasingly ethereal, which made him look like an immortal. He succeeded. The Flame Phoenix sect and Azure Thunder sect's chief disciples couldn't conceal the joy on their faces. Profound sky cannon? Lin Yun was surprised, looking at Yen Kong. You're afraid now? It's too late for you to beg for mercy. You will die in less than 15 minutes. The Flame Phoenix sect's chief disciple's expression became even more sinister, seeing that Yen Kong's breakthrough was smooth. Ha! Why spend so much time talking to him? He'll suffer worse than death in a moment. This bastard's demonic trait is so intense. It's cheap to let him off so easily by killing him. The Azure Thunder sect's chief disciple said coldly. As they spoke, they continued to clash with Lin Yun. They had no intention of defeating him. They just had to keep Lin Yun from interrupting Yen Kong's breakthrough. This also made them believe that Yen Kong wasn't lying to them. They just had to buy 15 minutes for Yen Kong to become invincible. Lin Yun, weren't you arrogant earlier? Why are you so quiet now? You might have a chance if you flee now. Otherwise, you'll die in 15 minutes. Ha ha ha. He won't be able to leave. There is a group of fellow disciples in the Saint Constellation Snow Valley. If he leaves, everyone from the Sword Sect will have to die. The two chief disciples tried to disrupt Lin Yun's emotions while using their Glory Saint artifacts to harass him. They weren't just trying to affect Lin Yun's emotions but wanted Lin Yun to reveal some flaws. After all, 5 out of 7 chief disciples have died in Lin Yun's hands, and they couldn't take this lying down. 15 minutes later, Yen Kong was emitting a dazzling silver light. The moonlight that was shining down could be seen from a few thousand miles away. Shortly after, waves of powerful aura exploded from Yen Kong that tore apart the demonic clouds and dyed the sky silver. He's going to succeed soon. The Flame Phoenix sect and Azure Thunder sect's chief disciples rejoiced upon seeing this scene. Standing on the Azure Dragon, Lin Yun stopped attacking. What's wrong? Are you afraid now? The Radiant Sword Saint's disciple knows fear. Who asked if anyone dared to challenge the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple earlier? The Flame Phoenix sect's chief disciple coldly looked at Lin Yun. Glory Saint artifacts are, indeed, extraordinary. I can't take you guys down anytime soon. Lin Yun didn't reply to her and looked at their Glory Saint artifacts. Humph. At least you have some self-awareness. With a Glory Saint artifact, we're both invincible. After senior brother Yen Kong makes a breakthrough, he can suppress you with one hand. The Azure Thunder sect's chief disciple snickered. Suppress me with one hand? You guys should be more worried about yourselves. Instead, Lin Yun smiled and retrieved an umbrella. In the next moment, the Azure Dragon dashed out with Lin Yun. As Lin Yun poured his dragon runes into the umbrella shone brightly, and a mighty dragon aura swept out. This made Lin Yun's hair flutter violently as he stood on the Azure Dragon's head. "Stop him!" The two panicked and were surprised before they quickly activated their Glory Saint artifacts. Lightning and flames converged into an ocean that filled the sky before a flame phoenix and lightning dragon descended from the sky. This time, the commotion was even more terrifying than before, and they could feel a threat coming from Lin Yun. When the flame phoenix and lightning dragon collided with Lin Yun, the flames and lightning emitted a dazzling radiance. Shortly thereafter, the remaining shockwave dispersed, revealing huge craters on the ground. "Did we succeed?" The two gasped for breath and looked at this scene with uncertainty. But right then, the flame phoenix and lightning dragon were sent flying back by a powerful force, catching them by surprise before they were hit by the flame phoenix and lightning dragon. As blood dripped down their lips, they raised their heads to see that Lin Yun had opened up the bizarre umbrella and was standing on the Azure Dragon. Lin Yun's robe fluttered in the wind, showing that he was unharmed. On the contrary, the mirror and whip in the hands of the two chief disciples began to tremble for some reason, making them widen their eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? But that wasn't the most significant trouble. The biggest concern was that their Glory Saint artifacts were suppressed for some reason, and they could no longer control them. "Death to those who dare to stand in my way," Lin Yun said with a cold light flashing across his pupils and boundless killing intent soaring to the sky. Wielding the Azure Dragon's Sun-Moon umbrella, Lin Yun leaped from the Azure Dragon and appeared before the two chief disciples. He closed the umbrella before swinging it. Struck by the umbrella, the Flame Phoenix sect and Azure Thunder sect's chief disciples threw out mouthfuls of blood while being sent flying back. They also lost grip of their Glory Saint artifacts. When Lin Yun chased after the Flame Phoenix sect's chief disciple, this made the woman panic and she furiously roared, "You demon! Get lost, you bastard!" But she was heavily injured and had lost her Glory Saint artifact. So how could she possibly avoid Lin Yun? Lin Yun swiftly caught up to her in a few breaths' time. He didn't go easy on her. He raised his hand and slapped her. His slap made the woman throw out a mouthful of blood, and she flew away like a sandbag, colliding against a far-away mountain. The immense impact snapped the mountain into two. When Lin Yun wanted to chase after the Azure Thunder sect's chief disciple, silver light suddenly enveloped the entire region, and even Lin Yun had to squint his eyes. Soaring to the sky, Yen Kong hovered in the air, his hair scattered about, and his temperament had undergone a drastic transformation. He had finally reached the 9th stage in the profound sky canon. He was briefly stunned before he became excited. "I succeeded! Heavenly Moon!" Yen Kong crossed his arms, and a massive silver moon appeared behind him. Beneath the moon was a silver platform covered in runes, and the silver moon slowly revolved over the platform. As the silver moon revolved, the heaven and earth began to rumble, and the dense demonic clouds were blown apart, replaced by a silver screen. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, Lin Yun, "Come and die!" Yen Kong laughed, and his roar made the entire snow mountain tremble. In the Saint Constellation Snow Valley, Mu Shuichin and the other Sword Sect's disciples in the spiritual array naturally sensed the commotion created by Yen Kong, along with his words. "Lin Yun, Senior Brother Lin is here?" That sounds like Yen Kong's voice. Senior Brother Lin shouldn't have come. Senior Sister Mu, let's go and fight them to the death. The Sword Sect's disciples were briefly stunned before their expressions became grave. They were worried for Lin Yun's safety. They all turned to look at Mu Shuichin. Mu Shuichin's face changed, and her expression was uncertain. Right then, several figures appeared within the spiritual array. This instantly made all the Sword Sect's disciples nervous. When they raised their heads, they saw Gong Sun Yen, Jin Xuani, Ji Shuxian, and the other Sword Sect disciples that they had saved. "Why are you guys here? Junior Brother Jin, Junior Brother Ji? Weren't the two of you captured earlier?" The Sword Sect's disciples were briefly stunned before they bombarded the three with questions. The three were naturally excited as well. In the end, Gong Sun Yen said, "Reporting back to Senior Sister Mu, it's Lin Yun. Senior Brother Lin is here." He swept through all the big sect's disciples that were in his path, killing anyone who stood in his way. He took revenge for the sword sect. We're both saved by senior brother Lin. Jin Xuani and Ji Shuxian added. The other sword sect's disciples also opened their mouths to explain. We should have been dead, but we heard senior brother Lin's voice when we were heavily injured. He pushed his way through, yelling, Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, Lin Yun is here. Who dares to fight me? No one dared to fight him, and he killed anyone in his way. Yeah, he's too strong. It's no wonder why he's martial ancestor Radiant's disciple. He fully displayed the might of our sword sect with his sword alone, killing anyone who dared to stand out. The surrounding sword sect's disciples could feel their blood boiling and eyes welling with tears when they heard what they said. Mu Shuiqin bit her lips, and she could feel a warmth in her heart. She now knew why Yan Kong gave up when he was only one step away from breaking the sword sect's spiritual array. Turned out that Lin Yun drew his attention. Senior Sister Mu, we'll kill our way through. Yeah, let's fight those bastards from the profound sky sect to the end. The sword sect's disciples could no longer endure their rage. As Mu Shuiqin's eyes flickered, she soon decided, half of the people will stay behind and wait for Junior Sister Yi to finish refining the Saint Constellation. If she succeeds, our sword sect will obtain an ancient great saint's inheritance. We can't allow any disturbances. As for everyone else, we'll kill our way out and fight them. Roger that. The sword sect's disciples stood up and divided their jobs. My fellow disciples, come with me and help senior brother Lin, Mu Shuiqin yelled, taking the lead. As long as the moon hangs in the sky, the sword sect is immortal. As long as the moon hangs in the sky, the sword sect is immortal. Radiant voices echoed like sword vibrations as Mu Shuiqin led the way. Everyone turned into multiple shadows that had dashed forth. When they charged out of the valley, they were immediately shocked by what they saw. Yan Kong was enveloped by the silver moonlight while laughing at Lin Yun. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, do you dare to fight me? Yan Kong's words spread far and wide as the wind whistled. He was enveloped in a massive aura. The grace he displayed was even purer than the moon. Under the silver screen, Lin Yun hovered in the air and swung the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella, striking the Azure Thunder Sect's chief disciple, who was watching the show from the side, waiting for Lin Yun to be suppressed by Yan Kong. The Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella pierced through the Azure Thunder Sect's chief disciple's chest and pinned his corpse to the ground. Then, Lin Yun raised his head to look at Yan Kong with his black hair violently fluttering in the wind. Since you want to fight, I'll give you a fight. Waving his hand, Lin Yun summoned the flower burial sword from his sword box without a hint of fear within his pupils. Since Yan Kong wanted a battle, Lin Yun would give him a battle. As the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, why would he fear a fight? Lin Yun hovered in the air as the sword box opened with a bounce, and the flower burial sword flew out. He also pushed his movement technique to the limit, leaving ripples in the surroundings. He was so fast that no one could catch up with his speed, crossing a few thousand meters of distance in the blink of an eye. Raising his hand to grab onto the flower burial sword above him, Lin Yun took a step forth and appeared before Yan Kong. Ha ha! Good, come. Yan Kong laughed with his pupils filled with insanity. Standing before the silver moon, his hair violently fluttered in the wind. But when Lin Yun drew his sword by half an inch, it made Yan Kong squint his pupils as fear rose within his heart. He recognized Lin Yun's heavenly dome sword intent, and Lin Yun used his sword intent to activate the ancient glory spirits engraved on the sword. That was the complete heavenly dome sword intent, and everything took place too quickly. Just when he was still laughing, Yan Kong was severed into two. As blood splashed, Lin Yun spun the sword before sheathing it. His sword was so fast that no one could keep up with it. They couldn't comprehend why Lin Yun suddenly unleashed such a terrifying sword intent earlier. But that sword intent nearly made everyone within a 1,000-mile radius go down on their knees. Everything happened too quickly. Before everyone could be forced to their knees, Lin Yun already sheathed his sword, and that sudden pressure disappeared like a dream. When Yan Kong's corpse fell apart, the silver moon behind him also began to crumble. How is this possible? Yan Kong is dead? Didn't he say that he'll become invincible after 15 minutes? Why did he die all of a sudden? This doesn't make any sense. Everyone was shocked, and they couldn't comprehend what was going on. Only Mu Shuiqin muttered to herself with her pupils shining brightly. She knew it must be the heavenly dome sword intent, and her eyes weren't fooling her. Meanwhile, Lin Yun had exhausted nearly all of his dragon origin when he activated the glory spirits on the flower burial sword. He also exhausted a great deal of his vitality. When the silver moon exploded and the shockwave swept out, Lin Yun could only envelop himself with the golden crow wings. After the huge explosion, Lin Yun let out a groan and flapped his wings to dissipate the remaining shockwave. I nearly embarrassed myself, Lin Yun muttered to himself while lowering his head. He saw Mu Shuiqin and the other sword sex disciples from the Saint Constellation Snow Valley. Right then, an incident happened, and a person flew out from the distant collapsed mountain. This person was the Flame Phoenix sex chief disciple that Lin Yun sent flying earlier. When her gaze fell onto Lin Yun, she recalled her Glory Saint artifact before charging at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, I'll kill you even if I have to pay my life as the price. She had gone insane and executed her Glory Saint artifact to the limit and shone with blazing flames. As she merged with the Phoenix, her aura instantly reached the Fifth Pulse Dragon Pulse realm while charging at Lin Yun. Flames blazed wildly in her path, creating holes in the surrounding space. What a mad woman! Lin Yun furrowed his brows and swiftly tried to devise a solution. Not good, Mu Shuiqin exclaimed. She could sense that Lin Yun's condition wasn't good, and he was barely holding on. After killing Yan Kong, the aura that reached the pinnacle started to disperse. That meant that the woman who suddenly came naturally placed Lin Yun in a dangerous position. Ha ha ha! Lin Yun, let's die together. The Flame Phoenix sex chief disciple wore a sinister expression. Because of her hatred for Lin Yun, she had long gone insane. But when she had just finished speaking, a white dragon appeared above the Saint Constellation Snow Valley. The white dragon was coiling around someone. When that person swung their sword, a brilliant sword vibration echoed in everyone's ears. That sword vibration made everyone's hearts tremble. When the sword ray flew out, the Flame Phoenix sex chief disciple was severed into two before she could even get close to Lin Yun, with countless flames scattering around like fireworks. Yi Xiling! Lin Yun raised his head to look at Yi Xiling, who seemed to be standing on a towering tree. When Yi Xiling descended from the sky, the towering tree behind her shrunk in size before entering her body. Ancient Saint Constellation. There really was an ancient Saint Constellation in the valley. The sword sex harvest is too great this time. They also blew up the matter. The war between the Profound Sky Sect and Sword Sect has officially started. I bet there will be a huge battle at the end. Don't belittle the Sword Sect. Who could have thought that the 8 big sects would be slaughtered, and even Yan Kong would lose his life? For him to be so strong, he's truly worthy of being the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. Everyone came to their senses when they saw Yi Xiling flying towards Lin Yun. What happened today was too shocking, and no one expected that this matter would resolve in this manner. Even after Yan Kong made a breakthrough in the Profound Sky Cannon and reached the 9th stage, he was still killed by Lin Yun with one strike. No words could describe their shock, making Yan Kong look like a joke. Most importantly, everyone could sense that Yan Kong wasn't joking when he said he would be invincible after 15 minutes. When he made that breakthrough in his cultivation technique, the aura that he was releasing reached a terrifying height. This was why everyone was baffled at how Lin Yun managed to kill Yan Kong with one sword. They came up with various explanations, but no one could give them an exact answer. When Lin Yun and Yi Xiling descended from the sky, they retracted their sword auras. Lin Yun winked and looked at Yi Xiling with a smile. You saved me. Cut that out. I don't believe that you didn't have other trump cards. Yi Xiling rolled her eyes. The other sword sex disciples rushed over. When Mu Shuiqin looked at Yi Xiling, her pupils were filled with joy and excitement. Junior Sister Yi, you've succeeded? Congratulations. The sword sect has obtained a massive harvest this time. Mu Shuiqin was as happy as though she was the one who refined the Saint Constellation, and her emotions soon affected the other sword sect's disciples. Thank you, Senior Sister Mu. Yi Xiling looked at Mu Shuiqin sincerely. I have to thank everyone for protecting me while I was refining it. After we return to the sect, I'll share the inheritance within the Saint Constellation with the sect master. There are a lot of inheritances, and I still can't comprehend them now. Hehe, no rush. It's good that you've succeeded. Mu Shuiqin waved her hand. Senior sister, you're not going to praise me? I'll be sad. Lin Yun smiled. Ha ha ha. Mu Shuiqin laughed. Do I still need to praise you? Didn't you praise yourself already when you yelled earlier? Radiant Sword Saint's disciple is here. Who dares to fight me? We all heard it. That's right, we all heard it. Senior Brother Lin is invincible. Senior Brother Lin is invincible. Senior Brother Lin is invincible. The other sword sect's disciples yelled along with Mu Shuiqin. They weren't teasing Lin Yun. Their pupils were blazing with flames and admiration. They realized that Lin Yun had an invincible momentum, and he could show everyone the might of the sword sect. They made Lin Yun feel awkward. The reason why he did that was because he was too anxious, and he wanted to draw Yan Kong's attention to him. But it didn't seem that bad. Looking at the sword sect's disciples, Lin Yun smiled because this felt pretty good. The sword sect would be immortal if the moon hung in the sky. He was happy because he vented all his emotions, which was how a swordsman should be. Everyone, split up and find the other injured fellow disciples. If you run into any corpses of our fellow disciples, keep them safe after incinerating them. Mu Shuiqin stowed her smile and gave out instructions with a grave expression. The sword sect still paid a great price, even though Lin Yun won. Before Lin Yun came, many disciples had died a miserable death in the fight with the Profound Sky sect and the 8 big sections. They had already predicted that this ancient barren battlefield would be brutal, but their hearts were heavy after facing the reality. Looking at the busy sword sect disciples, Lin Yun's face gradually became grave because he knew this wasn't over. With Yan Kong's death, Qin Tian probably won't let this matter rest so easily. Mu Shuiqin said to Lin Yun, I'll look for him, even if he doesn't come and look for me. It's time for us to resolve the blood feud from 2 decades ago. Lin Yun said. When Yi Xiling heard that, her lip twitched because she naturally knew what had happened back then. Her father was a genius from the sword sect back then, first on the 3 rankings. But he fell for a trap and could only watch the sword sect's golden generation geniuses die. After that, he lost it and was now trapped within the fleeting cloud sword sect as his prison. You're not allowed to be impulsive. Big Sister Xiao told me to look after you. Don't underestimate Qin Tian. Yi Xiling ultimately controlled her emotions and persuaded Lin Yun. Lin Yun opened his mouth, but he ultimately said nothing. Lin Yun, did you grasp the heavenly dome sword intent? Mu Shuiqin lowered her voice, and this made Yi Xiling shocked. The heavenly dome sword intent? How is this possible? That was something that even many Samsara Edict Realm experts couldn't grasp. In the eyes of many, grasping the heavenly dome sword intent was even more challenging than becoming a quasi-saint. But Lin Yun grasped the heavenly dome sword intent while at the Dragon Pulse Realm? Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? You probably made a mistake. Lin Yun smiled. MHM? Mu Shuiqin showed a doubtful look towards Lin Yun and muttered to herself, Did I really make a mistake? How did you manage to swing out that sword earlier? Then, didn't he say that he's invincible? I just tried and saw how invincible he was. I wanted to see who would dare to claim to be invincible before flower burial. Lin Yun smiled casually. 2 youths were walking together on a barren land. They looked extraordinary and gave off extremely frightening auras. As they looked up ahead, their eyes flickered as they fell into deep thoughts. The Saint Palace should be up ahead. The golden-robed youth on the right looked graceful with an extraordinary temperament. The one standing beside him also had a pair of sharp gaze and gave off immense pressure. He was Qin Tian, known to be the strongest amongst the ancient barren domain's golden generation. We still have to wait for some time. The restriction is still around, but we should be heading in the right direction. Qin Tian nodded with flames blazing in his pupils. After all, that was the Blue Dragon Saint Palace, a proper inheritance ground. It was the invincible branch of the Dragon Gate in ancient times. It was rumored that the 9 emperors received the inheritance from the Dragon Gate's ancestral palaces 3 millennia ago. This was why they could be invincible in that generation, suppressing the darkest era. The Dragon Gate had long become a forbidden existence within the Divine Dragon Empire. Many people speculated that the current ruler of the Divine Dragon Empire, the Empress, didn't want anyone to come in contact with the secret of why she could rise. Then again, those were merely rumors, and no one but the 9 emperors knew about the actual reason. But 3,000 years have passed. Of the 9 emperors, some died while some left, and the remaining emperors were shrouded in mystery. There are records in my Ming cult that a powerhouse found a priceless treasure in the Blue Dragon Saint Palace during the darkest era, the Wind God Order. It's a sovereign saint artifact comparable to divine artifacts and can sever the starry sky. The golden-robed youth muttered to himself. He was a disciple of the Ming cult, from the same sect as Huang Xuani, who was previously first on the Elysium Core ranking. Ha! Qin Tian shook his head with a faint smile. Those are just rumors. If there was such a treasure, it would have been snatched away long ago. So how can we possibly obtain it? There might not be sovereign saint artifacts, but there must be many saint artifact inheritances. But what is most important is the cultivation techniques. Ghost spirit cultivation techniques will be better if they're complete. Qin Tian's pupils were blazing with flames, and he was determined to obtain them. But the golden-robed youth merely smiled and didn't explain much. He had some disdain in his heart. He didn't think the ancient Baron Domain sects could enter the Blue Dragon Saint Palace. If the palace wasn't willing to let anyone enter, even a great saint wouldn't be able to enter it. The ancient Baron Domain sects didn't know about it because they declined too much. This piece of information wasn't a secret to the various holy lands. But Tian Xuanzi could be considered a figure, and Qin Tian, who Tian Xuanzi personally taught, made him feel a faint pressure. He felt that Qin Tian had more trump cards, and he couldn't underestimate this person. He also knew why his master wanted him to cooperate with the Profound Sky sect. Looks like we're not the only ones here. Qin Tian swept his gaze around with a playful smile. But those people were cautious and had kept their auras. It would be a little troublesome to feel them all out. Suddenly, Qin Tian's face changed, and a chilling aura swept out from him. This surprised the golden-robed youth, and he asked, "Brother Qin, what's going on?" "Dead," Qin Tian replied. "Who died?" "My junior brother, Yan Kong." Qin Tian gritted his teeth. Those words changed the golden-robed youth's face, and he asked, "Who in the ancient barren battlefield dares to kill him?" "Wait, you tasked him with Kailingal Lin Yun and told him to bring Lin Yun's head over to take revenge for my junior brother." "The sword sect probably killed him," Qin Tian replied. He was confident that even if the other sects managed to defeat Yan Kong, no one, aside from the sword sect, would dare to claim his life. But he was surprised because Yan Kong went with the 8 big sections. "So what happened?" "Don't worry about it, Brother Zhang. I'll ask around." Qin Tian was embarrassed because he confidently said Yan Kong would come with Lin Yun's head. Lu Su didn't reply to me, so he should be making a breakthrough now. Qin Tian's face became dark. "Don't worry about it. It's just Lin Yun. So I can deal with him if your Profound Sky sect can't take his life," Zhang Yuan casually replied. But Qin Tian's face was dark. How could he not worry about it? The 3 of them grasped a unison attack, and they could even kill experts at the 7th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm with it. The moment the Saint Palace appeared, they would be able to kill whoever wasn't happy with them, and it wouldn't be a problem for them to gain control of the entire Saint Palace. Zhang Yuan suddenly thought of something and looked at Qin Tian with a smile. "I heard that the 3 of you grasped a unison attack that can suppress everyone. Now that Yan Kong is dead, Brother Qin must be feeling heartache. Can it be that this rumor is true?" But Qin Tian merely swept a glance at Zhang Yuan and coldly said, "You're doubting my strength?" When he was done, Zhao Yuan immediately felt immense pressure, making him feel that Qin Tian was deep and unfathomable. He smiled. "I dare not. The unison attack is real, but even without it, no one can hold a candle to me in the ancient barren battlefield. Amongst those of the same generation, I, Qin Tian, am invincible. Qin Tian's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. What do you plan on doing now? Zhao Yuan asked. I naturally have my own means. The ancient barren battlefield has changed since long ago. It's just that the sword sect isn't willing to admit it. Qin Tian said with his eyes squinting. At the same time, many geniuses of the demonic paths gathered in an eerie valley. If Lin Yun was there, he would definitely be able to notice something because these people were from the various demonic forces he came in contact with at the Dragon Remnant Astral Realm. They were the Netherworld Palace, 7 Absolute Palace, Blood Rain Pavilion, Demon Fiend Sect, 100 Ghost Gate, and Heavenly Astral Pavilion. But they were more low-profiled than they were at the Dragon Remnant Astral Realm. After all, the demonic sects and holy lands were of similar status in the ancient barren battlefield, and they didn't dare to publicly display their identity. Thus, they spent a lot of effort to enter the ancient barren battlefield. Aside from the mysterious Blood Moon sect, the 6 demonic sects in the Eastern Desolation were there. The chief disciples of the 6 demonic sects were gathered together. They were usually arrogant and didn't put anyone in their eyes, but they kept a low profile now and seemed to be waiting for someone. A figure appeared on a hill, looking down at everyone. This was a black-robed person donning a mask while standing on the stone pillar like an ice sculpture. The temperament that they gave off was a bit terrifying cold, and anyone could tell that it was a woman as she held onto a fan. Even when she disguised herself as a man, she still couldn't cover her voluptuous figure. The chief disciples of the Netherworld Palace, 7 Absolute Palace, Blood Rain Pavilion, Demon Fiend Sect, and 100 Ghost Gate furrowed their brows because this person looked a little familiar. And Lu Yen, what are you doing? The chief disciple of the Netherworld Palace, Chun Yu, spoke out. This immediately left the other chief disciples shocked. Now that they looked at the person again, this woman looked similar to Lu Yen, despite wearing a mask that covered half of her face. Now that Chun Yu mentioned it, this person did seem similar to Lu Yen. What are you guys doing, then? And Lu Yen smiled. We're waiting for the Venerable of the Demon Gate. I don't believe you've not received any information about it. Chun Yu said coldly. They sneaked into the ancient barren battlefield to look for opportunities and received news that a Venerable of the Demon Gate would gather them in the ancient barren battlefield. They initially didn't believe it, but no one could fake it. This was why no one dared to act recklessly. I see. Then, why aren't you guys going down on your knees upon seeing me? And Lu Yen removed her mask and smiled, revealing her flawless features. Before her beauty, even the moon became dimmer. While everyone was surprised, Lu Yen took out a silver medal with a bloody demon engraved on it. There were 9 stars on top of that word, and the entire medal gave off a bizarre aura. Upon seeing the medal, the faces of the other demonic sect's disciples changed. But they were only briefly stunned before they went down on their knees and cupped their hands together. We greet the Venerable, a uniformed voice echoed in the valley. Chun Yu cupped his hands together while being surprised upon seeing the medal. The other demonic sect's chief disciples also exchanged gazes filled with disbelief. How could Lu Yen possibly be a 9-star demon venerable? 3,000 years ago, when the heartless demon emperor fought in the darkest era, all the demonic forces in the world, aside from the Blood Moon sect, were managed by the Demon Gate. A venerable of the Demon Gate possessed the authority of life and death over the disciples of the other demonic sections. The greatest dream of every demonic sect's disciples was joining the Demon Gate and becoming a disciple. But the threshold was high, and their talent was divided into 1 to 9 stars after entering. It was hard to make it through the test. After making it through, it was rare for one to be graded 9 stars because the Demon Gate would seriously nurture that person with the qualifications to compete for the Holy Maiden position. But how was that possible? The chief disciple of the Netherworld Palace was stumped. He had only heard that the Demon Gate might send out a venerable, but he didn't believe that. The ancient barren domain was obtained by the Sword Emperor long ago and belonged to the Divine Dragon Empire by name. With these 2 giants, no other emperors would dare to dip their hands in the ancient barren domain. As long as the emperors didn't appear, No one would dare to compete with the Radiant Sword Saint. Not the Holy Land or the Demon Gate. The Radiant Sword Saint forged his name by taking the lives of multiple saints. In the past, when demonic sex geniuses entered the ancient barren domain, they would maintain a low profile. So it was against the rules for a Demon Gate's disciple to appear. Did they think the Radiant Sword Saint would die and no longer interfere in the ancient barren domain? Since the Demon Gate had someone come here, did that mean that the other Holy Lands also had people? But why was it in Lu Yen? I'm here to search for a Dragon Clan's body refining technique in the Blue Dragon Saint Palace. The Blue Dragon Sky-Breaking Art. So do your best upon entering the Blue Dragon Saint Palace, and death to anyone to disobeys. And Liu Yan's voice sounded cold, as she emitted a terrifying divine dragon's aura that made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. We've received your order. Yi Qingxian and Gu Ruochen returned to the Saint Constellation Snow Valley 2 days later. Senior brother, did you manage to obtain any harvests? Mu Qingqing asked. Nodding his head, Gu Ruochen replied. We suffered a little, but we managed to obtain something. We found the location of the Blue Dragon Saint Palace, and it won't be long before it appears. Is the Blue Dragon Saint Palace going to appear? Lin Yun's eyes flashed with light because this wasn't the first time he had heard of it. Gu Ruochen looked at Lin Yun with a smile. I heard a lot of people mentioning your name along the way. You've really displayed the might of our sword sect. And yes, the Blue Dragon Saint Palace does exist. What kind of existence is the Saint Palace? Lin Yun asked curiously. Not only Lin Yun but everyone else turned to look at Gu Ruochen. The Saint Palace is the inheritance palace of the Dragon Gate, and the palace itself is a divine artifact. It is rumored that the Mo clan forged it. Even in the battle back then, the 7 palaces were undamaged, and they would appear every century. The previous one that appeared was the White Dragon Saint Palace. So it's the Blue Dragon Saint Palace this time. The 7 palaces of the Dragon Gate are similar to the Sword Sect's 7 peaks, and each one has its inheritance. Then again, there's no way the Sword Sect's inheritance can compete with the Dragon Gate. There are rumors that there are the Divine Palaces above the Saint Palaces and the Ancestral Palace above the Divine Palace. Lin Yun recalled obtaining the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella from the White Dragon Divine Palace. Meanwhile, everyone was shocked when they heard that. It was as though they were listening to a legend. It is said that the 9 emperors have received the Ancestral Palace's inheritance, which is why they can suppress the darkest era. Mu Shuiqin continued. We're going to the Saint Palace? Lin Yun asked. That's for sure, Gu Ruochen replied. He glanced at Yi Xiling before he continued. At that time, we will probably have to face the profound Sky Sect. This fight is unavoidable. It's only a matter of time. Lin Yun said. That's right. Even if we don't go to the Azure Dragon Saint Palace, the profound Sky Sect will still come after us once we're outside the ancient barren battlefield. Gu Ruochen said. The profound Sky Sect suffered a terrible loss this time, and even Yen Kong was killed. Only Qin Tian and Lu Su remain. Now that our 2 senior brothers are back, we no longer have to fear them anymore, Gong Sun Yen said with fighting spirits blazing in his pupils. His words represented the thoughts of many of the Sword Sect's disciples, especially after they witnessed Lin Yun's strength. But Gu Ruochen shook his head. There's no way Yen Kong can be compared to Qin Tian. If I had faced Yen Kong, I would have 50% odds of winning. But when facing Qin Tian, I don't even have 20% odds of winning, and I don't have an exact idea as to how strong Qin Tian is. Lin Yun didn't say a word when he heard that. His current strength on the surface might not be comparable to Qin Tian, but it was uncertain if he went all out. Gu Ruochen continued. While we were searching for the Saint Palace, we found many silhouettes that belong to the Holy Lands. Holy Lands? They really dare to come in? Gong Sun Yen asked, shocked. It's different now. There are rumors that Martial Ancestor Radiant's lifespan is less than 5 years. This is why the Holy Lands are starting to make a move. This can be considered their probing. Gu Ruochen sighed. This isn't exactly a bad thing. Qin Tian will have some reservations if the Holy Lands have joined in. Yi Qingxian smiled. As the location of the Blue Dragon Saint Palace was gradually being confirmed, an undercurrent began to take place in the ancient barren battlefield. Many people took this opportunity to make a breakthrough before the Saint Palace appeared, and their breakthroughs naturally caused a shocking phenomenon. Many people were already attempting to reach the fourth Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, and it wasn't an issue for them, with Saint Elixirs strengthening their foundations. But the Dragon Pulse realm differed from the other realms. Each breakthrough was a life-death experience. It didn't mean that one with a stronger foundation could make a breakthrough. Out of 10 people who tried to make a breakthrough, at least half would lose their lives. But even so, the odds were unbelievable in the eyes of others. One must know that everyone who had entered the ancient barren battlefield have been there for 2 months, and most of them were only at the second Pulse Dragon Pulse realm when they came in. Who could have thought that in just 2 months, everyone would be able to grow to such an extent? This was the charm of the ancient barren battlefield, which was why every sect wanted to send their disciples in, despite the danger. It was so much so that even the Holy Lands and demonic sects sent their disciples in. 7 days later, after knowing the Blue Dragon Saint Palace's location, everyone gathered in the barren land. Nearly 10,000 people had gathered here. One must know that over 100,000 people have entered this ancient barren battlefield, but there were less than 10,000 people who were there. There were many reasons, but more than half of the people died from the danger here. Most importantly, the Blue Dragon Saint Palace would naturally be accompanied by great danger, and some people were already satisfied with their harvests, so they didn't want to take any further risks. There was also the last reason. Not everyone knew about the Blue Dragon Saint Palace's region. Most chief disciples of the smaller forces weren't qualified to know at all. Thus, everyone who had gathered there were practically the elites amongst the geniuses who entered the ancient barren battlefield. This is the Blue Dragon Saint Palace? Why aren't there any phenomena? We're not in the wrong place, right? Yeah. Not to mention the Blue Dragon. There's nothing here, not even dragon aura. Let's go and take a look. Many people were baffled when they came to this barren land. But when they flew up and tried to enter the region covered in sandstorms, they were instantly repelled by an invisible force field. There was a barrier here that forbade anyone from approaching. Many people didn't believe it, but they failed in the end. Some even tried to forcibly enter by summoning their constellations and saint artifacts, but they were crushed to death by that immense pressure, dying terrible deaths. This was terrifying, dispelling many people's thoughts about entering the sandstorm. When the Sword Sex party arrived, Lin Yun activated his divine dragon eyes while looking at that region. His gaze quickly passed through the sandstorm and saw an empty patch of land. While he was baffled, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared. This struck Lin Yun with a heavy blow, and he quickly retracted his gaze. There was a divine blue dragon coiling around a giant pagoda. So this meant that they just had to wait where they were. The Blue Dragon Saint Palace is really there, Lin Yun inwardly exclaimed. But why wasn't it the Azure Dragon Saint Palace? The Azure Dragon Saint Lord was clearly strong, but he had no position amongst the 7-colored divine dragons. Could it be that it had a Saint Palace elsewhere? Lin Yun obtained the Azure Dragon Saint physique. Although he had refined a blue dragon bone, he was naturally looking forward to the Azure Dragon inheritance more. Besides, regardless of his Azure Dragon Saint physique or the Azure Dragon Saint art, there was still room for improvement. He was shocked by the Azure Dragon Saint Lord's strength back then. Although the Azure Dragon wasn't a divine dragon, it was one of the 4 natural constellations. This meant that the Azure Dragon's potential wasn't at all inferior to the Blue Dragon's. It might be even stronger. What are you thinking about? Yi Xiling turned to look at Lin Yun. Lin Yun shares his thoughts with her with a smile, since there was nothing to keep from Yi Xiling. Yi Xiling briefly pondered before she replied, I heard that the 4 natural constellations of the previous era were the Blue Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger. But in the Divine Dragon era, the Blue Dragon was changed to Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon is an extremely mysterious existence, and the Azure Dragon Saint Lord was a powerful existence in ancient times. It was one of the leaders in the Kunlun realm. Oh! Lin Yun's eyes lit up upon hearing that. What junior sister Yi said is right. The Azure Dragon is extremely mysterious, and they have a close relationship with the Blue Dragon. The Azure Dragon Lord used to be one of the leaders in the Dragon Gate. So there might be an inheritance related to the Azure Dragon in the Blue Dragon Saint Palace. Gu Ruochen said. He could tell that Lin Yun possessed the Azure Dragon Saint physique and cultivated the Azure Dragon's body-refining technique. So he hoped that Lin Yun could go further in the Azure Dragon's path. Are you serious? Lin Yun asked. This? Gu Ruochen hesitated because he wasn't too sure about it. He wasn't lying when he said the Azure Dragon had a close relationship with the Blue Dragon. But he wasn't sure if the Azure Dragon's inheritance could be found in the Blue Dragon's Saint Palace. Lin Yun smiled and no longer asked about it, but at least this meant that he had some hope. As time passed, more people gathered, and the 8 powerful sects arrived one after another. Aside from that, there were several powerful auras mixed within the crowd. Those people are from the Holy Lands, right? Lin Yun asked Gu Ruochen. They were careful not to reveal any aura, but their attempt to disguise themselves was nothing in the eyes of experts like Lin Yun and Gu Ruochen. That's right. Gu Ruochen nodded. Since he often traveled the Eastern Desolation, he had some interaction with people from the Holy Lands. That person in the northwest is an inner disciple of the Holy Land Heavenly Flame sect, Wang Tao. For him to become an inner disciple in a holy land means that he could compete with the powerful sect's chief disciples like us. Lin Yun followed the direction he pointed at and saw an unremarkable blue-robed youth not too far away. That person had retracted his aura and was calmly looking at the sandstorm region. But if one looked at him closely, one would notice that this was a prideful person, and no one dared to get close to him. The gray-robed youth over there should be the inner disciple of the Holy Land Sacred West Floral Sect, Chan Yu. Those 2 over there should also be from some holy lands, but I don't know their names, Gu Ruochen said. An hour later, the 8 powerful sect's disciples gathered here, aside from the Profound Sky sect, Vajra Monastery, and the Emerald Jade Manor. The Vajra Monastery and the Emerald Jade Manor aren't here yet. Can it be that the rumors are true? What rumors? Don't ask me about it. The culprit is here. I heard that the Vajra Monastery's Shenfeng and Emerald Jade Manor's Chan Tao died in Lin Yun's hands. Oh my god. Are you serious? Isn't Lin Yun a little too ruthless? Not only did he kill Yen Kong, but the chief disciples of the Vajra Monastery and Emerald Jade Manor as well. Who knows? I heard that it was over a sovereign saint artifact. Lin Yun fought 3 alone and nearly killed the Heavenly Blade Pavilion's Xiao Kuei. He does have the Radiant Sword Saint's silhouette in him, and the Sword Sect will probably rise this time. Discussions resounded from the surroundings as everyone's attention became focused on the Sword Sect's party. Few knew about Lin Yun's battle with Xiao Kuei, Chun Tao, and Xian Feng, but everyone who could come here had practically witnessed Lin Yun's battle with Yen Kong. So it was almost impossible for them to forget about it, and just thinking about that battle alone was enough to make their blood boil. Lin Yun swept through the 8 powerful sects alone and only used 1 sword to slay Yen Kong. Compared to Lin Yun, the other sect's chief disciples were pale. The Profound Sky sect is here. Right then, a chill suddenly swept over as the Profound Sky sect's party descended from the sky. The party leader was Qin Tian, and he hovered in the air like a deity that instantly made everyone feel suffocating. Zhang Yuan and Lu Su, who were beside him, were also striking. They didn't even bother concealing their auras. But they were still slightly inferior to Qin Tian because the aura given off by Qin Tian was too terrifying. Before everyone could come to their senses, a terrifying killing intent exploded that made everyone's faces change. They began to wonder if the Profound Sky Sect's party was about to start a massacre when they had just arrived. Was the Profound Sky Sect going to fight with the Sword Sect before the Blue Dragon Saint Palace opened up? As everyone's anticipation grew, they also felt nervous at the same time. If the Profound Sky Sect and Sword Sect were to fight here, the benefits in the Saint Palace would naturally go to them. But who could have guessed that Qin Tian would merely swept his gaze over everyone before he said, "Get lost if you guys don't want to die. The Blue Dragon Saint Palace belongs to my Profound Sky Sect. Death to anyone who dares to intrude." Half an incense's time later. Don't blame me for being merciless if anyone is still here. His words instantly left everyone dumbfounded because Qin Tian wasn't picking on the sword sect but everyone present. What gives? The Blue Dragon St. Palace is the inheritance of the Dragon Gate, and it has nothing to do with your profound sky sect. You guys are taking it too. Someone was naturally unhappy and spoke out, which instantly drew resonation with everyone in the surroundings. In the next moment, that person's head was blown apart, leaving everyone shocked as they looked at Qin Tian in fear. They had no idea what happened earlier. They only knew that this person's head was blown apart when Qin Tian glanced at him from 10-odd miles away. Just how powerful was Qin Tian? Even the faces of the powerful sect's chief disciples changed. When Xiao Kuei and others looked at Qin Tian, they could feel a chill run down their spines because they knew that Qin Tian was serious. The profound sky sect planned on monopolizing the entire Blue Dragon St. Palace. Qin Tian's domineering words left everyone dumbfounded as they looked at that headless corpse lying on the ground. Anyone who could come here was an elite who entered the ancient barren battlefield, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to find this place. Some knew about the St. Palace's location but didn't have the guts to come. The face of the Heavenly Blade Pavilion's Xiao Kuei changed, and he raised his head to look at Qin Tian. Just when he wanted to say something, a gaze was directed at him, coming from Qin Tian. Qin Tian seemingly wanted to say something. I'm saying that to everyone here, and that naturally includes the Heavenly Blade Pavilion. Xiao Kuei, think carefully before opening that mouth of yours. As immense pressure came crashing down on Xiao Kuei, making Xiao Kuei unable to say anything because Qin Tian's killing intent was too terrifying. Xiao Kuei could feel a chill running down his spine from his killing intent. His face was pale, with his right hand trembling, but he didn't dare to look directly at Qin Tian. Let's start with you guys. The Heavenly Blade Pavilion can leave now, Qin Tian said. What gives? Senior brother. Let's just fight them. The profound sky sect is too much. The disciples of the Heavenly Blade Pavilion flew into a rage because Qin Tian didn't give them any face and publicly humiliated them. What gives? Is my name Qin Tian not enough? Qin Tian hovered in the air and reached out at Xiao Kuei. Just when Xiao Kuei drew his blade out by an inch, an invisible hand grabbed his throat and slowly lifted him in the air. His blade soon fell to the ground. His face was distorted with pain, and he grabbed at his throat, trying to break free from something. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from that invisible hand. What the hell is going on? Everyone was shocked, including everyone from the Heavenly Blade Pavilion. Everyone from the sword sect could feel a chill run down their spines. When they looked at Mu Shuiqin and others, they saw that they were also shocked. Leave. We'll leave immediately, Xiao Kuei said with great difficulty. When he was done speaking, he was thrown to the ground by Qin Tian, and it took him great difficulty to get back on his feet. This also struck a great blow to the Heavenly Blade Pavilion's morale. Interesting, Lin Yun noticed that this was somewhat similar to his Azure Dragon grasp. That gaze that blew apart someone's head earlier was similar to his divine dragon eyes, making Lin Yun fall into deep thoughts. Could it be that Qin Tian has also practiced the martial techniques of the Dragon Clan? There was a huge possibility because Tian Xuanzi might possess the Dragon Clan's bloodline, which meant that he had a complicated relationship with the Divine Dragon Empire. Get lost! Qin Tian roared. This embarrassed the Heavenly Blade Pavilion's disciples, but there was nothing they could do. They could only leave. It didn't take long for them to leave this place. Anyone still unconvinced? Qin Tian swept his gaze around. He knew that he had to intimidate everyone before he could monopolize all the benefits in the Blue Dragon St. Palace. He would just kill anyone who wasn't convinced, and he didn't have to waste time talking to them. The ancient barren battlefield didn't have any rules. Since he had the heart to be invincible, he had nothing to fear. Under Qin Tian's gaze, the Heavenly Note sect, Profound Valley, and the Thunder sect left with no one daring to stay behind. Tian Xuanzi's disciple, how mighty! An unconvinced voice resounded. Who's there? Come out! Lu Su roared, and the other Profound Sky sect's disciples immediately spread out to search for that person who had spoken earlier. No need to look for me because I'm here. Person flew out. This person looked extraordinary, and his pupils were filled with mockery. Heavenly Flame Sect's Wang Tao? Lin Yun and Gu Ruochen exchanged a glance. They were surprised that the inner disciples of the Holy Land would stand out at this moment to face Qin Tian head-on. Who is he? The Sword Sect hasn't even come out, and yet he dares to stand out against the Profound Sky Sect? Isn't he afraid of death? Everyone was shocked. Even the Heavenly Blade Pavilion, Heavenly Note Sect, Profound Valley, and the Thunder Sect's disciples stopped and turned around. Qin Tian didn't say anything, but Zhang Yuan whispered into his ears, telling him Wang Tao's origins. Then, Qin Tian looked at Wang Tao with a playful gaze. Disciple of the Heavenly Flame Sect? That's right. Heavenly Flame Sect's inner disciple Wang Tao is here. Others might fear you, but not me. I don't care what you're planning, but don't you try to command me. You're still not qualified to do so. Wang Tao looked at Qin Tian with disdain. Heavenly Flame Sect? Isn't that a holy land? Oh my God! That means he's a disciple of a holy land. The Radiant Sword Saint is dying, so the Holy Land's disciples are publicly standing out now. Isn't that good? If he can deal with Qin Tian, we'll have the opportunity to enter the Blue Dragon Saint Palace. Everyone who began to lose hope finally had flames of hope blazing in their pupils. Since you know my origin, do I qualify to enter the Blue Dragon Saint Palace now? Wang Tao didn't conceal his objective at all. He came to the ancient barren battlefield to seek opportunities in the Blue Dragon Saint Palace. It was fine if Qin Tian didn't come out to stop him. But if Qin Tian dared to stop him, he couldn't be blamed for what he would do. I don't wish to repeat myself a third time, Qin Tian replied indifferently. Wang Tao looked confident, but Qin Tian didn't place him in his eyes at all. When he was done, it instantly made Wang Tao's face change. With a darkened face, Wang Tao disappeared. Since that's the case, let me see how capable you are. Then, a colossal collision soon occurred, and Lu Su stopped his punch. After Lu Su stopped Wang Tao's punch, he indifferently said, "You're still not qualified to fight my senior brother. You're courting death." Wang Tao immediately dashed forth. The two swiftly fought in mid-air, and soon exchanged over 10-odd moves in the blink of an eye. A blazing white tiger appeared behind Wang Tao, while a silver altar appeared behind Lu Su. On that silver altar, there was a revolving sun enveloped in flames. The shockwave from their fight made many people throw out blood and faint in just a split second. Get lost! Wang Tao's aura suddenly changed. When crimson beams shot out from his pupils, the flaming white tiger behind him instantly grew tenfold. This caused fine cracks in the sun behind Lu Su, with blood dripping from Lu Su's lips. He was then sent 1,000 meters back. Many of Profound Sky Sect's disciples were caught by surprise by this. When Lu Su slammed into them, they were heavily injured. Some disciples were even immediately killed by the impact. Holy Land's Wang Tao is here. Who dares to stop me? Wang Tao roared after he injured Lu Su. His aura had reached a terrifying height. He was like a slumbering ancient beast that had awakened at this moment, and was enveloped in a ferocious aura. Ha ha ha! Is that the best the Profound Sky Sect can do? Seeing this, 3 more Holy Land geniuses laughed as they stood out from the crowd. Holy Land's Chan Yu wishes to see how capable Brother Qin is. Holy Land's Bai Feng wishes to see how capable Brother Qin is. Holy Land's Tsang Qing wishes to see how capable Brother Qin is. The 3 soared to the sky and soon arrived beside Wang Tao, emitting terrifying auras. Their auras managed to suppress the Profound Sky Sect's momentum for a moment, and this sudden change of events caught everyone by surprise. This was still the first time the Holy Land's geniuses arrogantly stood out in the ancient barren battlefield. It wasn't that there weren't any Holy Land geniuses who entered the ancient barren battlefield in the past, but this was the first time they dared to keep such a high profile. Everyone's gazes fell onto Qin Tian, wanting to see how he would react. If Qin Tian was forced to step back, his prestige would suffer a huge blow today. He knew that the Holy Land's geniuses had no good intentions, but this development wasn't bad. Qin Tian looked at the 4 Holy Land geniuses with a playful smile and coldly said, "You think I didn't discover you guys before? It's good that you guys came out. Now I don't have to look for you individually. Who the hell do you guys think you are? The ancient barren domain is under the control of my master. Profound Sky Saint Sovereign. Invincible in the ancient barren. The profound Sky Sect's disciples roared, their morale rising. Don't bother wasting time. Let's go at them together, Qin Tian said. This instantly made the 4 Holy Lands geniuses inwardly cuss because Qin Tian was too arrogant. You're not coming? I'm coming then. Qin Tian laughed and charged toward Wang Tao. He turned into a crimson streak appearing before Wang Tao with his hand reaching out. Qin Tian's killing intent soared to the sky, with dragon roars echoing across the horizon as a golden divine dragon appeared within the clouds. His hand was like a dragon claw that pressed down on Wang Tao. Go! The other 3 Holy Land geniuses quickly made a move with their faces changing. Get lost! Qin Tian waved his left hand, forcing the 3 to step back before a dragon tail lashed at the 3 of them like a whip. This instantly sent those 3 flying back before they fell to the ground. As for Wang Tao, his flaming white tiger merely lasted for a split second before it was torn apart by the dragon claw, and he was pressed down to the ground. This left Wang Tao surprised because even though he was the inner disciple of a holy land, he couldn't even withstand one attack from Qin Tian. Just when he was about to execute all his trump cards and no longer held back, he saw mockery flashing through Qin Tian's pupils. Qin Tian swiftly lashed out 2 kicks, shattering Wang Tao's knees and forcing him to the ground. An inner disciple's holy land like you dares to act with such impudence before me? You're courting death. After forcing Wang Tao onto his knees, Qin Tian still didn't let him go and slapped Wang Tao on his face, sending Wang Tao flying away with blood dripping from his lips. My profound sky sect will dominate the ancient barren domain sooner or later and become a holy land. Don't think you have a high position just because you're the inner disciple of a holy land. I won't hesitate to take your life if you dare to push it, Qin Tian said coldly. As boundless killing intent swept out from Qin Tian, he raised his head and forced the 4 Holy Land disciples to take several steps back. At this moment, everyone couldn't help thinking of the word invincible when they looked at Qin Tian. Senior brother Qin is invincible. Senior brother Qin is invincible. The profound Sky Sect's disciples roared with excitement. Everyone initially thought that the 4 Holy Land geniuses might be able to restrain Qin Tian, but they were disappointed. When they looked at Qin Tian again, their pupils were only filled with respect and fear. After all, who else could deal with Qin Tian when not even the Holy Land's disciples could do such a feat? The profound Sky Sect was determined to monopolize the Blue Dragon Saint Palace. The ancient barren domain is ultimately the territory of Tian Xuanzi. Qin Tian even dares to beat the Holy Land's geniuses. He's forging prestige for his master, telling them that Tian Xuanzi is the future ruler of the ancient barren domain. After all, the Radiant Sword Saint is old. How oppressive. It looks like the ancient barren domain is going to change. Everyone was chatting amongst themselves. Before Qin Tian could say another word, they began to retreat. After all, that earlier battle had destroyed their confidence, and they no longer dared to yearn for the Blue Dragon Saint Palace. This made Gu Ruochen's face change because he managed to see that the current situation wasn't right. He whispered, "Junior Sister Mu, leave with everyone. Xianxia and I will cover you guys." He couldn't help it because the strength revealed by Qin Tian was too terrifying. Even if those Holy Lands disciples were only inner disciples, they still came from Holy Lands. Their power was equivalent to chief disciples like them, but Qin Tian could trounce them, and this was enough to prove that Qin Tian was a lot stronger than everyone else. No one from the Sword Sect is allowed to leave today. A roar echoed as Qin Tian turned to look at the Sword Sect's party with a cold smirk. This briefly stunned everyone, and they nearly forgot that the profound Sky Sect's Yen Kong died in Lin Yun's hands. They still thought that Qin Tian wouldn't remember it. So was it destined that the Sword Sect wouldn't be able to escape this ordeal? As everyone's gazes fell onto Lin Yun and the others, their eyes flashed with sympathy. After all, the Sword Sect lost their golden generation geniuses 2 decades ago, and even a heaven-defying genius like Jian Jingtian was lost to them. Today, what happened 2 decades ago would probably reenact itself, and it would only be worse than what happened 2 decades ago. Lin Yun, why aren't you coming out? Lu Su roared, looking at everyone from the sword sect. Come out. You dare to kill senior brother Yen Kong, but you don't have the guts to stand out. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, come and die. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, come and die. Everyone from the Profound Sky sect was furious, hoping that they could skin Lin Yun alive. Ha ha ha, Gu Ruochen, you're still not enough to protect him. Today, Qin Tian will be taking his life. Qin Tian roared, not giving anyone the time to respond. He stomped his foot on the ground, shattering the air beneath his foot, and dashed forth. His speed immediately caused a series of exclamations from everyone in the surroundings. Before anyone from the sword sect could respond, a figure appeared before Qin Tian. This person was a woman in disguise, and her voluptuous figure gave away her gender. When she got close to Qin Tian, she shook the fan in her hand, and a crimson lake appeared behind her. A bridge at the heart of the lake with a crimson moon rising to the sky created the perfect scene as she stood on the bridge. After closing the fan, it shot out like a crimson streak, aimed at Qin Tian's chest. Who are you? Everyone, including the sword sect's disciples, was shocked by this person's appearance. After all, this person actually dared to stand out against Qin Tian. But Lin Yun naturally recognized this person with a gaze. Based on her figure and that fan alone, who else could she be if she wasn't Lin Luyan? She was a genius to begin with. After she refined the white dragon bone, her potential had been given a significant boost. Otherwise, she wouldn't be given the identity of a 9-star demon venerable. In her hands, the profound moon fan unleashed the true power of an inheritance saint artifact. You're courting death, Qin Tian snorted. But he didn't stop his momentum and raised his palm, pushing forth. When the palm and fan struck each other, Qin Tian's palm struck in Liuyan's shoulder, while in Liuyan's fan struck Qin Tian's chest, causing 2 dragon roars to echo. And Liuyan had a white dragon shrouding her, and Qin Tian had a golden dragon around him as dragon auras swept out from them. Divine Dragon Bone? And Liuyan and Qin Tian spoke out at the same time. The stalemate lasted for a brief second before they both retreated. And Liuyan had blood dripping down her lip, but Qin Tian didn't seem injured. Humph, Demon Gates Demoness? You must be courting death. Qin Tian dashed forth with the divine golden dragon's aura, entering the lake that gave birth to the crimson moon. They swiftly clashed together, and they fell into a stalemate just like that. In the intense confrontation, the black robe that Liuyan wore was torn to pieces, revealing her voluptuous figure and causing a series of exclamations from the surrounding. They all had shock in their pupils when they looked at Liuyan. And Liuyan had no change in her expression, but flowers bloomed in her pupils' depths. Before Qin Tian could even respond, he was already trapped in an illusion. When he looked around, he could only see crimson fans in the surroundings that forged this illusion. There was an Liuyan standing on each fan, dancing around. Her voluptuous figure eluded a dreamy and mysterious charm. Qin Tian tried his best to keep his consciousness, but a fan still left a wound on his cheek. Rubbing the blood off his cheek, Qin Tian flew into a rage and unleashed his dragon origin. Get lost! As all the fans shattered, the illusion was forcibly broken. Qin Tian then raised his hand and pushed a palm forth, destroying the phenomenon created by Liuyan. Humph! So the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple only knows how to hide behind a woman. Qin Tian sneered, and his aura grew. Why are you here? Lin Yun asked, helping Liuyan back on her feet and ignoring Qin Tian's words. I can't watch him kill you, so I probed his strength for you. But it's a pity that I can only confirm that he's at the 5th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm and has a golden dragon bone. And Liuyan smiled with a pale face. Everyone could hear what Liuyan said, and they turned to look at Qin Tian with shock. After all, wasn't it a little too terrifying for Qin Tian to be at the 5th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm? He wasn't even 30 and already had such terrifying cultivation. It's no wonder why he didn't place the Holy Lands in his eyes. Treat your injuries first. Lin Yun took a deep breath and sent an Luyen to the sword sex party before stepping forth. Lin Yun, at least you're still a man. Qin Tian smiled. You dug out my younger brother's dragon bone back on the profound Wither Island. So I'll make you feel what he suffered. You are too overconfident. I'm just afraid that your profound sky sect doesn't have enough golden dragon bones for me to dig out. Lin Yun said. How dare you? Qin Tian roared and dashed forth, wanting to suppress Lin Yun with one palm. Seeing this, Lin Yun didn't hesitate to circulate the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra and lift the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron hidden within his Dragon Origin Ocean. As 40,000 dragon runes poured into his right hand, he faced Qin Tian's attack head-on. When the two dragon claws collided, they both retreated. Lin Yun took 10 steps back, while Qin Tian merely took 1 step back. The Divine Firmament Sword Sutra? Qin Tian was surprised because the dragon origin in his attack was being eroded by nether energy. This made him wonder what stage Lin Yun reached in the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. Wasn't it long rumored that no one could practice the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra? He thought about many things in just a split second, including how Yen Kong lost. The Divine Firmament Sword Sutra is long lost, so I'm surprised you can reach this height. But I'm curious if you can withstand the profound sky cannon at the 10th stage. Qin Tian charged forth once more after he stabilized his footing. When he dashed forth, a silver moon and golden sun rose behind him. When Qin Tian raised his arm, a draconic roar echoed from within his body, while he began to emit a golden radiance. As his hair violently fluttered, it looked like a divine dragon had come to life from his body. Sun Moon Glory! Qin Tian roared and threw a punch out. His punch was like a massive dragon roar accompanied by a sun and a moon. When he threw his punch out, the sheer force of his punch caused the surrounding space to tremble. As countless golden dragons exploded, this made Qin Tian look like the king of divine dragons, and the aura he was emitting became terrifying. Facing the aura that Qin Tian was giving off, everyone felt like they were suffocating, while dumbfoundedly looking at him. This was because Qin Tian was too strong. How could Qin Tian possibly be this strong? Wasn't Tian Xuanzi too powerful to nurture such a heaven-defying disciple? But Lin Yun didn't panic when facing Qin Tian's attack. He started to form seals. Whenever he formed a seal, his dragon aura would increase 1-fold, and his heart pumped like a cauldron producing vitality. In a split second, the dragon aura he gave off had multiplied 39 times. After his dragon aura multiplied 39 times, he forced Qin Tian to show himself. Under the immense dragon aura he gave off, Qin Tian's movements had become slow. But Lin Yun didn't stop there and executed the blue dragon seal, white dragon seal, golden dragon seal, and sovereign dragon seal. As one ancient seal after another took form in Lin Yun's hand, a draconic roar echoed when he pushed them forth. When Lin Yun and Qin Tian's attacks collided in midair, a terrifying shockwave swept out that caused heaven and earth to tremble. When the cloud of dust gradually died down, they were both hovering in the air, facing off. Ha! Qin Tian smirked. I have been invincible in the ancient barren domain amongst the same generation, so I'm surprised you can take 2 head-on attacks from me. Invincible! Lin Yun smiled. Yen Kong also said that, today, I want to see who dares claim to be invincible before Flower Burial. Flower Burial referred to him and his sword. As fighting spirits blazed within his pupils, everyone watching them felt a chill run down their spines. This could be an indirect face-off between the Radiant Sword Saint and Tian Xuanzi, so this battle meant a lot. After today, the true owner of the ancient barren domain would be determined, and everyone felt that they were witnessing a chapter of history. The short clash between the two surprised everyone. They were initially shocked by the strength Qin Tian had revealed. After all, Qin Tian first defeated 4 Holy Land's inner disciples and that mysterious woman. Even now, when Qin Tian fought Lin Yun, his aura hadn't declined. The feeling that Qin Tian gave everyone could only be described as unfathomable. No one had imagined Lin Yun would be able to fight Qin Tian to an even match, and the aura he gave off wasn't any weaker, either. At this moment, They finally realized that they couldn't underestimate the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. Ha! You're too weak. So weak that I can't muster my interest to kill you. Qin Tian smiled before he dashed forth. When he raised his hand, Lin Yun took his attack head-on with the Sovereign Dragon Seal. As a sun and a moon rose behind Qin Tian, they unleashed an unprecedented pressure under the 10th stage Profound Sky Cannon. A crack appeared on Lin Yun's palm that soon spread and covered half of his arm. The wounds on his arm were so terrifying, with the injuries being so deep that his bones could be seen. Senior Brother Lin. The Sword Sect's disciples immediately became worried when they saw this scene, including in Luyen. Fifth Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm, someone exclaimed. When everyone raised their heads, they could see 5 dragons behind Qin Tian. As in Luyen said, Qin Tian's actual cultivation was at the 5th Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm. What a terrifying cultivation! Lin Yun inwardly exclaimed. Even after the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra corroded a huge portion of Qin Tian's dragon origin, he still suffered such heavy injuries. If his Divine Firmament Sword Sutra didn't corrode Qin Tian's dragon origin, his entire arm would have probably been broken. Circulating the blue dragon bone, boundless vitality poured out, and the wounds on his arm swiftly recovered. The blue dragon bone is truly profound. Qin Tian smiled, then continued in a cold voice. If paired with my golden dragon bone, I'll really become invincible. So I must dig out his dragon bone today, no matter what. With a golden dragon roar, Qin Tian became covered in a dazzling golden light with a divine dragon's aura fluctuating throughout the surroundings. As he laughed, Qin Tian unleashed another attack with his arms appearing like a dragon claw, while being accompanied by a sun and a moon. It appeared as though a divine dragon was riding on the sun and moon. Sovereign Dragon Seal. Divine Solar Lunar Fist. Lin Yun also moved, pushing the Sovereign Dragon Seal to the limit before executing the Divine Solar Lunar Fist. Since Qin Tian manifested the sun and moon with the heavenly moon and heavenly sun, he would also manifest the sun and moon with a golden crow and silver phoenix. They both swiftly clashed in midair. Although Lin Yun's cultivation was lower than Qin Tian's, he cultivated 2 sword sutras and brought out the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron. In addition to the boundless vitality coming from the blue dragon bone, he would be able to swiftly recover as long as he didn't suffer any severe injuries. Qin Tian obtained a massive advantage on the surface, but he still couldn't suppress Lin Yun, no matter how hard he tried. When they clashed again, their punches collided head-on. Lin Yun took 10-odd steps back, while Qin Tian didn't even take half a step back. But when Qin Tian focused his center of gravity down, the immense strength cracked the stones on his feet. Oh my God! Qin Tian is too strong. This is the disciple personally taught by Tian Xuanzi. I heard that he's only a disciple in name that Tian Xuanzi purposely nurtured to suppress everyone in the ancient barren battlefield. To begin with, he could fight those with a higher cultivation than him. Now that his cultivation is at the 5th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, who else could suppress him? He's probably invincible in the ancient barren battlefield now. Qin Tian is a little too terrifyingly strong, and Luyen furrowed her brows. When she looked at Qin Tian, her pupils contained a wisp of killing intent while gritting her teeth. Young Master Lin is suffering from a disadvantage in his cultivation. Not only his cultivation, but Qin Tian has a lot of trump cards. Junior Brother Lin still can't completely probe him. Qin Tian was hovering in midair with a golden light shining from his chest that enveloped his entire body. Sovereign Dragon Seal in addition to the Divine Solar Lunar Fist. It looks like you've grasped more secret techniques of the Dragon Clan than me. Qin Tian looked at Lin Yun with a playful smile. He had to admit that he was surprised by Lin Yun's trump cards, especially his Dragon Clan martial techniques. Qin Tian didn't know where Lin Yun got his Dragon Clan martial techniques, and even he had only heard of the Sovereign Dragon Seal. After all, even the royal bloodline of the Divine Dragon Empire might not grasp the Sovereign Dragon Seal. But you'll die today no matter what, and nothing you do can change that. This is because your opponent is me, Qin Tian. Qin Tian was arrogant, and his tone was filled with great confidence. But just when he was about to move, A crimson sun rose to the sky as a youth donned in a scarlet robe appeared before him. This person was the chief disciple of the sword sect, Gu Ruochen. As he was drawing his sword, it was like a bright sun, and the crimson sun restrained all the light in the world. Swinging his sword, it cracked the heavenly sun and heavenly moon before charging at Qin Tian's forehead with unprecedented sharpness. This surprised Qin Tian, who moved to avoid this sword. But Gu Ruochen didn't let him off so easily and kept approaching him. He was wielding his saint's sword, unleashing one attack after another while being basked in the sun. Whenever he swung his sword, it would unleash a crimson firestorm. Gu Ruochen also emitted a dazzling radiance. The sun intent quietly dissolved Qin Tao's divine dragon aura. This made everyone take in a cold breath while being shocked by Gu Ruochen's sun intent. It was hard to grasp the sun intent because this required one to grasp both flame and light intent, not to mention that one even needed the assistance of the sun essence stone to cultivate. Finally going to make a move? Qin Tian wasn't surprised, but wore a smile instead. You remember what I told you outside the ancient barren battlefield? You're incapable of protecting Lin Yun or any of the sword sect's disciples. When he was done speaking, he merely used 2 fingers to clamp down on Gu Ruochen's sword tip. But Gu Ruochen didn't say a word and circulated the dragon origin within his body. As dazzling golden light shone out, Gu Ruochen's sword vibrated. But no matter how he tried, he couldn't move his sword from Qin Tian's fingers. They were like a dragon's claws clamping onto his sword. With a faint smile, Qin Tian flicked his fingers. The immense distorting power bent the sword. When that energy spread out, Gu Ruochen began to start swaying. He threw out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. Looks like there's nothing impressive about the sword sect's chief disciple. Qin Tian hovered in the air, looking at Gu Ruochen with mockery in his pupils. As Qin Tian's hair fluttered in the wind, he shone with golden light and was enveloped in his dragon aura. After sending Gu Ruochen back, his gaze fell onto Lin Yun, and he snorted, "I already said that you'll die today, no matter what. It's time to end the Radiant Sword Saint's legend." Looking at Gu Ruochen, a cold light flashed within Lin Yun's pupils. Qin Tian was a little intense. Gu Ruochen probably made a move because he was worried about his injuries, but his injuries were nothing with the blue dragon bone. The most significant trouble was that he didn't know how much strength Qin Tian had used. The profound sky cannon's 10th stage curbs sword intent. Yi Xilinx's voice resounded. "I know," Lin Yun replied. He had already sensed that when he fought Qin Tian. That sun and moon had practically suppressed his firmament sword intent. It was even more apparent when Qin Tian fought with Gu Ruochen. Gu Ruochen didn't have a dragon bone, nor did he practice 2-sword sutras. So he couldn't put up a fight against Qin Tian, even though he had grasped the sun intent. As Qin Tian gradually approached, the cracks on the sun and moon behind him were long patched up, making him look even more mighty. Just when Gu Ruochen stood back on his feet, he was sent flying away by Qin Tian with a wave of his hand. After Gu Ruochen threw out 3 mouthfuls of blood, he could no longer get back on his feet. "Senior brother," the sword sect's disciples flew into a rage. "Let me see who still dares to make a move," Qin Tian arrogantly said, looking at the sword sect's disciples. Like that, Qin Tian slowly approached the entire sword sect party. This scene made everyone's hearts throb violently, and they could sense immense pressure from Qin Tian. But just when he finished speaking, a sword ray flew out like a dragon. That sword ray sent the sun and moon flying back, shattering the golden dragon's claw before heading at Qin Tian's chest. When that sword ray landed on Qin Tian's chest, sparks flew, and Qin Tian's golden dragon bone shone brightly before he took 3 steps back. When Qin Tian stabilized himself, he waved his hand to erase that sword ray. When he looked at the person who unleashed that sword ray, he was surprised. "Divine Dragon Sword Physique? You must be Yi Xiling, Jian Jingtian's daughter and sword sect's saint disciple," Qin Tian said. "That's me." Yi Xiling raised her head to look at Qin Tian without fear in her pupils. Her strength had undergone a transformative boost after refining that Saint Constellation, and her current strength might not be any weaker than Guruwachin. She could also bring out more power from the Glory Saint artifact in her hand. Zhang Yuan and Lu Su flew over, landing beside Qin Tian, and emitted terrifying auras, especially Zhang Yuan. When Zhang Yuan unleashed his aura that belonged to an inner disciple of the Holy Land, it was even more potent than Lu Su's. Brother Qin, the sword sect doesn't seem to be honest. Do you need me to deal with them? Zhang Yuan squinted his eyes. No need. Qin Tian snickered. Mere ants can never kill an elephant. Even if they all come at me, why do I have to be afraid? I've already said I'm invincible in the ancient barren battlefield, and it's time for the Radiant Sword Saint's legend to end. Senior Sister Yi, let me handle this. Lin Yun stepped forth and summoned the flower burial sword from his sword box. When he held onto his sword, a terrifying sword aura exploded from Lin Yun, making Qin Tian, Zhang Yuan, and Lu Su close their eyes. But not long later, Zhang Yuan and Lu Su let out a snort to force back the sword aura. Flower burial sword? So you're finally going to draw your sword? I hope that you won't disappoint me. Qin Tian smiled, allowing his hair to flutter under the sword aura. This is the sword that severed your junior brother into two, Lin Yun said. Qin Tian raised his brow upon hearing that, and a terrifying killing aura swept out from his pupils. But just when Lin Yun and Qin Tian were about to clash, the sky suddenly became dark, with a massive shadow enveloping everyone within it. What's going on? Before everyone could come to their senses, a massive blue dragon's head appeared and took a deep breath, sweeping everyone into its mouth. This made everyone briefly stunned before they rejoiced. This was because they knew that the Blue Dragon Saint Palace had appeared, and that Blue Dragon was the spirit of the Saint Palace. Lin Yun soon figured out what was going on when he looked at everyone in the surroundings being sucked over. He had long seen that massive blue dragon hidden within the sandstorm, emitting a terrifying divine dragon's aura. Spreading his golden crow wings apart, a boundless sword aura swept out from him. He used his sword aura like a barrier and resisted the suction force before he yelled, "Sword Sect's disciples, gather around me." Those weaker disciples were already being sucked in, but he tried to gather together as many disciples he could. After all, no one knew what would happen within the Blue Dragon Saint Palace, and it was naturally safer for them to be together. Yi Xiling, Mu Shuiqin, and Luyen Yi Qingxian, Gu Ruochen, and other elites soon gathered around Lin Yun. On the other side, Qin Tian was doing the same, and the top 10 experts of the Profound Sky sect have gathered around him, but Qin Tian's face was terrifyingly dark. Damn it! Killing intent began to brew within Qin Tian's pupils, and his face became sinister. He wasn't the same as Qin Song. As the direct descendant of the Nether Divinity clan and Tian Xuanzi's disciple, Qin Song was arrogant, but he also had a huge heart. But Qin Tian was a grudgeful person. The Profound Sky sect could have monopolized the Blue Dragon Palace, but it was all messed up now. Lin Yun ruined his plans. He would have already forced everyone to leave if it wasn't for Lin Yun. I'll kill you first. Qin Tian furiously dashed towards Lin Yun. Let's go. But Lin Yun had no intention of facing Qin Tian now. He gave up resisting the suction force. Soon after, they were sucked into the air current produced by the Blue Dragon. Don't let him go. Chase after him, Qin Tian roared. While Lin Yun was being sucked into the Blue Dragon's jaws, his sword aura swiftly crumbled, and they were all forced to scatter by the current. After Lin Yun fell to the ground, he raised his head and saw many unbelievable palaces in this region. Each palace was massive, emitting colorful lights. Did everyone get separated? Lin Yun looked around with his brows furrowed. After all, he had spent an enormous effort to gather everyone, but they were all forced to split up when they entered. Let's look around first. Lin Yun pushed his movement technique to the limit. Since he entered the Blue Dragon Saint Palace, he naturally had to thoroughly look around. 15 minutes later, the path ahead suddenly disappeared, and he was suddenly enveloped in darkness. He could feel multiple hands rising from the ground, grabbing onto his foot, trying to drag him down. This place is hazardous. Lin Yun took a deep breath and stomped his foot, dashing forth. When he landed on the ground and turned back, he saw that it was a marsh that he had just passed through, and multiple arms were rising from the swamp. This made him wonder if the arms belonged to those who had just come in. Just thinking about it made him feel a chill run down his spine. The more he thought about it, the more he found it possible. They were trapped here for eternity and wanted to drag others along with them. After this experience, Lin Yun became more cautious during his journey. After passing through a black fog, a purple figure walked out from a tree, holding onto the profound moon fan. She was in Luyen, and she appeared to have known that Lin Yun would be here. "You're waiting for me?" Lin Yun already guessed this person's identity based on her outline alone. After Lien got closer, she smiled. "Yeah, I left something on you so that I can track your location." "When did you put it on me?" Lin Yun asked, surprised. "Earlier, when you carried me after I fought Qin Tian." And Luyen smiled. But Lin Yun didn't dwell on that and asked, "How much do you know about the Blue Dragon St. Palace?" This is the inheritance space of the Blue Dragon St. Palace, and there are a total of 18 palaces, 18 lakes, and 18 hills, each containing a different inheritance. And Luyen understood more about the ancient barren battlefield than Lin Yun. Of the 18 palaces, the Dragon Head Palace is the main palace, and the remaining 17 palaces are different parts of the Blue Dragon. There's a high possibility that Qin Tian and the others will be heading to the Dragon Head Palace because there is a high possibility that the Blue Dragon inheritance is there. "Why do you know so much?" Lin Yun asked. "I have a different identity now. I have ordered the other sects of the demonic forces to search for the Blue Dragon skybreaking art, and they will inform me if they found anything." "You joined the Demon Gate?" "Yeah." And Luyen nodded. She then continued, "But the strongest treasure here is the Wind God Order, a sovereign saint artifact. Where the Wind God Order is located will definitely contain other treasures, and our main objective is to look for the Wind God Order now." Suddenly, the blue dragon bone on Lin Yun's chest emitted a faint radiance while becoming a little heated. "MHM?" Lin Yun and Luyen were both surprised. "Can it be that your blue dragon bone is related to the inheritance here?" And Luyen stared at Lin Yun's chest, watching the blue light slowly spread out. "I guess so, but this is a piece of good news. The blue dragon bone must have sensed something. So let's gather with the others first," Lin Yun said. He roughly had an idea now. The blue dragon bone should be related to an inheritance here, and that was his advantage that allowed him to be ahead of everyone else. Lin Yun soon found Yi Xiling, Gu Ruochen, Mu Shuoqin, Yi Qingxian, Zhao Yan, and some of the other disciples. They were excited when they saw Lin Yun. They initially thought everyone would split up, but everyone was fine and didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. "Junior brother Lin, it's all thanks to you this time," Yi Qingxian said. When Lin Yun was searching for everyone, he ran into danger several times. Thus, it took him some time to look for everyone. If he had used the time to search for everyone in the Saint Palaces, he would already have some harvests. With a smile, Lin Yun replied, "We're fellow disciples of the Sword Sect, so we naturally have to search for inheritances together. I won't be coming together with you. I will gather the other disciples with junior brother Ji and junior brother Jin. There are still other fellow disciples that we have to take care of." Yi Qingxian suddenly spoke out. Hearing that, everyone was surprised because anyone knew there was a high chance that they could find an inheritance together with Lin Yun. But Yi Qingxian chose to give that up. Then again, what she said wasn't wrong. The spirit of the Saint Palace's appearance was too sudden. Many of the Sword Sect's disciples were dragged in, and there would be other Sword Sect disciples who ran into danger here. All of us already have a huge harvest in the ancient barren battlefield, so it's more important for us to leave this place alive. Don't clash with the profound Sky Sect if you run into them. Gu Ruochen instructed. Understood. It didn't take long for them to leave. Just when Lin Yun was about to share the unique senses from the blue dragon bone, Mu Shuoqin looked at Luyen and asked, "Junior brother Lin? She's?" Everyone else was also looking at Luyen with curiosity. They weren't acquaintances with Luyen, but anyone could tell that she wasn't on the righteous path. but they could tell that she had a close relationship with Lin Yun. So they already had some doubts, especially Yi Xiling, whose gaze wasn't friendly when she looked at An Luoyan, and Luoyan's identity was awkward. After all, the Demon Gate didn't have a good reputation, and they had some grudges with every sect in the ancient Baron domain. My friend, Lin Yun replied. Seeing this, everyone no longer asked anything more about it, except for Yi Xiling. She took several glances at An Luoyan. Since she had a good relationship with Su Xiao, she naturally became alert when a woman suddenly appeared beside Lin Yun. But since it wasn't the proper time to dwell on that right now, Lin Yun told everyone about his blue dragon bones reaction, lighting up everyone's eyes. We'll have a huge harvest if we can obtain the Wind God Order. Mu Shuiqin said. Let's go. Lin Yun said, circulating the blue dragon bone and sensing the direction in which the divine dragon bone was pointing him towards. There were many dangerous grounds in this inheritance space, and they would lose their lives if they weren't careful. There were also trap arrays and illusions that would be troublesome if they were caught up in them. Lin Yun handled the arrays, while An Luoyan dealt with the illusions. Since their party wasn't weak, their speed was swift, and it only took half an incense's time for them to arrive before a mysterious hill. Occasionally, the blue dragon bone in his chest would emit a faint radiance and tremble. Whenever the blue dragon bone shook, he could feel that his soul trembled along with it, and he could hear a draconic roar echoing by his ears. This is it. Lin Yun stopped and looked at the hill up ahead. The entire hill was shrouded in death, but various saint elixirs were on the hillside. This is a saint mountain, Gong Sun Yen said emotionally. They're all saint elixirs. Everyone else was also shocked. Saint elixirs weren't rare in the ancient barren battlefield, but the saint elixirs growing on the hillside were extremely rare. Don't be impulsive. And Luoyan snorted with her pupils flashing coldly. When the fog on the mountain was torn apart, everyone could see multiple corpses lying on the ground. There's something fishy about this place, Mu Shuiqin said. Gu Ruochen furrowed his brows and said, That's right. The corpse aura here is shocking. Not only is the outside covered in corpses, but there's something terrifying inside the mountain. Did you make a mistake? Everyone turned to look at Lin Yun. This mountain wasn't simple and none wanted to get close to it. They had no idea how those corpses died, and they couldn't be sure if they wouldn't be one of them. Let me give it a try. Don't! Everyone yelled just when Lin Yun opened his mouth. Don't worry, I won't go inside. Lin Yun smiled before he sat down. As his sword intent rumbled, a golden human flew out from his brows. It was one of Lin Yun's sword souls. He was using his sword soul to probe the mountain. Anyone could tell Lin Yun had placed great importance on this mountain. That golden human was only at the length of a human. It was purely condensed with sword intent and high spirituality, looking like a living thing. Everyone saw Lin Yun's sword soul for the first time, and they were surprised because that golden human looked alive. Everyone wouldn't be surprised if that golden human suddenly spoke out. Yi Qingxian was surprised because that was a powerful sword soul. He also had a sword soul, but his sword soul was a sword, and it was impossible for him to summon it out of his sword ocean. Sword souls were part of the soul, and letting it leave the body was equivalent to cutting down a piece of flesh from your body. Not only was it painful, it was hard to merge with it once it had been separated. So this scene was simply too unbelievable. Yi Qingxian then suddenly thought of something. Dual sword souls. Looking to the side, he noticed that everyone's expressions were more or less the same as his, but they had a rapport in not saying anything. On the other hand, Gu Ruochen fell into deep thoughts while looking at the sword soul. It was stronger than Firmament Sword Intense Sword Souls and was on a completely different level. This immediately made Gu Ruochen think of a terrifying possibility. When his gaze fell onto Lin Yun, the shock on his face grew even deeper. He now understood why Lin Yun dared to face Qin Tian head-on. Qin Tian might be terrifying and unfathomable, but Lin Yun also had his trump cards. A terrifying power appeared on the mountain that sounded like a ferocious roar. This instantly made Lin Yun throw out a mouthful of blood and quickly recalled his sword soul back. His sword soul had nearly dissipated earlier. Fine cracks appeared on the golden human, even after he forcibly recalled it. Since his sword soul was damaged, this also made his body and soul suffer some damages, giving him a splitting headache and blood dripping out of his eyes, nose, and mouth. "Young Master Lin, how are you?" And Lien quickly stepped forth and patted Lin Yun's back. Yi Xiling, Mu Shuiqin, and the others quickly stepped forth with concern. But because N Luyen was one step ahead of them, they couldn't examine Lin Yun's injuries, which was why they were so anxious. "Let me. I possess the divine dragon sword physique and radiant snow bloodline. They might be of help to his soul." Yi Xiling stepped forth and quickly used her radiant snow bloodline to treat Lin Yun's injuries. After pushing N Luyen away, Yi Xiling sat down, and an ancient tree appeared behind her. When snowflakes bloomed within her pupils, boundless dragon origin poured into Lin Yun's body through her hands. This surprised everyone else, but none of them said anything. None of them knew N Luyen, so they were filled with doubts about her identity. So compared to N Luyen, they naturally believed in Yi Xiling. When N Luyen was suddenly pushed aside by Yi Xiling, she bit her lip and clenched her fist because Yi Xiling was too unreasonable. But she soon hid the emotions within her pupils because Yi Xiling and Lin Yun were acquainted with each other from when Lin Yun had descended into the Kunlun realm. On the other hand, she was just a demoness. She soon brushed it off with a smile, and her eyes were filled with concern while looking at Lin Yun. Lin Yun should be fine because he possessed the Azure Dragon Saint physique and the Blue Dragon Bone. Earlier, she activated the White Dragon Bone to activate Lin Yun's Blue Dragon Bone to treat the injuries that were on his body even faster. On the other hand, the Radiant Snow bloodline could temper and nourish the body. "Lady Yin, are you all right?" Everyone's attention was on Lin Yun and Yi Xiling, but Gu Ruochen saw the emotions within N Liuyen's pupils and stepped forth to comfort her. "I'm fine," and Lu Yen replied. Her gaze was still on Lin Yun, and she didn't even raise her head. But suddenly, she came to her senses because Gu Ruochen mentioned her surname, so she asked, "You know about my identity?" Gu Ruochen nodded his head. When he saw the uneasiness in N Luyen, he quickly smiled. "It's fine. I can tell you have no ill intentions towards junior brother Lin." Everyone else could also tell that N Luyen had no ill intentions towards Lin Yun. But the matter was just complicated because it was between women, which was why Gu Ruochen tried to comfort her since he understood what was happening. When Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes, he had already recovered from his injuries on his body, but he still needed some time with his sword soul. Although his injuries weren't light, he also had a massive harvest because he had a rough idea about this place. "I'm fine." Lin Yun stood up. Seeing Lin Yun awake, Yi Xiling rejoiced. "Are you really all right? What happened earlier? We're all worried about you. Don't tell me there are ghosts in this place? Ancient demonic corpses?" Gong Sun Yen and others asked. "Nothing that profound. I was injured by the dragon spirit protecting the mountain from my intrusion, and those corpses should be the corpses of the demon spirit clan. As for this mountain..." Lin Yun took 2 steps forth and looked at the mountain with a playful smile. "What is it?" Mu Shuiqin asked. Lin Yun circulated his divine dragon eyes to look through the fog. He continued, "This mountain should be a graveyard. Possibly, those buried here are important figures of the Dragon Gate or even divine dragons." "Graveyard? What kind of important figure is buried here?" "I don't know," Lin Yun replied. "There are many graves here. Since my blue dragon bone reacts to this place, this means that there's something special about this place that's related to me. I once obtained the Azure Dragon's inheritance on the heavenly path and obtained the blue dragon bone from the dragon remnant astral realm. So everything might already be fated. Not to mention that he also had the Iris Sword Saint's inheritance, the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron, and a mysterious sword within his body. Lin Yun already had an answer in his heart, and the reason why he came to this world must be related to the Dragon Gate. The Iris Sword Saint was a middleman that connected him with the Dragon Gate. If you put it that way, the Blue Dragon's inheritance is on this mountain along with the legendary Wind God Order? Gong Sun Yan's eyes emotionally lit up. Everyone else was also excited when they heard what Lin Yun said. But when they looked at the mountain of corpses, they couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. Is there a way for us to enter? Even if there aren't any inheritances, the Saint Elixirs are a huge harvest as long as we can ascend it. Gu Ruochen said. Everyone else agreed with what he said. After all, the Saint Elixirs on this mountain were extremely rare, and just one of them was enough to save them a few months of cultivating outside the ancient barren battlefield. Let me see if I can communicate with the dragon spirit. Since it injured me earlier, I should also be able to communicate with it. Lin Yun said. If we can climb the mountain, we can try and search for any hidden doors on the mountain, as well as Saint Elixirs. Okay. When Lin Yun sat down on the mountain, he wasn't confident in what he said earlier. But since the mountain had brought him here, he should have a chance. Thus, he circulated the blue dragon bone and released a faint divine dragon's aura. When he closed his eyes and placed all his attention on the mountain, everyone anxiously waited for him. As time slowly passed, Lin Yun could gradually sense the existence of the dragon spirit protecting this mountain. They were both familiar with each other's auras. Although he couldn't directly communicate with the dragon spirit, he could faintly sense that the dragon spirit was friendly. Look, the fog is gradually disappearing. Gong Sun Yen suddenly raised his hand. When everyone raised their heads, they saw that it was just as Gong Sun Yen said. The fog covering this mountain was gradually disappearing, and they could faintly see a dragon gradually appearing. That dragon was coiled up on the top of the mountain, looking at Lin Yun. You guys can climb the mountain, Lin Yun said without opening his eyes. Hearing that, everyone didn't hesitate to climb the mountain and swiftly headed toward those Saint Elixirs. Remember to search for hidden doors, as junior brother Lin said. Gu Ruochen quickly reminded. Got it, everyone replied excitedly. You're not going up? Mu Shuiqin turned to look at Yi Xiling. But Yi Xiling hugged the white dragon Saint's sword and replied, I'll stay here. Nodding her head, Mu Shuiqin turned to see that An Luyen was also remaining behind with Yi Xiling. It didn't take long for everyone to climb the mountain, aside from the three of them. Fire Ganoderma. It's really the Fire Ganoderma. This is the Dragon Cloud herb. While everyone else climbed the mountain, they rejoiced upon finding various Saint Elixirs, but they needed some effort to pick them. Saint Elixirs were spiritual to begin with, so some powerful Saint Elixirs would even attack those who tried to pick them. But Gu Ruochen didn't go after the Saint Elixirs and was searching the mountain. When he came halfway up the mountain, he found a wall. The wall was flat with many plants on it. He quickly raised his hand to remove all the plants and revealed thick dirt covering the wall. Gu Ruochen briefly hesitated before he cleaned up the dirt, and multiple paintings appeared on the wall. The door was here? Gu Ruochen became even more cautious, looking at the wall. But he didn't alarm everyone and started to decipher the paintings. When he finally found a pattern, he noticed that the paintings all pointed in one direction. So when he reached out and gently patted that spot, the entire wall began to rumble. Seeing this, Gu Ruochen excitedly yelled, Junior brother Lin, I found the entrance. There's really something special about this place. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Yun, who was trying to communicate with the dragon spirit, rejoiced upon hearing what Gu Ruochen said, but he didn't open his eyes. The dragon spirit guarding this mountain was powerful, but it no longer had much intelligence left. It could only follow its instincts when it was alive, and Lin Yun could sense that it was friendly towards him. So Lin Yun was slowly trying to make it dissipate. If he stopped here, the dragon spirit would start attacking everyone, killing everyone on the mountain, just like when his sword soul was injured earlier. Ha ha ha! I wondered why your sword sect didn't go to the Dragon Head Palace. So there's really something fishy here. A familiar voice resounded. This person was naturally Qin Tian of the Profound Sky Sect. Behind him, there was a huge party swiftly rushing over. Not good. The Profound Sky Sect is here. Gu Ruochen's face changed as he quickly rushed down the mountain along with everyone else. Since Yi Xiling was the closest to them, she soared into the sky and turned into a dragon while charging at Qin Tian. When Yi Xiling got close, she drew the white dragon Saint's sword, flicking her wrist, and unleashed 18 snow dragons toward Qin Tian. Each snow dragon was 10 feet in size, with lightning and sword rays flickering within their pupils. When they breathed, the surrounding space distorted and was about to shatter. "Get lost!" Qin Tian snorted and unleashed waves of aura from his body. Even without making a move, he easily crushed the snow dragons. After the snow dragons were crushed, Qin Tian pushed his palm forth, sending Yi Xiling flying while throwing out a mouthful of blood. And Luyen quickly stepped forth, seeing this, and resolved Qin Tian's attack before catching Yi Xiling. But Qin Tian wasn't bothered by the two. He was after Lin Yun. When he turned to look at the sword sect's disciples rushing down the mountain, he suddenly knew what was going on and started laughing. "Ha ha ha! Lin Yun! Even heaven wants you dead." Knowing Lin Yun couldn't move, Qin Tian swiftly dashed forth for the time being. But a person suddenly appeared before him and took his attack head-on. Two dragon roars echoed when the two palms collided, with a white dragon and a golden dragon flying out, unleashing a powerful dragon aura. And Luyen stepped out to take Qin Tian's attack head-on. How impudent! Qin Tian's pupils flashed with rage, seeing his attack being blocked. He poured his dragon origin into his palm and clashed with Luyen head-on. The difference between the two was shown in the next second because the white dragon behind Luyen lasted for a brief moment before faint cracks began appearing on it. This made Luyen's face change, and she took a step back, retrieving the profound moon fan. But Qin Tian's attack didn't stop there. When his palm collided with the fan, blood dripped down Luyen's lip from the impact. But before Qin Tian could do anything else, petals appeared within Luyen's pupils. When the petals overlapped, they made her pupils look like the insides of a kaleidoscope. Seeing that Luyen was using this on him again, killing intent flashed within his pupils. He had already fallen for this once, so wouldn't fall for it again. Divine dragon eyes! As glory spirits bloomed within his pupils turned into the golden dragon pupils that instantly destroyed the white dragon behind Luyen. In the critical moment, Lin Yun opened his eyes and caught Luyen. Divine dragon eyes! Lin Yun executed the divine dragon eyes by combining the golden dragon seal, blue dragon seal, and silver dragon seal. As a moon and a sun appeared within his pupils, the glory sun and glory moon spirits were shrouded with the three dragon seals. When the two divine dragon eyes clashed together, Qin Tian groaned and took 10 odd steps back with shock within his pupils. They were using the divine dragon eyes, but he immediately lost when Lin Yun empowered his divine dragon eyes with 3 dragon seals. The divine dragon eyes? That's impossible. How do you also know this secret technique of the dragon clan? Qin Tian exclaimed. There are many things that you don't know about. Lin Yun swiftly retreated with Luyen in his embrace. He retreated to Yi Xiling's side before placing Luyen down. The dragon spirit guarding the mountain had disappeared, and this meant that there was no longer any danger. Thus, Lin Yun could deal with Qin Tian now. Humph! I naturally have ways to make you talk, Qin Tian sneered. As the heavenly moon and heavenly sun revolved behind him, the surrounding space distorted with his dragon origin being swiftly drained. Without hesitation, Lin Yun summoned the flower burial sword from his sword box. When he grabbed onto the sword, he gently swung it backward. His attack blocked Qin Tian's palm, which had manifested into a golden dragon's claw. When the sword and claw collided, sparks flew with ripples spreading out. This surprised Qin Tian, and he wondered if Lin Yun had a pair of eyes growing from the back of his head. This was because Lin Yun reacted too quickly. Qin Tian's movement technique was called the Sun-Moon Wheel. With it, he could move silently, and it could even hide his killing intent. Many 7th Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm experts suffered in his hands because of this movement technique. But he knew he didn't have the luxury to figure it out now with his other hand reaching for Lin Yun's neck. Watch out! And Luyen and Yi Xiling exclaimed because Qin Tian's attack was too quick. In their eyes, Qin Tian unleashed 2 attacks at the same time. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for Lin Yun to fend off this attack after blocking Qin Tian's previous attack. But Lin Yun reacted as if he had already predicted this attack and slightly tilted his head to avoid Qin Tian's hand. In the end, Qin Tian's attack only cut off several strands of his hair. After Lin Yun avoided Qin Tian's attack, he loosened his right hand and turned around. When he grabbed onto his sword once more, his sword was swiftly thrusted forth. When he thrusted with the flower burial sword, he circulated his blue dragon bone, and his aura exploded. This made Qin Tian panic, and he quickly retreated while using his hands to clamp onto Lin Yun's sword. But Lin Yun loosened his hands, allowing Qin Tian to clamp onto his sword before executing the divine sun-chasing art and leaving multiple afterimages behind him. In Qin Tian's eyes, Lin Yun had divided into 6 while charging at him with boundless sword aura. "Let me see how you will compete with me without your sword." Qin Tian sneered and threw the flower burial sword away. As golden radiance exploded from him, dragon-shaped auras flew toward the 6 afterimages. He was confident that Lin Yun's afterimages couldn't injure him when his cultivation was 2 stages higher than Lin Yun's. But Lin Yun suddenly let out a roar and all of his afterimages overlapped before pushing his palm forth. When their palms collided, Lin Yun roared, "Come back!" The flower burial sword flew over, sweeping like a divine dragon sweeping its tail. This surprised Qin Tian, but it was already too late for him. A small gash then appeared on his cheek. Lin Yun then reached out and grabbed onto the flower burial sword. "Senior brother, let us help you." The profound Sky Sect's disciples finally arrived. Lu Su and Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate to charge forth and dash towards Lin Yun. "Dream on!" And Liu Yan's face changed. She quickly dashed out to stop the 2 of them. But since she was facing 2 enemies, she swiftly landed in a disadvantageous position, which distracted Lin Yun. "You dare to be distracted when fighting me?" Qin Tian immediately grabbed onto this opportunity and gave Lin Yun 2 palms. His eyes lit up, and he smiled. "So your sword soul is damaged." Yi Xiling, seated down to treat her injuries, waved her hand when she saw this scene. Along with a sword vibration, her white dragon saint sword flew out. A glory saint sword, and Lu Yan was surprised when she grabbed onto the sword. She then turned to look at Yi Xiling. "Thanks." With the white dragon saint's sword in her hand, a terrifyingly explosive aura erupted from her while activating her white dragon bone. Compared to Yi Xiling, the white dragon saint's sword was much more powerful in Liu Yan's hands. "Junior brother, we'll help you." Gu Ruochen and the other sword sect's disciples rushed over and clashed with the profound Sky Sect's disciples. Just like that, a war soon took place. "Retreat first." Lin Yun yelled before they started to retreat towards the hidden door that Gu Ruochen had previously found. The profound Sky Sect's morale was stronger than the sword sect's. If it weren't for Liu Yan and the white dragon saint's sword in her hand, they would have long lost. Regardless of Zhang Yuan or Lu Su, they were stronger than the sword sect, especially Zhang Yuan, who came from the Ming cult. So he was naturally stronger than Lu Su. "Haha. Lin Yun, do you still think that you can live? I've only used 60% of my strength so far. If I didn't guess that your blue dragon bone might be able to lead the way for me, I would have long taken your life," Qin Tian said as the sun and moon expanded behind him. He executed the heavenly sun and heavenly moon together. When Zhang Yuan and the others came toward Qin Tian's side, their eyes blazed with flames while looking at the paintings on the wall and smiled. "Qin Tian, the wind god order must be inside. This mountain is the true inheritance ground, and the Dragon Head Palace is just a facade. We're really lucky this time." The profound Sky Sect's disciples were excited and emotional. In the past, when the other Saint Palaces appeared, no one could find the actual inheritance ground, and they only managed to find incomplete books, saint artifacts, paintings, and secret treasures. They might be precious, but they were nothing compared to the actual inheritance. "All of you will have to die," Qin Tian laughed. Under the pressure of the heavenly sun and heavenly moon, the faces of the sword sect's disciples were distorted with pain. As they retreated, they staggered and stood behind Lin Yun with one knee on the ground, gritting their teeth to holding on with incredible difficulty. "Sun Moon will slash." Qin Tian was like a deity as the sun and moon flew towards the sword sect's disciples. Profound sword form. Lin Yun executed the profound sword form with the flower burial sword, swinging 9 swords. When the 9 swords intertwined and formed into a profound word, the power unleashed from it was multiplied 9-fold. Throwing out a mouthful of blood, Lin Yun slammed against the wall before falling. But he ultimately managed to rebound Qin Tian's attack, sending Qin Tian's attack back at him. What the hell? Qin Tian cursed when he saw this scene. This also left all the profound Sky Sect's disciples dumbfounded, and they nearly fell to the ground. Even Zhang Yuan and Lu Su were astonished when they saw this scene. This gave Qin Tian no choice. He soared to the sky and formed a seal with one hand while reaching out at the Sun Moon will slash with another. When the golden dragon overlapped with him, his hand turned into a dragon claw, but he could barely hold onto the Sun Moon will slash. On the other hand, Lin Yun circulated the blue dragon bone and slammed his palm against the wall. As the paintings on the wall came to life, an ancient door appeared. Pushing the door apart, Lin Yun yelled, "Quick! Go in! You're courting death!" Qin Tian flew into a rage as he supported the Sun Moon will slash with both hands. His hair fluttered in the wind, and he roared while slamming the Sun Moon will slash back into Lin Yun's direction. But when his attack landed, Lin Yun had already disappeared behind the door. When the Sun Moon will slash collided with the wall, it caused a massive collision that raised a cloud of dust. When the cloud of dust settled down, Qin Tian pounced towards the wall, but the paintings and door had disappeared, with the sword sex party nowhere to be seen. Damn it! Qin Tian threw a tantrum and punched the wall, but the rebound force sent him flying back. What the hell? Qin Tian's face turned black, and he nearly lost his mind. He was clearly stronger than Lin Yun, regardless of his cultivation, foundation, or secret techniques. He was only one step away from the inheritance, but he could only watch as it slipped away from him. What should we do now? Without the blue dragon bone, we won't be able to go in. Zhang Yuan calmly emphasized. He was the one who came up with the idea of tailing behind Lin Yun. This was because he was highly interested in the Wind God Order, and an extremely secretive legend revolved around it that was told to him by the Ming cult's Grand Elder. So what if we manage to go in? Are they going to be trapped inside for the rest of our lives? We'll guard the ancient barren battlefield's altar. I don't believe that he won't leave the ancient barren battlefield. Go back to the Dragon Head Palace. Qin Tian swiftly made his decision. Since he couldn't obtain the inheritance, he would sweep through the Dragon Head Palace. The altar was the only way out of the ancient barren battlefield, and he just had to wait there for Lin Yun to come to him. I'm afraid it'll be troublesome to deal with Lin Yun after he makes a breakthrough in his strength, Zhang Yuan whispered. But Qin Tian coldly glared at Zhang Yuan, making the latter feel his scalp tingling. He snorted. So what? If I take another step further in fusing the heavenly sun and heavenly moon, I can easily suppress him, even if he makes a breakthrough. I, Qin Tian, am invincible in the ancient barren battlefield. Since my master is invincible in the ancient barren domain, the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple will die in my hands. His master was Tian Xuanzi, and he was confident that he was stronger than Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, and he had never doubted it. After all, the profound Sky Saint Sovereign was invincible in the ancient barren. Passing through the gate, Lin Yun could sense that the entire world was spinning. Taking a deep breath, he swallowed a profound wither pellet before sitting down to recover from his injuries. After circulating his blue dragon bone and dragon phoenix sword aura, his dragon origin completed an entire cycle within his body. A long time later, Lin Yun opened his eyes and let out a breath. That fellow is really terrifying. How can he possibly execute the heavenly sun and heavenly moon when he's only at the Dragon Pulse realm? Reaching such a height in the profound sky canon, it's equivalent to cultivating a low-grade dragon spirit martial technique, Gu Ruochen said. When everyone heard what he said, their faces changed. After all, dragon spirit martial techniques were out of their reach. Some people could execute an incomplete low-grade dragon spirit martial technique through secret techniques, which was heaven-defying enough. How is that possible? How can he possibly cultivate a dragon spirit martial technique in the Dragon Pulse realm? He should have died from it, even if it's only a low-grade dragon spirit martial technique. Gong Sun Yen said with disbelief. After all, it was common knowledge that only those who reached the Samsara Edict realm could practice dragon spirit martial techniques. They could barely cultivate a low-grade dragon spirit martial technique. Otherwise, every sect would have allowed their disciples to cultivate it in the Dragon Pulse realm. Dragon spirit martial techniques might be rare, but this didn't mean that the powerful sects didn't have any. Senior brother is right. My senior brother once told me that upon reaching the 10th stage in the Profound Sky Canon, it'll be equivalent to a low-grade dragon spirit martial technique. Lin Yun said. He then inwardly sighed because the Profound Sky sect had already surpassed the Sword sect when Tian Xuanzi completed the Profound Sky Canon, regardless if he was willing to agree with it. It's just that he didn't have to tell that to his fellow martial brothers. Fighting with Qin Tian was no different from fighting with Tian Xuanzi, and it was difficult for him to bear the pressure alone. As the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, he had no reason to cower from a fight. Don't be discouraged. Lin Yun could withstand his attack even with his sword soul injured. When your sword soul recovers, it's uncertain who will win. Gongsun Yen smiled. That's not the case. Qin Tian didn't use his full strength in this fight. If he used his full strength, I wouldn't have been able to block an attack head-on, and he didn't suffer any injuries before I executed the profound sword form. Lin Yun shook his head with a smile. He wasn't being humble, he was just fortunate in that battle earlier. If he continued to fight, it was uncertain if he could win after executing all his trump cards. Junior brother Lin, this is a saint elixir I picked earlier. You've yet to recover from your injuries, so take it quickly. Gongsun Yen took out a saint elixir. This was the Dragon Cloud herb. It was glittering like crystal, and the dew on the leaves remained after 1,000 years. Don't need to be so wasteful. Just a few droplets of the dew will be able to help me recover my sword soul. Lin Yun looked at Gongsun Yen and poured the dew from the leaves into his mouth before sitting back down to nourish his sword soul. You can have it back, and Lu Yen said with reluctance while caressing the white dragon saint's sword. This powerful sword was a perfect match with her white dragon bone. If possible, she really wanted to purchase this sword from Yi Xiling. The wealth she could mobilize wouldn't be inferior to saints, and one could see her wealth from the amount of true dragon saint liquid that she gave Lin Yun. Not for sale. Yi Xiling interrupted and took the sword back. This made Lu Yen feel awkward. But fortunately, Gu Ruochen stepped forth to ease the awkward atmosphere. Thank you for helping earlier. Ladian, big brother Gu, no need to thank me. Young Master Lin is my benefactor, and you guys are fellow martial brothers with him. So I will help no matter what. And Lu Yen said with a smile, and her words won favorable opinions from the sword sect's disciples. A brief moment later, Lin Yun woke up. He had completely recovered from his injuries, so they continued on their journey. Raising their heads, they could see the pitch-black dome that felt like 1,000,000 miles away. This made them feel tiny in comparison, and there were many stars on the dome. The stars were arranged in an orderly manner, and one could tell that those stars were various glory spirits, if they took a closer look at them. Then, the glory spirits formed into different astral clusters. As the astral clusters revolved, they looked like a massive constellation. Why does this constellation look familiar? Mu Shuiqin said softly, but they were too far away, and the stars on the dome made them feel like it was beyond their reach. No matter how they looked at it, they could only look at the tip of the iceberg of this constellation. It looked familiar, but she couldn't recognize it. The Azure Dragon Constellation? Lin Yun was the first to exclaim in surprise when he looked at the dome. He had received the Azure Dragon's inheritance in the heavenly path, so he was more familiar with the Azure Dragon constellation than anyone else. He was the first amongst the party to recognize it. But why would the Azure Dragon constellation appear in the Blue Dragon Saint Palace? Lin Yun immediately sensed something wasn't right. The surroundings had become quiet. When he looked around, he could see that everyone appeared to have lost their souls when they looked at the dome. What's going on? Xiling, Lian. Lin Yun's face changed as he walked toward Yi Xiling and Lu Yen. When he gently touched them, they fell, which startled him into swiftly catching them, and he couldn't sense their souls in them. Don't worry about them. Their souls have left their bodies for the time being, devoured by the Azure Dragon constellation. When their souls return, they will receive a huge benefit. A hearty voice echoed in the massive hall. Who is there? Lin Yun looked around cautiously. Brat, you don't recognize my voice now? A black-robed, middle-aged man descended from the dome. This first startled Lin Yun before he rejoiced. Senior, why are you here? The black-robed man was the Azure Dragon Lord, Zhang Ling. This was the reason why Lin Yun couldn't help becoming emotional. After all, without Zhang Ling's teachings and guidance, he would have long died on the heavenly path. Senior, you're still alive? Isn't this place the Blue Dragon St. Palace? And what's wrong with my martial siblings? Lin Yun threw multiple questions over. The Azure Dragon Lord smiled. Stop right there. Calm yourself down first and speak slowly. How can I answer you when your questions are all messed up? Lin Yun awkwardly scratched his head when he heard that, and he realized that he had reacted a little too emotionally earlier. But he was delighted to see the Azure Dragon Lord again, and he couldn't describe his emotions with words. The Azure Dragon Lord wasn't only a senior, but he felt like a friend and an elder brother to Lin Yun. You still remember what I told you on the heavenly path? The Azure Dragon Lord asked. Senior, you told me a lot, Lin Yun replied. As the Azure Dragon Lord waved his hand, a secret chamber opened, and various wines were there. He retrieved a jar and gulped it before he smiled. Think carefully. I won't answer your questions if you can't recall it. This? Lin Yun suddenly became nervous upon hearing that. This was because the Azure Dragon Lord told him a lot back then, and he had no idea what the Azure Dragon Lord was pointing to after so long. Ha ha ha. I'll stop teasing you. When I left, I said we'll meet again if we're fated. The Azure Dragon Lord smiled. Right? I recalled it now. Lin Yun smiled. You and your friends are fine. As for whether I'm dead, I'm naturally dead. Zhang Ling smiled. What? Calm down. Let me ask you a question. Where's your Azure Dragon True Bone? Where did it go? Zhang Ling glared at Lin Yun. Upon hearing that, Lin Yun immediately wore an awkward expression and replied, I gave it to a friend. She needed it to reforge her body. Humph. The Azure Dragon Lord snorted. That's the Azure Dragon True Bone. That's the inheritance that I left for you. So how can you possibly give it away? I'm sorry about that, Senior. Lin Yun replied. What did I say back then? The Kunlun realm will face a huge disaster in the future. The inheritance I gave you is equivalent to giving you a destiny, but you want to escape from it. The Azure Dragon Lord said, If you gave it to someone who will bring disaster to the world, won't my Azure Dragon's lineage have to bear great sins? Senior, that's not the case. Lin Yun quickly explained. Do you really think it belongs to you since I gave it to you? That's the bone left behind by the Azure Dragon King, and there's only one of such in the world. If I'm willing, I can easily retrieve it now. The Azure Dragon Lord replied. Lin Yun fell to his knees and said, Senior, I gave it to someone important to me, so please don't take it back. I've never thought of escaping, and I'll be willing to bear it all. What if I want your life? Since you don't want my inheritance, I can give it to someone else. Your fellow martial disciples behind might not be comparable to you, but at least 3 people can receive my inheritance. The Azure Dragon Lord said. Lin Yun's face changed, but he swiftly calmed down and replied, Sure, you saved my life, and I would have died back on the heavenly path without your inheritance. If Yi Xiling and others receive the Azure Dragon Lord's harvest, they would possess the strength to confront Qin Tian. Lin Yun wouldn't have to worry about the ancient barren battlefield. But if the Azure Dragon Lord summoned the Azure Dragon True Bone back, Lil Purple would lose her life. The flower burial sword suddenly flew out and shone brightly, emitting a strong vibrating noise and pointing at the Azure Dragon Lord. At the same time, a powerful chill was gathered at the sword tip, unleashing an unprecedented fighting spirit that was directed at the Azure Dragon Lord. It's as though it was saying that it wouldn't let the Azure Dragon Lord take Lin Yun's life, even if Lin Yun had agreed to it. The flower burial sword's sword tip shone brightly, streaked forth, and nearly pierced through the Azure Dragon Lord's brows. It would have pierced through the Azure Dragon Lord's brow the next moment. Come back. Lin Yun's face changed, and he reached out, wanting to grab a hold of the flower burial sword. As the flower burial sword released a vibrating noise, it thrusted forth at an even more tricky angle, and Lin Yun noticed that the flower burial sword only managed to stab an afterimage. After the Azure Dragon Lord stopped the flower burial sword from flying about, he poured a cup of wine and laughed while clamping the flower burial sword between his fingers. Stop messing around and go back. The Azure Dragon Lord smiled while sending the flower burial sword back with a flick. He smiled, "Brat, take care of your sword well." Pouring his sword intent into his sword scabbard, Lin Yun waved his hand and sheathed the flower burial sword. Then he spent some time comforting his sword, calming it down. "Your sword has a violent temper." The Azure Dragon Lord smiled. "What's the name of your sword?" "Flower Burial." Lin Yun smiled. Even after the flower burial sword was sheathed, it vibrated with killing intent. "Interesting." The Azure Dragon Lord smiled while he continued to drink his wine. Lin Yun rolled his eyes and smiled. "Stop messing around. Senior is just joking with us, and he didn't really mean it by taking my life." After hearing that, the flower burial sword finally calmed down. "You're not stupid." The Azure Dragon Lord smiled. "If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't be talking to you. I was only testing you earlier. If you're afraid of death, I wouldn't have allowed you to draw your sword, and I'd also find an opportunity to retrieve the Azure Dragon King's bone." After a brief pause, the Azure Dragon Lord continued smiling. "But clearly, I'm right about you. Thank you, Senior." Lin Yun cupped his hands together. "I was reckless in giving the Azure Dragon true bone to someone else, but I have a reason for doing so. So I won't try and find an excuse for my mistake." "You're not wrong," the Azure Dragon Lord said. "Listen carefully. There are many inheritances in the world, but nothing is more important than people. No matter how strong the inheritance is and the responsibility you have to bear, you are more important, along with those you care about." This? Lin Yun was a little confused upon hearing that. The Azure Dragon Lord smiled. "Even if the Azure Dragon True Bone is important, it's just an object. In most inheritances, we pass down our mentality rather than our strength. So my inheritance isn't broken in you, and my Azure Dragon's lineage will carry on." "Thank you, Senior." Lin Yun instantly understood what the Azure Dragon Lord meant. "Stop calling me Senior. If you don't mind, call me Big Brother Zheng." The Azure Dragon Lord smiled. Big Brother Zheng. Lin Yun was relatively straightforward. He had long guessed that the Azure Dragon Lord wasn't like other seniors, and he had no heir around him. Rather than being a senior, the Azure Dragon Lord felt more like a big brother. "That's more like it. Come, drink." The Azure Dragon Lord smiled and waved his hand, opening a wine chamber again and retrieving a wine jar for Lin Yun. "The name of this wine is Burning Moon, the wine of the Dragon Clan. It's not at all inferior to the Mo Clan's Millennium Flame. Go on, give it a try." The Azure Dragon Lord smiled. Sitting down, they both took a mouthful of the wine. He could immediately feel a burning sensation throughout his body, like a lump of flames blazing in his throat. But after that, a warmth spread throughout his body. Wiping his lips, he asked, "Big Brother, this is the Blue Dragon St. Palace. So what are you doing here?" "I'll tell you even if you don't ask me about it." The Azure Dragon Lord finished the wine in the jar and smiled. After the ancestral deity left, the position of the Dragon Gate Lord had been passed down to the Azure Dragon's lineage. "So while I'm the Azure Dragon Lord, I'm also the Dragon Gate Lord." Lin Yun was shocked and spat out the wine in his mouth, looking at Zhang Ling in disbelief. The Azure Dragon Lord was also the Dragon Gate Lord? But how is that possible? Big Brother Zhang Ling was also the sect master of the Supreme Sect, the Dragon Gate? Thinking about it made Lin Yun's mind dizzy because this piece of news was too shocking. He was no longer the same Lin Yun as he was before. He had heard about the legend before when he was back in the profound Amber Realm. Whether on the Heavenly Path or the Kunlun Realm, he had heard about the Dragon Gate multiple times. It was so much so that there were rumors that the 9 emperors received the inheritance of the Dragon Gate, which was why they could end the Darkest Era. But no matter how he racked his mind, He would never think Big Brother Zhongling was the Dragon Gate Lord. Hehe. What's wrong? I don't look like it. Zhongling winked with a playful smile. Yeah, you don't look like it at all, Lin Yun said immediately. But when he saw that the Azure Dragon Lord was unhappy, he quickly asked, I heard that the ancestral deity was the one who founded the Divine Dragon era, and he's from the Blue Dragon's lineage. So why isn't the Blue Dragon's lineage in control of the Dragon Gate? If Lord Ancestral Deity was still around, he'd naturally be the sect master. But after he left, why do the 6 other Divine Dragon lineages have to listen to the Blue Dragon's lineage? They're all divine dragons and were on an equal level in regards to their nobility. Furthermore, the other lineages also had geniuses, so who would be willing to be beneath someone? Zhongling smiled. If they were still under the control of the Blue Dragon's lineage, chaos would have occurred sooner or later. The Dragon Gate is a sect, not a dynasty. So the sect master's position cannot be passed down through lineage. When Lin Yun pondered over that, he realized that it did make some sense. You must be curious as to why it's the Azure Dragon's lineage, right? Zhongling smiled. Firstly, this is an order left behind by the ancestral deity before he left. Secondly, the Azure Dragon might not be a divine dragon, but the ancestral deity allowed the Azure Dragon to be one of the 4 innate constellations when the Divine Dragon era was founded. This is because my Azure Dragon's lineage isn't stronger than the other Divine Dragon's lineage. I see. There are rumors that the 9 emperors received the Dragon Gate's inheritance, which is why they could rose so quickly. Is that true? Lin Yun asked nervously as he looked at Zhongling. 9 emperors? What 9 emperors? Tell me more about them. Zhongling asked. Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that, but he soon came to his senses and swiftly told Zhongling about the 9 emperors. It should be true. It's hard for an era to produce 9 powerful existences that can unite with each other. But Zhongling's gaze became playful, and he continued, You said that the Empress founded the Divine Dragon Empire? This is interesting. Big Brother, aren't you the Dragon Gate Lord? Why don't you know about it? Lin Yun asked. I might be the Dragon Gate Lord, but I'm not in charge of the Dragon Gate's sovereign inheritances. After the Dragon Gate was destroyed, I followed the ancestral teachings to wait for someone who can accept the Azure Dragon's inheritance. So, who's in charge of the inheritances? The Iris Sword Saint. What? Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that. That's because he's the disciple of the ancestral deity, not me. Zhongling smiled. The Dragon Gate's sovereign inheritance is the ancestral deity's private inheritance. Then again, the 9 of them might not have really obtained the inheritance, but only bits and pieces. The ancestral deity's inheritance is too complicated, proficient in the 3,000 Daos. He's also proficient in the 7 sovereign Daos, but the 9 of their martial techniques are different. According to what you said, none of them have grasped the true Tao of the ancestral deity. Lin Yun was stunned before saying, The Nirvana Tao. Looks like you're really related to him. The Azure Dragon Lord smiled. Big Brother, you know about him? Lin Yun asked emotionally. It's Iris that we're talking about, someone capable of slaying deities while in the Saint realm. We belong to the same generation, so I naturally know him. Zhongling smiled. But mentioning the Iris Sword Saint, Zhongling's gaze couldn't help becoming complicated. Big Brother, you seem unhappy with the Iris Sword Saint? Lin Yun asked. Of course I'm unhappy. Zhongling became emotional. Back during the ancient battle, we wouldn't have lost if he had showed up. If he had showed up, why would I sever the heavenly path? Lin Yun was alarmed when he heard that. Zhongling severed the heavenly path? The news that he heard today was too shocking. The Kunlun realm lost in the ancient battle? Mentioning the past, Zhongling couldn't help smiling bitterly. I was a little too emotional earlier. He's only the direct disciple of the ancestral deity, and he's not someone of my Dragon Gate. I have no right to blame him, but only he knew why and where the ancestral deity went. In the ancient battle, we were waiting for the ancestral deity to appear, but he didn't. Ancestral deity clearly said that he'd return. Zhongling muttered to himself. Lil Purple once told Lin Yun that they'd been waiting for someone in the ancient battle. So, could that person be the Blue Dragon ancestral deity? Big brother, what kind of existence is the Blue Dragon ancestral deity? Lin Yun asked. After calming himself down, Zhang Ling said, the ancestral deity was the Lord of the Era, the founder of the Divine Dragon Era and Dragon Gate. But ancestral deity had a huge breadth of mind and had never thought about dominating the Kunlun realm. The ancestral deity was invincible, but there were those in the Divine Dragon Era that could fight with him. There was the Sword Ancestor, Flame God, Sea God, Nether King. That was a dazzling era, and they were all ancient kings and elites of my Kunlun realm. As the Lord of the Era, the ancestral deity could stop those people from appearing if he wanted to, but everyone in the Kunlun realm only chased after their dreams and not longevity. Hearing what Zhang Ling said, it was as though Zhang Ling had seen the ancestral deity personally, which made him look forward to it. Why did he leave the Kunlun realm? Lin Yun asked. I don't know. Perhaps only Iris knew, but he's also the one who created the 9 emperors. Perhaps the ancestral deity gave him an important mission. At the very least, the current situation doesn't seem bad, but the darkest era cannot be completely suppressed. Zhang Ling said, we did lose the ancient battle, and I had no choice but to sever the heavenly path. But they will come back, sooner or later, or perhaps they've already appeared. Where does the heavenly path lead to? Lin Yun asked. But Zhang Ling didn't answer him and smiled. You once asked me what kind of responsibility you have to bear by accepting my inheritance. Right? Protect the Kunlun realm. Lin Yun replied. Aside from that, I also hope you can connect the 9 heavenly paths that I have severed one day. Zhang Ling shook his head and continued with a grave expression. The heavenly path was severed by my hand, and I hope that the successor of my lineage can connect them again. At that time, you'll know where the heavenly path leads to. Lin Yun opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He came from the heavenly path and knew more about it than others. So he knew how tough it was to accomplish what Zhang Ling said. The difficulty was simply unbelievable. Is that even possible? Why not? Since it can be severed, why can't it be connected? Zhang Ling said, you can naturally say that since you're the one who severed it. Lin Yun inwardly muttered and doubted. Then, how come no one managed to connect them? This is why I kept myself alive. I was waiting for you. Zhang Ling smiled, and his words made Lin Yun smile bitterly. Zhang Ling probably waited for many people, but they all failed. This was the reason why he kept himself alive till now. Someone will do it, even if you don't, the Azure Dragon Lord said. But I hope that the successor of my lineage can do it. I'll do my best, Lin Yun replied. After all, it wasn't exactly good that the Azure Dragon Lord managed to survive till now. All his friends have died, and he had to sever the heavenly path. Just his guilt alone was enough to torture him throughout the years. The Azure Dragon Lord smiled. All right, don't say you'll do your best because I also didn't hope you could do it. Since the brat outside can force you so far, he's definitely not simple. I'm not afraid of him, Lin Yun replied. I don't care about that and I won't interfere, even if he kills you. You now have 2 choices. You can continue with the inheritance of the Azure Dragon's lineage, or you can choose the Blue Dragon's lineage. Choose between the Blue Dragon or Azure Dragon inheritance. Lin Yun was briefly stunned because he didn't know which to choose, and it would be best if Lil Purple was there right now. A brief moment later, he asked, Big brother, can I have both of them? The Azure Dragon Lord threw out a mouthful of wine and smiled. You're really greedy. Can you even keep up with your cultivation? I don't know which to choose right now. I possess the Azure Dragon Saint physique, and my dragon runes can condense into an Azure Dragon. But I also have the Blue Dragon Bone, and I feel like I'll take a loss if I pick either of them. Or do you have any suggestions for me? Lin Yun smiled. Are you willing to cultivate the Azure Dragon Sovereign Constellation? The Azure Dragon Lord asked. I already have my own constellation named Heaven Burial. It's also a sovereign constellation. Lin Yun replied. A sovereign constellation? That is impossible. The Azure Dragon Lord was stumped upon hearing that. Lin Yun didn't reply, but placed the flower burial sword to the side before he started summoning his constellations. When a painting flew out of his body, there was a poem on it. The phantom of the flying serpent bewitches all, disrupting both the circulation of stars and directions. The ancient flying serpent, the Azure Dragon Lord said. He naturally recognized this ominous beast. Then again, this ominous beast might be powerful, but it wasn't a sovereign constellation. When another painting flew out from Lin Yun's body, the Azure Dragon Lord squinted his eyes. With a pair of eyes like the sun and moon, freezing all of eternity with one thought. This is the ancient Aurora Dragon. Looking back in the nine nethers, not even deities and gods would dare to look directly. Another painting flew out from Lin Yun, leaving the Azure Dragon Lord completely dumbfounded. This was the ancient demonic phoenix. Kunping rises with the wind like the sun, soaring straight to the nine heavens, slicing through the primeval chaos on the summit of Kunlun, unleashing great prowess as the sun rises. It didn't take long for 5 paintings to appear behind Lin Yun, and each of them was an ominous beast. This also made Lin Yun's forehead covered with sweat because he had reached his limit and could only summon 5 of them at his current cultivation. It was still challenging for him to summon all 9 to form the sovereign constellation. After he formed a seal, he said, "Come back." When all the paintings flew back into him, he looked at Zhang Ling and said, "This constellation is called Heaven Burial. There are 9 paintings, but I can only summon 5 with my current strength." The Azure Dragon Lord was stunned for a long time before he smiled upon coming back to his senses. "Looks like I'm right about you. You don't have to dwell on it and go with the Blue Dragon inheritance. This is because it's unimportant to you, as I have discovered that you have your own path. After all, why would someone who could create a sovereign constellation follow the path of predecessors? In the end, Lin Yun would make them into his and create his own path. I'll go with the Blue Dragon inheritance, then," Lin Yun said. "All right. I'll first grant you a droplet of the Blue Dragon's divine blood." A golden blood droplet appeared in the Azure Dragon Lord's palm. Pushing it forth, the droplet of blood entered Lin Yun's heart. When the blood entered his body, Lin Yun could sense a fire blazing within his heart, making his blood boil. He was entirely enveloped in a blue light. Even his eyes and hair had turned blue with a faint dragon aura emitting from him. "I'll teach you the Blue Dragon skybreaking art to refine the blood." When Lin Yun sat down, a technique appeared within his mind. While his dragon origin followed the instructions and circulated within his body, Lin Yun didn't even have to circulate it by himself because it was done under the guidance of the Azure Dragon Lord. Focus on refining the blood. As for the Blue Dragon skybreaking art, use it to merge with your Azure Dragon Saint Physique and let it take a step further. This droplet of blood can aid you in transforming your Saint Physique. Your Saint Physique was restrained in the past because it hadn't awakened yet. Today I'll give it all to you. As Lin Yun refined the blood, the Azure Dragon Lord tapped on Lin Yun's forehead, directly pouring martial comprehension into Lin Yun's mind. This was more important than any inheritance that could benefit Lin Yun for life. There were many comprehensions in it that could allow Lin Yun's eyesight to become comparable to saints. To other cultivators, they might be unable to awaken their Saint Physique even with the dragon blood. But you're not the same because you have the divine dragon bone, and your Azure Dragon Saint art has reached complete mastery. So awakening your Saint Physique is a lot easier. The Azure Dragon Lord's voice echoed within Lin Yun's ears. "Lin Yun, you have your own path in the future, and inheritances are nothing to you. So don't dwell on them too much. I've seen many people over the years, and my lineage has a long inheritance. So I don't have much for you?" the Azure Dragon Lord said, and Lin Yun could sense the sorrow in his tone. As the Blue Dragon's blood fused with Lin Yun's heart, a boundless energy flowed throughout his body to his cells. Under the Blue Dragon skybreaking art, his physique was like an iron being refined. For hours later, Lin Yun opened his eyes and noticed that his Azure Dragon Saint Physique had been awakened. He could sense that the dragon runes on his body became more spiritual. Each dragon rune was stained with a crimson line that made the runes look as though they were alive. "How do you feel?" the Azure Dragon Lord asked. "The changes don't seem great." Lin Yun examined his body and noticed that aside from the increment in the number of dragon runes, the changes to his physique didn't seem to be that great. "Is that so?" the Azure Dragon Lord smiled. "Put your hand out." When Lin Yun placed his hand out, the Azure Dragon Lord swiftly swiped his palm, wounding it. But that wound on his palm healed instantly, which gave him a misperception. "This? The blue dragon is of the wood attribute, which means vitality. This is only the tip of the iceberg. Although it won't reach the extent of growing an entire arm back, the profundity isn't something you can imagine," the Azure Dragon Lord said. He suddenly grabbed Lin Yun's hand and ripped his arm off. Lin Yun was dumbfounded, and the intense pain made his mind blank. But Jiangling didn't say a word and placed Lin Yun's arm back on his shoulder. Then, a bizarre scene occurred. His arm and shoulder connected with the wound completely healed. Lin Yun tried to wave his arm around, but he couldn't feel anything wrong with it. It was as though it hadn't been ripped off in the first place. How is this possible?" Lin Yun was stumped. "The blue dragon's divine blood is profound, but you don't have to be shocked about it. The blue dragon wields the wood attribute, the azure dragon wields thunderstorm, the golden dragon wields slaughter, the indigo dragon wields thunder, and so on. Every divine dragon has a different attribute." "Is that so? Then it's pretty impressive," Lin Yun replied with a smile. "Of course it's impressive." Jiangling smiled. "Think about the Dragon Pulse Realm's tribulations. Each tribulation is a life-death experience, especially for you. You'll die in your tribulation sooner or later without a special opportunity. But with the regenerative ability of the blue dragon's divine blood, your future tribulations will be easier." Lin Yun's eyes lit up. He had to admit that his previous tribulations were dangerous. But now he didn't have to be so afraid because of the blue dragon's divine blood. He had already obtained enough foundation in the ancient barren battlefield. If he didn't have to worry about his tribulation, he could reach the fourth pulse dragon pulse realm anytime he wanted. "Try circulating the Azure Dragon Saint art now," Jiangling said, looking at Lin Yun. Lin Yun had no idea what Jiangling meant, but he still did as he was told. Circulating the Azure Dragon Saint art, dragon runes appeared on the surface of his body. The next second, powerful thunderstorm energy enveloped his body, covering him in a cyclone with lightning crackling. When Lin Yun reached out, the wind and lightning were within his hand's grasp, and his fist emitted a terrifying power. He could clearly guess that his grasp immediately extracted all the thunderstorms within this region. "Thunderstorm control?" Lin Yun muttered while letting go of the thunderstorm in his hand. "Your Azure Dragon Saint physique has awakened. After your blue dragon sky-breaking art reaches complete mastery, your Saint physique will evolve into the Azure Dragon Divine Physique." The Azure Dragon Lord sighed. "I've seen many people over the past 100 years, but I've given almost everything I have. I only have this droplet of blue dragon's divine blood left. So, I can be considered to possess the blue dragon and Azure Dragon's inheritances?" Lin Yun asked. Nodding his head, the Azure Dragon Lord said with a gentle smile, "Didn't you say that you wanted both? Only a child would make a choice. As an adult, he naturally wanted both. But he initially didn't hold much hope in it because he felt he was too greedy. The blue dragon sky-breaking art is complicated, and you have to comprehend it well. I have left everything in your mind, but don't be in a hurry to look over them. I have cleared your meridians with the blue dragon's divine blood, and you have reached the first stage in the blue dragon sky-breaking art." Before he looked at Lin Yun, Jiangling explained, "I can sense that you possess a treasure of the Azure Dragon's lineage. Take it out and let me see it." Nodding his head, Lin Yun took out the Azure Dragon's Sun-Moon umbrella. The Azure Dragon Lord was dazed while looking at the Azure Dragon's Sun-Moon umbrella. He said, "This is the sovereign saint artifact of my clan. Where did you find it?" "I couldn't find it anywhere." Lin Yun then told Jiangling his experience in the Dragon Remnant Astral Realm and how he entered the White Dragon Divine Palace. "Ha ha ha! This is fate. The Azure Dragon Lord laughed. There are still 2 restrictions on it. Let me undo them for you. Ha ha ha. Jiangling couldn't help laughing when he heard that. Patting Lin Yun's shoulder excitedly, he smiled. You're really lucky. With this, you can wield the sovereign constellation even without cultivating your constellation again. This is great. The Azure Dragon Lord was excited when he held on to the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella. Seeing how emotional the Azure Dragon Lord was made Lin Yun baffled, because he never expected that the Azure Dragon Lord would be so expressive upon seeing the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella. One must know that Jiangling was the Dragon Gate Lord. So what kind of treasure had he not seen before? Is this umbrella very powerful? Lin Yun said with uncertainty. It's strong. Jiangling couldn't bear to let go of the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella and sighed. If I had this with me back then, it would have been more convenient to kill them. Aren't there divine artifacts? Lin Yun asked. Jiangling knocked on Lin Yun's head and rolled his eyes in disdain. What does a brat like you know? There are only 10 divine artifacts in the Kunlun realm, and each of them is extremely precious. The price of using a divine artifact isn't comparable to sovereign saint artifacts, and this umbrella isn't inferior to a divine artifact in the hands of the Azure Dragon's lineage. Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he heard that. The Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella wasn't inferior to a divine artifact in the hands of the Azure Dragon's lineage? It's no wonder why it was so tough for him to undo the first seal. In his hands, he could only use it like a mace to smash his enemies. What are you thinking about? Jiangling asked. Haha. I'm hoping Big Brother can help me undo the seal on the umbrella. Lin Yun smiled. He decided he would never tell Jiangling that the umbrella was no different from a mace in his hands because it would be too embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Good. Jiangling laughed, wielding the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella. Observe. I'll undo the first restriction first. Sun Moon Radiance. When the umbrella opened up in Jiangling's hands without any resistance, the Glory Sun and Glory Moon spirits engraved on the umbrella were activated. As a faint radiance blazed on the umbrella, a sun and a moon flew out. When Jiangling opened the umbrella, it felt like he had opened up the 36 layers of heaven with the heaven and earth were trembling. When Lin Yun looked at Jiangling, it felt like Jiangling was far beyond his reach. As the sun and moon revolved, even the surrounding space became distorted. Lin Yun briefly pondered before he stretched his hand out. Just when he was about to touch Jiangling, it felt like the space was stretched apart. Jiangling was close to his reach, but he couldn't touch Jiangling, no matter how much he tried. How bizarre! Lin Yun was breathtaken by this scene. You don't need to find it strange just because the surrounding space is affected. If you reach my height, you can fully unleash the power of this umbrella, and you can control the spatial fluctuations as you wish. As long as your strength has reached a certain height, no one can touch you when the sun and moon revolve. Jiangling smiled. Open! Jiangling roared. A starry sky appeared above the sun and moon with starlight shining down. The next moment, a crescent moon symbol appeared within the Azure Dragon Lord's pupils. Along with an explosion, 9 Azure Dragons flew out from the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella and flew around the sky. Those are dragon souls, and every single one of those Azure Dragons was at least at the Great Saint when they're alive. But the power that they can unleash depends on your martial intent. If your martial intent is strong, the dragons will become terrifying, and they can even fuse with your martial intent. Jiangling explained. With your heavenly dome sword intent, the dragons can unleash the power of the Samsara Edict realm in your hands. It can even reach the Nirvana stage if you give it your all. Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he heard that because it was a little terrifying. But with your current cultivation, you definitely won't be able to control it well. Even with your Blue Dragon's Divine Blood and Blue Dragon Bone, you might be unable to bear it. So the strength of the Azure Dragons will vary. Jiangling said with a grave expression. What about in your hands? Lin Yun asked. Pinnacle Saint Realm. When the 9 dragons combine, they can even reach the Emperor Realm. But that's for me, since I'm the Azure Dragon Lord. Jiangling grinned. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched because the Azure Dragon Lord was a little shameless to praise himself. Jiangling folded the umbrella and looked at it, unwilling to part. All right, keep it well. Zhang Ling handed the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella to Lin Yun. Big brother, keep it if you like it, Lin Yun said. Hearing that, Zhang Ling smiled. You fool! What are you talking about? Keep it well. I have undone the 3 seals, and I was still troubled that I didn't have anything to give you earlier. The 3rd seal is also undone? Lin Yun asked, taking the umbrella back. Yeah. Zhang Ling nodded. But I can't display it for you. The 3rd seal can summon the Azure Dragon constellation from the 36th layer of heaven. It's the actual constellation, not a phenomenon. Lin Yun was speechless when he heard that because the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella was wasted to be in his hands. Give it a try and see if there's anything different about it. Zhang Ling smiled. Okay. Lin Yun held onto the umbrella and poured his dragon runes into it. Suddenly, everything disappeared before him as he was beyond the 36th layer of heaven. He could see the stars forming into astral clusters before developing into a massive constellation. That pair of eyes was the Azure Dragon constellation's eyes. The constellation was dazzling, and it was beyond any description. Standing before it, Lin Yun could feel how tiny he was, making him panic because he could feel that his soul was about to be devoured by that pair of eyes. What's going on? Right then, a soft bark echoed in his ears, pulling him back to reality. As Lin Yun swayed his head, he saw Zhang Ling looking at him with a playful smile. The Azure Dragon Lord asked, "What did you see?" "The Azure Dragon," Lin Yun replied. "Your soul left your body earlier, and what you saw weren't illusions. There are no longer any restrictions on this umbrella. When you activate it, the Azure Dragon constellation will be able to see you, and vice versa." Zhang Ling explained. Any sovereign saint artifact requires the acknowledgement of the constellation itself, or you won't be able to borrow the constellation's power. Lowering his head to look at the umbrella, Lin Yun said, "That means that even if I don't purposely try to summon the constellation, I can still borrow the power of the Azure Dragon constellation." "That's right. The most straightforward display will be the control over thunderstorms and the Azure Dragon constellation's dragon aura. Then again, being observed by the Azure Dragon constellation might not be good, and you probably sensed it earlier. Even if it had no ill intentions against you, you'd be devoured by it if you're not careful, just like—" The Azure Dragon Lord briefly paused before he continued. "Just like how you step onto ants when you walk. You have no intention to kill them, but your existence alone threatens them." Lin Yun's excitement turned to caution when wielding the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella. This was the true power of a sovereign saint artifact, and its existence alone was dangerous to weaklings. If he wasn't careful, he would lose his life. "I'll keep it in mind." Lin Yun nodded. He knew what Zhang Ling was trying to tell him. "Oh right, if there are only 10 divine artifacts in the Kunlun realm, what grade is the firmament saint cloth you gave me?" Lin Yun asked. "Why ask me when you already have an answer in your heart? There are 2 special traits about it. One is that it can only be possessed by the Dragon Gate Lord, and it was left behind by Lord Ancestral Deity. I heard that it wasn't something that belonged to the Kunlun realm." The Azure Dragon Lord smiled. Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that because the origin of the Firmament Saint Cloth was too great. You only have to know that it's stronger than the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella, so don't use it unless absolutely necessary. Zhang Ling smiled. "I got it." Lin Yun nodded. "I'll give you another treasure, the Thunderstorm Zither. This was given to me by my Tao companion in the past. I couldn't give it away over the years. It might not be considered a divine or sovereign saint artifact, but I heard it was one of the 10 Saint Zither." The Azure Dragon Lord's expression became gentle as he reminisced. Lin Yun's face changed when he heard that, because he could feel something wasn't right. It sounded more like Zhang Ling was trying to give out all of his treasures before his death. "Take good care of it." Zhang Ling sent the Thunderstorm Zither over. As Lin Yun received the Zither, Zhang Ling asked, "You can take good care of it, right?" But before Lin Yun could reply, Zhang Ling took out a blue token. "The Wind God Order?" Lin Yun asked. "Oh," Zhang Ling smiled. "You know this? There are many rumors about it. Some say it's a sovereign saint artifact, but it's a token of the Azure Dragon Lord. Take this and look for the Nirvana Pavilion in the Heaven Domain's Unholy Sea. Give it to the Pavilion Master. When Lin Yun received the Wind God Order, the token felt heavy in his hand. This is the Wind God Order. If you take it out, the other party will also take out a token called the Thunder God Order. When the two token fuses together, it'll form into the Divine Azure Order, and those with it will be the new Azure Dragon Lord of my Azure Dragon's lineage. Zhang Ling said, "Will I become the new Azure Dragon Lord?" Lin Yun was stumped because he wasn't prepared for that at all. After he came to his senses, he asked, "Big brother, are you?" Zhang Ling smiled before he nodded his head. This struck Lin Yun greatly. Zhang Ling's soul must be dissipating soon, or he wouldn't have told him so much. When the Azure Dragon Lord's body gradually faded, Lin Yun's face changed, and he stepped forth. "Big brother, sit down." Zhang Ling pressed Lin Yun down and wore a smile. His smile was gentle, but Lin Yun's heart ached to look at his smile, and he now knew why Zhang Ling gave him the feeling of a big brother. Turned out that Zhang Ling was similar to Big Brother Xianxia. You don't have to feel sad. Everyone in the world will die, and death isn't the end of everything. I have never regretted my life, but my dream is far beyond my reach. You can break into the Fourth Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, and I'll help you withstand your tribulation before I leave. Azure Dragon is here. No one can take your life, not even heaven. Zhang Ling laughed while patting Lin Yun's shoulder. Catch! When the Azure Dragon Lord's palm landed on Lin Yun's back, boundless origin energy poured into Lin Yun's mind, and Lin Yun instantly shone brightly. Lin Yun could immediately feel his blood boiling like magma while raging violently with thunderstorm energy. Enveloped in a thunderstorm, Lin Yun shone brightly with a golden radiance. Circulate your cultivation technique and prepare to undergo your tribulation. Zhang Ling's voice resounded beside Lin Yun's ears. When Lin Yun sat down, he circulated the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon to devour the energy that Zhang Ling sent him. After he refined it, all of that energy poured towards his Violet Palace before forming into dragons that charged at the Fourth Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm's bottleneck. The opportunity you received today is too great, especially the Blue Dragon's divine blood. It increased your foundation tenfold, so your Fourth Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm will be extremely dangerous. But your future path in the Dragon Pulse Realm will be smooth, Zhang Ling said. So as you digest your dragon bloodline in the future and cultivate the Blue Dragon skybreaking art, your physique will be able to bear the tribulation, regardless of your foundation. It is so much so that you can reach the limit of the Dragon Pulse Realm that not many people could achieve even in ancient times. Today, Big Brother will open the path for you. His voice echoed within Lin Yun's ears. As the Azure Dragon constellation disappeared in the sky, an ominous thundercloud was being formed. Lin Yun closed his eyes and broke through his bottleneck with external help. But with his eyes closed, he couldn't sense anything in the outside world. He could only feel his strength growing swiftly. As various phenomena appeared in the hall, the terrifying tribulation couldn't descend. Thus, it couldn't harm Lin Yun at all, so he easily made it through his tribulation. It was way easier than his 3 previous tribulations. As time passed, the fourth pulse gradually formed within his body before expanding like a river. As for his tribulation, it didn't exist at all. With the Azure Dragon there, no one could harm Lin Yun, not even heaven and earth. Laughing aloud, Zhang Ling's hand landed on Lin Yun's shoulder, while his other hand easily smashed apart the lightning in the sky. He then reached out, and a dragon claw stabbed into the clouds. Arg! A scream echoed from the clouds. The ominous beast that had manifested from the tribulation was crushed to death under that claw. As Zhang Ling's hair fluttered in the wind, Lin Yun clenched his fist, and the ominous beast was destroyed. Right then, the fourth pulse finally formed within Lin Yun's body, with his cultivation reaching the pinnacle Fourth Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. This was good news, and a smile finally appeared on Zhang Ling's face. But Lin Yun wasn't happy, and his heart was filled with pain. Instead, at the same time, 2 tear droplets rolled down his cheeks and fell onto the ground. Interesting. Swordsmen will cry as well. Jiang Ling's body became even more illusory, but he maintained his smile without any sorrow in his eyes. Big brother. After Lin Yun made it through the tribulation, he stood up and wanted to grab Jiang Ling's hand. But Jiang Ling's arms had utterly disappeared. Jiang Ling smiled. Don't feel bad about it. Everyone in the world will die. In the Divine Dragon era, everyone only chases after our dreams, not longevity. So death is another dream. But before the Azure Dragon Lord could finish, his body finally disappeared. Lin Yun could only watch this and couldn't say anything. He wanted to hear from Jiang Ling, saying they would meet again if they were fated. After all, he had just taken Jiang Ling as his big brother. But now they would never be able to meet again. For hours later, when Lin Yun's emotions finally calmed down, he began to ponder his current situation. The dragon origin in his Violet Palace contained remnants of thunderstorm attributes, and that was because of Jiang Ling's Azure Dragon Saint origin. Let me stabilize my cultivation first. Being at the pinnacle 4th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, it shouldn't be an issue for me to face Qin Tian, who's at the 5th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. Lin Yun suppressed the sorrow in his heart because he still had to lead the Sword Sect's disciples out of this place and take revenge for the blood feud 2 decades ago. He was still bearing the responsibility of his master and sect, so he couldn't allow his emotions to get the best of him. Thus, he continued to cultivate, refining the remaining Azure Dragon Saint origin and see if he could make a breakthrough in his Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon. 2 days later, Lin Yun successfully reached the 5th stage in the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon under the Azure Dragon Saint origin. The area above his Dragon Origin Ocean was filled with Dragon Phoenix sword aura, and there were over 1,000 strands. His sword aura formed into images of heavenly dragons and divine phoenixes chasing after each other, significantly boosting his dragon origin. Suddenly, a sword vibration echoed from Lin Yun's brows, and a mighty sword aura swept out from him. This was an extremely oppressive energy. Lin Yun's sword aura swiftly formed into a sword with a bell ringing around it. This was a sign that his heavenly dome sword intent had reached lesser mastery. Golden sword rays appeared on the roof as they entered Lin Yun's sword intent in his brows. When the golden sparkles entered his mind, they significantly strengthened his 2 sword souls within his ocean. Even if he only took a small step in reaching the lesser mastery, this still considerably strengthened his sword intent. The breakthrough in my Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon actually brought my heavenly dome sword intent to lesser mastery. This is really a surprise. Lin Yun muttered to himself. Carefree 9 swords, wind sword form. Pouring his dragon origin into his finger, Lin Yun's hair began to flutter in the wind, and an ancient wind word was instantly formed. The saint runes of arrays began to appear on the surrounding walls, withstanding the power of the ancient wind word. But even so, the entire hall still kept shaking violently. This made Lin Yun's face change. When he turned to look at his fellow martial brothers and sisters, who were still sleeping, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was great that they weren't implicated in it. The 4 elemental sword forms were still 1 step from reaching complete mastery. But with a breakthrough in his cultivation, sword intent, and sword sutra, his attacks could even tear through space. Senior brothers and others are still asleep, so let me cultivate well. Lin Yun didn't waste any time. In the Blue Dragon Saint Palace, it should be more effective than the outside world for him to practice the Carefree 9 swords, stabilize his cultivation and sword intent. After spending another 3 days, Lin Yun finally reached complete mastery of the 4 elemental sword forms. It was so much so that he even tried practicing the 9th sword form several times. Let me see the power of the 4 elemental sword forms after reaching complete mastery. Lin Yun stood up and used his fingers as a sword to write an ancient wind word in midair. As his boundless dragon origin fused with his heavenly dome sword intent, it formed into an ancient wind word. When that ancient word collided with the wall, it caused many saint runes to shatter. If I execute this attack with the flower burial sword, I might be able to leave some damage to the wall. Lin Yun pondered, but he didn't dare to try it. After all, he wasn't sure what would happen if he damaged this place without the Azure Dragon Saint Lord. Wind God Order, Blue Dragon's Divine Blood, Completely Unsealed Azure Dragon's Sun Moon Umbrella, Thunderstorm Zither, Burning Moon Wine, and the Azure Dragon's Sky-Breaking Art. Lin Yun sorted his thoughts, and his emotions gradually became grave. Big Brother said he didn't have anything for him, but he gave him a lot. Any single one of them would cause an earthquake if the news got out, not to mention the firmament Saint Cloth that Zhongling had given him back on the heavenly path. Lin Yun casually sat down and started playing the Thunderstorm Zither. He often played music with Su Xiao back in the Fleeting Cloud Sword sect, so he wasn't unfamiliar with the zither. But when he started playing the zither, he could no longer stop, and the sorrow in his heart gushed out along with this music. A long time later, Lin Yun's fingers gradually slowed down, and he was done playing a song. But just when he was about to stop, Lin Yun gently strummed, and all his sorrows gushed out along with the last note, forming into a dream within Lin Yun's heart. What Zhongling said was right. Death was equivalent to a new dream. Holding on to the Wind God Order, Lin Yun's face became grave because this was a token that signified him becoming the new Azure Dragon Lord, accepting all the forces of the Azure Dragon's lineage in the Kunlun realm. Who's playing the zither? It's noisy. Gong Sun Yan's voice resounded as he slowly opened his eyes. But when he woke up completely, he exclaimed, "Wait, when was I asleep? Oh my God! What the hell is going on?" Gong Sun Yan no longer dwelled on it for another moment because he was shocked to discover another dragon pulse within his body. His bloodline also contained a trace of the Azure Dragon's blood, and his soul had undergone a baptism. He could sense that his comprehension had risen to a whole new level. Not long later, Yi Xiling and the others all woke up and discovered their changes. Gu Ruochen exclaimed, "Junior brother Lin, what's going on?" Since Lin Yun had already stowed all of his treasures away, he said, "I just woke up too, and I also have no idea what happened. Perhaps the Azure Dragon is blessing us." Zhongling's identity was too shocking, so it was best for him to keep it a secret. If disclosed, it would harm his fellow martial brothers and sisters. "Everyone, let us thank the grace." Mu Shuiqin went down on her knees to the Azure Dragon in the starry sky. Everyone else did the same and went down on their knees. "Thank you, Lord Azure Dragon." They didn't know that their benefits came from Zhongling, but they were sincere when they expressed their gratitude, kowtowing to the Azure Dragon constellation in the sky 3 times. "Are there other opportunities here? Perhaps the Wind God Order is also here," Gong Sun Yan said. This made everyone else tempted as they began to look around. But they failed to find anything. After all, the Azure Dragon Lord Zhongling was the opportunity here. As for those secret treasures, Saint Elixirs, or martial techniques, they should probably be in the Dragon Head Palace, and this meant that Qin Tian probably had a huge harvest. And Luyen turned to look at Lin Yun and felt that he probably hid something from them because he was too composed. Most importantly, from the feeling of her white dragon bone, she could sense that Lin Yun was giving off an extraordinary aura, and Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Saint physique seemed to have changed. But with her relationship with him, she naturally wouldn't ask him about it. "We have already received a lot this time, so don't be greedy and prepare to quickly leave this place," Mu Shuiqin said. Gu Ruochen nodded. "We should leave this place soon. As for the treasures we obtained on this trip to the ancient barren battlefield, we have to hand them to the sect. If we can fully digest our harvest this time, the Sword Sect can catch up to the Profound Sky Sect in 10 years. Everyone was also excited when they heard that. Everyone briefly rested before they left this place. Before leaving, Lin Yun turned back to look at the hall. A cellar should be hidden here with various Dragon Clan's wines stored. Those could be comparable to top-tier divine pellets. But since Zhongling loved wine so much, he decided to leave them there. When they opened the door and left the hall, they arrived at the Mountain of Corpses. The mountain was bald, and many of the Saint Elixirs that were previously there were all plucked. Thus, this made everyone let out a sigh of pity. After all, those Saint Elixirs were top-tiered, but they were probably in the hands of Qin Tian now. "Let's quickly leave the Saint Palace," Gu Ruochen said. Just like that, they went back from where they came from. The entire Saint Palace was empty, with no one being seen. "Where are the disciples of my sword sect?" Mu Shuiqin's face suddenly changed. Yi Qingxian brought Ji Shuxian and Jin Xuani to look for the other sword sect's disciples, but there wasn't any news about them. The other sect's disciples had also disappeared, making everyone feel that something wasn't right. Don't worry about it for now. They might have already left this place ahead of us, Lin Yun said with a slight change on his face. Let's hope so, everyone whispered, but they had an ill phenomenon in their hearts. In the ancient barren battlefield, Dragon Gate Altar was the passage between this battlefield and the outside world. If anyone wanted to leave the battlefield, they would have to pass through the Dragon Gate Altar. But today, there were many profound Sky Sect's disciples beneath the altar. There were 600 to 700 with a rough estimation. Each of them was emitting a chilling, killing aura, and they each held onto an ancient jade. When they poured their dragon origin into the jade, it formed a massive array that enveloped the entire altar. Senior brother, they're out from the Saint Palace. That's Lin Yun, all right? Qin Tian suddenly opened his eyes. A black Saint pellet was in his hand, and he refined about 70% of it. He had a massive harvest on this Blue Dragon Saint Palace trip. Not only were there a lot of incomplete martial techniques, but there were also various Saint pellets and secret treasures. The Saint pellet in his hand was called the Heavenly Origin Saint pellet, and only the Dragon Gate knew how to refine them. If he refined it, it could significantly boost his cultivation and allow him to obtain the exact origin as heaven for a short period. Under that state, it would substantially increase his cultivation of martial techniques or comprehension of his martial intent. After all, that state could only be achieved by saints, so this experience was precious. Finally coming out? Qin Tian slowly stood up as a boundless sacred light appeared behind him, soaring toward the demonic clouds that instantly turned into a terrifying screen. At this moment, he was like a saint, possessing the exact origin as heaven. In the direction of the altar, the disciples of the various sects, regardless if they were disciples of holy lands or demonic sects, were all lying on the ground with serious injuries. Qin Tian has gotten stronger than before, the Heavenly Note sect's Lin Wan whispered. Beside her, the chief disciples of the other powerful sects had horror on their faces. A few days ago, the profound Sky sect's disciples sealed off the exit, not allowing anyone to leave, and even forcibly seized their harvests in the Blue Dragon Saint Palace. But even so, they still didn't let them go beforehand because they wanted to deal with the Sword Sect, and Qin Tian didn't wish for the news to get out. Half an incense's time later, Lin Yun's party appeared in this region, and they were surprised when they saw this scene. Lin Yun, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Qin Tian coldly looked at Lin Yun. Bring them over. Lu Su's facial expression was sinister, and it didn't take long for him to escort all the Sword Sect's disciples over and force them onto their knees. He roared, "Kneel!" But the Sword Sect's disciples didn't care about him, and none of them were willing to go down on their knees. Anyone could tell that their cultivation had been sealed, but they still gritted their teeth under the immense pressure. I asked you guys to kneel. Lu Su sinisterly laughed and smashed Yi Qingxuan's knee with a kick. This made Yi Qingxian scream in pain, blood flowing down from his knees. But even with his knee smashed, Yi Qingxian still gritted his teeth and remained standing. The other profound Sky Sect's disciples also smashed the Sword Sect disciples' knees. This scene made Mu Shuiqin's face pale, and she nearly fainted. When Gu Ruochen saw this scene, he was on the verge of charging forth. But Lin Yun quickly held on to him and said, Senior brother, don't be impulsive. They have set up the profound sky array around the altar. You'll be courting death if they activate it when you get close. I want him dead. Mu Shuiqin gritted her teeth, her pupils becoming bloodshot. She had grown up in the sect since she was young. So everyone in the Sword Sect wasn't just her fellow martial brothers and sisters. They were her kin. Believe me, I can save them, Lin Yun said. Gu Ruochen and Mu Shuiqin were briefly stunned upon hearing that. When they turned to look at Lin Yun, they could see that he was calm and without any emotions. Lin Yun, hand over the Wind God Order if you want your fellow martial siblings' lives, along with the inheritance in that mountain. Qin Tian waved his hand, stopping the profound Sky Sect's disciples, and eerily looked at Lin Yun. Wind God order? We didn't see any wind god order, Gong Sun Yen said. Who do you think you are to interrupt me? Qin Tian stood on the altar and looked at Gong Sun Yen from afar. A golden seal appeared within his pupil's depths, giving him the feeling of a golden dragon. This immediately injured Gong Sun Yan's soul with a stinging pain in his pupils, so he quickly closed his eyes and swiftly retreated. He was fortunate that his soul had been tempered by the Azure Dragon and even refined a droplet of the Azure Dragon's saint blood. Otherwise, he would have lost his eyes from that attack earlier. Arg! Gong Sun Yan's lip twitched. It felt like several needles were piercing into his eyes, and he couldn't resolve the pain, no matter what he tried. Right then, Lin Yun placed his hand on Gong Sun Yen. As he activated the blue dragon bone, blue divine light flowed into Gong Sun Yan's body through his hand. When the blue light entered Gong Sun Yan's body, blood dripped down from Gong Sun Yan's eyes and a poisonous miasma was evaporating from it. Blue dragon's divine blood? On the altar, Qin Tian's face changed because he could sense the aura of blue dragon's divine blood within Lin Yun's body. He was briefly stunned before he rejoiced. Lin Yun, you still say that you didn't receive any inheritance? You have the aura of blue dragon's divine blood on you. Today, all the sword sect's disciples will die. Look after them well. Today, I'll let everyone know that even the radiant sword saint's disciple will kneel before me. Qin Tian executed his bewitching movement technique and leaped down the altar with his hand reaching out at Lin Yun. His dragon origin manifested into a golden dragon's claw that wrapped around Qin Tian's hand, giving each talon the feeling that they were sharper than a sword. After refining the heavenly origin pellet, not only did Qin Tian's cultivation reach the pinnacle of the fifth pulse dragon pulse realm, but his martial insight also reached a terrifying height. Flicking divine finger, Lin Yun took a step forth and unleashed a sword ray. His movement was smooth, and the sword ray he unleashed shone like a bright star, piercing through the air. His sword ray radiated with nether energy, and that sword ray instantly eroded a hole in the dragon's claw. As the hole expanded, Qin Tian's claw shattered into fragments. After Lin Yun's sword ray pierced through the claw, it continued forth, tearing apart the air and heading towards Qin Tian's face. Looking from afar, it looked like a black meteorite streaking across the horizon. Break! Qin Tian snorted. After he poured all his dragon origin into his fist, he punched the incoming sword ray, shattering it. With his cultivation at the fifth pulse dragon pulse realm, a casual strike from him could unleash unimaginable power. Sovereign Dragon Seal. Lin Yun circulated the dragon origin within his violet palace. When the violent energy filled his body, a seven-colored divine light bloomed as he formed seals with his hands. After the dragon aura he gave off overlapped 18-fold. It manifested into an ancient seal that slammed towards Qin Tian. Pitiful tricks. Qin Tian's body lit up with two radiances, gold and silver, that swiftly formed into armor that covered his body's surface. When Lin Yun's sovereign dragon seal landed on his armor, it only caused fluctuations on its surface before the ancient seal bounced off. But even so, Qin Tian still took several steps back. When he lowered his head, he was shocked to discover a fine crack on his armor with blood dripping down. Senior brother. The faces of the profound Sky Sect's disciples changed with disbelief because they couldn't believe this was real. Lin Yun was able to injure their senior brother? Qin Tian was an invincible existence in the ancient barren battlefield and had suppressed the other powerful sect's experts alone. Pinnacle fourth pulse dragon pulse realm? Qin Tian's pupils shone before he wore a sinister smile. Lin Yun, you still say that you didn't find the inheritance? Ha ha ha. It looks like I didn't waste my time waiting for you. You did not disappoint me. I'll be taking the Blue Dragon St. Palace's inheritance. Qin Tian's eyes radiated with excitement, and he could feel his blood boiling. Just the Blue Dragon's divine blood within Lin Yun's body alone was enough to excite him. If Lin Yun had obtained other treasures in the inheritance, it was simply unimaginable. Find an opportunity to save him, Lin Yun said softly. His face was calm, and he took a step forth. Divine Dragon Sun Moon Cauldron. Qin Tian was the first to make a move, and his pupils were filled with insanity. As golden light exploded from him, he clenched his fists together. A divine dragon manifested into a massive cauldron with the heavenly sun and heavenly moon engraved on it before they flew out along with his punch. Each of his punches was like a divine cauldron that bombarded Lin Yun. But Lin Yun didn't panic and used his nether energy to summon the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating cauldron from within his body. Then, he clashed with Qin Tian head-on with the divine solar lunar fist. Along with a ferocious roar, Lin Yun's dragon origin was like a boiling volcano clashing with Qin Tian head-on. Ha ha ha! Come again! Qin Tian laughed with his hair fluttering wildly, and a painting flew out from his body. That was his constellation. When his constellation opened up, a figure stepped out from the painting. That saint looked simple and unadorned, but the aura from this person tore apart the demonic clouds within 1,000 miles. Saint Clone Constellation. Qin Tian's constellation is actually an ancient great saint? Is this person the chosen one? Lin Yun is finished. Everyone was dumbfounded as their gazes fell onto the painting that Qin Tian summoned. They began to wonder if that was the constellation Tian Xuanzi prepared for him or if Tian Xuanzi created it. Saint Clone Constellation? How did he manage to do that? Gu Ruochen widened his mouth. This was his first time seeing Qin Tian's constellation. He never expected that Qin Tian would have this constellation. He never expected that the clone of a saint would fly out from Qin Tian's constellation. With the Saint Clone Constellation, the Divine Dragon Sun Moon Cauldron, and his Golden Dragon Bone, the aura Qin Tian gave off immediately suppressed Lin Yun's sword aura. Qin Tian grinned and roared, "Let me see how you're going to block this. Sun Moon will slash." After Qin Tian summoned his constellation, he no longer held back and executed the Dragon Spirit Martial technique he had previously used to force Lin Yun to retreat. This scene made the faces of Gu Ruochen and others change because they had personally witnessed the power of this attack before. Back then, Lin Yun nearly lost his life because of it. Even if he barely managed to withstand Qin Tian's attack, he was still heavily injured. They began to worry about whether Lin Yun could withstand this attack from Qin Tian. Profound Sky Saint Sovereign. Invincible in the Ancient Baron. Profound Sky Saint Sovereign. Invincible in the Ancient Baron. The Profound Sky Sect's disciples could feel their blood boiling when they saw this scene and were excited. This was because their senior brother was too powerful, with an invincible momentum. When the Heavenly Sun and Heavenly Moon descended, all of the Sword Sect disciples were sent flying away, aside from Lin Yun. Before it really descended, just the shockwave of the aura alone was enough to injure Gu Ruochen and Luyen and the others. At this moment, Qin Tian was like a deity with a massive sun and moon revolving like two wheels. The sky would alternate between light and dark as if time had accelerated. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. How will you fight me? Qin Tian hovered in the air with his hair fluttering in the wind while pushing the sun and moon wheels forth. Two golden dragons beside the saint's clone that was behind him also let out a roar and golden light shone from their pupils. I have a sword named Flower Burial. Lin Yun stood where he was, and the Flower Burial sword flew out from the sword box he was carrying. When he drew the Flower Burial sword from its sheath, he turned into a streak of light and clashed with the two wheels. Under everyone's unbelievable gaze, Lin Yun merely used a small sword to block the two wheels. At the same time, Lin Yun started forming seals, and multiple paintings flew out from his body. If one looked at them carefully, 5 paintings were hovering above Lin Yun's head. 5 constellations? Everyone was dumbfounded with disbelief. Open! But before anyone could respond, Lin Yun waved his hand, and the 5 paintings opened simultaneously. They were the Aurora Dragon, Flying Serpent, Xianxia, Demonic Phoenix, and Winged Dragon. Those 5 ominous beasts were colossal. When they appeared, the demonic clouds enveloped myriad miles of radius. When Lin Yun raised his head, his pupils radiated with powerful killing intent. 5 paintings? 5 constellations? How is that even possible? Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw Lin Yun summoning 5 paintings. They were all dumbfounded, with huge question marks on their heads. When their gazes fell onto Lin Yun, their pupils were filled with shock. Kill! Qin Tian sneered. If the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple wasn't this strong, he wouldn't be qualified for Qin Tian to bring out his full strength. When he pushed the 2 sun and moon wheels forth, Lin Yun's flower burial sword merely fended for a brief moment before it was knocked away. After the flower burial sword was knocked away, the sun and moon wheels continued to charge towards Lin Yun. When the 2 wheels descended, they tore apart the demonic clouds in the sky. ABD starlight started shining down. The saint's clone lifted the entire sky as the golden dragon roared. The sun and moon were then accompanied in the starry sky. This scene shocked everyone, and they couldn't say a single word. After the flower burial sword was sent flying away, Lin Yun didn't panic since he had already expected it. He just needed to buy some time for him to summon his constellation. When Lin Yun raised his head, the starry sky looked realistic, and each star was blazing with terrifying flames. So what if you have 5 constellations? Lin Yun. No one in the ancient barren battlefield can withstand my sun-moon will slash. Qin Tian roared with arrogance, and his tone was filled with confidence. He looked as though he was possessed by Tian Xuanzi, having an invincible momentum. How can I deal with your attack? 1 punch is enough. With 5 constellations behind him, Lin Yun rose to the sky. Since it was a dragon spirit martial technique, he would just break it with another dragon spirit martial technique. Rising to the sky, Lin Yun's hands joined together and started executing the golden dragon seal, blue dragon seal, silver dragon seal, and sovereign dragon seal. As he formed seals with his hands, a 7-colored light bloomed, and his azure dragon's aura was multiplied by 18-fold. But he didn't stop there. He summoned his dragon runes with a roar. Empowered by the 5 ominous beasts paintings, the dragon aura that Lin Yun was giving off reached an unbelievable height. Then, Lin Yun executed the first form of the sovereign dragon fist, soaring divine dragon. When Lin Yun clenched his fists together, the entire space began to tremble, with fine cracks appearing in the surrounding air. He was like a divine dragon throwing a punch at the sun and moon wheels head-on. When his punch came in contact with the 2 wheels, 1,000 dragon runes flew out from Lin Yun and combined to form a massive dragon. Facing his attack, the 2 wheels merely lasted for a brief moment before they were torn apart. The 5 ominous beasts also clashed with the saint's clone, with a golden dragon letting out a ferocious roar. Explosions echoed in the sky, shockwaves spread out, and meteorites fell from the sky. Lin Yun charged forth with the golden crow wings unfolding behind him. As his blood boiled, he dashed forth like a sharp sword, piercing through all the meteorites in his path toward Qin Tian. Good! Qin Tian wiped the blood off his lips. When he saw Lin Yun charging over, he laughed and charged forth as well. When they clashed, they each threw out 10-odd punches as the 2 streaks of light intertwined. When Lin Yun and Qin Tian clashed, their constellations also fought, creating a shocking phenomenon. This scene was terrifying for others, regardless of them being the profound Sky Sect's disciples, the 8 powerful sect's chief disciples, or the Holy Land's disciples. They could all feel a chill running down their spines as they witnessed Qin Tian and Lin Yun's fight. Whenever the 2 collided, the shockwave from their clash would make everyone's eardrums tremble with a stinging pain in their internal organs. But they wouldn't stop fighting as long as their blood didn't dry up. One of them was the disciple of Tian Xuanzi, and the other was the disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. The 2 were peerless geniuses of the era, unleashing their radiance. They both stood at the top of the pyramid, regardless of Tian Xuanzi or the Radiant Sword Saint. No matter the outcome of this battle, Lin Yun had proven with his actions that the Radiant Sword Saint hadn't become old yet, and his title as Flower Burial would also shake the entire Eastern Desolation and the Kunlun realm. How did this fellow manage to do it? The Radiant Sword Saint's disciple is this strong? The Holy Land's disciples, who Qin Tian defeated, looked at Lin Yun with shock and despair. When Lin Yun and Qin Tian clashed again, they retreated after a punch. Flower Burial. Lin Yun waved his hand and summoned the flower burial sword back to his hand. Lin Yun hovered in the air without wasting words and roared, "Qin Tian, take my sword!" The golden crow wings unfolded behind him with a wingspan of 20-odd feet. Every single feather was shining with a metallic luster while shining brightly. Wielding the flower burial sword, Lin Yun unleashed a dazzling sword ray that even outshone the saint's clone, 5 ominous beasts, and the golden dragon. The only thing left in this world was the flower burial sword. As the sword shone brightly, its glory spirits were activated, releasing a dazzling brilliance. As the wind roared, Lin Yun wielded the flower burial sword with rage blazing in his heart before swinging his sword down. "I'm invincible in this world." Lin Yun pushed his sword aura to the limit. As he let out a roar, he executed the heaven sword form and earth sword form. Multiple figures flew out from his body, each wielding a sword. Swinging out their swords, the sword rays soon formed into 2 ancient words, heaven and earth. When the 2 words intertwined, they flew out along Lin Yun's sword, unleashing a frightening aura. When the 2 ancient words revolved, the surrounding space was distorted, with all light disappearing. As boundless sword aura gushed out, the ground began to crack, and the cracks soon spread toward the profound sky array enveloping the altar. Divine Dragon Sun Moon Heaven. Sensing the immense pressure, Qin Tian pushed the profound sky cannon to the limit, unleashing sunlight and moonlight. He manifested the heavenly sun with one hand and the heavenly moon with the other. The golden dragon bone in his chest released a dazzling golden light before a golden dragon flew out from his chest the next moment, devouring the sun and moon. After devouring the sun and moon, the golden dragon revolved. After the dragon shrank in size, it then faced Lin Yun's sword head-on. When both sides clashed, a series of explosions echoed, followed by a wailing draconic roar. A brief moment later, fragments of the golden dragon scattered from the sky. The heaven, earth, sun, and moon also exploded, causing the surrounding space to collapse into a void. As Lin Yun charged out from the void, he thrust his sword towards Qin Tian's forehead. Humph! Qin Tian snorted and flicked his finger. But after Lin Yun executed the glory spirits in the flower burial sword, this significantly increased the sword's weight. So Qin Tian's flick couldn't change the trajectory of Lin Yun's sword. When the flower burial sword vibrated, it caused the surrounding space to tremble. This scene made Qin Tian's face change, and he quickly tilted his head aside to avoid Lin Yun's thrust. But several strands of his hair were severed. Lin Yun's sword rays were dazzling and swift. Even if Qin Tian had moved quickly, he ultimately failed to avoid Lin Yun's attack, allowing Lin Yun's sword to stab into his chest, where the golden dragon bone was located. The collision created a metallic clash that blew Qin Tian's upper clothes apart with wounds left on his body, and Lin Yun's sword ultimately failed to reach Qin Tian's chest. As Qin Tian's face changed, he threw out a mouthful of blood that was aimed at Lin Yun's eyes. Seeing this, Lin Yun swiftly drew his sword back and used it like a fan to sweep the blood away. The mouthful of blood that Qin Tian threw out swiftly manifested into a golden blood dragon that instantly expanded in size by tenfold. When everyone in the surroundings saw this scene, they were startled because they didn't expect Qin Tian would have such a sinister move. Such pitiful tricks. Lin Yun shook his wrist and spun the flower burial sword in his hand. When the sword rays intertwined, the blood dragon was instantly crushed. Taking his opportunity, Qin Tian swiftly retreated and stared at Lin Yun. This was because he realized that he had underestimated the flower burial sword. He failed to injure Qin Tian even with this much? How terrifying. Everyone in the surroundings had disbelief in their pupils when they looked at Qin Tian's condition. After Qin Tian landed on the ground, he threw out a mouthful of blood and started laughing manically. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, is this the best you can do? If that's the best you can do, I'll tell you why I'm invincible today. Use whatever means you have and do your best to stay alive. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a golden flag appeared in his hand. That's the golden dragon divine flag. That's a Glory Saint artifact that only the Divine Dragon Empire possesses. It's a Divine Dragon flag. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene because they were again dumbfounded by Qin Tian's trump card. When Lin Yun looked at that flag, he saw that it looked like a long spear with a sharp tip, and there was a golden dragon engraved on the flag. With the Divine Dragon here, who can compete with me? Qin Tian laughed before charging at Lin Yun. They no longer held back in their attacks when Lin Yun and Qin Tian had brought out their Glory Saint artifacts. Their speed was so fast that their figures became blurred. With the empowerment of two Glory Saint artifacts, the aura released from them was frightening. Whenever their weapons clashed, the sky would alternate between light and dark, and they would unleash sonic booms whenever they shuttled back and forth. As for everyone who was witnessing this battle, they were dumbfounded. As the Flower Burial Sword and Golden Dragon Divine Flag collided, their faces changed, and they gritted their teeth before sparing a hand to unleash an attack at each other. Sovereign Dragon Seal. Sun Moon will slash. Their Glory Saint artifacts clashed, but they didn't hesitate to unleash their attacks with another hand. After a clash, the sky shattered with starlight sweeping backward. Their movement techniques were fast, but they couldn't avoid each other's attacks altogether. Sword rays would occasionally land on Qin Tian's body, while the flag occasionally landed on Lin Yun's body. As Qin Tian's hair wildly fluttered in the wind, his laughter roared, "You can't defeat me!" But his face suddenly became pale before he spat out another mouthful of blood that shot forth like an arrow. This was different from the previous secret technique because he took the initiative to attack this time. When the blood arrow left his mouth, it immediately started burning. The blood arrow swiftly formed into a blood dragon that charged forth. The two of them were still clashing, and there was no way Lin Yun could avoid this attack in time. Even everyone else in the surroundings could see how sinister this attack was. Junior Brother Lin, Young Master Lin, and Luyen Mu Shuiqin, and the others panicked when they saw this scene and exclaimed, "You're courting death." Lin Yun's pupils flashed with fury, and he snorted, "Divine Azure Annihilation." The golden human in his sword ocean shone as a golden azure dragon flew out from the ocean and left his sword ocean. The blood dragon was instantly destroyed by the golden azure dragon the moment they clashed before the golden azure dragon charged forth and slammed against Qin Tian's body. But Lin Yun had no change on his face as he swung his sword out twice. The first sword knocked the golden dragon divine flag away before the second sword sent Qin Tian flying back. "I'll be taking your life today." Lin Yun's hair and his clothes violently fluttered in the wind as 40,000 dragon runes manifested into an azure dragon. When he descended, he landed on the azure dragon's head. Not good. When the profound sky sect's disciples on the altar saw this scene, they swiftly dashed forth. Lu Su and Zhang Yuan's faces also changed, and they couldn't consider the situation that much as they rose to the sky. Wanting to take advantage of numbers? Gong Sun Yen and others were instantly enraged by this scene. They had been unhappy with Qin Tian for a long time. Thus, they all soared to the sky, sending their sword rays streaking across the horizon and arriving beside Lin Yun, wanting to help him. Luyen Xiling, you two lead everyone to save the sword sect's disciples. Don't let a single one of them die. As for this, leave it to me, Lin Yun said, standing on the azure dragon's head. Be careful. The two ladies gritted their teeth and said, "Let's go." Like that, they turned into sword rays that streaked towards the profound sky array. Zhang Yuan and Lu Su both arrived beside Qin Tian. Qin Tian's face was pale, and it was clear that his injuries weren't light. Under the impact of Lin Yun's sword soul, his body was injured, and he even took a strong blow to his soul. Not only did he fail, but he was injured. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Lu Su asked in concern. "Go back. I'm fine," Qin Tian coldly said before waving his hand to summon the golden dragon divine flag. "Since you guys are here, don't bother leaving." The purple diamond mark on Lin Yun's forehead shone brightly, and his powerful firmament sword intent began to rise under everyone's shocked gazes. After a sword vibration echoed from Lin Yun, it turned into a golden beam that soared to the sky, piercing through and splitting the demonic clouds that were in the sky. As an unbelievably powerful sword intent exploded from Lin Yun, the pressure that he gave off made the sky change. Standing on the azure dragon, Lin Yun felt he could make heaven and earth tremble by raising his hand alone. At this moment he was the heaven, his sword as the dome, and he was one with his sword. Heavenly Dome Sword Intent. How is this possible? Oh my god! It's really the Heavenly Dome Sword Intent. Lin Yun grasped the Heavenly Dome Sword Intent, while in the Dragon Pulse realm. Everyone could feel their scalps tingling when they saw the various phenomena, and they couldn't help exclaiming. Even the Holy Land's disciples were stumped with disbelief radiating from their pupils. Zhang Yuan and Lu Su were initially hesitating if they should leave. But when they sensed Lin Yun's Heavenly Dome Sword Intent, their faces changed. They could briefly endure before they both threw out a mouthful of blood under the immense pressure and were sent flying away. They weren't on the same level to begin with, so there was no way they could interfere with a battle of this level. You think you can defeat me with the Heavenly Dome Sword Intent? That's impossible. Qin Tian snorted and started circulating the golden dragon bone. The next moment, the golden dragon divine flag in his hand began to blaze as Qin Tian activated its two glory spirits. The golden dragon engraved on the flag came to life. Its pupils were forged with two glory spirits. They were the glory sun and glory fire spirits. When the golden dragon opened its eyes wide, it began to clash with Lin Yun's sword aura. Die! Qin Tian roared, swinging the golden dragon divine flag around. The golden dragon on the flag breathed out golden dragon flames that instantly dyed the entire sky in gold. Looking from afar, it looked as though the sky was being incinerated. Looking at the flames in the sky, Lin Yun rode on the azure dragon, shifting around in the air and swinging his flower burial sword. Under his attack, the entire region became covered with sword rays and flames. Countless flames and afterimages exploded, and Lin Yun's afterimages were incinerated. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on Lin Yun. Kill! Lin Yun leaped down from the azure dragon's head. When he landed on the ground, the sword aura enveloping him was like layers of heaven multiplying on him. Great! Come! Qin Tian laughed and dashed forth. As he swung the golden dragon divine flag, a golden light flashed that instantly covered the sky. Profound sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient barren. Qin Tian's laughter roared. As the sun and moon revolved around the flag, whenever Qin Tian swung his fan, it would cause heaven and earth to tremble. Pushing forth, Qin Tian appeared before Lin Yun and thrust his flag. Although Lin Yun used his sword to fend off this attack, he kept retreating under Qin Tian's assault. Ha ha ha! Qin Tian laughed with killing intent gathering in his pupils. After he poured his dragon origin into the flag, he thrust the tip forth, facing the flower burial sword head-on. Heavenly Dome Sword Intent doesn't seem so impressive after all. It's all nothing before absolute strength, Qin Tian coldly said. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, you're going to lose. Who told you that this is the Heavenly Dome Sword Intent? Lin Yun said indifferently. His words made Qin Tian squint his eyes. But before he could react, the flower burial sword in Lin Yun's hand flew out towards Qin Tian. Die! Qin Tian didn't think much about it and stabbed the golden dragon divine flag at Lin Yun's chest. In Qin Tian's view, he believed that Lin Yun couldn't avoid this attack, no matter how profound his movement technique was. But just when he had that thought, the flower burial sword behind Qin Tian suddenly vibrated and summoned Lin Yun over. Just like that, Lin Yun suddenly disappeared, causing Qin Tian's attack to miss. What's going on? Qin Tian was baffled. Before he came to his senses, Lin Yun was suddenly summoned to the flower burial sword, thus appearing behind him. When Lin Yun grabbed his sword, he became one with the sword. But to others, they only saw Lin Yun sending his sword out with a flick before holding onto his sword again. The only difference was that he had changed his position. Since Qin Tian couldn't react in time, Lin Yun's sword left a bloody wound on his back. When he turned his head back, he could see Lin Yun wielding his sword and looking at him. Sword manipulation. Lin Yun formed a seal with his left hand before flicking his finger, and the flower burial sword in his right hand flew out. Qin Tian wanted to send the flower burial sword flying with a wave of his hand, but the flower burial sword reacted as though it was alive and revolved around the flag. When Lin Yun gently raised his right hand, the flower burial sword flew towards Qin Tian's brow, piercing through the air in its path. This changed Qin Tian's face, and he quickly tossed the flag away before retreating. Endless clouds. Lin Yun stood in the same position and used his fingers to execute the first form of the Aqua Heaven sword technique. Sword auras spread out from the flower burial sword that was 10 miles away, and the sword instantly unleashed 49 sword rays that spread out like a sea of clouds. The intent contained within his sword technique was perfect, and this left everyone dumbfounded. After all, Lin Yun was executing the sword technique by manipulating his sword from afar. Pricking moon, rising clouds, serene aqua sky, soaring white clouds. As Lin Yun's movement became faster, the flower burial sword in the air moved even faster, surprising everyone. The countless sword rays dazzled everyone's eyes as various intents were released from Lin Yun and the flower burial sword. Lin Yun stood in the same spot, dancing like an immortal while the flower burial sword flew under his control. In such a short moment, Qin Tian was injured by the sword rays. He had never experienced something like this before. There was clearly a sword before him, and he could execute various sword techniques, but he couldn't find any flaws. 10 miles away, Lin Yun raised his head to look at the flower burial sword, and the flower burial sword was also looking at him. The next moment, Lin Yun could see himself through the sword. As a power came from the sword, Lin Yun's body disappeared. When Lin Yun reappeared, he grabbed onto the flower burial sword and became one with his sword. This time, he wasn't wielding the sword but the other way around. When Lin Yun grabbed onto the flower burial sword, the aura he gave off was like heaven. The immense pressure he gave off sent Qin Tian flying away and throwing out a mouthful of blood. When Qin Tian came to his senses, he blankly looked at Lin Yun, having no idea what was happening. Lin Yun coldly said, while wielding the flower burial sword, "Qin Tian, I'm not afraid to tell you honestly. I have plenty of ways to kill you, but I want you to admit defeat. The Radiant Sword Saint cannot be humiliated, nor can I. He's just a dying person. So what if I humiliated him? As for you, who do you think you are? If you're not lucky to grasp the heavenly dome sword intent, killing you would be as easy as slaughtering pigs." Qin Tian said coldly, his lip twitching. Summoning his flag back, he donned the golden dragon armor as the saint's clone appeared behind him, and his flag began to flutter. Lin Yun laughed. "Luck? There's no luck in my journey. I have experienced life and death by coming this far, and I will lose my life if I'm not careful. I'm first on the lower realm's draconic banquet, champion of the 9th heavenly path. After coming to the Kunlun realm, I was first on the Empyrean ranking and Elysium core ranking. Do you think that it's all luck? It looks like there's nothing impressive about Tian Xuanzi's disciple after all." Lin Yun's blood boiled, and he executed the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. As dazzling sword rays bloomed from Lin Yun's body, Dragon Phoenix sword aura flew out from Lin Yun's pores and soared to the sky along with his sword aura. The radiance he gave off made the sun and moon pale. At the same time, Lin Yun's laughter could be heard. "I'm flower burial, burying both flowers and people alike." Taking a step forth, Lin Yun unleashed 4 sword forms, executing the wind, fire, lightning, and ice sword forms. Lin Yun's eyes coldly flashed as he spun in midair, and the 4 ancient words landed on Qin Tian. The wind first tore the saint's clone into pieces before flames incinerated the golden dragon. Then, the 3rd sword shattered Qin Tian's armor, and the last sword forced Qin Tian down on his knees. No, this is impossible." Qin Tian had fear reflected in his pupils. He wanted to move, but he was heavily injured, with his constellation destroyed, his meridians broken, and his 4 limbs covered with wounds. Senior brother lost? All the profound Sky Sect's disciples on the altar were stumped when they saw this scene. When Lin Yun came before Qin Tian, he looked at him, kneeling on the ground without any expression on his face. You? But just when Qin Tian opened his mouth, Lin Yun swung his sword and severed one of Qin Tian's arms. He then looked at Qin Tian and coldly said, "This sword is to tell you that the Radiant Sword Saint cannot be humiliated." Arg! Qin Tian screamed out from the pain, his face swiftly becoming pale. But in the next moment, Lin Yun severed his other arm and said, "This sword was for the blood feud 2 decades ago. This sword is to tell you that there isn't a single strand of luck in my journey after coming this far." Before Qin Tian could scream, Lin Yun swung his sword again and severed Qin Tian's head. Everyone's eyeballs nearly fell out when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe that Qin Tian had died. They came to their senses after Qin Tian's headless corpse fell to the ground. They knew that Qin Tian was really dead now. Senior brother. The profound Sky Sect's disciples, who were fighting with the Sword Sect's disciples, were the first to recover from their shock and exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can Senior Brother possibly be defeated? The Saint Sovereign personally teaches him. How can the Saint Sovereign's disciple die? Are we dreaming?" The morale of the profound Sky Sect's disciples fell because Qin Tian's death struck a massive blow to them. After all, the chant "Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient Baron," wasn't only a chant, but their faith. All along, Tian Xuanzi was an invincible existence in their hearts. Aside from the Radiant Sword Saint, no one in the ancient Baron domain could suppress him. In addition to the fact that the Radiant Sword Saint hadn't made a move for the past century, only Tian Xuanzi's legend could be heard in the ancient Baron domain. It was so much so that even in the Kunlun realm, Tian Xuanzi was the strongest monstrous genius in the past millennium. In the ancient Baron battlefield, Qin Tian should represent the invincibility of Tian Xuanzi. Qin Tian was a banner, but that banner had fallen by the hands of the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple. Gu Ruochen, who was fighting on the altar, was shocked when he saw this scene. But a brief moment later he could feel his blood boiling. After all, ever since the Sword Sect's golden generation was annihilated in the hands of the profound Sky Sect, many Sword Sect's disciples had died to the profound Sky Sect over the years. The Sword Sect's disciples had it all pent up, and he could only watch as the Sword Sect disciples were bullied. But today, Lin Yun finally took revenge for them. Gu Ruochen waved his hand and roared, "As long as the moon exists, the Sword Sect never dies. As long as the moon exists, the Sword Sect never dies." The Sword Sect's disciples roared from the bottom of their hearts, and their voices echoed in the ancient Baron battlefield, leaving everyone else shocked. At this moment, everyone knew that the Sword Sect had risen like a bright moon in the sky. They knew that the Sword Sect, which once shaken the Eastern Desolation, was back. When the profound sky array broke, the profound Sky Sect's disciples were terrified while gathering around Zhang Yuan and Lu Su. "Senior brother Lu, what should we do now?" The profound Sky Sect's disciples trembled as they looked at Lu Su, their only support. But Lu Su's lips were pale, and his face was ugly. This was because he couldn't come up with a solution at all. Just when everyone was waiting for Lu Su to decide, he noticed that Lin Yun had dug out the golden dragon bone from Qin Tian. This instantly changed Lu Su's face, and he quickly led everyone over. He roared, "Lin Yun, what are you doing? Why are you asking the obvious?" Lin Yun indifferently replied, "How dare you?" Lu Su roared, "Hand over the dragon bone. It's already a deadly crime for you to kill our chief disciple, but you dare to dig out the dragon bone of our sect? Are you trying to start a war between the two sects?" "Ha ha ha." Lin Yun laughed with mockery when he heard that. As a cold light flashed within his pupils, he said, "Your profound Sky Sect annihilated our golden generation 2 decades ago. Since Qin Tian wanted to kill me, why can't I kill him? Do you want the dragon bone back? Ha ha ha. Today, all of you will have to die here." Lin Yun's words were like a chilling wind that made all of the profound Sky Sect's disciples feel a chill run down their spines. As for everyone else who heard what he said, they were shocked and looked at Lin Yun. This was because Lin Yun was too arrogant. Not only did he kill Qin Tian, he even wanted to slaughter everyone else from the Profound Sky sect. Ha ha ha! Lin Yun, are you insane? Lu Su laughed when he heard that. Ever since you captured my sword sect's disciples and humiliated them, your destiny was already determined. Lin Yun said coldly. He didn't forget about the sword sect's blood feud from 2 decades ago. Nor did he forget how the sword sect's disciples were humiliated earlier. When he was done speaking, he charged at the Profound Sky sect's disciples, alone. This instantly left the Profound Sky sect's disciples dumbfounded. When Lin Yun's heavenly dome sword intent descended, it felt like heaven had come crashing down on them. None of the Profound Sky sect's disciples could withstand a single sword from him. At his moment, they finally realized that it wasn't because Qin Tian was too weak, but because Lin Yun was too strong. As sword rays bloomed, the Profound Sky sect's disciples couldn't even create a formation. At this moment, Lin Yun was like an immortal descending from the sky, suppressing everyone from the Profound Sky sect, including Lu Su. This left the other powerful sect's chief disciples and Holy Land's disciples dumbfounded. This was a one-sided massacre. As sword rays flashed, screams echoed from the Profound Sky sect's party, with one life after another being reaped. This made Lu Su and Zhang Yuan's faces change as they tried their best to stop Lin Yun. But Lin Yun didn't face them head-on and continued to butcher the Profound Sky sect's disciples. Damn it! Their faces were ugly as they watched the Profound Sky sect's disciples scream. It didn't take long for all the Profound Sky sect's disciples to be slaughtered, with only Zhang Yuan and Lu Su still remaining on their feet. You madman! Lu Su's eyes turned red, and he charged towards Lin Yun. A blood feud has to be paid with blood. Lin Yun waved his sword and sent Lu Su flying back, easily giving him a heavy injury. Before Lu Su could get back up, Lin Yun waved his hand, and the golden dragon divine flag pierced through Lu Su's chest before pinning him to the altar. When he was done, Lin Yun turned to look at Zhang Yuan. The latter was trembling in fear, standing amidst a pile of corpses. Even if he came from a holy land, he had never seen someone as ruthless as Lin Yun. I'm not a disciple of the Profound Sky sect, Zhang Yuan said quickly. But Lin Yun didn't say anything and continued to walk towards Zhang Yuan. When he took the third step out, Lin Yun's speed increased, and he appeared before Zhang Yuan, thrusting his flower burial sword. This made Zhang Yuan squint his eyes as he tried his best to dodge this attack. But he ultimately failed to avoid Lin Yun's sword. He watched as Lin Yun's sword pierced into his chest. This instantly covered his eyes in bloodshot, and he roared, "You madman! I'm an inner disciple of the Ming cult. You already crippled my junior brother, Huang Xuani, and yet you still want to kill me? The Ming cult won't let you off if you dare to kill me. Didn't Yen Kong come after my head because of your order? Yet you're still trying to feign innocence here? I can't see the grace of a holy land on you. Rather, you're really shameless. So what if I kill you?" Lin Yun said and withdrew the flower burial sword from Zhang Yuan. As blood splashed, Zhang Yuan screamed out in pain. Before Lin Yun swung his sword, Zhang Yuan fell onto his knees and panicked. "Don't kill me! The Wind God order is on you, right? I know a secret regarding it." Lin Yun was surprised and instantly knew that Zhang Yuan had come for the Wind God order. Seeing Lin Yun's response, Zhang Yuan rejoiced. "Let me go. I can share that secret with you and recommend you to join the Ming cult. If you join the Ming cult, Tian Xuanzi won't be able to do any." But before he could finish speaking, Lin Yun swung his sword and severed his head. Even in death, Zhang Yuan was shocked and couldn't figure out why Lin Yun killed him. With that, the Profound Sky Sect's party had all died in the ancient barren battlefield. When everyone's gazes fell on Lin Yun, they couldn't help feeling a chill running down their spines when they saw him dyed in blood. Qin Tian was insane enough, but he was pale in comparison to Lin Yun. In the end, the Profound Sky Saint Sovereign still couldn't be invincible in the ancient barren domain. With one sword, Lin Yun carried the Sword Sect, allowing the Sword Sect to become the ultimate winner in the ancient barren battlefield. "I'm afraid that the Profound Sky Sect won't let this matter rest," Lin Wan sighed. Even Luo Shui sighed as she tried her best to maintain her composure. But in reality, she was greatly shocked in her heart. She wasn't the only one. The faces of the other powerful sect's chief disciples had become pale. Nodding her head, Luo Shui replied, "There might be no rules in the ancient barren battlefield, but we still maintain a rapport. 2 decades ago, the Profound Sky sect slaughtered the Sword sect's golden generation and forced Jian Jingtian to be trapped in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. But today, Lin Yun has avenged the Sword sect. I'm afraid that the Profound Sky sect won't let this matter rest so easily. The Radiant Sword Saint is undergoing his tribulation, and what Lin Yun did is akin to a slap on Tian Xuanzi's face. There's no way Tian Xuanzi can take this lying down." Lin Wan said. Everyone else felt the same. They all knew that Tian Xuanzi wouldn't let this matter rest so easily. But when they looked at the Sword sect's disciples, none of them had fear on their faces. They were gathered on the altar and activated the array that was on it. "Do you think he regrets it?" Lin Wan asked. "He won't," Luo Shui replied firmly. Shaking his head, Lin Wan sighed. "This is a dead end," instantly flipping the table. "If that person knows about this, she'll probably heartbroken." Luo Shui's heart trembled, and her pupils flashed with concern. Once the ancient barren battlefield ends, there would definitely be a more significant storm outside, and no one could imagine how terrifying it would become. This was because they all knew that the Profound Sky sect definitely wouldn't let this matter rest.